Chapter 96, The Shadowy Eyes Blade. Master, approximately 2 miles ahead, there are individuals engaged in battle. Should we avoid them? At that moment, a message from Xiaohe arrived. Through the imagery conveyed, Jiang Xing beheld a young man besieged by hundreds of undead corpses. Yet, this young man appeared quite formidable, wielding his sword to unleash a dazzling array of brilliant blade lights, severing those ghastly beings that dared to approach him, causing them to fall like wheat being harvested. Jiang Xing scrutinized the young man for a while, judging by his attire and demeanor. He surmised that he was not the type to be deceitful or bloodthirsty, igniting within him a desire to join forces. After all, Jiang Xing was utterly unfamiliar with this strange realm. With his ability to navigate the mists using the revived eye of the spirit fly, he believed he could be of assistance to that individual, perhaps persuading him to explore together. Jiang Xing, accompanied by his zombies, charged toward the young man, with the larger zombie leading the way, continuously swatting aside the obstructing undead to clear a path for Jiang Xing. The remaining zombies fended off the relentless pursuit from the sides and rear. Roar! Just as Jiang Xing was nearing the young man, a deep, raspy roar echoed. A latest-stage corpse king surged forth from the distance, heading directly for the young man. This zombie seemed to be the king of the undead in this locale. Upon its roar, the morale of the other zombies surged, intensifying their frenzied assault on the young man. The young man felt an immediate surge of pressure upon witnessing the corpse king charging at him. He instinctively sensed danger and sought to flee. However, under the relentless onslaught of the undead, escape was impossible, and his expression turned grim. Yet, he dared not resign himself to despair. To break free, he appeared to employ some form of agility technique, moving like a ghost, leaving a series of afterimages as he fought through the undead. However, the lower-tier zombies surrounded him in layer upon layer, making escape a daunting task. At that moment, Jiang Xing, leading his legion of zombies, surged forth like a spear, breaking through the encircling undead and arriving before the young man, creating an opening for him. "Fellow cultivator, I have opened a gap. Let us break through together." The young man looked at Jiang Xing with gratitude in his eyes. After wandering aimlessly in the mist for an hour without finding an exit, he had drawn countless zombies to him. Now, with Jiang Xing's assistance, he could not help but feel elated and exclaimed, "Thank you, fellow cultivator." Before he could finish, the Corpse King let out a furious roar, leaping into the air like a cannonball, descending from the sky like a meteor. The trajectory of the Corpse King's descent was directly toward the path Jiang Xing had just cleared, blocking the escape route for both of them. Almost simultaneously, all the undead surged with renewed vigor, their ferocity escalating with the arrival of their king, launching a more frenzied assault on Jiang Xing and the young man. Seeing this, Jiang Xing's expression changed dramatically, and he solemnly addressed the young man. "Fellow cultivator, it seems we may not escape so easily. How about you hold off the undead while I deal with the Corpse King? Once the Corpse King falls, the others will surely scatter." The young man was more than willing, though the undead were numerous. The Corpse King was undoubtedly more troublesome. With someone willing to confront the king, he readily agreed, saying, "Then I shall leave it to you." Swamp technique. Upon witnessing the Corpse King's approach, Jiang Xing cast a swamp technique beneath its landing spot, causing it to plunge into the mire with a splat. Yet the next moment, the swamp erupted, and the Corpse King sprang forth, leaping out of the muck. Ice freeze technique. Just as the Corpse King's upper body emerged from the swamp, Jiang Xing unleashed an ice freeze technique, encasing it along with the swamp in ice. Roar! The Corpse King thrashed violently, shards of ice cascading down as it writhed in fury. It twisted its body, causing the frozen swamp ice beneath it to crack and splinter. Crack! Crack! The sound of breaking ice echoed continuously. At this moment, the Corpse King pounded the ground with its claws, gradually freeing its lower body from the icebound swamp. Not good. Attack! Jiang Xing urgently commanded all the zombies to lunge at the Corpse King. Vine binding technique. Seizing the moment while the Corpse King was still entangled in ice and swamp, Jiang Xing swiftly cast several vine binding techniques at it. Crack! The vines encircling the Corpse King strained under its immense strength, creaking ominously, threatening to snap at any moment. Seeing this, Jiang Xing knew he could not allow it to break free from the bindings, and he quickly ordered the flung zombies attack from behind. The zombies circled behind the Corpse King, pouncing on it to hold it down, some clinging to its arms, others to its body, while a few desperately bit at it. True to its latest-stage Corpse King status, it possessed incredible strength. With a powerful swing of its right arm, several of the zombies clinging to it were flung aside. Jiang Xing hastily threw another vine-binding technique to ensnare its right arm. Seizing the opportunity while its right arm was temporarily restrained, the other zombies pounced once more, securing its arm firmly. Just as they managed to hold down its right arm, the zombies grasping its left arm were cast off. Jiang Xing was in a frenzy, casting vine-binding techniques to ensnare the left arm, while the previously flung zombies seized the chance to latch onto it again. Seeing it temporarily subdued, Jiang Xing retrieved the soul, capturing Bell, activating the restriction to refine it. However, the Corpse King's fierce resistance rendered Jiang Xing unable to channel the refinement. Jiang Xing thought to himself, since he couldn't refine it, he would simply destroy it. Drawing his sword, he thrust it into the Corpse King's skull. Bang! The sound echoed as if piercing an iron plate, causing Jiang Xing's hand to ache, yet it failed to inflict any harm. Turning his head, he saw that the young man had dispatched most of the surrounding undead and was dealing with the remaining few. Jiang Xing called out, "Brother, this creature is beyond my capabilities. Once you finish there, could you lend me a hand?" "Not a problem." The young man's sword aura surged dramatically, and with a flurry of swift strikes, he cleaved the remaining undead in twain before rushing over to Jiang Xing's side. As soon as the young man reached the Corpse King, he swung his sword, which had previously sliced through the undead with ease, only to leave a mere 1 centimeter deep gash on the Corpse King's body. Jiang Xing noted that the young man's flying sword was imbued with abundant spiritual energy, emanating a pressure far superior to his own inferior-grade sword, leading him to speculate it was likely a superior-grade artifact. However, to his surprise, even this superior-grade flying sword could only leave a shallow wound on the Corpse King. Roar! The angered Corpse King, having been injured by the sword, went berserk, sending the zombies that had barely restrained it flying with a mighty force. Then, it suddenly leaped, bursting forth from the ice-encased swamp. It seemed to harbor a particular hatred for the young man who had wounded it, disregarding Jiang Xing, who was closer, and dashing toward the young man with lightning speed. "Take this." The young man hurled a circular artifact toward the Corpse King. As soon as the artifact left his hand, it expanded to the size of a water bucket, ensnaring the zombie perfectly. Shrink! The artifact suddenly constricted, tightly binding the Corpse King's head, penetrating several inches into its flesh, causing greenish blood to spatter everywhere. Roar! The Corpse King, now clutching its head, desperately pulled at the artifact, attempting to tear it apart. However, the artifact was exceedingly powerful, having burrowed deep into its flesh, rendering any effort to escape futile. Well done! Just as it seemed the Corpse King would be strangled to death, it let out a chilling wail, its veins bulging, and its form suddenly expanding. It was actually advancing in power. The Corpse King grasped the artifact, slowly pulling it apart. Not good. Run. That artifact is about to break. Realizing the danger, the young man abruptly changed his expression, shouting to Jiang Xing as he fled. Seeing this, Jiang Xing quickly recalled the zombies and followed the young man in a hasty retreat. The Corpse King was focused on breaking free from the artifact and did not pursue them. In no time, Jiang Xing and the young man had left the undead behind, disappearing from sight. Indeed, moments later, a loud explosion echoed behind them. Jiang Xing estimated that the Corpse King had successfully torn the artifact apart. Having temporarily secured their safety, the two halted their flight. The young man clasped his hands to Jiang Xing and said, I am Yin Yunpeng from Baiyun Mountain. I sincerely thank you for your assistance just now. The young man, with his thick brows and bright eyes, spoke in a resonant voice, exuding an air of robust straightforwardness reminiscent of a man from the Northeast. Fellow cultivator, you are too kind. Your cultivation is profound. I hope you will guide me on the journey ahead. I am Jiang Xing from the Yin Corp sect of Hongmeng Mountain. It is a pleasure to meet you, fellow cultivator Yin. Jiang Xing bowed respectfully, maintaining his true identity for now, as he was unsure of the young man's allegiances. That is certainly agreeable, but this place is shrouded in fog, and I am utterly lost after wandering about aimlessly without knowing where to go, Yin Yunpeng remarked. I, on the other hand, can see through this fog. However, it is my first time here, and I'm uncertain of where to head next, Jiang Xing replied. You can see through this fog? That is splendid. I know where this is. It is just that this is my first visit as well, which is why I've lost my way, Yin Yunpeng explained. May I ask where this place is? I found myself here unexpectedly, and am quite perplexed. My senior brother informed me that this is the extreme Yin void sky. He was injured this time, which is why he sent me in his stead. Extreme Yin void sky? Jiang Xing was taken aback. This was a sealing point along the Western Expedition's demon-slaying route. Upon accepting the task in Liuzhou, the supervisor issued a stern warning. One must not venture near the western path of sealing demons. Yet, little did he anticipate that the very matter he held in such trepidation would, inexplicably, draw him into the depths of the extreme Yin void sky, where the ancient demon, the devouring sky god Fox, lies sealed. Regarding the devouring sky god Fox, Jiang Xing possesses scant knowledge indeed. The legends concerning it throughout the southern continent are exceedingly few. Much like the extreme Yin void sky that confines it, everyone is aware that a being known as the devouring sky god Fox is imprisoned within, but they are merely acquainted with the name. None possess any understanding of its exploits or divine abilities. If there exists anyone in this world who truly comprehends its essence, it is likely only the four great celestial sovereigns who executed its sealing. Chapter 97. The 9 altars. After escaping the corpse king, Jiang Xing and Yin Yunpeng found themselves groping their way through the dense, white fog, with visibility limited to a mere 10 meters and no clear destination in their frantic flight. They inadvertently stumbled into a canyon. As they entered the gorge, a deafening roar echoed from the depths of the mist. This chilling sound immediately summoned a cacophony of similar roars from all directions. The ominous growls growing ever closer and louder. That moment, Jiang Xing sensed an unsettling change in the atmosphere, the oppressive silence thickening around them, instilling a foreboding sense that should they continue forward, a monumental peril awaited them. A roar erupted from the fog ahead, followed by the faint silhouettes of staggering figures emerging through the haze, their blood-red, malevolent gazes piercing through layers of mist, fixating on Jiang Xing and Yin Yunpeng. Now, a dozen zombies had materialized within a mere 7 to 8 meters of the two, allowing Jiang Xing to discern their ghastly visages through the fog. The proximity revealed the skeletal hands of one zombie, its fingers stained with blood, while the blackened, purplish veins protruded grotesquely, resembling elongated worms clinging to its skin. Another zombie's lips had entirely rotted away, exposing its bare gums as it incessantly gnawed on flesh. A viscous mixture of saliva and blood oozing from the corners of its mouth. Jiang Xing and Yin Yunpeng stood frozen in shock, watching helplessly as the zombies advanced step by step. In that brief moment of distraction, even more zombies encircled them, their numbers swelling like a tidal wave of shadows that sent chills down their spines. Through the murky depths of the fog, Jiang Xing discerned the vast horde of corpses drawing ever closer. Run, Jiang Xing bellowed, seizing Yin Yunpeng's arm and sprinting away. Listen to me. Yin Yunpeng tugged at Jiang Xing as they raced. Aren't you able to see through the fog? Quickly, search for the altar. My brother mentioned that once we reach the altar, the zombies will cease their attacks. An altar? Why didn't you mention this sooner? Jiang Xing immediately commanded the facet fly to scout for the altar. However, the zombies continued to swarm, making it impossible to evade them in any direction. They had no choice but to charge forward through paths littered with wandering or fallen corpses, relentlessly slaughtering their way through the horde. One by one, the zombies fell before them, and in an instant, the ground behind them resembled a field ravaged by a harvester. Countless undead sprawled upon the earth. Yet, despite the loss of their comrades, the zombies pressed on with fervor. Fortunately, the facet fly proved invaluable, swiftly relaying an image of an altar located about 3 miles ahead. Jiang Xing's heart surged with excitement. There's an altar 3 miles ahead. Let us hurry. Upon hearing Jiang Xing's words, Yin Yunpeng's spirits lifted, and he quickened his pace. However, the closer they drew to the altar, the more agitated the zombies appeared, their reluctant growls echoing ominously. Among them, some zombies ceased their pursuit, gradually retreating, while others hastened their chase, seemingly intent on capturing the two before they could reach the altar. Just as the duo ascended the altar, a strange sound echoed behind them. Resembling a sharp chirp, it turned out that several zombies had followed closely behind, but as they approached the altar, they appeared to be engulfed in flames, emitting a sound akin to flesh meeting a hot iron. And in an instant, they turned to ashes. This scene struck terror into the hearts of the pursuing horde, and the two could only hear the unwilling roars of the zombies retreating like a receding tide. Jiang Xing and Yin Yunpeng rested on the altar for a moment, after which Yin Yunpeng produced a sound transmission talisman and addressed Jiang Xing, saying, "This time, I have come on behalf of my senior brother. He instructed me that upon reaching the altar, I should send a message to his friend, who would then guide me into the inner realm of the extreme Yin void." Jiang Xing, puzzled, inquired, "Friend? Is your senior brother's friend also within this extreme Yin void?" Yin Yunpeng replied, "Naturally. The extreme Yin void opens once every 5 years, and only those 8 individuals possessing the Yin Mu Ziju can enter. My senior brother is one of those 8. They have explored this extreme Yin void together 4 times already and are quite familiar with one another. However, due to an unexpected injury, my senior brother could only send me in his stead." At this point, Yin Yunpeng, filled with curiosity, asked Jiang Xing, "And whom do you represent?" Given that the Yin Mu Ziju is limited to only 8 pieces, it has always been the domain of these 8 individuals, with no others allowed entry. Could it be that you are also here on someone else's behalf? Jiang Xing patted the jade talisman hanging at his waist and remarked, "You mean this Yin Mu Ziju?" "Correct. I acquired this from someone else." A hint of confusion crossed Yin Yunpeng's face, yet he refrained from comment. Although the Yin Mu Ziju is exceedingly rare, it is not particularly valuable. The items one can obtain from the extreme Yin void are worth merely around 4,000 spiritual stones. If the price is sufficiently attractive, it is not surprising for one among the 8 to sell their own Yin Mu Ziju. Yin Yunpeng chose not to speak further, activating the sound transmission talisman. Jiang Xing, standing nearby, overheard him exchange a few casual remarks, providing a name and address before terminating the communication. About an hour later, 2 individuals came rushing from the distance, pursued by a horde of zombies and spirits. The two moved with remarkable agility, easily navigating through the dense encirclement of zombies, and swiftly broke through the throng, heading directly for the altar. Upon reaching the altar, one of them, a middle-aged man clad in fiery red, bowed to Jiang Xing and Yin Yunpeng, introducing himself. "I am Li Chunxing from the Fire Spirit sect, and this esteemed companion beside me is He Guang from the mysterious peak. It is a pleasure to meet you both." The other man, dressed in gray, displayed an expressionless demeanor, casually acknowledging the duo with a bow before folding his hands behind his back, projecting an air of superiority. "I am Xiu Yi from the Yin Corp sect. Greetings to both of you. I am Yin Yunpeng from Baiyun Mountain. Greetings to both of you." Li Chunxing scrutinized Jiang Xing and Yin Yunpeng before asking, "Which esteemed friend contacted us earlier?" Stepping forward, Yin Yunpeng bowed to Li Chunxing and replied, "It was I. My senior brother was injured recently, so I have come in his place. So you are the newcomer." Li Chunxing suddenly lifted his gaze and cast a glance at Jiang Xing. Noticing the early stage innate cultivation of Jiang Xing, which elicited a smile filled with profound meaning. After speaking, Li Chunxing leaned closer to the gray-clad man and whispered, "Guanggu, since all 8 of us have gathered, that young man must possess the jade talisman, which is likely the 9th piece of the long-lost Yin Mu Ziju, missing for nearly 10,000 years. Should we not test him first?" He Guangla nodded and fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Xing. "I have heard from Taoist Yin that the young brother acquired the Yin Mu Ziju through purchase. I wonder if the seller informed you of the circumstances surrounding this extreme Yin?" Though He Guangla spoke courteously, the disdain in his eyes was unmistakable, making Jiang Xing perceive him as exceedingly treacherous. The seller was merely an ordinary merchant, seemingly unaware of the talisman's purpose and thus revealed nothing. What? Guangla exclaimed in surprise, abruptly seizing Jiang Xing's jade talisman to examine it, throwing his head back in a bizarre laugh. Young brother, you are indeed fortunate. This last jade talisman has never been seen before. And who would have thought it would re-emerge in your possession? What? It truly is the last jade talisman. Let me see. Tianxu took the talisman from Guangla's hands, inspecting it with delight as a broad smile spread across his face. Now that we have secured the final jade talisman, we can unlock the extreme ancient song that has remained sealed until now. Ha! Ha! Jiang maniacal laughter was abruptly interrupted when he noticed Guangla glaring at him coldly, prompting him to realize he had spoken too freely, observing Jiang's evident fear of Guangla. Jiang Xing surmised that Jiang was likely a subordinate of Guanglu. To have a mid-stage innate practitioner as a follower suggested that Guangla's strength and status were quite formidable. Now that the 9 jade talismans are assembled, we shall unlock the extreme ancient song. Young brother, place the jade talisman in the central groove of this altar and do not remove it. Do you understand? Chapter 98. The soul of the drought demon. Little brother, please wait here while we activate the remaining 8 altars. As long as 6 or more altars are activated, a portal of light will appear atop them. You simply need to step inside, and we shall reunite within. Guangla's tone was haughty and left no room for dissent, which greatly irked Jiang Xing, however, finding himself in such unfamiliar territory, not knowing how to exit. He could only endure. After all, to escape, he would need the guidance of these seasoned individuals. Having finished speaking, Guangla retrieved a communication talisman from his storage pouch and transmitted messages to the 5 individuals still en route, informing them not to rush over, but to directly activate the nearby altars. After completing his messages, Guangla paid no further attention to Jiang Xing, leading Jiang and Yunping down from the altar towards another location. A quarter of an hour later, the 9 gemstones atop the altar began to light up sequentially. Jiang Xing understood that the remaining 8 individuals must have placed their jade talismans into the altar, thus unlocking the extreme ancient song. Deep within the underground palace, 10,000 meters below the burial site, a gaunt middle-aged man grasped the head of a small zombie. Pressing it against the wall as soul energy surged violently into the small zombie's consciousness. Do you know how much effort I have expended to return to life? Do you know? The withered middle-aged man's furious roar echoed, veins bulging on his face, in a desperate struggle for survival. I have toiled for millennia, my soul having undergone multiple transformations, each metamorphosis inflicted upon me the excruciating agony akin to being torn asunder. Oh, you comprehend the depths of such suffering? The middle-aged man bellowed in defiance. His soul power, glistening like mercury, surged into the little zombie's consciousness like a relentless tide, distorting its anguished visage as its body trembled in torment. You have not exerted the slightest effort. By what right do you possess that which eludes my grasp? To achieve resurrection, you cannot fathom the torment I have endured. A millennium exchanged for a mere skin, each instance of suffering akin to the tortures of Lingqi. Do you understand? How can you so effortlessly claim what I desire? At this juncture, a manic joy illuminated the middle-aged man's countenance, and he continued, perhaps heaven has taken pity on me. You are a divine gift bestowed upon me. Your soul is radiant and pure. If I merely consume your essence and refine it daily, one day, I shall be assimilated by your spirit and evolve into a solar soul. The man wore a wicked grin, his body trembling with excitement as his soul surged violently into the little zombie's consciousness. Your soul is so extraordinary. Though it possesses the strength of a primal essence, it rivals the potency of my own soul after 3 transformations. Truly, a masterpiece of divine creation. Yet, what of it, compared to my vast soul cultivated over millennia? You are but a feeble ant, easily crushed beneath my hand. The middle-aged man's soul extended a pinky finger into the little zombie's consciousness, where it appeared as a towering pillar, reaching the heavens and the earth. Watch closely. Observe as I gradually tear you apart and devour you. Upon his declaration, the enormous finger disintegrated into countless fragments, transforming into an array of vicious fish with sharp teeth, lunging towards the diminutive purple soul of the little zombie, gnawing at it mercilessly. Yet, the little zombie's soul seemed remarkably resilient. These malevolent fish struggled to bite through, gnawing for an eternity to claim but a tiny morsel, savoring the fragments of the soul they managed to consume. The little zombie writhed in agony, its already pallid face growing even more ashen, blood mingling with sweat, seeping from its pores that it yearned to scream. The vicious, fanged fish lunged once more at the diminutive zombie, whose golden soul began to retaliate, darting towards the malevolent creatures. Yet, the golden soul possessed only a single mouth and was diminutive in size, quickly becoming overwhelmed by the ferocious fish as the sharp-toothed fish sank their teeth into the golden essence of the little zombie. It was as if they were gnawing on an impenetrable steel plate, showing no signs of yielding. Meanwhile, the little zombie managed to consume one of the fanged fish whole, and after devouring a dozen or so, it appeared to grow slightly larger. The middle-aged man, taken aback, soon scoffed, remarking, "You have merely plucked a hair from me. Do you think you can best me so easily?" With that, the entirety of his soul plunged into the little zombie sea of consciousness, which seemed on the verge of bursting, as if a colossal elephant were forcing its way into a space no larger than a ball. The sensation of excruciating pressure overwhelmed the little zombie. Yet it ultimately managed to accommodate the middle-aged man's essence. Within the sea of consciousness, the towering figure of the middle-aged man materialized before the little zombie, who at that moment resembled nothing more than a speck of dust in comparison. "Perish!" the middle-aged man bellowed, reaching forth to grasp the golden soul of the little zombie, his fist constricting and twisting with force. However, the golden essence proved as unyielding as iron, refusing to be crushed, instead embedding itself into the flesh of the man's hand. Realizing this approach was futile, the man transformed into a grinding stone, with two slabs pressing the little zombie's golden soul in between. Spinning rapidly, the little zombie, akin to the hardest diamond, found itself trapped within this earthen mill, which whirred and ground away at it. Remarkably, the little zombie remained unscathed, instead etching scratches into the very surface of the grinding stone and pulverizing countless fragments of the man's spirit. The golden essence of the little zombie continuously absorbed these shattered remnants, gradually growing in size. After an extended period of grinding, the middle-aged man found himself unable to shatter the little zombie's soul. Observing its golden essence swell to the size of an egg, he finally recognized the inescapable truth. He could not consume the little zombie's spirit. He ceased the grinding motion, allowing his soul to revert to its human form. Ebbing away from the little zombie's sea of consciousness like a receding tide, the man emerged, seething with rage. The inability to devour such a seemingly feeble little zombie's essence infuriated him. He seized the little zombie's head, his fingers tightening as he began to apply pressure, intent on obliterating its skull. If consumption was unattainable, then destruction would suffice. To him, crushing this little zombie's head was as simple as shattering an egg. With just a bit more force, it would burst open like a watermelon. The golden soul would then be bound by his magical prowess for eternity, becoming his most treasured trophy, just a gentle squeeze. And all of this would come to fruition. However, at that very moment, the little zombie, having absorbed fragments of his soul, began to undergo a gradual transformation. Its skeletal teeth and claws slowly receded, its appearance increasingly resembling that of an ordinary child, an unmistakable sign of resurrection. This was precisely what he had longed for. He halted his attempt to crush the little zombie's head, suddenly eager to witness whether it could attain human form, to validate his belief that zombies could indeed evolve into humans. Once, he questioned himself countless times, wondering whether the thought of resurrecting the dead was as ludicrous as a fairy tale, and whether his millennia of cultivation aimed at revival was merely a delusion. Yet, the small zombie before him instilled a glimmer of hope. If there were indeed zombies capable of cultivating to the point of regaining human form, then this little zombie was undoubtedly the most promising candidate. For reasons unknown, tears streamed down the middle-aged man's face. Killing this zombie was not his desire. He longed for resurrection. The confinement of this golden soul was not his wish either. What he yearned for was a soul that transcended the extremes of yin and yang. A soul reborn. To slay the little zombie would mean he could not revive, but to spare it still left him with the same fate. However, by sparing it, he could witness whether the zombie could indeed resurrect through cultivation. If this little zombie were to regain human form, it would signify that his dream was not a mere fantasy. Thus, the arduous path he had tread for nearly 10 millennia would not be a fanciful delusion, but rather the truth. Regardless of how arduous the journey, he could persist. Observing that the little zombie had become indistinguishable from an ordinary child, he inexplicably loosened his grip on the small zombie's head, allowing it to slide down the wall and collapse onto the ground. For reasons unknown, tears brimmed in his eyes, cascading down his cheeks and dampening his garments. Wiping away his tears, he addressed the green zombie dog at his feet. "Bring me the skin I shed last time. Cover it with that." Time passed, and eventually, the little zombie awakened, startled by the human skin draped over it, letting out a shriek. Turning its head, It beheld the middle-aged man facing away from it. I'm not dead. You didn't kill me. The little zombie gazed at the middle-aged man in confusion. The man sighed and replied, it seems heaven has not granted me the chance to return to life. You are truly fortunate, born with a pure young soul, and in death, you encountered a benefactor. Such good fortune. The middle-aged man turned around, retrieving a notebook from his bosom and handing it to the little zombie. The skin on the ground is what I shed last time. Take it with you as compensation. You are unique, so your path is beyond my understanding. I cannot teach you anything. This is a compilation of my insights regarding zombies, which I gathered in my quest for revival. You may refer to it during your cultivation. You may leave now. The little zombie departed, no longer bounding energetically, but walking as a human would. Chapter 99. The ninth barrier. Meanwhile, upon entering the light portal, Jiang Xing found himself in an endless forest. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, casting shadows that obscured the sun, while fierce beasts roamed, their roars echoing through the air. Yet, ahead stood a colossal circular altar, soaring above all the ancient trees, reaching into the clouds, its sheer magnitude awe-inspiring. This altar, immensely grand, was constructed entirely from massive white stones, rising to a height of 10,000 meters, exuding an overwhelming presence from any distance. Just as Jiang Xing contemplated approaching the towering altar, He Guang, Yin Yunpeng, and Li Chunxing emerged through the light portal, followed by 5 unfamiliar male and female cultivators, appearing one after the other before him. But as soon as Li Chunxing landed, he approached Yin Yunpeng, patting him on the shoulder and pointing toward the distant colossal altar, speaking with great familiarity. That is our destination. Not only is it the place where we shall acquire the water from the yellow springs, but it is also our only means of exit. After finishing, Li Chunxing eagerly continued to share additional details about the altar with Yin Yunpeng. Beside him, Jiang Xing, who was also visiting for the first time, was met with indifference. He received not even a glance as Li Chunxing busied himself with introducing everything to Yin Yunpeng. Clearly, this was a deliberate snub towards Jiang Xing. Perplexed, Jiang Xing recalled how warmly Li Chunxing had treated him before they approached the altar. How could such a brief separation, merely the time it took for half a stick of incense to burn, result in such an icy demeanor? Moreover, it wasn't just Li Chunxing. Even He Guang, Yin Yunpeng, and the subsequent 5 unfamiliar figures all ignored him. A sense of foreboding crept over Jiang Xing, though he remained oblivious to the cause of this sudden shift in behavior. He wished to inquire directly, but the cold expressions of the group rendered him speechless, forcing him to silently follow them forward. An hour later, Jiang Xing accompanied He Guang and the others to the summit of the altar. Upon reaching the pinnacle, the first sight that greeted him was the expansive altar grounds, stretching across 30 miles. At this altitude, the altar rose high above the clouds, with wisps of white clouds drifting nearby, offering a breathtaking view below. The ethereal clouds, gently cascading over the altar, instilled a profound sense of relaxation within him. Jiang Xing extended his hand, standing on tiptoe to touch the clouds hovering just above him. They were cool and refreshing, akin to a gentle breeze. This was the essence of clouds, invigorating and delightful. At that moment, as he reached towards the heavens, Jiang Xing felt an intimate closeness to the sky. Scanning the vast expanse of the altar's summit, Jiang Xing estimated its area to be approximately 10 miles in circumference. Even during the ascent, he had been awed by the sheer enormity of the altar. But now, standing atop it and witnessing the smallest part of the altar's peak, spanning 10 miles, left him utterly astonished. Continuing alongside He Guang, they walked for about 45 minutes, at which point Jiang Xing spotted, 1,000 meters away, a colossal black crystal sphere embedded in the altar's surface. This was the first time he had encountered such a magnificent crystal, with an estimated diameter of 400 to 500 meters. It resembled a small mountain of black crystal. However, the sphere struck Jiang Xing as reminiscent of an eye. Gazing upon it, he felt an unsettling sensation, as though his very soul were being drawn into the depths of that black crystal. At last, they had arrived. Jiang Xing discerned that 9 barriers were arranged in a formation resembling the alignment of 9 stars upon the altar, each barrier spaced 100 meters apart. The moment the 9th barrier appeared, He Guang and the others were filled with elation. Previously, only the first 8 barriers had manifested, while the 9th had always remained buried underground. Yet, with Jiang Xing's Muziju present, the 9th barrier finally revealed itself. As newcomers had arrived, He Guang declared, "Now that we are all here, allow me to introduce everyone to one another." He gestured towards Jiang Xing, stating, "This is Taoist, the bearer of the 9th Muziju." He then pointed to Yin Yunpeng, saying, "This is Taoist Yin, the disciple of Mo Yanfei. Due to Mo Yanfei's injuries, His disciple has come in his stead. Jiang Xing and Yunpeng exchange polite greetings with the group. This is the successor of the Black Water Palace. The enchanting Shui by Xianzi announced a stunning woman, graceful in palace attire, who smiled and nodded at Jiang Xing and Yunpeng. These two individuals are the brothers Yuning and Yi Feng from the Yi family. They share a profound connection, excelling in their synchronized combat, having bested numerous cultivators whose prowess surpassed their own. The two young men, who bore a striking resemblance to each other, nodded with a smile towards Jiang Xing and Yunpeng. This gentleman is Du Hui from the Black Demon Sect. An elderly man, appearing as gaunt as a skeletal frame, offered a respectful bow to Jiang Xing and Yunpeng. Now that we are all acquainted, let us exert our utmost efforts to dismantle these 9 barriers. The treasures within shall be apportioned according to our contributions. Upon concluding his words, He Guang led the way to the first barrier at the altar. He settled cross-legged and directed a surge of mana towards the barrier. The others followed suit, taking their places before the first barrier in succession, each unleashing their mana against it. At this juncture, Jiang Xing observed that among the 9 barriers, the first one emitted the faintest aura, while the others radiated increasingly powerful energies, particularly the 9th, which emanated a palpable spiritual force. The 9 individuals silently channeled their mana, each absorbed in their own thoughts. Guang, lost in contemplation, resolved that if the 9th barrier concealed something exceedingly precious, their camaraderie, forged by mutual interests, would reach its end. Meanwhile, Jiang Xing was engulfed in anxiety, acutely aware that he was the sole outsider here, and once all barriers were breached, it was highly likely that these individuals would seek to eliminate him. As he pondered an escape strategy, he infused his true energy, deliberately withholding his full power to maintain his strength. As the collective mana surged towards the barrier, the first one began to tremble violently, its aura flickering perilously. The sense of urgency gripped the hearts of the 9, their anticipation for the treasures within the 9th barrier intensifying, compelling them to amplify their efforts. At that moment, the first barrier shattered, revealing several treasure chests carelessly discarded on the ground. These chests sparkled with a luminous sheen, suggesting that even the chests themselves were worth a considerable sum of spirit stones, indicating that the treasures they once contained were undoubtedly extraordinary. However, the contents of these chests had been claimed by the 8 of them decades ago, an event that had once yielded them a modest fortune. Their intention this time was not to retrieve these empty chests, but to acquire the yellow spring water located within a stone pit inside the barrier. The yellow spring water, once fully extracted, required a 5-year interval to replenish in the pit. Its value was exorbitant. Just 2 small vials could fetch 4,000 to 5,000 spirit stones. This was precisely why the 8 of them returned to this location every 5 years to collect the yellow spring water. With the first barrier now breached, the group eagerly rose and stepped into the barrier. Jiang Xing trailed behind the crowd, and upon entering, he was met with the sight of empty chests scattered across the ground. With only a small pit of water remaining, this small pit was slowly seeping a trickle of yellow liquid, having accumulated a significant amount of the yellow spring water, although the quantity was modest, sufficient to fill 2 or 3 pill vials. This little bit of yellow spring water held a value of 5,000 to 6,000 spirit stones. Friendine, as this is your first visit to the extreme void, and considering your contribution has been the least, the first batch of yellow spring water shall belong to you. Although the initial spring of the yellow springs is lesser in quantity and inferior in quality compared to the subsequent ones within the barrier, it still holds a value of 4,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xing could not help but feel a sense of bewilderment. It was evident that the one exerting the least effort was none other than himself, a mere early-stage innate practitioner. In contrast, with Yunpeng's cultivation at the mid-stage of innate, he should naturally possess a greater capacity for effort. The fact that He Guang bypassed Jiang Xing entirely and directed Yunpeng to procure the yellow spring water clearly indicated an unwillingness to allocate any share to Jiang Xing. However, the lack of distribution mattered little to Jiang Xing. His greatest fear was that once these individuals acquired what they desired, they would resort to silencing him. This thought weighed heavily on his mind. And while he stood there obediently, his gaze darted about as he sought a means of escape. Jiang Xing felt a growing sense of suffocation. The conspicuous behavior of these individuals suggested that Yunpeng was well aware of He Guang's intentions in having him first collect the yellow spring water. At this moment, Jiang Xing became increasingly certain that these individuals were plotting against him, which only heightened his anxiety. Just as he was scanning the surroundings, a jade talisman identical to his own suddenly emerged from a recess beside the first barrier, causing his eyes to brighten with hope. Soon, the talisman ascended, radiating light that coalesced into a luminous portal in the air, unmistakably a teleportation gateway. Jiang Xing was elated. He understood that this portal was the exit to the extreme void heaven. Without hesitation, he leapt towards the portal, only to be repelled by a burst of white light with a clang. At that moment, Li Chunxing approached, snatching the jade talisman from the recess, causing the portal to dissipate immediately. "This is mine. Only I can exit this cave heaven through this portal. Your talisman is within the 9th barrier." Li Chunxing grinned wickedly. "Wasn't the talisman on that small altar outside? How could it be here?" Jiang Xing inquired with curiosity. "I am uncertain. However, once the barrier is breached, the talisman automatically appears in the corresponding recess of its barrier." Li Chunxing replied with a peculiar smile, fully aware that Jiang Xing had discerned their intentions to escape. Yet, even if this young man had realized their motives, so what? If it were not for their fear of the talisman's failure within the 9th barrier, resulting in unforeseen consequences, they would have long since eliminated him. After all, the talisman had absorbed his essence and recognized him as its master. Should this young man perish, the talisman would lose its connection to Jiang Xing, potentially leading to unpredictable outcomes. At that moment, the 9 individuals began their efforts to breach the 2nd barrier, and within the span of an hour, it was shattered. 3 days later, the 9 were fervently assaulting the 9th barrier, which trembled under their relentless onslaught. Following a day and night of continuous attacks, the barrier became increasingly tenuous, its surface spirit light violently quaking, until it finally erupted with a resounding crack. A blinding surge of spiritual light emanated from within the protective dome as the group peered into the barrier. There, upon the stone platform, a flying sword radiated an intense and dazzling light. Such resplendent spiritual luminescence indicated that it was at least a spirit-level flying sword. Aside from this spirit sword, there lay a chilling, ordinary mid-grade dagger, a gleaming, ordinary upper-grade small shield, and 2 vials of elixirs, one red and one green, alongside a jade slip. However, the spiritual light emitted by these items paled in comparison to that of the spirit sword, akin to fireflies competing for brilliance against the vast moon. The moment the spirit-connecting flying sword manifested, nearly every gaze was fixated on the boundary within. Yet, Jiang Xing's attention was solely directed towards the 8 individuals. A low-grade spirit-connecting magical artifact, "Do," from the Black Demon sect, exclaimed in delight, his tone laced with insatiable greed. In that instant, he resolved to seize the sword at all costs. Once he possessed this blade, he could abandon the companions present and soar away to freedom. However, he was not the only one harboring such thoughts. It is worth noting that even a low-grade spirit-connecting artifact of inferior quality is valued at over 10,000 spirit stones. A high-quality one could be worth hundreds of thousands, far beyond the means of an ordinary person, typically owned only by affluent foundation establishment cultivators who might possess 1 or 2. For them, the innate cultivators, selling a spirit-connecting artifact could fetch anywhere from 10 to hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Yet, based on the spiritual pressure emitted by this artifact, it was clear that it was not a low-quality one. With an estimated value of at least over 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, with such a sum, they would have ample resources to swiftly advance to the foundation establishment stage, a scenario that had previously existed only in their dreams now unfolding in reality. Almost simultaneously, everyone surged forward. In this race against time, no one noticed Jiang Xing quietly approaching the recess, retrieving his jade talisman, and retreating from the altar, disappearing from sight. Yi Ning and Yi Feng, the 2 brothers, exchanged a glance and nodded in understanding. They needed no words to comprehend each other's intentions. Their bond was such that a mere glance or gesture sufficed to convey their thoughts. Yi Ning was the first to act. In a flash, he transformed into a white, ethereal shadow, darting forward with a whoosh towards the spirit-connecting flying sword. At that moment, Yi Feng also made his move, thrusting both palms forward to strike the soles of Yi Ning's feet, propelling him towards the sword with astonishing speed. The 2 brothers unleashed their full strength without holding back, for to do so at this juncture would be tantamount to courting death. After all, every individual present had converged to contend for the spirit-connecting flying sword, and anyone who approached it would inevitably face the wrath of all assembled. Thus, they dared not exhibit even a hint of hesitation. United, they hoped that Yi Ning's speed would surpass that of everyone else, even fast enough to evade any retaliatory strikes directed at him. Indeed, should he falter, the only fate awaiting him would be a swift demise. This leap was truly a culmination of the brothers' combined power. In the blink of an eye, Yi Ning surpassed all others vying for the spirit-connecting flying sword. At that moment, the onlookers erupted in fury, with Yin Yuping being the first to strike, swinging his sword to unleash an invisible wave of sword chi, akin to a waning crescent moon, hurtling towards Yuning's back. Yet, Yuning's speed was nothing short of phenomenal. The crescent moon could not catch up to him. However, what alarmed Yifeng, standing nearby, was that following Yin Yuping's strike, others also launched assaults aimed at Yuning's back. Among them, Du, with a long howl, transformed into a heavy white shadow, delivering a thunderous punch towards Yuning's back, waves of dark energy surging forth. Yet, even this dark energy could not match Yuning's astonishing speed. At this moment, Li Chunxing, the water fairy, and Gao Li unleashed their attacks, and a multitude of sword lights and an array of spells filled the sky, obscuring half the heavens as they all targeted Yining. However, due to their scattered positions, each spell and sword ray surged towards Yuning from different directions. At this juncture, no matter how swift Yuning was, evading the onslaught of spells and sword lights from various angles was impossible. Observing the imminent peril Yining faced from the overwhelming barrage, Yifeng grew anxious and cried out, "Be careful." Meanwhile, Yining, moving with unparalleled speed, appeared as a streak of luminous light racing forward. Yifeng immediately recognized this as the blood-burning technique, capable of drastically enhancing one's power in an instant. In the next moment, Yuning's speed surged even further. Initially, in his rapid motion, Yuning's figure was merely a white phantom. But now he moved so swiftly that his shadow seemed to vanish, as if he had entirely ceased to exist. With this heightened velocity, Yuning dashed out of the range of all attacks in an instant, the barrage crashing down behind him, narrowly missing him by a hair's breadth. Seeing this, Yifeng let out a sigh of relief. However, just as Yuning's hand was a mere breath away from grasping the sentient flying sword, Yiguang produced a mirror emanating a terrifying aura. The mirror blazed with a crimson light, and a dreadful red beam instantaneously shattered Yuning's head. He was sent flying, his headless corpse rolling to the ground. Yet, this strike stunned everyone present, causing those who had rushed towards the sentient artifact to halt, unwilling to become the next victims of a brutal assault. Yuning, Yifeng, witnessing Yuning's demise, let out a heart-wrenching roar as he lunged towards Yuning's body. Cradling it in his arms, "I shall fight you to the death." Yifeng, filled with fury, released Yuning's corpse and unleashed a brilliant sword ray imbued with murderous intent towards Yiguang. This strike, fueled by vengeance, possessed a terrifying might. The chilling sword light fractured the ground as it passed, and the water fairy, closest to Yiguang, found her face marred by an unexpected gash. Sword intent. Within Yifeng's strike lay a hint of sword intent. "You seek death." Yiguang's eyes flared with cold light as he directed the mirror at the incoming sword ray, unleashing a dreadful red light that shot forth towards the blade. That red light, akin to the light of death, obliterated the fierce sword ray in an instant. "I will have my revenge." Yifeng, witnessing his all-out attack neutralized by Yiguang, cried out in a mix of sorrow and rage. With a flick of his wrist, he sent forth another 2 ferocious sword rays aimed at Yiguang. This time, the speed of the sword rays was astonishing, sending chills down the spines of those nearby, including Yin Yunpeng and his companions. Were they in his position, none could hope to evade. Yiguang swayed twice, moving so rapidly that his afterimages lingered, narrowly avoiding the 2 sword rays. "Firebird technique," Yiguang bellowed, thrusting his hands forward as a firebird radiating an intense and dreadful heat soared towards Yifeng. The firebird circled Yifeng like a living creature, occasionally darting towards him with the speed of lightning. Yifeng, simultaneously guarding against the firebird's ambush and dodging the water arrows relentlessly shot by Yiguang, found himself in a state of utter disarray. Firebird technique? Is this not a top-tier green-grade spell? The water fairy was taken aback. Her most formidable spell was merely of the inferior green tier, and the others were in a similar predicament, possessing spells of no greater caliber. To her astonishment, Yiguang unexpectedly wielded a superior green tier spell, which explained his significant advantage in strength over them. This was alarming. Before the others could realize, Du Hui had already grasped the spirit-summoning flying sword, its tip ominously directed at the crowd. "You may divide the other treasures, but this sword is mine," he declared, retreating slowly towards a luminous portal, infusing the inferior spirit-summoning sword with his true energy. Guarding against the others, however, the group was not about to let him escape so easily. Li Chunxing, standing closest to the portal, blocked his path. Seeing Li Chunxing obstructing his way, Du Hui's fury erupted. "You are courting death," he bellowed. With that, he channeled his true energy into the sword and swung it toward Li Chunxing. Truly, it was a spirit-summoning artifact. As Du Hui's energy coursed through the sword, a chilling white mist began to emanate from its blade. The bone-chilling cold causing the ground to freeze that a pervasive wave of frigid air radiated outward, and an overwhelming sword pressure firmly locked onto Li Chunxing. Though Du Hui appeared calm, he was acutely aware in that moment that he could not unleash the sword's full potential. He could only muster a mere fraction of its power. As he struck, Li Chunxing felt the tempestuous winds and the thunderous roars surrounding him, the relentless cold air making it nearly impossible to keep his eyes open. Wherever the sword's aura passed, the earth cracked under its might. The sheer force sent a chill through the hearts of all present. Envy, admiration, and madness gripped them. Li Chunxing's countenance shifted dramatically. He scrambled away, fleeing from the spot, unwilling to confront Du Hui any longer. Chapter 100. Chaos. Upon witnessing Du Hui attempting to escape through the portal, He Guang was momentarily stunned. Then, abandoning Yi Feng, he charged towards Du Hui with unrestrained speed. Moving like a bolt of lightning. Yi Feng, however, did not pursue He Guang to attack. Having just narrowly escaped from He Guang's assault, he felt fatigued and preferred to wait for an opportunity to strike when He Guang and Du Hui were engaged in battle. Du Hui, seeing He Guang rushing towards him, remained unperturbed. Although his cultivation was slightly inferior to He Guang's, the spirit-summoning artifact in his possession instilled him with confidence. He channeled his true energy into the flying sword, which immediately radiated an intense chill, forming countless ice crystals in the air. He then swung the sword down towards He Guang, unleashing a piercing sword aura accompanied by a flurry of ice blades. He Guang, alarmed by the vast coverage of the ice blades, acted swiftly. He tapped his storage pouch, summoning a shimmering small shield before him, then cast a spell upon it, transforming it into a Wenzhong-wide light shield. Yet, the resplendent sword aura exerted immense pressure upon him, and he realized that this light shield could not withstand the brilliance of the sword's attack. Thus, he swiftly dodged to evade the dazzling sword aura. Although he escaped the sword's direct strike, he could not evade the onslaught of ice blades, which rained down upon the small shield, pummeling it with numerous impacts. Receive my strike. Having successfully neutralized the onslaught, He Guang let out a mighty roar. With a flick of his right hand, he conjured a wisp of black flame, suddenly springing into action like the wind, creating a myriad of afterimages that swirled around Du Hui. The black flame in his grasp elongated into a serpentine form, twisting and turning around Du Hui, intermittently lunging fiercely at him. Du Hui, a formidable adversary in his own right, merely furrowed his brow in response to He Guang's relentless assault. With a low growl, he brandished his ethereal longsword, which ignited with a blinding radiance. As he rotated his body, he unleashed a circular wave of sword light centered around himself, accompanied by a flurry of ice shards resultant from the sword's chilling aura. As the sword light, laden with countless icy blades, hurtled towards him, He Guang swiftly waved his hand, sending forth a plume of black flame to intercept it. Upon collision, a resounding thud echoed through the air, and in an instant, the black flame was extinguished, while the sword light and ice shards continued their relentless advance. He Guang was taken aback by the formidable power of the ethereal sword. His expression shifted as he raised his shield in defense. The loud clang resonated as the sword struck the shield, unleashing a surge of spiritual light. Remarkably, the small shield withstood the blow, yet He Guang was not unscathed. The moment the sword light made contact, a tremendous force surged forth, forcing him to stagger back several paces before regaining his footing, blood surging forth from his mouth. I have endured you for far too long. Du Hui seethed. You have always taken the lion's share whenever we divide our spoils. Have you ever considered our feelings? My cultivation has always been slightly inferior to yours, and now look at you. You have already transcended to the pinnacle of qi refinement, while I remain in the latter stages. Upon witnessing the devastating power of his sword, which had wounded He Guang with a single strike, Du Hui felt a surge of pride that he had previously regarded He Guang with great reverence, but now he perceived him as nothing more than an ordinary adversary. Memories of past grievances flooded his mind, and he could not help but unleash years of pent-up resentment. At last, the heavens have granted me this opportunity. I shall no longer endure your insolence. Die. With a powerful push from his legs, Du Hui vanished from his original position in a flash, reappearing before He Guang, delivering a sword strike imbued with an overwhelming aura that sliced through the air, contrary to expectations of a sanguine spectacle. He Guang's figure dissipated like mist in the air. Be careful, Yi Feng shouted at Du Hui, sprinting toward him with lightning speed. Not good. Du Hui realized the peril too late and attempted to evade. But it was a moment too slow. A long sword pierced through his chest. He Guang had mysteriously appeared behind him. In retaliation, Du Hui swung his sword backward, yet He Guang evaded effortlessly, moving like a wisp of smoke. Clutching his wound with one hand and raising his ethereal sword with the other, Du Hui glared at He Guang. A mix of rage and self-reproach brewing within him. He had been so consumed by arrogance that he failed to notice when He Guang had left an illusion in front of him while his true self had circled behind to deliver a fatal blow. In truth, Du Hui was fortunate. Were it not for He Guang's caution regarding the approaching Yifeng, he would have likely met his demise before he could even react, now gravely wounded and aware that death was imminent. Blood gushed from his injury, sapping his strength as others rushed to his side upon witnessing his grievous state. Du Hui managed a faint smile, suddenly resolute in thought. Gritting his teeth, he hurled the ethereal sword high into the air towards Gao Li. Gao Li, a figure of considerable understanding, shares a level of cultivation not far removed from his own. He harbors deep dissatisfaction towards He Guang, driven by immense ambition. Should he obtain this spiritual sword? Exercising caution and avoiding the pitfalls of arrogance that ensnared him, he would be capable of confronting He Guang. Furthermore, the grievous wounds he has sustained today are undoubtedly fatal, propelling him to witness how Gao Li would orchestrate the demise of He Guang before his own life ebbs away. This is the very reason he resolved to cast the sword to Gao Li. Given He Guang's temperament, it is certain he would vie with Gao Li for the weapon. In that eventuality, should Gao Li succeed in slaying He Guang, it would serve as a measure of revenge on his behalf. Although he briefly considered bestowing the sword upon Yifeng, he recognized that Yifeng's prowess would render him incapable of safeguarding it. Upon receiving the sword from Du Hui, Gao Li was instantly filled with elation. Despite pondering the intentions behind Du Hui's actions, he seized the spiritual sword without hesitation and promptly fled into the distance. However, just as he turned to escape, he was suddenly startled. Without a moment's thought, a small shield materialized in his hand. With an unexpected twist, he deftly evaded the oncoming assault, and in an instant, numerous afterimages erupted forth, causing his true form to vanish amidst the spectral illusions. Above the very spot where he had once stood, a multitude of glimmering blue bone spikes descended from the air. The assailant was none other than the water by fairy from the Blackwater Palace, who had been closest to Gao Li moments prior. While Du Hui appeared preoccupied with He Guang, Li Chunsheng, and Yin Yunpeng, seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. "You wretched harlot, I have rescued you time and again, only to discover you are blind to my intentions," Gao Li exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury coursing through him. Had he not been ambushed, he would have likely distanced himself from the others by now, perhaps even making his escape. This unexpected assault had momentarily hindered him, resulting in him being encircled in no time. "Hand over the spiritual sword, and you may leave with your life," cried He Guang. Li Chunsheng, Yin Yunpeng, and the others in unison. "Ha! Not a chance," Gao Li retorted with a cold smirk, abruptly raising both hands and splaying his fingers. A noxious mist, tinged with purple, was unleashed upon the encroaching adversaries. "Retreat! It's spirit-devouring liquid," the six shouted in alarm, hastily retreating. Yet, Li Chunsheng and Yin Yunpeng were a fraction too slow, becoming doused in the vile substance. They cried out in agony as they collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Yin Yunpeng, having been splattered with a quantity equivalent to a cup of water, found his protective spiritual armor corroded instantaneously, a gaping hole the size of a bowl forming in his chest to reveal his stark white bones and the innards within. The cavity continued to expand, gradually eroding his vital organs, and after a brief struggle, he succumbed, motionless. Li Chunsheng, reacting more swiftly and managing to fend off a portion of the spirit-devouring liquid with his hands, only had his palms contaminated. Once he endured the excruciating pain and rose to his feet, he expelled a burst of spiritual energy, severing his already eroded arm to halt the corrosive spread. Gao Li observed this with a sense of hidden delight. With Li Chunsheng now one-armed and Yin Yunpeng deceased, the remaining threats were confined to the water by fairy, He Guang, and Yifeng. If he could eliminate the water by fairy, he would be free to confront He Guang or potentially ally with Yifeng to vanquish him at that moment, amidst the chaos of the others attempting to counteract the spirit-devouring liquid. Gao Li seized the opportunity. A dark gleam flickered in one hand as a small wisp of black mist silently emerged within his palm, which he discreetly cast upon the ground behind him. Having completed this maneuver, he brandished his sword and struck at the water by fairy. A terrifying sword aura, reminiscent of countless icy blades, descended upon her. The water blue fairy was struck with horror. Her somewhat delicate visage was marred by a look of pitiable despair as she cried out to Gao Li for mercy. Please, fellow Taoist Gao, show some compassion. Yet Gao Li showed no intention of relenting. Panic seized the water blue fairy. She had hastily employed her low-grade magical artifact, the water cloud silk, to fend off the devouring spirit liquid, and had not yet readied herself for battle when Gao Li unleashed a full-force strike with his sword. Terror gripped her heart, and in a frenzied attempt to defend herself, she hurled 3 magical artifacts toward the incoming sword light. However, she remained oblivious to the dark aura Gao Li had previously cast upon the ground, which had stealthily maneuvered behind her and struck her at the waist. Suddenly, the water blue fairy froze, her snow-white skin appearing as though it were being stained by ink, a wave of darkness spreading from her waist throughout her body. In an instant, she stood rigid like a black statue, and with a faint crack, she shattered completely. "Yin Demon Chi, you have cultivated the Yin Demon art," He Guang exclaimed in astonishment, followed by a sinister chuckle as tendrils of demonic energy began to emerge from his own body, swirling around him. "You are not the only one with mastery over demonic arts. Allow me to demonstrate my heavenly demon technique." With that, He Guang flicked his wrist, sending forth purple flames toward Gao Li. The sudden emergence of the purple flames caused a chill to run down Gao Li's spine. Although unfamiliar with the nature of these flames, he instinctively recognized their perilousness the moment he laid eyes upon them. An overwhelming wave of heat radiated from the flames, even from a distance of 10 meters, causing his skin to ache painfully, indicating that this was no ordinary fire. Du raised his hand, unleashing a surge of dark energy toward the purple flames. The two forces collided mid-air, resulting in a sudden explosion that obliterated both. "Impressive. It seems you are indeed worthy of my earnest efforts," He Guang remarked with a sneer, noting that the potency of the dark energy was on par with his demonic fire. His figure began to rise inch by inch, his body transforming grotesquely, muscles bulging as he resembled a humanoid tyrannosaurus. "Prepare to meet your end," He Guang bellowed, then crouched low before propelling himself at Gao Li with tremendous force. Gao Li was momentarily taken aback by He Guang's monstrous transformation. Yet, as He Guang lunged toward him, he quickly regained his composure, raising both hands in unison to conjure a massive black serpent that surged forth to intercept He Guang. The black serpent pursued relentlessly, but He Guang's speed and evasive maneuvers were bewildering. The serpent found itself unable to catch up. Gao Li's heart began to fill with apprehension as he launched wave after wave of sword light, only for them to be deftly avoided by He Guang. Each strike he made drained his vital energy at an alarming rate. In what felt like mere moments, a quarter of an hour slipped by. Yet the Yin Demon Chi and sword light he commanded could not touch He Guang. As fatigue began to wash over him, Gao Li's expression darkened. He realized that if he could not land a blow on He Guang, his defeat was all but certain. "Brother Yi, let us join forces to slay He Guang and avenge your brother." In a moment of desperation, Gao Li sought to entice Yifeng into an alliance against He Guang. If He Guang were to fall, the situation would be entirely under his control. After eliminating He Guang, he could turn his attention to Yifeng, and the treasure would then belong solely to him. "And after killing him, do you intend to turn on me?" Yifeng let out a cold chuckle, resolute in his decision not to intervene. To him, reaping the benefits of others' toil was his ultimate goal. In Chapter 101, The Yellow Sparrow awaits. Gao Li, witnessing Yifeng's continued detachment from the fray, felt a surge of urgency and anger within him. He had not anticipated that Yifeng would take such a substantial risk merely for the sake of profit, especially now that his own defeat was becoming evident. He Guang, observing the scene, sneered with malicious glee, intensifying his assault, leaving Gao Li in a state of utter disarray as he struggled to defend himself. Yifeng, watching the fierce confrontation between the two, allowed a smirk to creep across his lips as he subtly reached into his storage pouch, producing a sphere the size of an egg. This was the Yin Fire Thunder, its explosive power equivalent to a full-force strike from a practitioner at the mid-stage of Qi refinement, sufficient to vanquish both adversaries as the two engaged in their fierce battle. Their attention fixated on one another. Yifeng aimed to seize the moment when they were engrossed in close combat to launch his attack and eliminate them both in one fell swoop. In the midst of the fight, He Guang laughed maniacally, his attacks on Gao Li growing increasingly ferocious. Having unleashed the celestial magic of Tiandu, his muscles bulged ominously, his skin as resilient as steel. Despite being struck multiple times by Gao Li's spells and icy blades, he remained unscathed. Were it not for the fear of the spirit-conjured flying sword, he would have easily dispatched Gao Li by now. It was that very sword that forced him to wield a small shield, deflecting unavoidable sword glimmers and dark energy, while rapidly closing the distance to Gao Li. Meanwhile, Gao Li silently lamented his predicament. If not for He Guang's profound apprehension of his spirit-conjured flying sword, he would have been bested long ago. To create distance from He Guang, he could only leap backwards continuously, unleashing wave after wave of sword glimmers to fend off his assailant. However, each strike drained his vital energy alarmingly, a consequence of wielding the spirit-conjured flying sword. Thus, their conflict oscillated between aggression and retreat, a precarious dance. This situation left Yi Feng anxiously seeking the opportune moment to strike. His patience wearing thin. Suddenly, He Guang let out a chilling laugh, his body engulfed in black flames as he leaped high, delivering a powerful punch towards Gao Li. The speed of that punch was staggering, reaching Gao Li in the blink of an eye, leaving him no time to retaliate with his sword glimmer. The punch connected with a resounding thud. Gao Li raised his spirit-conjured flying sword high, attempting to block the fiery fist descending from above. The impact was tremendous, shattering the sword glimmers along the blade, causing the sword's body to bend inward under the immense force that a wave of overwhelming power coursed through the sword, spreading through Gao Li's arm and resonating throughout his body, causing his bones to creak alarmingly. The spirit-conjured flying sword slipped from his grasp, and he was sent hurtling away like a rag doll. Die! Yi Guang pursued with lightning speed, his flaming fist aimed to crush Gao Li. At that moment, Yi Feng's lips curled into a faint smile, and with a flick of his wrist, he silently hurled the Yin Ao fire thunder towards the two combatants. However, just as Yi Feng was seething with rage, as a splendid opportunity had been utterly ruined by He Guang's lackey, Li Chunxing, cursed be him, with a fierce concentration. Yi Feng summoned a multitude of wind blades that surged toward Li Chunxing like a tempest. After the onslaught of wind blades, the ground lay barren, devoid of any trace of blood or remnants of a body, leaving Yi Feng in a state of shock. Yet, in the next moment, his body convulsed violently as a hand engulfed in black flames pierced through his back and emerged from his chest. Clutching a heart, as Yi Feng fell to the ground, he cast a backward glance and beheld He Guang, who was holding Li Chunxing, appearing behind him. Not far off, Gao Li lay on the ground, struggling to rise, but his bones were shattered, and just as he managed to prop himself up, he collapsed once more. Witnessing He Guang approach with Li Chunxing in tow, he ceased his struggles and, in despair, closed his eyes. In the next instant, a plume of black flames descended upon Gao Li, reducing him to ashes in the blink of an eye. As He Guang finished speaking, he retracted the Tiandu demon technique. The black flames subsided, and his once towering figure shrank back to its normal size. He then retrieved the spiritual flying sword from the ground and placed it into his storage pouch before proceeding with Li Chunxing towards the stone platform within the ninth light barrier. Upon reaching the stone platform, He Guang examined the items upon it, first casually picking up a dagger, glancing at it, and then setting it aside. He then inspected a jade slip, pursing his lips in dissatisfaction. And when he observed the red elixir, a jubilant smile blossomed on his face. However, just as the smile graced his features, his expression twisted in agony as a long sword pierced through his chest from behind, its tip protruding from his front. Without turning fully around, He Guang gathered a sphere of black flames in his hand and hurled it backward. A familiar, pig-like shriek pierced the air, and upon turning, He Guang beheld Li Chunxing, ensnared in black flames and thrashing desperately. Astonishingly, Li Chunxing's previously severed arms were now perfectly intact. Struggling amidst the flames, he retrieved a small black orb from his storage pouch and hung it at his waist. Causing the black flames to be drawn into the orb, free from the scorching flames, he brushed away the remnants of his burnt clothing and regarded He Guang with a cold sneer. He Guang appeared incredulous as he drew the long sword from his body, only to discover the wound gradually turning blue, a wave of azure light spreading across him, fracturing his meridians inch by inch. In a mix of fear and astonishment, he shouted at Li Chunxing, "I have treated you well. Why do you wish to kill me?" Just as he spoke, he coughed up a mouthful of blood tinged with blue, causing his form to wither. Upon seeing the blue blood on the ground, He Guang suddenly recalled a technique specifically designed to counter the Tiandu demon technique, the blue glass water spirit art. Was this prepared specifically for me? Li Chunxing laughed maniacally, tears streaming down his face, then suddenly turned to He Guang with a fierce glare, saying, "Treated me well? While I was away, you violated my sister. Does that constitute kindness? After finally finding a beloved dual cultivation partner, you coerced her into becoming your cultivation furnace. This is your idea of kindness. Ha, ha, ha. Oh heavens, This is your notion of kindness. As he spoke, he casually picked up a long sword from the ground and began to advance toward He Guang step by step. Do you know how much I yearn to kill you? I dream of it. Yet, my feeble strength prevents me from doing so. In my relentless pursuit to eradicate you, I have scoured the world for artifacts and incantations capable of countering your formidable techniques. At last, I have acquired the blue glass water spirit technique, which restrains the heavenly capital demon art, and the black boiling pearl, which counters your black flame. Ha ha ha. In my fervent desire to bring about your demise, I have gone to great lengths to ingratiate myself with you and earn your trust. Today, fate has finally bestowed upon me this opportunity, which I cannot let slip away. Beholding He Guang, who has succumbed to weakness and despair, collapsing to the ground with a fading aura, he appears as if his very life force is extinguishing. Li Chunxing is filled with elation. Let death take you. With sword raised, Li Chunxing aims for He Guang's head, only to notice a sinister smile curling at the corner of He Guang's lips, instantly enveloping him in a foreboding sense of dread. In a swift motion, He Guang forms his hands into palms and strikes Li Chunxing's chest with tremendous force, unleashing a dark energy that erupts from Li Chunxing's chest, tearing 2 gaping holes in his back, while fragments of his lungs and heart are violently expelled. Li Chunxing is sent flying, leaving behind a pool of blood. Teetering on the brink of death. In this moment of imminent demise, Li Chunxing glares at He Guang with malice, his face etched with disbelief. After uttering his words, He Guang produces a creature resemble upon witnessing the fallen corpses strewn across the ground. Some with gaping wounds in their bellies, others with slit throats, and yet more pierced through by a single sword thrust. Jiang Xing could not help but feel an overwhelming surge of anger. Fortunately, they were but zombies. As long as their heads remained intact, their condition was not dire. Turning his gaze to the 5 unmelting bone zombies, though they were in better shape, they too bore numerous wounds and appeared quite pitiful. Enraged, Jiang Xing formed a hand seal and intoned, "Heaven's wrath and earth's disdain." 5 zombies transform. The corpse energy emanating from the 5 fallen beings surge violently, their bodies twisting and contorting, while countless blood-red tendrils resembling bean sprouts sprouted from their skin. Opening the corpse rearing bag, a wave of necrotic energy surged into the formation of the 5 zombies, causing them to swell and grow, their forms morphing into a writhing mass of flesh. Moments later, a towering figure, 4 meters high with tendrils as thick as arms, emerged before Jiang Xing. This creature exuded an aura of formidable power, far surpassing that of the lesser zombies in the mid-stage of unmelting bone. Jiang Xing surmised that this being had reached the late stage of unmelting bone. Go forth and slay him, Jiang Xing commanded, and the colossal zombie roared forth, charging at He Guang. The giant leapt high into the air, its claws descending upon He Guang with ferocious intent and unstoppable force. Recognizing the ferocity of the assault, He Guang dared not confront it head-on. Instead, he retreated while swiftly drawing his sword in a blur of motion, slashing at the oncoming giant. The sound of metal clashing echoed painfully as the giant's claws met the enchanted flying sword in a fierce struggle, while its 6 tendrils, resembling serpents, lunged toward He Guang. Yet, He Guang, with his exceptional agility, danced like a phantom, evading the tendril strikes while circling the giant, relentlessly attacking with the flying sword. The giant's tendrils flailed in futile attempts to ensnare He Guang, ultimately resorting to blocking the sword's strikes with their own. Jiang Xing observed the deep, bone-revealing gashes left on the giant's arms and tendrils, estimating that a few more strikes would sever one of its limbs. However, witnessing this scene, Jiang Xing's heart sank. The giant's body, impervious to even mundane artifacts, was suffering grave wounds under the onslaught of the flying sword. At this rate, not only would the corpse energy be depleted, but the giant itself would surely fall. Glancing at the 5 unmelting bones, he clenched his teeth and declared, "5 zombies transform." He Guang, seeing Jiang Xing casting another spell, rushed forward, determined to thwart Jiang Xing's incantation. Having already faced one troublesome giant, he could not allow another to manifest. "Stop him," Jiang Xing commanded, directing the giant to pounce upon He Guang, while the 5 tendrils lashed out desperately at him. With He Guang momentarily occupied, Jiang Xing conjured multiple illusions, flicking his wrist to send 5 beams of ghostly light cascading onto the 5 initial stage unmelting bone zombies. The 5 zombies rapidly transformed, and soon a towering white giant, 5 meters in height, took shape. However, this new giant, formed from the 5 unmelting bones, differed significantly from the previous amalgamation of fallen corpses. It was silvery white, adorned with resilient scales, and boasted a multitude of tendrils. The colossal corpse, a grotesque amalgamation of fallen bodies, bore the same hue as an ordinary zombie, devoid of scales and armor, its tentacles limited to a mere 6. "Slay him," commanded Jiang Xing, and the white giant corpse roared as it lunged towards He Guang with the swiftness of lightning and an imposing aura. He Guang's expression shifted dramatically, abandoning the massive corpse. He turned to flee, but the moment he took a step, a vine as thick as an arm ensnared his leg. He swiftly pivoted, severing the vine with his sword, but as he attempted to escape, the white giant corpse had already pounced before him, its tentacle swinging heavily towards He Guang. He Guang perceived the tentacle as an iron pillar, crashing towards him with unstoppable force, leaving him no avenue of evasion. Hastily, he positioned his spirit sword in front of him, bracing for the titanic blow that felt as if a mountain were descending upon him. With a resounding thud, the tentacle crashed against the spirit sword, a tremendous force surging forth, propelling He Guang back violently to the altar, where he landed heavily, tasting blood in his mouth as he coughed it out. Trembling, He Guang rose to his feet, channeling all his vital energy into the spirit sword, which immediately radiated a blinding black light akin to the sun. That he raised the spirit sword high, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. He understood the magnitude of this strike, swinging the sword down towards the white giant corpse. A wave of terrifying black flames erupted, striking the creature that was lunging at him. With a dull thud, the white giant corpse staggered forward, stabilizing itself in a horse stance, its tentacles swiftly intertwining to form a massive shield that withstood the onslaught of black flames. When the flames dissipated and He Guang beheld the white giant corpse standing unscathed before him, despair washed over him. Stripped of the courage to continue fighting, he realized that his most potent attack had failed to inflict even a scratch upon the creature. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee from the altar. Suddenly, He Guang felt himself lifted into the air. A tentacle had pierced through his chest from behind, hoisting him aloft. In that moment, he perceived a disorienting vision of himself splitting into two. And before he could ponder the anomaly, his consciousness plunged into darkness. Jiang Xing paid no heed to He Guang, who had been torn asunder by the giant corpse. Instead, he retrieved the spirit's sword from the ground, a broad smile illuminating his face, for the spoils before him shimmered with the allure of precious spiritual stones. Upon examining the hilt of the spirit sword, he noticed ancient inscriptions reading Liu Guang, Su Nl's sword. Collecting the magical artifacts and storage bags of the deceased, Jiang Xing scrutinized his newfound treasures: 23 vials of yellow spring water, 17 mundane-level magical artifacts, 1 spirit artifact, a blue-tier intermediate jade slip containing the golden gung true body technique, a red vial containing a single cleansing pill, a blue vial with 2 true essence pills, 131 spiritual stones, and 9 jade talismans necessary to activate the altar. Jiang Xing tested the Liu Guang Su Nl sword. Though its power was formidable, it consumed an exorbitant amount of vital energy. With his current reserves, he could manage only 3 strikes before exhausting himself completely. Furthermore, possessing a spirit artifact at the early innate stage would undoubtedly attract countless envious gazes, making it unlikely for him to survive beyond the following day. Deciding to store it within his bag, Jiang Xing resolved not to wield it until his strength warranted such a risk. Suddenly, Jiang Xing felt the entire altar beneath him trembling, the intensity increasing with each passing moment. The massive black crystal at the center of the altar erupted with a dazzling violet radiance. And to Jiang Xing's astonishment, the 9 jade talismans he had stored away in his pouch soared into the air, transforming into a liquid state that merged effortlessly together. Gradually, a jade disc resembling a luminous eye, brimming with spiritual energy, began to take shape. At that very moment of its formation, Jiang Xing sensed a distant presence responding to the jade disc from afar. Just then, the black crystal emitted an invisible force, drawing the eye-like jade disc towards it, where it adhered to the crystal's surface, illuminating the entire altar in an instant. Jiang Xing suddenly felt immobilized, as his internal energy rapidly flowed from his feet into the altar. Within a mere breath, it was entirely depleted. As the energy waned, the altar dimmed, unable to absorb any more, the black crystal flickering briefly before extinguishing once again, causing the jade disc to tumble from its surface. Overwhelmed by the unfolding scene, Jiang Xing seized the jade disc and rushed towards the platform enclosed by the light barrier. He pressed the disc into the recess, and a beam of white light erupted, engulfing both him and the jade disc, rendering them invisible upon the platform. Chapter 103. The Emu jade disc above the chaotic burial grounds. The sky suddenly rippled like water. At the center of these ripples, a narrow tear seemed to open, approximately 10 feet high, from which a figure was expelled. The figure executed 2 somersaults in midair before regaining balance, landing gracefully in a pose reminiscent of a golden rooster standing alone. At this moment, Jiang Xing was deeply concerned for the little zombie, recalling how he had been drawn into the extreme void for 6 long days upon the creature's disappearance. He scoured the chaotic burial grounds for 3 full hours. Yet regrettably, he found no trace of the little zombie, and thus, he was compelled to depart. After all, this was perhaps the best outcome for the little zombie. An hour later, before the Zhao family at Black Rain Mountain, Jiang Xing descended from the sky, his sword in hand, only to spot a child whose attire bore a striking resemblance to that of the little zombie, crouching wearily at the entrance of the Zhao household. Beside the child stood Zhao Xian, who was offering 2 steamed buns to the little one, yet the child remained hunched, indifferent to the offerings. As soon as Jiang Xing landed, the child lifted his gaze, revealing a face that closely mirrored that of the little zombie. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Xing nearly believed it was the little zombie itself, had it not been for the absence of the 2 distinctive teeth in the child's pliant form, which was almost indistinguishable from that of the little zombie. Father, upon seeing Jiang Xing, the child joyfully sprinted towards him, lacking the bouncy exuberance typical of the little zombie. Jiang Xing, momentarily bewildered, only realized the truth when the child leaped into his embrace. It was indeed the little zombie, albeit transformed, devoid of the sharp fangs, without the claws, and freed from its rigid form. As the little zombie nestled into Jiang Xing's arms, he felt an icy chill envelop him. Akin to embracing a block of ice, the little zombie, resting against Jiang Xing's chest, appeared to sense something intriguing within, its sharp claws extending gradually from its fingertips, playfully scratching at Jiang Xing's chest. At this moment, if Jiang Xing were to open his clothing, one would behold the blood demon's spirit mark that had been quietly residing at his chest, now revealing an expression of fear. Desperately attempting to burrow into Jiang Xing's body to seek refuge, the gatekeeper, having never encountered a little zombie before, naturally refused to allow the small creature entry. Fortunately, the little zombie, displaying remarkable understanding, refrained from transforming into its zombie form to argue with the gatekeeper. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Second young master. Thank you. Zhao Xian's face flushed crimson, and he bashfully lowered his head and ran away. This marked the first time someone had expressed gratitude towards him, showing him respect that in the past, regardless of whom he had assisted, no one had ever thanked him, and at times, he was even subjected to humiliation. Upon hearing Jiang Xing's words of thanks, he felt a flicker of gratitude and joy within him. Aside from Jiang Xing, no one had ever respected him. Zhao Xian was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, both elated and saddened. Being inherently inept at expressing his feelings, he lowered his head and hurriedly departed to conceal his embarrassment. Look closely, this is my son. From now on, let him in. Jiang Xing grasped the little zombie's hand and approached the gatekeeper of the Zhao family, admonishing him sternly. The gatekeeper nodded repeatedly in acquiescence. Since you are now indistinguishable from an ordinary child, shall we bestow upon you a name? The little zombie nodded vigorously. From now on, you shall be called Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing pondered for a moment, recalling the name of a certain progenitor of zombies, and thus chose a homophonic name, hoping that one day the little zombie would evolve to that level. Father, I like this name. Jiang Xing seemed particularly fond of being cradled in Jiang Xing's arms, occasionally extending his sharp claws to gently scratch at Jiang Xing's chest, which sent a chill down Jiang Xing's spine, leading him to suspect that Jiang Cheng had a penchant for heart extraction. Father, here. Jiang Cheng removed his outer garment, peeling off a layer of human skin from his body and offering it to Jiang Xing. This human skin clung tightly to Jiang Cheng, as if it were genuine flesh. Had Jiang Cheng not torn it off, Jiang Xing would not have discerned that the little zombie was adorned in a second skin. Upon making contact with the human Jiang Xing concentrated his spiritual energy and examined the jade slip. Discovering that this technique was named the Golden Gung True Body Technique, it was classified as a mid-tier blue-grade cultivation method, oriented towards both physical training and martial arts dual cultivation. According to the description contained within the jade slip, 2/3 of the true qi generated during the practice of this technique is utilized to temper the physical body, resulting in a corporeal strength that rivals that of dedicated physical cultivators. Moreover, due to the long-term infusion of abundant spiritual energy into the body, it also possesses a certain capacity to enhance one's innate qualities. Jiang Xing found this aspect particularly beneficial. as his own poor aptitude had previously hindered his ability to absorb substantial amounts of spiritual energy. At present, even the meager true qi produced from practicing the most rudimentary Hunyuan Gong dissipated into the air, with 50% going to waste due to his body's limitations. However, by cultivating the Golden Gung True Body technique, the 7 layers of spiritual energy generated would be devoted entirely to fortifying and nourishing the physical form, while the remaining 3 layers would be sufficient for enhancing his cultivation, perfectly aligning with Jiang Xing's absorption capacity. Consequently, the spiritual energy that would otherwise be lost was instead employed for body tempering, rendering it far from wasteful. Jiang Xing felt that this technique was tailor-made for someone like him, devoid of spiritual roots. With a total of 10 levels, and being a high-quality blue-grade method, Jiang Xing resolved that the Golden Gung True Body technique would be his primary focus for cultivation, that he firmly believed that, given the quality of this technique, it should assist him in reaching the foundation establishment stage. This conveniently addressed his need for a blue-grade method to break through to that stage. With this technique in hand, Jiang Xing was no longer required to toil for decades as a menial worker in the Tianxu sect, merely to accumulate enough contribution points to exchange for a blue-grade technique for his breakthrough. He couldn't help but exclaim how advantageous this outing for training had been, as it had resolved a significant issue in one fell swoop. However, the sole drawback of this technique was that it necessitated frequent immersion of the body in copious amounts of precious spiritual herbs, which were quite costly. Upon examining the medicinal materials, Jiang Xing estimated their value to be around 500 spirit stones, a sum that would leave him unable to afford further cultivation after just a few attempts. Jiang Xing then retrieved the mysterious jade pendant composed of 9 jade pieces, scrutinizing it closely and noticing that it bore a striking resemblance to an eye. The pendant exuded a profoundly dense aura of energy, radiating a remarkably vibrant essence, akin to an eye freshly extracted from the socket of a colossal beast. Feeling that the base of the pendant was somewhat rough, Jiang Xing flipped it over and discovered the inscription of the characters Yin Mu at the bottom. He couldn't help but speculate that this pendant was named the Yin Mu Jade Pendant. To Jiang Xing's astonishment, his spiritual sense detected a technique contained within the Yin Mu Jade Pendant, called 9 Nether Yin Yang Eye. However, much like the Golden Gung True Body technique, this method also required a significant amount of spiritual herbs for cultivation, which posed a considerable challenge for Jiang Xing, who was not financially affluent. As he held the Yin Mu Jade Pendant in his palm, he inadvertently infused a trace of true qi into it, at which point he observed a transformation in his surroundings. The previously invisible dust in the sky appeared to him as large as boulders. Even the various attributes of spiritual energy present in the air manifested vividly before Jiang Xing in a riot of colors. As he cast a glance at himself, he was immediately taken aback. The once ethereal and resplendent inferior spirit armor was now adorned with a myriad of vibrant speckles, revealing the presence of impurities within the material. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the armor, despite its seemingly immaculate and cohesive appearance akin to a pristine wall, still harbored its original components. Grains of sand remained as sand, and lime retained its identity as lime. Though they appeared unified, they had not truly melded into a singular substance. Jiang Xing seemed to grasp the implication, retrieving an inferior magical artifact, and indeed, it bore the same roughness, with its heterogeneous materials unevenly distributed. A stark contrast to his humble-grade Yinshao sword. Such a fine item, Jiang Xing mused, placing the Yin Jade pendant into his bosom, feeling the need to keep such a remarkable treasure close at hand. After all, he was reluctant to risk it being pilfered. His decision to refrain from placing it in a storage bag stemmed from the fact that within the cultivation world, storage bags were often targets for thieves, whereas items directly on a cultivator's person were less likely to attract unwanted attention. After securing the Yin Jade pendant, Jiang Xing rummaged through his storage bag, discovering nothing of particular value left, and began organizing the remaining items, discarding the useless, selling the sellable. Among the 14 inferior-grade artifacts from Higuang and others, he selected a small shield and another piece of spirit armor for his own use, while carelessly tossing the rest into his separate storage bag intended for items to be sold. Clang! At that moment, a loud crash echoed through the cave, as Jiang Xing accidentally knocked over the pile of inferior artifacts that Jiang Xing had stacked in the corner. These artifacts had been stored there for quite some time, and Jiang Xing felt a twinge of annoyance at the sight. Initially, he had contemplated discarding them, yet each inferior artifact held a value of 7 or 8 spirit stones. Throwing them away felt like a waste. According to the shopkeepers, these inferior artifacts were merely the byproducts of failed forging attempts or practice pieces crafted by novice artisans. The art of forging was immensely time-consuming. Typically, one needed to labor for a year or more to successfully create a humble-grade artifact. As a result, the accumulation of inferior artifacts increased day by day, leaving every blacksmith burdened with a substantial stockpile. For these artifacts, discarding them felt wasteful, yet selling them proved challenging, as even shops specializing in inferior artifacts saw scant interest. If the shops want to take them, perhaps I can inquire with the vendors in the alley, Jiang Xing pondered, recalling that those stall owners often dealt in inferior artifacts. With this thought, he gathered all the inferior artifacts into a separate storage bag, intending to venture into the alley to see if he could sell them. Once he had organized his belongings, Jiang Xing set out with Jiang Cheng to explore the bustling marketplace of Qingchuan City. Periodically, he would share insights about the various shops with Jiang Cheng, who was still clad in the tattered clothes he had worn before his demise. With that in mind, he led him into a store specializing in spirit armor for cultivators. The shopkeeper was a middle-aged female cultivator, and upon seeing Jiang Xing and Jiang Cheng in their tattered attire, she could not help but furrow her brows in displeasure as the two passed by her. She waved her hand in front of her nose, as if attempting to dispel an unpleasant odor. "Shopkeeper, do you have any clothing suitable for children?" Jiang Xing pointed at Jiang Cheng, indicating to the shopkeeper whether there were garments for a child of such size. The middle-aged female cultivator wore a disgruntled expression and was about to reprimand Jiang Xing when she heard him request a magical robe, which momentarily softened her countenance, though a look of contempt still lingered. "Yes, I have garments of all sizes here. Many magical robes adjust according to the wearer's physique. What kind of robe do you require? I have those made of sturdy material, ones that enhance magical power, as well as some with special properties, such as spirit gathering." The middle-aged cultivator said coldly, "Go. Then I shall take a look inside to see if any styles are more appealing," Jiang Xing remarked, gesturing towards the store's interior, intending to accompany Jiang Cheng for a browse. However, just as Jiang Xing was about to step inside, the middle-aged cultivator blocked the entrance, refusing them entry. "You two filthy beggars wish to enter my shop? If you come in, you'll foul the entire place and drive away my customers. Moreover, if you accidentally soil any garments, can you afford to compensate for them? If you want to buy clothing, fine. Stand at the door and point. I shall fetch them for you. But let it be clear, once I bring the clothes, you must pay before you are permitted to touch them." Jiang Xing felt a surge of anger at that moment. Only he and Jiang Cheng were present in the store, or were the other customers to be driven away? Furthermore, despite wearing ordinary clothes, Jiang Xing changed his garments daily and would certainly not bear any odor. As for Jiang Cheng, though his attire had seen better days, he was a zombie. When he transformed, his body had just ceased to rot, remaining cold and devoid of sweat. Hence there would be no foul smell. The so-called stench was merely a manifestation of the middle-aged cultivator's snobbish disdain. Seemingly aware of the shopkeeper's unpleasant demeanor, Jiang Cheng shook Jiang Xing's arm and said, "Father, there's no need to buy anything. I am quite fine in this outfit." Jiang Xing lowered his head and patted Jiang Cheng's little head, saying, "Indeed, the clothing in this shop is rather shabby, far inferior to what you are wearing. Let us go check the finest spirit armor shop across the street. There may be garments worthy of you." Upon hearing Jiang Xing criticize her shop, the middle-aged cultivator erupted into a torrent of curses. Resembling a shrew berating in the streets, Jiang Xing cast a cold glance at her before turning with Jiang Cheng to exit the shop. Chapter 104. The first bucket of gold after leaving the shop. Jiang Xing led Jiang Cheng towards the narrow alley where the street vendors were situated. The more he pondered the encounter, the angrier he became, especially since he had not sold a single defective item. In a fit of frustration, he casually retrieved a subpar magic sword that a defective magical artifact still held value, worth 7 or 8 spirit stones. "I refuse to believe that no one would pick it up if I simply tossed it onto the street." Jiang Xing muttered under his breath and hurled the subpar sword onto the thoroughfare. With a thud, the defective magic sword landed at the feet of a passerby, who happened to step forward just then. The sword's hilt was inadvertently kicked, sending it soaring through the air in a graceful arc, ultimately embedding itself into the backside of a burly man strolling down the street. "Alas, who dares to ambush me? Show yourself." The burly man sprang to his feet, clutching the sword that had been thrust into his backside, his fury palpable as he turned around, his eyes blazing like fire, fiercely scrutinizing each passerby before him, seeking to discern the identity of his assailant. Yet, the passers-by merely circumvented him, continuing on their way, entirely disregarding his plight. Meanwhile, the true perpetrator, Jiang Xing, had already seized Jiang Cheng's shoulders with both hands. Feigning a gentle conversation, his face adorned with a facade of affection, the passerby who had kicked the sword had long since turned and vanished into a nearby stall, casually grasping an item. Immediately producing a spirit stone to hand to the vendor, pretending to engage in a purchase as the burly man pivoted, he found the street bustling as usual, unable to uncover the identity of his attacker. And thus he limped away, cursing under his breath. Once he departed, the passerby, who had been feigning a purchase, finally exhaled in relief. Upon steadying himself, he realized he was clutching a female cultivator's undergarment in one hand, while the other grasped several spirit stones, eagerly presenting them to the vendor as if desperate to finalize the transaction. Witnessing his own actions, the passerby was rendered speechless. Pervert! How vile! How lecherous! Several female cultivators present at the stall, upon observing a man anxiously snatching up an undergarment and hastily paying for it, immediately distanced themselves, vociferously denouncing him as a deviant. Following this farcical episode, Jiang Xing had no desire to linger on the street any longer. He promptly chose to enter the grandest establishment that caught his eye, the Wanbao Pavilion, where numerous cultivators were entering and exiting. As he stepped into the Wanbao Pavilion, Jiang Xing was momentarily taken aback. Inside the hall, two attendants clad in white were explaining various items to several patrons who appeared to be cultivators. The counter displayed a plethora of diverse goods, all seemingly of considerable value. The shop boasted everything from the most basic materials to the most commonly used talismans and magical tools. Jiang Xing smiled faintly, realizing he had indeed found the right place at that moment. A white-clad attendant approached him with a broad smile, inquiring, "Esteemed guest, what might you be seeking? Would you like assistance in exploring our offerings? Our merchandise is guaranteed to satisfy all patrons. I wish to sell some mundane-grade magical tools. May I inquire if your esteemed pavilion is interested in purchasing them?" Jiang Xing replied, standing in the center of the hall with Jiang Cheng by his side. The white-clad attendant, taken aback by his words, scrutinized Jiang Xing's ordinary attire with a hint of disbelief but maintained his politeness, saying, "Please hold on. I shall fetch the appraiser at once." The attendant turned to depart, and Jiang Xing surveyed the hall's decor, noting the antique and elegant furnishings that adorned the space, creating a refined and comfortable atmosphere. Most astonishingly, in the corner of the room, there was an exquisite incense burner, from which a fragrant plume of sandalwood smoke wafted gently, filling the air with its soothing aroma. A neatly dressed and composed middle-aged man approached, following the white-clad attendant, whispering a few instructions to him before the attendant promptly departed. A middle-aged man approached with a cheerful demeanor, clasping his hands together in greeting. With a warm smile, he introduced himself. "I am Sun Hao, the proprietor of Wanbao Pavilion and also an appraiser here. May I inquire as to how I should address you?" "Shiyu Yi," Jiang Xing, using a pseudonym, responded. "You are Shi Xiao. Please, have a seat." The middle-aged man gestured for Jiang Xing to sit down and then instructed a servant to prepare a pot of fine bean tea. "Is this your first visit to our esteemed establishment, Shi Xiao?" Sun Hao inquired politely once Jiang Xing and Jiang Cheng were comfortably seated. "You possess truly discerning eyes, for this is indeed my inaugural visit to your esteemed pavilion," Jiang Xing replied, gently stroking Jiang Cheng's head nestled against him. "Whether it is your first time or not is of little consequence. The mere fact that you have chosen to come here is a great honor for us at Wanbao Pavilion, and we shall ensure your complete satisfaction," Sun Hao declared with confidence. "Let us proceed with the appraisal," Jiang Xing said, producing a storage bag containing the ordinary-grade magical artifacts and presenting it to Sun Hao. "I kindly ask you to follow me to a private room. The hall is bustling with many eyes, and conducting the appraisal here may attract the attention of unsavory individuals," Sun Hao suggested before leading Jiang Xing and Jiang Xing to a secluded chamber. At that moment, a maid, elegantly dressed, ascended the stairs carrying a teapot and several teacups. Even before she approached, a delightful fragrance of tea filled the room. "This is our pavilion's specially crafted fragrant tea, a rarity in other places. Not only does it possess an exquisite aroma, but it also invigorates the drinker. Please, Shi Xiao, do sample it," Sun Hao said, taking a small sip with a smile. Jiang Xing glanced at the aromatic tea and shook his head slightly, expressing his impatience. "Sun Hao, the tea can wait. Let us attend to business first." "I see you are quite the impatient one. Very well, Please allow me a moment to commence. Sun Hao set down his teacup and casually picked up one of the magical artifacts that Jiang Xing had poured out from the storage bag for appraisal. After a brief interval, approximately the time it would take to brew a cup of tea, Sun Hao placed down the last artifact and remarked, "In total, there are 12 ordinary-grade inferior artifacts, with a cumulative baseline value of 2,671 inferior spirit stones. However, some of these artifacts are somewhat worn and require repairs, which necessitates a deduction of 91 inferior spirit stones, leaving a total of 2,580 inferior spirit stones. Would you be willing to accept this price for the sale to our pavilion?" "I see. Then we have a deal," Jiang Xing replied, his heart elated, as the offered price exceeded his initial estimation. "Please confirm. The total is 2,580 inferior spirit stones." After speaking, Sun Hao presented a storage bag. Receiving the bag from Sun Hao, Jiang Xing did not depart, but instead fell into deep contemplation. Recognizing Sun Hao as a trustworthy individual, he pondered that the spirit tool he possessed was currently of no use to him. Selling it would provide funds to advance his cultivation of the blue stage golden gung true body technique. Moreover, the proceeds from selling the spiritual flying sword would allow him to afford the techniques for refining weapons and alchemy. With a portion of spirit stones likely remaining as for the remaining stones, purchasing additional necessary techniques and elixirs would be a delightful prospect. Observing Jiang Xing's contemplative demeanor, Sun Hao understood that Jiang Xing had further matters to consider. So he patiently stood by, refraining from pressuring him. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Jiang Xing appeared to have made a resolute decision, stating, "Do you accept spiritual artifacts? What is the price?" Sun, the shopkeeper, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seemingly impoverished young man possessed a spiritual artifact. The single spiritual artifact could be valued anywhere from 10,000 to several hundred thousand. A considerable sum for most low-level cultivators. However, for Sun, running the vast Wanbage, it merely represented a substantial transaction, given that the establishment boasted hundreds of such artifacts, a spiritual artifact valued between 10,000 to several hundred thousand. "May I see yours so I can determine a price?" After much hesitation, Jiang Xing finally revealed the Liuguang Xuandi sword. Upon seeing the sword, Sun's pupils constricted as he exclaimed, "What astonishing water elemental power! An artifact of this quality is worth no less than 250,000. I can offer you 260,000. What say you?" Jiang Xing pondered for a moment before agreeing. Sun handed Jiang Xing a white crystal card, saying, "This is our shop's white crystal card. We also have red and purple crystal cards that IT contains 260,000. You can withdraw it at any bank." Jiang Xing accepted the white crystal card and inquired, "Do you have any magical robes or spiritual armors? If so, I would like to purchase 2 pieces, along with a soul-capturing bell and a corpse-nurturing bag." Shortly thereafter, Jiang Xing, radiating an aura of spiritual light, emerged from Wanbage alongside Jiang Chengti that moment. Both were clad in remarkably splendid attire, their brilliance undeniable, albeit their spiritual stones had diminished by over 2,300. "Father, this robe looks magnificent," Jiang Xing exclaimed, donning his newly acquired pure white GK robe, which appeared exquisitely crafted. His pair of deep, lustrous eyes sparkled like stars, and against the backdrop of the immaculate white robe, he resembled a noble little prince. Seeing Jiang Cheng in such a well-fitted outfit, Jiang Xing nodded in satisfaction, wearing a Jinke robe of the same design, but in a larger size. However, this Jinke robe possessed only 3 functions: dust purification, durability, and spirit gathering, which was already quite commendable for Jiang Xing at this juncture. The two, dressed in matching outfits of differing sizes, strolled down the street, resembling a father and son duo, but as they passed the magical robe shop. Jiang Xing cast a glance at the middle-aged female cultivator shopkeeper standing at the door. Evidently, she failed to recognize the transformed Jiang Xing and Jiang Cheng. Upon seeing 2 patrons adorned in exquisite attire approach her shop, she quickly bowed and welcomed them inside. "Honored guests, please enter. Your presence brings great radiance to my humble establishment." Jiang Xing and Jiang Cheng disregarded the shopkeeper, brushing past her. "Father, why did that aunt seem to dislike us earlier, yet was so courteous just now?" Jiang Xing inquired, his bright eyes blinking curiously at Jiang Xing. "That is because she possesses a narrow-minded view, having eyes that judge based on social standing. What does it mean to have such eyes?" Chapter 105. The South Ming leaving fire technique. On their way back, Jiang Xing walked alongside Jiang Cheng down the bustling street, his mind preoccupied with thoughts on how to wisely utilize the 26,000 inferior spiritual stones. Throughout this journey, he has been contemplating whether to invest this substantial sum of spirit stones in acquiring a plethora of medicinal pills to enhance his cultivation, or to procure the arts of alchemy and artifact refinement. He has lingered indecisively on these two matters for an extended period, unable to reach a conclusion. The root cause of his hesitation lies in his lamentable aptitude. After all, he is acutely aware of the nature of his spiritual root, which necessitates an expenditure of resources many times greater than that of others to elevate his cultivation. For instance, while 26,000 spirit stones might suffice for others to purchase medicinal pills and potentially break through to the foundation establishment stage, he can at best only elevate his cultivation to the late innate stage. However, once he breaks through to the late innate stage, he will possess sufficient strength to venture forth and hunt magical beasts, leading to a continuous influx of wealth. This prospect is precisely what captivates his interest. Yet, the perilous nature of hunting magical beasts cannot be understated. The spirit stones earned from such endeavors pale in comparison to the fortunes amassed by artifact refiners. This reality further inclines him towards the paths of artifact refinement and alchemy. Indeed, within the realm of cultivation, the most lucrative professions have consistently been those of artifact refiners and alchemists, although slaying magical beasts may yield a modest profit in the short term. His woefully inadequate aptitude renders such pursuits rather futile. Conversely, perhaps the arts of refinement and alchemy could fulfill his cultivation needs. Nevertheless, both professions are far from easy, requiring a significant degree of innate talent. Those devoid of such talent face abysmally low success rates, and the quality of the artifacts or pills they produce is often drastically inferior to those crafted by the gifted. Over time, the products of their labor may find no buyers, relegating them to a pitiful existence akin to that of a street vendor in the Qingchuan market, struggling to make a living. Although Jiang Xing harbors a deep yearning for the arts of refinement and alchemy, he is equally apprehensive about investing tens of thousands of spirit stones only to discover his lack of talent in these fields, thus squandering his hard-earned resources. This is the very reason he has been hesitant to commit to purchasing the arts of refinement and alchemy. Consequently, he finds himself in a relentless internal struggle, wavering between using these spirit stones to enhance his cultivation or to acquire the arts of refinement and alchemy. Yet, the harsh reality remains. Given his aptitude, the only viable path before him is that of refinement and alchemy, as it is the sole avenue capable of providing the requisite spirit stones for his cultivation. The pursuit of magical beasts cannot resolve his needs for advancement. Thus, regardless of the inherent risks associated with purchasing the arts of refinement and alchemy, he feels compelled to choose this path, for only then might he accrue sufficient spirit stones to sustain his cultivation. As fate would have it, while passing by a particularly grand establishment that specializes in spells, a middle-aged man, presumably the shopkeeper, called out to the bustling passers-by on the street, announcing a significant sale at the Wanju building, offering all spells at a generous 20% discount. At the sound of this enticing invitation, Jiang Xing, lost in thought, felt a flicker of resolve igniting within him, gazing at the imposing 6-story structure. With its expansive entrance and opulent decorations that exuded an air of noble antiquity, Jiang Xing finally solidified his decision. Taking Jiang Cheng's hand, he stepped purposefully towards the interior. Inside the shop, guests flowed in and out like a bustling tide. With an expansive counter that boasted no fewer than 20 sections, each laden with an array of jade slips in various hues, alongside some special elixirs required for unique cultivation techniques at this moment. Patrons gathered around the counters, eagerly questioning the attendants about the myriad details pertaining to the techniques they wished to purchase. Esteemed guests, welcome to our pavilion of techniques. May I inquire what grade of cultivation method you seek? A maiden clad in red approached the duo, her demeanor courteous and attentive. Jiang Xing glanced around, a slight frown creasing his brow. Why is there no jade slip for weapon forging or alchemy here? He inquired. Upon hearing this, the red-clad maiden replied, We possess many jade slips pertaining to weapon forging and alchemy. Although they are merely of the lowest white grade, their prices, however, before she could finish, a commanding voice interrupted from behind. Step aside. I shall attend to this esteemed guest. That a middle-aged man in a yellow robe strode forward, his tone firm. Jiang Xing noted the man's attire and deduced that he was likely the manager of the establishment. The red-clad maiden felt a jolt of realization upon noticing the white crystal card in Jiang Xing's hand, acknowledging her misjudgment. She promptly bowed respectfully to Jiang Xing and retreated. "Please pardon the oversight of my subordinate," the yellow-robed man said, clasping his hands in an apologetic gesture towards Jiang Xing. "No matter. Where can I find your jade slips for weapon forging and alchemy? Please lead me there," Jiang Xing replied nonchalantly. "Certainly, esteemed guest. Please follow me upstairs." The yellow-robed man gestured towards the staircase, guiding Jiang Xing and his son, Jiang Cheng, upwards. Upon reaching the second floor, Jiang Xing noticed the absence of counters. Instead, there were rows of exquisitely crafted trays, each displaying a jade slip. Apart from basic weapon forging and alchemy techniques, the trays contained various formulas and secret methods for crafting. Since you are here to purchase weapon forging and alchemy techniques, I trust you possess some understanding of these arts. Basic weapon forging and alchemy merely outline the general processes. Each artifact and elixir requires distinct methods of creation. Therefore, mastering basic techniques alone will not suffice. One must also acquire various formulas and schematics, the yellow-robed man explained. Jiang Xing felt overwhelmed. He had not realized the complexities involved in alchemy and forging. As his gaze swept over the trays, he observed that each formula and schematic was accompanied by detailed descriptions, including the characteristics of the elixirs and artifacts, as well as their respective prices, leaving him somewhat bewildered. He had no knowledge of which elixirs were easy to craft and marketable, nor which artifacts were in high demand, rendering the situation opaque to him. Furthermore, he faced a significant dilemma. Should he choose weapon forging or alchemy? His funds were only sufficient for one of the two. Noticing Jiang Xing's indecision, the yellow-robed man continued, "If you purchase a set of alchemy techniques, we shall graciously provide you with a complimentary low-grade formula, though you will need to procure your own alchemy furnace. Conversely, if you opt for weapon forging techniques, we can similarly offer you a schematic." "How much does an alchemy furnace cost?" Jiang Xing asked. The middle-aged man clad in yellow robes spoke. "Due to the unique materials required for crafting a pill furnace, even the most inferior furnace demands a staggering 40,000 low-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xing's expression shifted dramatically, and he promptly resolved to purchase the art of weapon forging. He was reluctant to expend such a vast quantity of spirit stones on a mere furnace. "I shall take this forging technique," Jiang Xing declared. "Excellent," the man in yellow exclaimed with delight. "The value of a forging technique is 210,000 spirit stones. Indeed, this constitutes a substantial transaction." As he finished speaking, the yellow-robed man formed a hand seal, and a beam of yellow light shot forth from his hand, enveloping the tray within a protective barrier. Instantly, the spiritual light barrier opened a gap, through which he reached to retrieve a white and a green jade slip. The white jade slip contained the foundational forging technique, while the green slip was a gift for you. The yellow-robed man beamed as he handed the two jade slips to Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing accepted the slips, produced a white crystal card to complete the transaction, and, leading Jiang Xing, turned to leave. Just then, the man in yellow called out to him, "The forging technique you purchased is a basic spell, and the flames used to refine spiritual ores are merely low-level spells, making it quite challenging to melt the materials. I wonder if you might be interested in acquiring a flame spell as well." The yellow-robed man smiled apologetically. "However, since you have spent 210,000 spirit stones here, I can take the liberty of offering you a flame spell at a discounted price. Originally priced at 13,000, I can sell it to you for 3,200 spirit stones. This flame spell is a remnant of a blue-tier low-grade forging spell, with the other forging-related spells erased due to incompleteness, leaving only this flame technique. Thus, this flame spell is significantly more potent than typical forging flames, perfectly compensating for the deficiency in temperature control of your basic forging spell." Upon hearing the term blue-tier spell, Jiang Xing felt a surge of excitement. "Very well, I will take it." Jiang Xing retrieved 3,200 spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them to the yellow-robed man. "Please follow me. The flame technique is on the first floor. I shall fetch it for you." Upon reaching the first floor, the yellow-robed man entered a small storeroom. With a deft motion, he leapt gracefully to the top of a cabinet towering 3 meters high, opening a drawer to produce a dust-covered jade slip, which he then handed to Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing accepted the slip, and, upon inspecting the forging jade slip, his expression changed dramatically. The Southern Bright Leaving Fire Technique. The sight of the name on the slip evoked memories of the renowned forging master Liu Zhiban from a millennium ago, who had captivated the world for over a century solely through his mastery of the Southern Bright Leaving Fire forging technique. Jiang Xing stored the jade slip in his pouch and hurriedly departed with Jiang Cheng. However, during the journey, Jiang Xing felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. Forging had always been his greatest aspiration. And with his long-held wish finally fulfilled, he was filled with joy and exhilaration. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng, finding himself bored without Jiang Xing to play with, began to delve into the study of the profound in-corpse refinement technique. Observing Jiang Cheng's interest in this technique, Jiang Xing permitted him to explore it, recognizing that, as a zombie, studying matters related to his kind would indeed be beneficial for him. Upon grasping the fundamentals of the art of artifact refinement, Jiang Xing discovered that although this foundational technique involves numerous runes, one can successfully forge magical tools merely by adhering to the runes inscribed on the crafting framework. However, to embark on the path of artifact creation, one must first master the art of refining and processing various materials. Only through the meticulous refinement and processing of materials can one commence the forging of artifacts. Jiang Xing glanced at the intricate methods for refining and processing various materials and realized that this posed a significant challenge for novice artisans. The complexity of material refinement and processing is exceedingly daunting. Among the two techniques, processing is relatively straightforward. With diligent memorization, mastery is inevitable. The true challenge lies in the refining process, as many of the purchased materials are inadequately refined and necessitate reprocessing. The purity of the refined materials directly impacts the quality and success rate of the resultant magical artifacts. As for the refining, it resembles the work of a blacksmith, requiring one to heat the materials until they glow red and then hammer them repeatedly, sometimes thousands of times, to expel a fraction of the impurities. This process is not only time-consuming but also yields materials of only marginal purity, barely qualifying for use. Artifacts crafted from such materials exhibit a dismally low success rate and subpar quality. Consequently, many abandon the path of artifact creation due to their inability to endure such unsatisfactory outcomes. This explains why few solitary cultivators engage in the art of refinement, even when they do. They are often mediocre artisans lacking distinction. In contrast, most esteemed artisans hail from sects, as only these institutions possess the ample resources and capabilities to nurture exceptional smiths. Furthermore, sects possess a wealth of secret techniques, resulting in artifacts of superior quality compared to those forged by solitary practitioners. Jiang Xing, however, is not one to abandon his pursuits midway. He has in his possession approximately 300 pieces of flowing pattern ore, ideal for practicing his purification skills. Yet, to purify these ores, he must first melt them using true fire. Thus, he must diligently study the Naming Lihua technique, settling into a meditative posture. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate the Naming Lihua. Unfortunately, mastering the Naming Lihua proved to be exceedingly arduous. After a full day of cultivation, he could only conjure a small, unstable orb of pale blue flame, which frequently flickered out of control. However, the benefits were unmistakable. The potency of the Naming Lihua technique was remarkable, as the orb he conjured emanated an overwhelming heat that surged outward. To fully master the Naming Lihua, Jiang Xing secluded himself in rigorous practice for 7 days. By the 7th day, he had made preliminary progress in controlling the Naming Lihua, managing to stabilize it without causing an explosion. Eager to test the power of the Naming Lihua, he retrieved a piece of flowing pattern ore and began to refine it. Within moments, the impurities on the surface of the stone disintegrated into ash, and the ore began to exhibit signs of partial melting. Yet, despite his efforts, the core of the flowing pattern stone remained in a semi-melted state, defying complete liquefaction, thus hindering further refinement into flowing pattern iron. The issue, it seemed, was a lack of sufficient temperature. However, this inadequacy was not indicative of any deficiency in the power of the Naming Lihua. Rather, it was a testament to Jiang Xing's nascent mastery of the technique, which had yet to fully unleash its potential. He firmly believed that with continued cultivation, he would undoubtedly extract flowing pattern iron from the ore. As Jiang Xing was diligently preparing to master the Southern Ming's Lihua technique, a sudden tremor emanated from the spirit beast pouch, and Fei Niu emerged, flapping her wings. That moment, the silver spots adorning Fei Niu's body transformed into distinct silver protrusions, and her size had increased slightly, rendering her appearance even more plump and adorable. Jiang Xing scrutinized Fei Niu from head to toe. Aside from the silver protrusions on her back, he discerned no other remarkable changes. Master, Niu has developed lumps. It's utterly hideous, Fei Niu lamented with a quavering voice. Not at all. You look rather charming, adorned with silver specks akin to stars in the night sky. How lovely. Jiang Xing was not merely offering consolation. Feignot genuinely appeared quite beautiful, captivating even the compound-eyed spirit flies fluttering within the cave, leaving them so awestruck that they forgot to flap their wings and tumbled to the ground. Did you sense any changes from this evolution? I'm unsure. I merely feel capable of communicating directly with the compound-eyed spirit flies within a 10-mile radius using subsonic waves, alongside some other peculiar sensations. Though they seem yet to awaken, I have no idea what they are. After speaking, Feignot crawled onto Jiang Xing's palm, seeking food. Having slept for over 10 days, she was absolutely famished when Jiang Xing retrieved that bottle of insect goo. She pounced upon it, eagerly sucking away. Chapter 106. Material decomposition. For a continuous span of 10 days, Jiang Xing was wholly engrossed in practicing the Southern Ming's Lihua technique, paying no heed to Jiang Cheng. Observing his father in deep meditation, Jiang Cheng refrained from interrupting, yet found himself beset by boredom. Thus he whimsically attempted to practice the profound in-corpse refining technique. To his astonishment, his casual efforts yielded rapid progress. In just 2 days, he advanced to the 3rd level of the profound in-corpse refining sutra, whereas Jiang Xing had been practicing for nearly 2 months and had only attained the 2nd level. For reasons unknown, Jiang Cheng felt as if he were in his element while practicing the profound in-corpse refining sutra, as though this technique was intrinsically tailored for him. With merely a recitation of the incantation, the corpse energy within him surged forth like a mighty river. Within just 2 days, he broke through to the 3rd level of the profound in-corpse refining sutra and mastered 2 new divine abilities, the 5 elements corpse refining technique and the sturdy corpse technique. These were 2 immensely powerful secret arts of corpse refinement, according to the descriptions within the profound in-corpse refining sutra. The 5 elements corpse refining technique is a secret art capable of endowing zombies with extraordinary abilities. For instance, the fire element corpse refining technique can grant a zombie the power of flames. The water element corpse refining technique can bestow upon a zombie the ability to manipulate water. The earth element corpse refining technique can empower a zombie with earth-related abilities. The wood element corpse refining technique can endow a zombie with powers associated with wood. The metal element corpse refining technique can grant a zombie metal-related abilities. However, each of these 5 refining techniques necessitates corresponding spiritual herbs of the 5 elements for the creation of the zombies. To refine a fire element zombie, one must utilize a substantial amount of fire attribute spiritual herbs. To create a water element zombie, a considerable quantity of water attribute spiritual herbs is required, and so forth. As for the sturdy corpse technique, it appears to be of a lower grade compared to the 5 elements corpse refining secret arts. It merely requires the corpse refiner to daily impart a specific incantation to the zombie. Over time, this sturdy corpse technique will yield astonishing results, rendering the bodies of the zombies extraordinarily resilient. Upon concluding his practice, Jiang Cheng promptly summoned the myriad zombies from the corpse-rearing pouch, pondering which newly acquired divine ability to experiment with first, and from which zombie to commence the refinement. Perhaps I shall start with the sturdy corpse technique. The 5 elements corpse requires a considerable amount of 5 elements spiritual materials, which I currently cannot provide. Thus, I shall first attempt this corpse manipulation technique. Jiang Cheng began to weave intricate hand signs, casting them upon the bodies of the zombies. After being struck by the incantation, the decaying flesh of the 10 zombies gradually fell away, leaving only their hardened, steel-like skin. The zombies appeared to be in immense agony, howling intermittently as they shed a plethora of rotten flesh and maggots at their feet, their forms shrinking noticeably. However, it was evident that the metallic sheen on their bodies had intensified, and the aura of death surrounding them had grown more potent. Meanwhile, Jiang Xing, observing Jiang Cheng's endeavors with the zombies, did not dwell on it that moment. His South Brightly fire had progressed to a minor success, enabling him to barely melt the flowing pattern or completely. Gazing at the several pieces of the wasted flowing pattern or scattered on the ground, Jiang Xing felt a pang of regret. For those were worth 300 or 400 spiritual stones. Yet, upon noticing a pile of discarded subpar magical artifacts in the corner of his cave dwelling, an idea struck him, and he retrieved those items. Utilizing these inferior artifacts to practice the South Brightly fire could be considered a form of resourceful repurposing. He picked up a substandard ghost cry staff and concentrated his energy to melt it. In a short while, the staff began to soften and liquefy, its surface becoming smooth and lustrous like mercury, shimmering with silver light. Observing how effortlessly the ghost cry staff melted, Jiang Xing was perplexed. While the south brightly fire required a stick of incense to melt the surface of the flowing patterned stone, it could dissolve the inferior artifact in mere breaths, indicating the poor quality of the latter. As he watched tiny, multicolored specks emerge from the molten metallic liquid of the Ghost Cry staff, its surface transformed into a dazzling array of vibrant colors, glimmering beautifully. Jiang Xing was astounded. The originally dark staff had become extraordinarily exquisite, particularly the colorful specks that sparkled intermittently. Piquing his curiosity to gain a clearer view of these enchanting specks, Jiang Xing hung the Yin-I jade ring at his waist. Instantly, a warm and cool current flowed from the jade ring into his body, winding like two serpents into his eyes. The tiny specks before him enlarged to the size of eggs, appearing vividly clear in Jiang Xing's vision, under the influence of the Yin-I jade ring. The multicolored specks revealed their true nature. They were minute particles of various substances, rising due to their melting point being reached and their density being lower than that of the silver material. Curiously, Jiang Xing used his true energy to classify and gather the particles of the same kind, and soon 7 metallic granules, each the size of a grain of rice and varying in color, appeared on the surface of the Ghost Cry staff. He continued to melt the staff, as an increasing number of multicolored particles continuously surfaced, which Jiang Xing meticulously sorted and collected. After 4 hours had passed, the Ghost Cry staff had been divided into 8 radiant metallic lumps, some as large as a fist and others as small as a fingernail, all emanating a shimmering light. These items had been extracted from the magical artifact, and Jiang Xing speculated that these 8 lumps were likely refining materials, which could fetch a considerable sum if sold. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became, prompting him to decide to take them to the refining shop for sale. As soon as Jiang Xing rose to his feet, he was suddenly beset by a wave of dizziness. Nearly toppling to the ground, it was then that he realized his mental energy and true qi had been completely depleted from the disassembly of inferior magical artifacts. Consequently, Jiang Xing, feeling disinclined to tidy the clutter around him, abandoned the 8 fragmented items and reclined on the floor of the cave dwelling to fall into a deep slumber. That moment, he was utterly fatigued, yearning for a restorative night's rest, intending to inquire at the forging workshop the following day. The next morning, after a night of recuperation, both his true qi and mental faculties were fully revitalized. In fact, Jiang Xing sensed a slight enhancement in his mental prowess. After tidying up the cave a bit, he stowed away the 8 metallic lumps into his storage bag and set off with Jiang Cheng towards the Qingchuan market. Upon arriving at the market, they entered a forge known as Li's workshop, where Jiang Xing placed the 8 metallic masses on the counter. "Shopkeeper, will you accept these items?" Jiang Xing inquired tentatively, uncertain of their exact nature, but confident that they were undoubtedly materials for forging. Having been extracted from the Ghost Cry rod, these items were painstakingly separated by him, and their purity should be exceedingly high. If sold, they could potentially fetch a handsome price. Among the items were a Tenjin and 3-tail black underworld stone valued at 11 spirit stones, a 2-gene and 4-tail blue demon gold worth 8 spirit stones, a 1-tail cold light iron priced at 6 spirit stones, a 32-gene fine iron costing 4 spirit stones, a 2-chien tai e gold essence valued at 8 spirit stones, a 1-gene and 4-tail deep granite priced at 3 spirit stones, an 8-tail ghost fire copper worth 3 spirit stones, and a 3-chien luminous gold crystal valued at 5 spirit stones, totaling 48 inferior spirit stones. The workshop owner, his muscular torso exposed, was instantly captivated upon seeing the 8 metallic lumps, his eyes gleaming with excitement. With years of forging experience, he could immediately discern the high purity of these materials. The lower the purity of the spiritual materials, the duller their luster and the weaker their spiritual fluctuations. These particular items exhibited the finest qualities he had ever encountered. Utilizing such materials for forging would not only enhance the success rate, but also significantly improve the quality of the produced artifacts. Fearing that Jiang Xing might change his mind, he swiftly examined each metallic lump while rapidly quoting a price. "Yes, indeed, it's a deal." Jiang Xing felt a surge of joy. He was aware that the cost of materials for a common-grade artifact ranged from 60 to 80 spirit stones, and the waste from failed attempts could only be sold for about 7 or 8 spirit stones. To discover that the disassembled materials could be sold for 48 spirit stones was a profit beyond his wildest expectations. Accepting the spirit stones handed to him by the workshop owner, Jiang Xing promptly departed with Jiang Cheng, He had unearthed a lucrative avenue for wealth. With this newfound source of income, Jiang Xing resolved to commence his cultivation of the Golden Gung true body technique. At this juncture, he intended to procure some medicinal materials necessary for his practice of the technique. With a continuous influx of income, he need no longer fret over the issue of spirit stones. "Father, could you provide me with some spirit stones?" As they approached the entrance of a medicinal shop named Qianchao Gu, Jiang Xing suddenly spoke up. "How many do you require?" Jiang Xing did not pry into Jiang Cheng's intentions. He understood that Jiang Cheng was sensible and would not casually request spirit stones without a significant reason. 300, perhaps just 100. Jiang Cheng seemed apprehensive that the amount might be excessive, prompting Jiang Xing to withhold some, reducing the request by half. "Here, take this storage bag as well. If you need anything in the future, just ask me." Jiang Xing handed Jiang Cheng a storage bag containing 4,000 spirit stones. Overjoyed, Jiang Cheng dashed toward the counter to purchase a considerable amount of fire attribute medicinal herbs. Jiang Xing refrained from inquiring about Jiang Cheng's intentions for acquiring these elixirs, wishing to afford him some personal space and secrecy. "Father, please go." Jiang Cheng grasped Jiang Xing's arm and said, "Wait a moment, I also need to buy some elixirs for cultivating the golden body technique." Jiang Xing perused the apothecary, noting that the herbs were of excellent quality and reasonably priced, and thus spent 430 spirit stones to procure the necessary materials. After securing the required elixirs, Jiang Xing recalled that the inferior magical artifacts he possessed had all been dismantled, prompting him to suggest, "Let us first acquire some inferior magical artifacts." With that, Jiang Xing led Jiang Cheng through the bustling alley, where they spent over 40 spirit stones to acquire 6 inferior artifacts before departing. Although the alley was replete with numerous inferior artifacts, over 100 in total, Jiang Xing opted not to purchase them all at once, as doing so would attract unwanted attention and potentially inflate prices. Moreover, he could only dismantle 10 artifacts per day without rest, making a bulk purchase unnecessary. Upon returning, Jiang Cheng commenced the process of concocting the elixirs. While waiting for the brew to complete, he ventured into the nearby woods to gather ample timber. Clattering away as he crafted a massive wooden barrel, once positioned within the cave, the barrel dominated nearly half the space. Jiang Xing observed as the pot for brewing was filled with various fire attribute herbs, emanating a potent fire spiritual energy. An hour later, Jiang Xing poured the finished elixir into the large barrel and commanded the crimson-eyed zombie, "You, get in there." The zombie looked at Jiang Xing with a mix of fear and internal conflict, ultimately hesitatingly leaping inside under Jiang Cheng's insistence. Jiang Cheng began inscribing bizarre, intricate symbols upon the barrel, chanting incantations to in no time. The liquid within began to bubble, forming swirling vortices. Symbols flew from Jiang Cheng's brush, dancing around the zombie, settling upon its forehead, heart, and limbs, leaving fiery red imprints. Jiang Xing was taken aback, recognizing that it was Jiang Cheng's first attempt at refining a zombie. Yet, his technique was remarkably fluid and error-free, leading Jiang Xing to marvel at Jiang Cheng's innate talent for corpse refinement. "Father, hand me the corpse nurturing bag." After Jiang Xing passed the bag to Jiang Cheng, he executed a technique, releasing a thick, white mist of corpse chi from within. The luminous mist swirled towards the zombie, slithering around it like a spectral serpent. Meanwhile, the elixir within the barrel, under the influence of the symbols, rapidly infiltrated the crimson-eyed zombie, its color shifting from deep to pale, and finally to clear as all medicinal potency was absorbed, transforming into pure water. With a resounding crash, the barrel shattered, spilling the once dark liquid, now turned to clear water. Across the ground, to Jiang Xing's astonishment, though the zombie had not advanced in level, it radiated a faint aura of fire energy, and its body was no longer as rigid as before. Its arms now hung limply by its sides. Jiang Xing was filled with great joy. When a zombie's body ceased to be rigid, it signified that its form was no longer clumsy, its combat became less mechanical, and its strength surged significantly. "Father, may I take care of them? I wish to cultivate an invincible army of zombies to serve as the most formidable shield for your protection." All right, you may nurture them. My son truly knows how to care for me. It is not in vain that I have showered you with such affection." Jiang Xing did not take Jiang Cheng's words to heart, for the cost of refining corpses was considerable, let alone for an entire army. In this world of cultivation, where everything required spirit stones, such a feat was impossible. Chapter 107. The golden essence true body technique. Once Jiang Xing had finished his antics with the zombies, Jiang Xing retrieved the medicinal herbs he had purchased from his storage bag and meticulously placed them into a large pot. Now, it was his turn to brew medicine. He began to add the herbs for cultivating the golden essence true body technique, one by one, into the cauldron. Subsequently, he infused a flame incantation into the stove, igniting a roaring fire beneath the pot, causing the water within to gradually reach a boil. The herbs began to churn within the pot, tinting the water a deep brown. As the herbs melted, they slowly infused into the water, thickening it considerably. Seeing that the concoction had transformed into a paste-like consistency, emanating a rich medicinal aroma, Jiang Xing knew the time was right. He turned to Jiang Xing and said, "Jiang Xing, help me manage the fire. We shall now simmer the medicine on low heat, for I must begin my cultivation." Indeed, to practice the golden essence true body technique, it was essential to do so in boiling water. Only in this manner could one most effectively absorb the medicinal essence. Should the spirit herbs cool, all their potency would be lost. Thus, Jiang Xing enveloped himself in true energy and leaped into the cauldron. The moment he entered the pot, he felt as if he were submerged in molten lava. The searing pain was excruciating, akin to being skinned alive, nearly compelling him to leap out at the very instant of contact with the medicinal liquid. Yet, gritting his teeth, he steeled his resolve, his gaze becoming resolutely determined as he sat motionless within the cauldron, allowing the unbearable pain to assault his nerves. With each passing second, the impulse to escape the cauldron surged within him. Yet he endured. Desperately, he circulated the golden essence true body technique, channeling the true energy through his meridians, gradually drawing the medicinal essence into his body. The potency of the herbs melded with his true energy, manifesting as golden that continuously tempered every inch of Jiang Xing's skin. Suddenly, his blood surged, and he felt as though every cell in his body was enveloped in the medicinal power, rapidly absorbing it under the influence of the golden essence true body technique, invigorating his cells and infusing them with spiritual energy. "Ah!" Jiang Xing cried out in agony, a searing pain shooting through his head, causing him to roll his eyes back in torment. "Father, how is he?" Jiang Xing, witnessing Jiang Xing's contorted face, could not help but feel anxious, dabbing the sweat from Jiang Xing's brow with a damp cloth. "It's fine. I can endure," Jiang Xing reassured Jiang Xing. Soon, a complete cycle passed, and the medicinal essence. As Jiang Xing found himself immersed in the medicinal concoction within the cauldron, his physique began to develop well-defined muscles, each contour embodying a harmonious golden ratio, exuding a strength and agility reminiscent of a leopard. Time drifted by imperceptibly, and before he realized it, Jiang Xing had reached the 9th great cycle, the medicinal fluid in the tub nearly fully absorbed. Yet, his vital energy continued to refine the medicinal potency into his cells, which had already reached a state of fullness. The saturated cells, seemingly invigorated by the ample energy absorbed, began to divide, giving rise to new, diminutive cells. These nascent cells differed from their predecessors. They were more robust and vibrant. Jiang Xing sensed that even if he were to cut himself, he would heal completely within a day, leaving no trace of a scar. This phenomenon indicated a subtle inclination of his corporeal form towards a higher evolutionary tier. Upon absorbing the last remnants of the medicinal essence from the tub, Jiang Xing emerged and took a refreshing cold shower. Once he donned his garments and assessed his physique, he realized that his body had significantly strengthened compared to before. Feeling the abundant medicinal energy still residing within him, yet to be absorbed by his cells, Jiang Xing experienced a surge of delight. He estimated that with this residual potency, he could engage in 5 days of cultivation without the need to procure more herbs or endure the torment of boiling in the cauldron. Instead, he could simply meditate and focus on refining the excess medicinal energy within. At this moment, Jiang Xing felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, estimating his physical strength had reached the level of skin refinement, corresponding to the first layer of body cultivation. The body cultivation realm comprises 5 layers: skin refinement, muscle refinement, organ refinement, bone refinement, and blood refinement. Among these, skin, muscle, and organ refinement fall under innate cultivation, while bone and blood refinement pertain to chi cultivation. It is said that no body cultivator has ever surpassed the 5th layer, primarily because they are often individuals of limited talent and resources, hindering their training. Conversely, ascendants find it relatively easy to break through the ranks beyond the 5th layer, as they typically possess exceptional aptitude and can easily acquire wealth. Moreover, As their cultivation levels rise, so too does their physical form. Accompanied by Jiang Xing, Jiang Xing exited the cave dwelling and made his way to the Zhao family's martial arts arena, where 100 or so stone weights of various sizes were arranged, each heavier than the last by 100 pounds. He had come to test the results of his recent cultivation. With a single hand, Jiang Xing grasped a 1,000-pound stone weight and effortlessly lifted it above his head. 1,000 pounds felt like a mere trifle. It appeared that the golden gung Zhen Tigong truly lived up to its reputation, enabling him to lift such a weight after just one session of training. Estimating his strength, he believed he could handle even more and approached a 2,000-pound stone weight. Upon lifting it, he initially found it quite challenging. But with a surge of determination, he exerted his strength, propelling the stone upward. This spectacle left many onlookers, including the miners at the martial arts arena, utterly astonished. 2,000 pounds. The majority of these body cultivators could barely achieve such a feat. Jiang Xing felt a surge of joy, realizing his strength hovered around 2,000 pounds, significantly surpassing the typical innate initial cultivators who could only manage 900 pounds. Jiang Xing, intrigued, attempted to lift a 2,000-pound stone weight, but deemed it too light, opting instead for a 5,000-pound stone to test his own limits. Yet he still found it too light, so he directly picked up the heaviest stone weighing 10,000 pounds in the training ground and attempted to lift it. To his surprise, he still felt it was light. After taking a turn around, he could not find anything heavier, which left him feeling rather bored. At that moment, everyone in the training ground was utterly stunned, staring at Jiang Xing as if he were a monster. They simply could not comprehend how someone of his diminutive stature could possess such immense strength, effortlessly lifting the 10,000-pound stone with his slender arms. In this training ground, all present were body cultivators, with the strongest among them barely able to lift over 7,000 pounds. It was astonishing that a child of merely 11 or 12 years could lift a stone of such weight, leaving the faces of these body cultivators in utter disbelief. Had Jiang Xing been a high-ranking cultivator, they might have accepted it, but he bore none of the imposing presence typical of advanced practitioners. Moreover, cultivators generally disdain body refinement, preferring to cultivate in secluded caves rather than appearing in such a training ground. Little brother, you possess a natural godly strength that opens our eyes. May I inquire about the body cultivation technique you practice? What level have you reached in your training? Approached a burly man, his voice booming. The man was left speechless. It was beyond comprehension that someone without body cultivation could lift 10,000 pounds. One must understand that to lift such a weight, one would at least need to be above the blood refinement stage. He himself, the strongest body cultivator present, had achieved the blood refinement stage but could only lift 7,000 pounds. Given Jiang Xing's display, he should be at a level beyond blood refinement. Yet, advancing beyond that stage typically requires an abundance of spiritual herbs for assistance, and body cultivators are often of poor aptitude and financial means, lacking the spirit stones to purchase such herbs for cultivation. Thus, most remain stagnant at the blood refinement stage for many years, toiling and mining with the hope of one day gathering enough funds to buy spiritual herbs and break through. The burly man glanced at the golden robes adorning Jiang Xing and Jiang Xing and silently walked away. Those garments were worth at least over 1,000 spirit stones each, a sum they could never hope to earn in a lifetime. It was evident that the other party belonged to a completely different echelon, which explained how a mere 11 or 12-year-old could single-handedly lift a 10,000-pound stone, unlike them, who were constrained by their lowly status and abject poverty, relegated to body cultivation. After all, only body cultivation techniques allowed them to train without consuming significant spiritual resources until they reached the Qi refinement stage. Once they broke through to the Qi refinement stage, they could escape the drudgery of mining, becoming guards, or venturing out to hunt beasts, earning a modest income and liberating themselves from a life of destitution. Though Jiang Xing's Golden Gung True Body technique could also be categorized as a body cultivation method, it differed fundamentally from ordinary techniques. Unlike the usual body cultivation methods, which relied solely on arduous practice to refine the physical body, the Golden Gung True Body technique necessitated the aid of medicinal power even at the innate level. Ordinary body cultivation methods merely required diligent training to unlock the potential of the physical body without any stringent prerequisites. However, such rigorous training often led to various latent injuries, rendering it impossible to continue once one reached the Qi refinement stage. In contrast, Jiang Xing's Golden Gung True Body technique was a dual cultivation method, not merely reliant on intense physical exertion to gain strength, but rather nourish the body through spiritual herbs and energy, enabling continuous evolution and enhancement without such adverse effects. However, what troubles Jiang Xing is that the golden essence body technique emphasizes physical training and possesses relatively little spiritual power, making it unsuitable for prolonged casting of powerful spells that consume significant amounts of spirit energy. It is primarily suited for close combat. Therefore, Jiang Xing feels it is imperative to seek a martial skill focused on close-quarters combat. After all, only in this manner can he fully unleash his extraordinary strength that surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Jiang Xing is somewhat familiar with close combat martial techniques, which are primarily created for body cultivators. These body cultivation techniques often combine top-tier martial arts from the mundane world with various spells to create unique combat skills. For instance, the currently renowned martial technique, Heavenly Fire Giant Sword Technique, is a transformation of the mundane martial art Giant Hammer Technique. Given that practitioners of the Giant Hammer Technique possess immense strength and wield a massive iron hammer weighing 400 pounds. Each strike delivers the force of 1,000 pounds. No ordinary martial artist can withstand a single blow, making it overwhelmingly powerful. The Heavenly Fire Giant Sword Technique simply replaces the massive iron hammer with an extraordinarily heavy giant sword. With the sword's surface imbued with a flame spell, thus evolving into the current Heavenly Fire Giant Sword Technique. Despite its seemingly simple nature, its power when executed is truly astounding. With the immense strength of a body cultivator combined with the flaming giant sword, a single slash can cleave through typical protective spiritual shields and magical barriers with ease. When body cultivators approach cultivators of the same level, it is almost guaranteed that the cultivators, along with their protective spiritual shields, will be cut in half. However, in the realm of cultivation, spells are held in the highest regard, making close combat spells exceedingly rare. Chapter 108. The Shattering Sword Art. The following day, Jiang Xing once again visited the technique pavilion. This time, the red-clad maid did not underestimate him. Upon seeing him enter, she hurriedly approached. What kind of techniques does the esteemed guest seek? Jiang Xing glanced at the red-clad maid and then surveyed the spacious rosewood counters in the hall, saying, "Do you have any close combat techniques for body cultivators?" The red-clad maid replied, "Yes, but such techniques are scarce. We only have 7 here, and they are priced higher than the ordinary techniques of the same rank." The higher price is of little concern, as Jiang Xing recalled his battle with the rat demon and was acutely aware of his shortcomings. Essentially, once he loses the assistance of his zombie companion, he is incapable of dealing with formidable opponents on his own. His previous victory over the rat demon was largely a stroke of luck. Had the rat demon been more agile and evaded him more effectively, he might not have survived. With this thought in mind, Jiang Xing nodded and said, "Take me to see them. Please follow me." The red-clad maid responded. Before long, she led Jiang Xing to a counter nestled in the northern corner. Upon reaching the counter, Jiang Xing beheld 7 jade slips of various colors, 3 white, 2 green, 1 blue, and 1 cyan. Lying within a protective light barrier, beside the slips, a series of small characters provided brief descriptions. These 7 techniques on the counter were precisely the close combat techniques the esteemed guest sought. You may review the basic information and prices of these techniques displayed alongside the counter, if you find them satisfactory. You may purchase them, the red-clad maid stated respectfully. Jiang Xing leaned closer to the counter and noticed the small inscription beside the jade slip. Qianhuan Sword Technique, White Grade Intermediate, priced at 870 spirit stones. Debay Sword Technique, White Grade Superior, priced at 1,200 spirit stones. Qianmo Qianju, White Grade Superior, priced at 1,300 spirit stones. Sumi Sword Technique, Green Grade Inferior, priced at 6,100 spirit stones. Huanguang Sword Technique, Green Grade Intermediate, priced at 8,800 spirit stones. Li Hua Sword Technique, Green Grade Superior, priced at 12,000 spirit stones. Pumye Sword Technique, Blue Grade Intermediate, priced at 14,000 spirit stones. Gan Yuan Sword Technique, Blue Grade Inferior, priced at 410,000 spirit stones. Upon seeing the price of the Blue Grade Pumye Sword Technique, which was not significantly different from that of the Green Grade Li Hua Sword Technique, Jiang Xing was somewhat puzzled and inquired, "Why does the Blue Grade Jade Slip have a price so similar to that of the Green Grade one? Shouldn't Blue Grade techniques be at least 10 times more valuable than Green Grade techniques? Could it be incomplete? Or perhaps a rather useless technique?" The red-clad maid appeared slightly embarrassed as she replied, "That Blue Grade technique is rather unique. It is not something that just anyone can cultivate. Firstly, It requires the practitioner to have previously trained in ocular-type divine abilities. As you may know, ocular-type abilities are exceedingly rare. There isn't even one to be found in the entirety of Liuzhou. Thus the price of this technique is naturally not high. Jiang Xing couldn't help but recall that he possessed a technique called Jiu Yinyang Eye, which was an ocular-type skill, and he felt a surge of excitement. Then I shall purchase this Myriad sword technique. The red-clad maid glanced at Jiang Xing in surprise, seeing his earnest demeanor. She retrieved the technique from the counter for him. After Jiang Xing completed the payment and turned to leave, just a few steps away, the maid called out, "Might the esteemed guest not consider selecting a technique related to body movement?" Such close combat techniques are essential for swiftly advancing towards an opponent that if one can instantaneously close the distance and unleash a flurry of attacks, the Myriad sword technique would undoubtedly demonstrate its formidable power. Without a suitable body movement technique, even mastering it fully would render its potential ineffective. Jiang Xing nearly stumbled at the realization. He had forgotten this crucial detail that if he couldn't approach his opponent, then this sword technique would indeed be rendered useless. Moreover, he would merely become a target. "Lead me to examine the body movement techniques," Jiang Xing said helplessly. "Please follow me." After a brief moment, the red-clad maid pointed to the counter before them and stated, "This area is dedicated to body movement techniques. Due to their rarity and significant enhancement to one's combat and survival capabilities, their prices are 10 times higher than those of other techniques of the same grade." Jiang Xing was well aware of the importance of body movement techniques. They not only allowed one to evade enemy attacks but also rendered one's movement path unpredictable, making it difficult for opponents to target them, thereby greatly enhancing survival chances. Moreover, no matter how powerful a spell might be, it would be useless unless it could reach the opponent. A good body movement technique would enable one to instantly close the distance to the foe and unleash a devastating spell. It could be said that body movement techniques were the finest amplifiers of one's inherent strength. However, upon glancing at the prices of these techniques, Jiang Xing was left astounded. Even a green-grade body movement technique demanded 100,000 spirit stones. It was exceedingly expensive. Currently, Jiang Xing's entire fortune amounted to a mere 70,000. He simply could not afford it. Seeing Jiang Xing's troubled expression, the red-clad maid remarked, "We have several white-tier mobility techniques available for 8,000 spirit stones. Might I inquire if the esteemed guest is interested?" Naturally, Jiang Xing had already noticed those white-tier techniques. However, upon realizing that they were merely travel methods akin to the divine movement steps, he promptly dismissed the notion. After all, a mobility technique for combat should emphasize agility and positional variability rather than mere speed. "Perhaps I shall return another time to make a purchase," Jiang Xing stated before turning to exit the skill pavilion and heading towards a shop that sold spiritual herbs. He intended to procure some auxiliary herbs essential for cultivating the 9 nether yin-yang eye. Previously, he had regarded the cultivation of the 9 nether yin-yang eye as a non-urgent matter, but now it had become imperative. After all, having acquired the destruction sword art, it was only natural to commence immediate practice of the 9 nether yin-yang eye. However, he calculated that the auxiliary herbs required would cost approximately 800 to 900 spirit stones. "Do you have these herbs in stock?" Jiang Xing inquired of the shopkeeper. For safety's sake, he divided the prescription for cultivating the 9 nether yin-yang eye into 4 parts, procuring the herbs from 4 different spiritual herb shops. And this was the 4th one that the shopkeeper quickly gathered the herbs according to the prescription Jiang Xing provided, placing 6 or 7 vials upon the table. "That will be 220 low-grade spirit stones." Handing the shopkeeper a bag of spirit stones, Jiang Xing collected the assortment of vials and turned to leave as for the destruction sword art. He planned to wait until he had reached a certain level of proficiency with the 9 nether yin-yang eye before embarking on its cultivation. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Jiang Xing diligently memorized the incantation for the 9 nether yin-yang eye, and before settling down in a meditative posture, he retrieved a collection of vials from his storage bag, arranging them in the order necessary for his cultivation. Taking out the yin-yang jade tablet, he reviewed the technique once more before commencing his practice. According to the tablet, when cultivated to great perfection, the 9 nether yin-yang eye could discern the dual energies of heaven and earth, perceiving the essence of all things in the world, allowing one to see through malevolent spirits and phantoms, as well as the formless Tao of the universe. However, the cultivation process was rather intricate. Unlike other spiritual eye techniques that merely require the application of medicinal liquid to the eyes while closing them to circulate the technique, The 9 nether yin-yang I demanded different medicinal liquids at various stages of progress, and one's hands had to be coated with a special medicinal ointment, continually massaging and unblocking the acupoints around the eyes. Jiang Xing took 1 jar of the viscous crystalline substance and evenly applied it to his hands, then carefully poured a drop of a clear liquid from a small azure vial into his eye. Initiating the operation of the 9 nether yin-yang I technique. 2 contrasting streams of energy, one cold and one hot, began to form within the meridians in Jiang Xing's mind, akin to mischievous tadpoles darting through his channels. Eventually, each diving into one of his eyeballs. That moment, one hand was flushed red while the other was a pale blue. He incessantly massaged the acupoints around his eyes, the red true energy and blue-white true energy permeating through the acupoints and slowly infiltrating the eyeball, which soon became exceedingly warm. Fortunately, the clear liquid that had been dripped into his eye was remarkably cool, continuously seeping into the eyeball, cooling the burning sensation. After a moment, the eyeball began to chill, as if it were on the verge of freezing, and the cold energy spread towards the brain, enveloping Jiang Xing in a bone-chilling sensation, as though even his thoughts were destined to freeze. Jiang Xing hastily seized the second vial of the fiery elixir, letting its contents drip into his eyes. As the liquid made contact, it was swiftly absorbed by his pupils, unleashing a tumultuous clash of warmth and coolness within him. Ultimately, these opposing forces neutralized each other, transforming into tears that Jiang Xing expelled. Before long, his eyes resembled fountains, incessantly weeping. Just as the sensations of heat and cold began to subside, the dual streams of energy morphed into countless tiny tadpoles, burrowing into every corner of his vision. A tingling sensation enveloped his eyes, and despite his desperate attempts to open them, he found himself powerless, his ocular nerves immobilized. He then grasped the third vial of elixir, allowing its contents to flow into his eyes. This liquid, akin to a refreshing spring, coursed coolly through his vision, providing immediate relief as the numbness gradually dissipated. An hour later, Jiang Xing concluded his cultivation. Resting with his eyes closed, residual sensations of warmth, coldness, and discomfort lingered, rendering him unable to open his eyes for a time. Eventually, he managed to pry them open, and to his relief, everything appeared normal, albeit markedly clearer. Even the fine hairs on a mosquito were distinctly visible. The broken sword technique required one to perceive the spiritual energy of the world. He pondered whether he could truly see it now. Finding the surroundings devoid of life, he decided to step outside for a closer look. As he exited the training chamber, Jiang Xing observed a number of individuals in the martial arts arena engaged in rigorous practice. Yet he discerned no trace of spiritual energy, which caused a pang of regret for his dwindling finances. Upon returning to his dwelling, he felt a twinge of dejection as he stowed away the various vials before him. However, upon realizing that he had sufficient supplies to last a month or two, his spirits lifted slightly. After all, as long as he persisted in his cultivation, the investment in these vials would not be in vain. Furthermore, mastery was not achieved overnight. Though his current progress in the 9 nether yin-yang I technique was negligible, unwavering dedication would ultimately yield the desired results. Chapter 109. Undercurrents from a Distance. Jiang Xing spotted a young Miao girl setting up her stall, her vibrant red attire adorned with numerous silver ornaments standing out vividly. However, beside her loomed a young man exuding a sinister aura. A malicious grin plastered on his face as he tugged at the girl. Accompanying him was a striking 3-headed spirit beast, its heads resembling a lion, a bear, and a tiger, drawing attention effortlessly. Step away. I have nothing to discuss with you. Be careful to inform my father. If you dare to bully me, he won't care whether you are the young clan leader. He will strike you without hesitation. As the young man approached, the girl forcefully shook off his grasp, her anger palpable. The young man, still grinning wickedly, replied, "Don't be so dismissive, dear sister. You are the most enchanting one in the clan. If you marry me, you will surely live a life of luxury that I have no interest in that." "Now, scram," the girl retorted. "Give me 100 vials of goo insect liquid." Jiang Xing interjected as he approached the girl, casting a glance at the 3-headed spirit beast. The moment he did, he was taken aback, recognizing the heads for what they were. The left head belonged to a wind and snow-white tiger, the center to a flame lion, and the right to an earth steel bear. These were the heads of 3 commonly seen low-tier spirit beasts, yet they were inexplicably attached to a single creature's neck. Clearly, this 3-headed beast was a product of some arcane method. "You've come," The girl exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Jiang Xing. The young man observed the fervent interaction between the young girl and Jiang Xing, a flicker of jealousy flashing in his eyes. Yet, constrained by the unease that sorcery instilled in the spiritual practitioners, he turned and departed. Who was that individual? Jiang Xing inquired, casting a glance at the young man's receding figure. That is our young clan leader, a debauched libertine, who has ensnared many of the maidens in our clan in his vile grasp. Were it not for his apprehension of my father, I wonder if I would have escaped his clutches. The young girl retorted with indignation. His spirit beast is rather extraordinary, seemingly a synthesis of 3 distinct spirit beasts. She continued. What is so remarkable about that? It is a secret technique of our clan. She replied. Jiang Xing was taken aback, exclaiming, Is it truly a synthesis? Such wondrous secret arts still exist in this world. Intrigued, Jiang Xing asked, Can this technique be applied to spirit insects? Is its sole purpose to grant a spirit beast 3 heads? The young girl clarified, Not quite. The young clan leader's spirit beast possesses 3 heads not due to the secret technique, but because he desired it to have them, with the addition of 2 heads. The spirit beast can unleash fire and spell simultaneously from 3 heads, thereby tripling its speed in executing divine abilities and significantly augmenting its power, if you wish for your spirit beast to possess certain abilities from other spirit beasts. That is indeed possible. Our predecessor clan leader once crafted a variant golden horned eagle that appeared identical to an ordinary one, yet it possessed multiple innate talents of various spirit beasts, while maintaining the facade of a mere golden horned eagle. Sister, you have yet to provide the 100 vials of goose spirit liquid that my father requested. Jiang Xing interjected, noticing the young girl seemed to have forgotten. Father? The young girl glanced at Jiang Xing, who appeared to be in his 20s, and Jiang Xing, who looked around 11 or 12. This reminded her of the clan leader's unscrupulous son, who had caused a girl in the clan to bear a child at the tender age of 13, prompting her to silently curse him as a lecher. The esteemed guest has not visited for several days, so I anticipated your return and have brought a substantial supply of goose spirit liquid with me. This time, I can indeed provide the 100 vials, the young girl exclaimed with delight, swiftly preparing the order for Jiang Xing. This transaction alone earned her 800 spirit stones, equivalent to her earnings over 6 months. Jiang Xing accepted the package and handed the young girl 800 spirit stones, inquiring, Is that secret technique available for purchase within your clan? How many spirit stones would it cost, if I may ask? The young girl appeared troubled as she replied, This technique is exclusive to the clan leader's lineage, and ordinary clan members cannot access it. Moreover, this art is a closely guarded secret of our clan and is not for sale. However, Jiang Xing held a different view, believing that the notion of not sharing was merely a reflection of the insufficient price offered. If a superior and more valuable technique were presented in exchange, it might be negotiable. Meanwhile, Jiang Xing, feeling frustrated as Jiang Xing continued to dismantle inferior magical artifacts without paying him heed, resorted to studying a manual while casting spells upon the 10 zombies. At times, he truly wished these 10 wooden zombies could assist his father in deconstructing the inferior magical artifacts, so his father might have time to play with him. The young girl vanished into the forest, 100 miles to the south, riding her beast. However, as the accompanying compound-eyed spirit fly entered the woods, it was swiftly dispatched by a myriad of insects, suggesting that this area was a veritable sanctuary for foreign vermin. In the city of Jiang Xing, filled with curiosity, addressed his father Jiang Xing while observing him converse with the compound-eyed flies. Father, these insects are quite common and seemingly useless. Why do you choose to enhance them? Jiang Xing often witnessed Jiang Xing's interactions with these peculiar flies, yet remained oblivious to their purpose. Unable to contain his inquisitiveness this time, he pressed his father for an explanation. Feng Yo, let him witness your abilities. Do not allow him to underestimate you. A thought was communicated to Feng Yo, and shortly thereafter, Jiang Xing summoned her from the spirit beast pouch, cradling her in his palm and presenting her before Jiang Xing. Upon seeing the plump, exquisite insect placed before him, Jiang Xing's expression turned to one of bewilderment. Suddenly, a series of vivid images materialized in Jiang Xing's mind, depicting the scenes unfolding within the cave. Oh, he exclaimed in astonishment, I was the first to follow the master. From now on, you must address me as Big Brother. A voice, reminiscent of a young girl's, echoed in Jiang Xing's consciousness. You can speak? Jiang Xing's eyes widened as he gazed at Feng Yo. Struggling to grasp the reality before him, as a zombie, he possessed the ability to communicate through thoughts and speech, Yet he was taken aback to discover that this insect could also engage in mental dialogue. "Call me Big Brother." Quickly, Jiang Xing observed that Fei Niu, despite her fierce demeanor, did not intimidate him. Rather, her chubby appearance rendered her irresistibly adorable. Her fierce visage only added to her charm. "Huh? How delightful," he chuckled, playfully poking Fei Niu's head, causing her to tumble over. Meanwhile, deep within the underground Hall of Souls in the eastern mountains of Liuzhou, Zhao Long respectfully bowed to a young man clad in white. "Hall Master, allow me to personally handle that young man." "The rat has already fallen at his hands," the white-clad youth replied. "That is out of the question. You are a key figure in the plans against the Wang and Zhu families. It would be unwise to involve you in such a trivial matter." "Do you imply that my Grand Hall of Souls requires a foundation-building cultivator to deal with a mere innate stage junior? Such news would be a source of ridicule." Zhao Long bowed again, acknowledging, "You speak wisely, Hall Master." The white-clad youth glanced at the corpulent middle-aged man kneeling beside Zhao Long, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his eyes that to him. It was immensely gratifying to see a foundation-building cultivator grovel before a mere cheer-refining practitioner. Casting a discontented look at the respectfully standing Zhao Long, he continued to address the overweight man. "The head of the Kong family has only recently joined my hall. Your nephew's cultivation of the ghost body demon torment technique bears a resemblance to our hall's methods. Why not entrust this matter to him?" The rotund middle-aged man beamed, exclaiming, "Thank you for your recognition, Hall Master. I shall ensure it is executed flawlessly." The white-clad youth added, "With the Wang family eradicated, their territory will belong to the Kong family. Given such substantial gains, it is only fitting that you contribute by participating in the task of annihilating the Wang and Zhu families." The corpulent man vowed, "I shall exert every effort. Do not seek me out unless absolutely necessary. A rat has infiltrated Liuzhou, and it is watching us. I must confront it. As for that lad, Master Kong, you may set him aside for now. Once the Zhu and Wang families have been dealt with, we shall attend to him in due course." "Understood." Zhao Long bowed and took his leave alongside Master Kong. After their departure, the grand hall was left deserted, save for a young man clad in white, who then proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Follow him. Let that young scion of the Kong family test his mettle and reveal the extraordinary abilities that have allowed him to vanquish one of our divine envoys." From the shadows, a voice echoed softly, "Understood." Chapter 110. Assassination in the blink of an eye. A fortnight had elapsed. During this time, the Zhao and Wang families had engaged in 7 minor skirmishes, all of which culminated in the Zhao family's defeat. As a result of these setbacks, the Zhao family lost a quarter of their territory adjacent to the Wang family. Zhao Ying, shrouded in silence, isolated himself within his chambers, unable to face the elders and townsfolk of his lineage. In truth, in terms of strength, the Zhao and Wang families were nearly evenly matched. Their dismal losses were largely attributable to the Wang family's allies, the Li family, who had dispatched over a dozen formidable experts to support the Wangs, leaving the Zhao family, devoid of external aid, utterly vanquished. Nevertheless, the Wang family opted against a full-scale assault on the Zhao family, choosing instead a strategy of attrition, as the near parity in strength between the two families meant that provoking the Zhao family would only result in mutual destruction. Amidst the pall of familial defeat, one individual exhibited an unusual demeanor. Zhao Long. He remained perpetually cheerful, seemingly unaffected by the calamities befalling his family. This behavior struck Jiang Xing as highly suspicious, prompting him to assign the watchful eye fly to monitor Zhao Long around the clock. Yet, Zhao Long's movements were shrouded in mystery. Although he frequently departed from the Zhao residence, the precise timing of his exits and his destinations eluded even the vigilant watchful IFLYAT. This moment, Zhao Long hovered above the third-tier flowing pattern stone quarry at Lianyun Mountain, accompanied by 13 adept members of the Zhao family's clandestine order. However, Jiang Xing's watchful eye fly had failed to report this development. Suspended in the void, Zhao Long restrained his aura, casting a predatory gaze upon the flowing stone quarry below, a sinister smile gracing his features. "Friend Zhu, down below is Wang Yu, the 4th elder of the Wang family, the very assassin who took your son's life." Zhao Long gestured towards the quarry, addressing an elderly man with frosted temples, known as Zhu Dajin, an early-stage foundational cultivator and the enforcer elder of the Zhu family. He had been summoned by Zhao Long to assist in eliminating Wang Yu. Zhu Dajin's willingness to aid Zhao Long stemmed from a recent encounter wherein Zhao Long had presented him with a revealing stone. The stone depicted the moment of his son's murder. With the perpetrator unmistakably identified as Wang Yu. 10 days prior, Zhu Dizhen's son had perished inexplicably in a small grove outside Sichuan City. Upon hearing the grim news, he descended into despair, frantically searching for the murderer. Yet to no avail. Thus, when Zhao Long showed him the harrowing imagery captured within the revealing stone and invited him to join in the retribution against Wang Yu, he readily acquiesced. Although he had harbored suspicions regarding Zhao Long's intentions, Zhao Long had displayed the Zhao family's Dark Hall token and asserted that this was an order from the family head to eliminate Wang Yu, thereby securing Zhu Dizhen's unwavering trust. Unbeknownst to Zhu Dizhen, Zhao Long was indeed acting under the family's directive. However, the order was to lead a team of members from the Shadow Hall to the town of Bihue, located north of Lianyun Mountain, to secretly abduct Wang Yinghua, the sole heir of the Wang family, using Wang Xiaozhen as leverage to coerce the Wang family into halting their encroachment upon the Zhao family. Yet, Zhao Long feigned compliance, instigating the vengeful Zhu Dizhen to launch an assault on Wang Yu, who was stationed at the third-grade Golden Spirit Mine. To ensure success, he deceitfully enlisted the aid of 13 skilled masters from the Shadow Hall. What profound enmity could my son have with him that he would resort to such heinous acts against my child? It is an affront to justice if he is not slain. The words of that elder Zhu were laced with venom as he gazed down at the mine, his eyes ablaze with fury. When you encounter him later, dear friend, you may inquire directly. For now, let us first eliminate those outside the mine. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Long opened his mouth, and a flame-imbued orb shot forth, unleashing a terrifying pressure that reverberated through the air. This was Zhao Long's lifebound treasure. The vermilion bird divine fire pearl, go. The orb ignited into a blaze of crimson flames, akin to a meteor ablaze, descending with the weight of the heavens upon the guards at the mine's entrance. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed through the sky. All the miners instinctively looked up, witnessing a colossal fireball plummeting from above. Boom! Another resounding crash. The fireball struck the mine's entrance, causing the ground to tremble violently upon impact. Countless flames surged forth like a tsunami, sweeping in all directions. Run, flee swiftly. However, they could not escape the onslaught of flames surging forth like a volcanic eruption. Screams of despair filled the air. The miners scorched by the flames let out anguished cries, their features contorted in excruciating agony. In an instant, the mine's entrance resembled a scene from hell, with charred bodies writhing in their final throes. At this moment, the mine's entrance had transformed into a vast, blackened pit, brilliant flames erupting from within, forming a colossal inferno. Crack! Suddenly, a powerful force from below burst forth, displacing the debris that had buried the mine's entrance, revealing a gaping chasm beneath. Who dares to assault the Wang family's mine? A dozen Qi refining guards of the Wang family surged forth from the collapsed opening, only to behold Zhao Long and the 15 others who had just landed. Upon perceiving the suffocatingly potent aura emanating from Zhao Long and Zhu Dizhen, the guards' expressions shifted dramatically. This is dire. There are Foundation establishment cultivators. Flee quickly, they exclaimed, hastily retreating into the mine. Kill. Let not a single one escape. With a command from Zhao Long, the 13 peak Qi refining masters from the Shadow Hall pursued relentlessly. Meanwhile, he and Zhu Dizhen advanced into the mine together, drawn towards the presence of Wang Yu. The internal passages of the mine were labyrinthine, ideal for concealment. However, none could elude the divine sense of a Foundation establishment cultivator. As Zhao Long fixated on Wang Yu, he simultaneously communicated with the Shadow Hall cultivators, directing them to seek out and eliminate any who dared to hide at this moment. Wang Yu too sensed the presence of Zhao Long and Zhu Dizhen, especially the latter's overwhelming intent to kill, which sent shivers down his spine. This moment, Wang Yu was engulfed in both astonishment and fury. The mine had but a single exit, and the approaching adversaries effectively cornered him within its depths, leaving him no avenue for escape. You possess such audacity. Do you intend to incite a familial war? Wang Yu exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the two figures advancing towards him. However, when he recognized one of them as Zhao Long, a flicker of trepidation crossed his eyes. Zhao Long was a figure of the previous generation, his strength unfathomable. Even the head of the Wang family, renowned as the foremost expert, would have to concede to him. Engaging in combat with Zhao Long would guarantee no prospect of victory. The enmity of a slain son cannot be forgiven. Zhao Long thundered, Wang Yu, when you took the life of my son, you should have anticipated this day would come. Prepare to meet your demise. Upon hearing Zhao Long's words, Zhu Daxin's eyes instantly ignited with fury. Without uttering a word, he acted in rage, his mouth opened, and a flying sword erupted from his dantian, emitting a resonant hum, propelled by a surge of sword energy directed at Wang Yu. Simultaneously, as the sword darted forward, he moved in tandem with it, launching himself towards Wang Yu. This was his customary combat technique. By closely following the trajectory of his flying sword, he created a moment of urgency for his opponent, whether they chose to intercept the sword or evade it. Many had succumbed to the disadvantage of that fleeting instant, ultimately falling victim to his relentless assault and meeting a tragic end at his hands. The vengeance for a slain son. I have taken many lives. How could I possibly recall each one? Faced with Zhu Daxin's formidable onslaught, Wang Yu appeared somewhat languid. In a mere flicker, he vanished without a trace from his original position. This technique was none other than the Wang family's ancestral treasure. Yixing Huanying, an exquisite art of movement that allowed instantaneous teleportation within a radius of 3 zheng. Its rank was exceedingly rare. Classified as a blue-tier technique, it is widely acknowledged that blue-tier movement arts are exceptionally scarce and precious, far exceeding the value of blue-tier mental cultivation methods or spell techniques readily available in a large marketplace, being worth tenfold, if not 100-fold more. The worth of a blue-tier movement art is not less than that of a red-tier mental cultivation method or spell. Due to the extreme rarity of movement arts above the blue tier, even the prestigious Shao and Li families could not help but covet it. Over the years, they had relentlessly pressured the Wang family from all angles, aiming to coerce them into relinquishing this art. Yet, the Wang family steadfastly endured the oppression of these two noble clans, unwilling to part with their treasured technique. That "Oh no!" Zhu Daxin exclaimed as Wang Yu's figure dissipated before his eyes. He had not anticipated that Wang Yu had also mastered the Wang family's ancestral art. After all, to his knowledge, only 2 types of individuals were qualified to cultivate Yixing Huanying: the family heads of each generation and those direct descendants who had rendered immense contributions to the Wang family. Since Wang Yu had trained in Yixing Huanying, he, with his own mid-foundation cultivation, was no match for him. At that moment, as Wang Yu executed Yixing Huanying, Zhu Daxin felt the complete absence of any trace of Wang Yu's aura. It was as if Wang Yu's presence, even his very essence, had vanished from his consciousness. Yet, that was not all. He recalled that the Wang family possessed a formidable skill known as the fire snake sword technique, which, once unleashed, would transform into a colossal serpent of flame, piercing through the heavens and the earth with unparalleled sharpness. He was acutely aware that Wang Yu was undoubtedly lurking in the shadows, poised to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. Thus, even with the protective barrier of his sword screen, he remained apprehensive. Consequently, he summoned a shimmering shield from his storage pouch, invoking it for his defense, which finally allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Once the protective shield was activated, Zhu Daxin felt a sense of calm wash over him as he spoke. 10 days ago, in the small grove south of Qingchuan City, you killed that young man. Have you forgotten? Humph. Suddenly, Wang Yu's voice materialized behind Zhu Daxin, and in the next instant, Zhu felt an overwhelming force surge against his back, propelling him like a cannonball into the stone wall of the mine. The shield he had conjured, after flickering with brilliance a few times, ultimately lost its radiance and shattered with a resounding crash. Die. Upon witnessing the destruction of Zhu Daxin's protective shield, Wang Yu seized the opportunity for a decisive blow, altering his incantation to unleash a miniature tornado. Once released, the tornado rapidly expanded, soaring almost to the heavens. And before it could reach him, a tremendous gale swept through, lifting nearly everything within the mine. Zhu Daxin's complexion paled. He sensed an indescribable, immense spiritual pressure converging upon him from all directions, causing his body to tremble in terror. His eyes filled with dread. However, at that moment, a terrifying flame shot directly towards Wang Yu. Wang Yu's expression shifted dramatically as the fire approached. An alarming heat enveloped him, rendering the surrounding air hazy and indistinct. Hastily, he leaped back to evade the flames, his countenance growing gravely serious. Should Zhao Long and Zhu Daxin join forces against him, he would have no chance of survival. With this thought, he silently retreated to the corner, biding his time for Zhao Long to leave the cave's entrance. The instant Zhao Long displayed any sign of departing, he would flee outside. Yet, Zhao Long appeared to regard him with disdain, remaining motionless at the cave's entrance, effectively blocking Wang Yu's sole escape route. This is intolerable. I swear I shall not rest until I eliminate you, scoundrel. In the next heartbeat, Countless violet flames swirled around the Qihong's small sword like a flurry of snowflakes. The sword, radiating an overwhelming sword aura, descended upon Wang Yu, propelled by the endless violet fire, moving with such speed that it seemed to teleport before him. This technique was Zhu Daxing's ultimate skill. The mid-tier blue-grade purple fire-burning heaven sword art, fueled by rage, he unleashed it with all his might. After all, Wang Yu's words had incited his fury. Wang Yu had slain his son, yet claimed it was his son's own folly. This was the utmost in humiliation. Therefore, he exerted his full strength from the outset. Wang Yu intended to explain himself to Zhu Daxing, but the relentless waves of purple flames, accompanied by the thunderous sword aura, left him no opportunity to speak. Moreover, Zhu Daxing's son had indeed sought his own demise. On that fateful day, Zhu Yupeng had inexplicably attacked him in a fit of madness, leaving him no choice but to defend himself and ultimately kill Zhu Yupeng. Since he was the one responsible for the death, any explanation would be futile. Thus, he relinquished any thoughts of clarification, focusing solely on swiftly resolving the threat posed by Zhu Daxing. Ultimately, it is only in this manner that he can set his mind at ease and engage in battle with Zhao Long. Observing from the sidelines, Zhao Long recognized that Zhu Daxing was vastly inferior to Wang Yu in terms of strength as they clashed. He refrained from intervening, instead directing the hidden cultivators of the Dark Hall to eliminate those concealed within the mine while keeping a keen watch on Wang Yu. Lost in contemplation, Wang Yu, relieved by Zhao Long's inaction, executed his movement technique once more, vanishing from sight and narrowly avoiding Zhu Daxing's formidable strike. As Zhu Daxing realized Wang Yu had once again disappeared, anxiety washed over him, and he began to scan the surroundings, utterly at a loss against Wang Yu's exceptional agility, which rendered him untouchable. At that moment, a blaze that consumed all in its path surged towards Zhu Daxing from behind, erupting in a thunderous explosion mid-air, compelling the concealed Wang Yu to re-emerge. Evasion of Zhao Long's fiery assault brought Wang Yu to the wall, his charred visage betraying a profound sense of terror. Just moments ago, Zhao Long's casual flame not only dismantled his invisibility, but also shattered his protective barrier, nearly incinerating him. He cast a deep, startled glance at Zhao Long, inhaling sharply. Previously, he believed that with the movement technique, he could elude Zhao Long long enough to escape. However, he was taken aback when Zhao Long not only saw through his concealment, but also forced him out into the open. At this juncture, he comprehended that Zhao Long was not neglecting Zhu Daxing. Rather, he would only strike at a critical moment. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide, and a small sword, faintly visible like a translucent stream, hovered in front of him. Shimmering with radiant light, with a commanding shout, it transformed into an endless beam of sword light, surging forth like the mighty Yangtze River, tearing through the heavens and earth as it raced towards Wang Yu. His garments billowed without the stir of wind, and a slender fissure appeared in the void before him, revealing a long, narrow black hole that in the next instant, a crystal-clear skeleton, its bones gleaming, leaped forth from the abyss. Upon its emergence before Wang Yu, the skeleton dove downward with astonishing speed, leaving a trail of afterimages as it lunged toward the oncoming torrent of sword light. As the skeleton reached the sword's path, it extended its white, bony claws, each finger sharp as a blade, slicing through the air with a piercing sound as it clawed fiercely at the relentless stream of sword light. The sound of metallic clashes rang out, as the claws, enveloped in swirling grayish-white malevolence, proved to be as indomitable as a divine weapon, dispersing countless beams of sword light with each swipe. Before long, what had appeared to be an infinite river of swords was cleaved open by the skeleton, which surged forth towards Zhu Daxing. Startled, Zhu Daxing retreated abruptly, yet the skeleton's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, it stood before him, its claw lunging towards his chest, overwhelmed with fear. Zhu Daxing cried out, "Brother Zhao, please lend me your aid. I cannot withstand this any longer." At that moment, however, Wang Yu was sneering coldly, hastening the incantation in his hands. Desperately channeling his power, he commanded the skeleton to assault Zhu Daxing. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to eliminate Zhu Daxing in one fell swoop. Just then, Zhao Long made his move. Raising his hand, a sphere of crimson flames shot forth, hurtling towards Wang Yu with great speed. It is truly astonishing that this fiery orb, unlike the formidable fire spells typically wielded by Zhao Long, emanates an energy fluctuation that is remarkably mundane, resembling nothing more than a common fireball technique. "Humph, I had anticipated this maneuver long ago." Upon finishing her words, Wang Yu raised her hand and hurled a cerulean gourd towards the crimson flames. With her other hand, she swiftly formed a series of incantations to command the skeletal figure to pursue Zhu Dezhen. Observing Wang Yu unleashing a specialized artifact designed to absorb flames, the fire-eating gourd, Zhao Long merely scoffed in disdain. Without any visible action on his part, the crimson flames suddenly split into two torrents. One surged towards the cerulean gourd, while the other surged directly at Wang Yu herself. My indestructible Vajra shield. How could a mere fireball technique possibly breach it? Wang Yu wore a look of arrogance, entirely unfazed by the flames approaching her, as she affixed a Vajra shield talisman to her body and continued to command the skeleton, relentlessly pursuing the retreating Zhu Dezhen. Zhu Dezhen, in an instant, was struck with terror. Wang Yu evidently intended to withstand the onslaught of the crimson flames in order to eliminate him. Bang! Before Wang Yu's skeletal minion could reach Zhu Dezhen, a burst of crimson flames struck her first, shattering the golden shield enveloping her and violently propelling her back, leaving her sprawled on the ground, struggling to rise. In a single blow, she had been grievously wounded. Zhu Dezhen stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. How on earth have you survived for so many years? Unable to distinguish between the true flames of the vermilion bird and a mere fireball, Zhao Long did not seize the opportunity to slay the injured Wang Yu. Instead, he gestured for Zhu Dezhen to finish her off. Zhu Dezhen, eager to personally execute Wang Yu, charged forward without hesitation at that moment. However, Zhao Long revealed a peculiar smile, seizing the moment while Zhu Dezhen was distracted. He clapped his hand against his storage bag, retrieving a revealing stone to record the scene of Zhu Dezhen slaying Wang Yu. Indeed, Zhu Dezhen remained oblivious to Zhao Long's actions, as he wielded his long sword to unleash a beam of sword light, effortlessly sending the defenseless Wang Yu flying. Subsequently, Zhu Dezhen swung his sword once more, releasing another beam that cleaved the airborne Wang Yu in two. This vengeance was made possible thanks to the significant assistance of Brother Zhao. Zhu Dezhen turned to approach Zhao Long, completely unaware of Zhao Long swiftly concealing an object in his palm and discreetly tossing it to the ground. No need for concern. This was merely an execution of the family head's orders. So there is no need for gratitude, my friend. In fact, this task was made considerably easier with your assistance, for which I am grateful. Zhu Dezhen remarked, now that I have avenged my son, I can finally put this matter to rest. We shall part ways here. Zhao Long nodded and replied, farewell. After Zhu Dezhen departed, the members of the Dark Hall also cleared the Wang family cultivators from the mine and gathered around Zhao Long, awaiting orders. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Long led everyone away. Chapter 111. Zhao Ying trains Zhao Long. At this moment, within the Zhao family's secret affairs hall, Zhao Ying gazed at the Zhao family's elder, Zhao Long, with a face full of fury. Zhao Ying was both astonished and enraged. He could hardly believe that Zhao Long had defied his orders and went to kill Wang Yu. This could lead to severe consequences, igniting an all-out war between the Zhao and Wang families. The Zhao Long he perceives is a person who would go to any lengths for the safety of the Zhao family. However, he is currently perplexed as to why Zhao Long would engage in actions that could precipitate the family's annihilation. A hint of sardonic amusement flickered at the corner of Zhao Long's mouth as he remarked, do you truly believe that by abducting Wang Yinghua's son, we can coerce the Wang family into ceasing hostilities? With that, Zhao Long patted Zhao Ying's shoulder and continued, even if you were to leverage his son to compel the Wang family to halt their aggression, what then? Will he be released or placed under house arrest? If we release him afterward, will the prior coercion still hold weight? He will possess even greater justification to attack our Zhao family. Furthermore, do you think it is solely our Zhao family that would resort to abduction? Would not the Wang family also consider abducting members of our clan? Presently, with Wang Yu deceased at the hands of Zhu Dezhen, the Wang family's ire has been redirected toward the Zhu family, and for now, we find ourselves in a position of safety. When the Zhu family and Wang family eventually clash, would it not be more advantageous for us to ally with the Zhu family to eradicate the Wang family? Zhao Long's words resonated with conviction. Although Zhao Ying struggled to accept Zhao Long's assertions, he recognized the veracity of Zhao Long's perspective. Nevertheless, the Wang family is bolstered by the support of the Li family, the foremost clan in Liuzhou, rendering them impervious to any alliance between us and the Zhu family. Zhao Ying found this notion somewhat implausible. With the formidable backing of the Jindan family, the Li family, no one would dare to extinguish the Wang family. Your memory seems to falter. Do not forget that 2 months ago, the Zhu family forged a matrimonial alliance with the Jindan family. The Xiao family, the eldest daughter of the Zhu family, wed the head of the Xiao family, whose strength is not significantly inferior to that of the Li family. Do you truly believe that the Li family would jeopardize themselves for the sake of the Wang family? Instigating a conflict with the Xiao family, that is utterly implausible. The Li family would never risk their own well-being for the Wang family. Zhaoying listened to Zhao Long's reasoning and found it quite persuasive. Yet he suddenly felt that the Zhao Long before him was no longer the simple, honest man devoid of ulterior motives he once knew. Still, he could not shake his dissatisfaction, although Zhao Long's arguments were sound. They effectively invalidated his own decisions, a reality intolerable for a head of the family. Zhaoying retorted, but the Zhu family has the Xiao family as their backing, and the Wang family has the Li family supporting them. Yet our Zhao family stands alone. Ultimately, it is us who will suffer. Zhao Long spoke with fervor, each word laden with reason, subtly reminding Zhaoying that the Wang family's encroachment upon the Zhao family could very well be a maneuver orchestrated by the Li family to eliminate rivals. Very well. The matter of the Zhao family aligning with the Xiao family will be entrusted to you. Zhaoying did not suspect that Zhao Long harbored ambitions to usurp his position as head of the family. For it was Zhao Long who had graciously ceded that role to him. The previous patriarch had bequeathed the leadership to Zhao Long, who, feeling himself ill-suited for the role due to his innate reticence, had willingly passed it to the more capable Zhaoying. Yet, what transformation had occurred within this unassuming individual, allowing him to articulate his thoughts so persuasively and analyze matters with such clarity? Zhaoying pondered deeply but found no answer. Meanwhile, the mirroring stone that Zhao Long had discreetly discarded upon the ground had ignited a tempest of turmoil within the Wang family. Upon viewing the recorded image, Wang Yinghua was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his cheeks as he sat silently at the table, engulfed in a profound silence. Others in the Wang family stood in 2 rows along the hall. Weeping in unison, Wang Yinghua gazed at the mirroring stone, lost in contemplation. For him, although Wang Yu's death signified the loss of a foundational expert for the Wang family that could endure such a setback, moreover, with careful planning, they could devise a scheme to exact revenge on Zhu Daijin for Wang Yu's demise. Before him lay the developing stone, a source of considerable distress for Wang Yinghua. This artifact had ignited a fierce conflict between the Wang and Zhu families, an incendiary item that escalated their rivalry from the death of a mere foundation establishment cultivator to the potential demise of hundreds, if not thousands, of family cultivators. Furthermore, a single misstep could obliterate the hard-won foundation of the Wang family. Thus, although Wang Yinghua harbored a desire for vengeance on behalf of Wang Yu, he was reluctant to engage in a skirmish with the Zhu family, particularly given the ongoing war with the Zhao family, which rendered such a confrontation ill-timed. Yet, the presence of this developing stone forced his hand, compelling him into conflict with the Zhu clan. Wang Yinghua could not help but lament the Zhao family's cunning ploy to divert trouble their way. At that moment, a servant clad in green entered the room and knelt before Wang Yinghua, stating, "Master, Kong Yuxiang, the head of the Kong family, requests an audience." The Kong family was a subordinate clan of the Wang family, situated to the north of their territory. Typically, they would only pay tribute at the end of the year, and given the early date, Wang Yinghua felt a flicker of suspicion at Kong Yuxiang's unexpected visit. "Let him in." Shortly thereafter, a corpulent middle-aged man entered the grand hall. Upon his arrival, he immediately knelt and began to lament before Wang Yinghua. "Master, you must seek justice for me. Zhu Yoxing of the Zhu family has seized 2 of my family's shops and abducted the shopkeeper, my daughter. He claims that his interest in my daughter signifies his regard for my family, and that he considers these shops as a wedding dowry." As Kong Yuxiang finished his plea, several elders from the clan joined in, recounting tales of past grievances with vivid detail. With each word, Wang Yinghua's anger intensified. Although he recognized these grievances as remnants of bygone days, their revival in this moment was particularly incendiary. As Kong Yuxiang's lamentations reached his ears, Wang Yinghua's ire surged uncontrollably. "What? Such audacity! The Zhu family has gone too far." Wang Yinghua was genuinely incensed. The Zhu family had persistently oppressed the Wang clan, had it not been for the repeated insinuations from Li Yuyong of the Li family, warning against embroiling themselves with the Xiao family during such critical times. He would have already retaliated. He had chosen to endure, yet the Zhu family showed no appreciation, continually provoking him. Over the past 3 years, they had committed numerous acts of vandalism, ambushing merchants and wreaking havoc. each incident requiring considerable effort to quell the discontent within his family, previously contemplating the potential conspiracies surrounding Wang Yu's demise. Wang Yinghua's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Kong Yuxiang's grievances, igniting memories of past humiliations by the Zhu family. The pent-up rage within him erupted, fueled by Kong Yuxiang's tale, consuming his rationality in a blaze of fury. Regardless of whether the Zhu family had orchestrated a plot, those who had harmed the Wang family and plundered their businesses must be punished. Unbeknownst to him, however, a cunning smile flickered across Kong Yuxiang's face as he knelt. While several members of his retinue mirrored his expression with similar, enigmatic smiles. Chapter 112. The Fall of the Wang family at noon, just as Jiang Xing prepared to cultivate. A plump creature suddenly emerged from the spirit beast pouch. Master, the Wang family is rallying a large force and heading south. Following this, the creature transmitted a series of images into Jiang Xing's mind. Through the transmitted images, Jiang Xing observed that the Wang family had rallied all the forces of the small clans under their jurisdiction, moving with a murderous intent towards the territory of the Zhu family in the south. Along the way, they casually annihilated 3 small clans affiliated with the Zhu family. Upon breaching the Zhu family estate, the Wang family unleashed a spree of arson, slaughter, and plunder, leaving no survivors among the ordinary folk and cultivators attempting to flee the impending doom. The once grand Zhu estate was reduced to a mere wasteland. This farce seemed to conclude there, leaving both the Wang and Zhu families to lick their wounds in sorrow. Jiang Xing was somewhat perplexed. Who could have anticipated that the Wang family, initially engaged in conflict with the Zhao family, would suddenly launch a frenzied assault on the Zhu family, seemingly intent on annihilating them entirely, by midday the following day? The Zhao family was abuzz with discussions regarding the calamity that had befallen the Wang and Zhu families. Jiang Xing feigned ignorance, occasionally inquiring with feigned curiosity. From the conversations of others, he gleaned that the incident had drawn the attention of the Li family, who had dispatched a significant number of cultivators to the Xiao family to demand accountability. The Li family had convened a negotiation in Qichuan City with the Xiao family, during which the Li family reproached the Xiao family for their indiscriminate bloodshed and demanded reparations for the Wang family. The Xiao family cried foul, asserting that the Wang family had inexplicably decimated 3 of their subordinate clans and severely wounded another, claiming to be the true victims and urging the Li family to punish the Wang family for their tumultuous actions. Wang Xiaozhen, the eldest son of the Wang family, knelt at the feet of Li Ranhao, the head of the Li family, weeping profusely as he recounted how the Zhu family had bullied the Wang family, insisting that his father had acted in fury when rallying forces to attack the Zhu family. However, the Li family found themselves powerless to intervene, for the Wang family's impulsiveness had turned their justified grievances into unwarranted actions. That night, Fein You transmitted a vivid scene: Zhao Long stealthily infiltrating the Wang family and assassinating the last remaining foundation-building elder, Wang Zi, before quietly departing, with the Zhao family now posing no threat to the Wang family. Zhao Long's actions appeared to be a thorough eradication of potential dangers, a notion Jiang Xing found unremarkable and thus paid little heed to. Yet, the following morning, just as dawn broke, Jiang Xing witnessed the head of the Kong family, Kong Yunxiang, leading his clan's cultivators into the Wang family, effortlessly seizing control of everything. Witnessing this, Jiang Xing no longer considered Zhao Long's assassination of Wang Zi merely a matter of eradicating a threat. The timing was too coincidental. Wang Zi had just perished, and Kong Yunxiang revolted as if it had been preordained. Initially, Jiang Xing had instructed Fein You to keep a close watch on Zhao Long. Now, he had added Kong Yunxiang to his list of individuals to monitor closely, as he sensed a connection between the two. On the 3rd day, after gathering the materials he had decomposed, Jiang Xing smiled contentedly. Over the past few days, as he refined his skills in dismantling inferior magical artifacts, he had unknowingly reached a level of expertise in purification. Thus, he resolved to commence forging artifacts. Li Shu, please provide me with the items on this list. Early in the morning, Jiang Xing strode into Li's artifact workshop, nonchalantly placing a list on the table and addressing Li Zhaoxing, the proprietor, with familiar ease. Given Li Zhaoxing's upright character, who never resorted to underhanded tactics when purchasing the materials Jiang Xing had decomposed, Jiang Xing held him in high esteem and respectfully referred to him as Li Shu. All right, please wait a moment. Xiao Fan, retrieve the materials from the warehouse according to this list. Li Zhaoxing instructed a young man diligently processing materials behind him. Understood. The materials you requested have been prepared, totaling 66 spirit stones. Upon hearing that the cost of a mere mortal-grade magical artifact amounted to 66 spirit stones, Jiang Xing could not help but gasp in astonishment. After all, the process of crafting magical artifacts is seldom successful on the first attempt. Those with a high success rate typically manage to produce 7 to 8 successful items out of 10. Based on this cost, the expense of forging a single artifact ranges from 80 to 90 spirit stones. However, despite the high costs, the potential profits are equally substantial. A low-grade mortal artifact can be sold for approximately 150 spirit stones, allowing for a net profit of 60 to 70 spirit stones after deducting expenses. Moreover, should fortune smile upon the craftsman, they might inadvertently create a mid-grade mortal artifact, resulting in a significant windfall. Such an artifact is valued at around 600 spirit stones, translating to an immediate profit exceeding 500 spirit stones, equivalent to the monthly earnings of those who hunt ferocious beasts. Should one succeed in forging a high-grade mortal artifact, the value escalates even further, reaching approximately 1,500 spirit stones. It can be said that by crafting just one high-grade artifact within a month, one could effortlessly exceed a monthly income of 10,000 spirit stones. Earning over 10,000 spirit stones a month is considered a substantial income within the realm of cultivation for the average individual. Even with their utmost efforts, the monthly earnings rarely exceed 500 to 600 spirit stones. Conversely, those with a lower success rate find themselves in a dire situation. Producing merely 4 successful artifacts out of 10 is considered acceptable, while sometimes not a single one may succeed, leading to catastrophic losses. Many abandon the art of crafting due to their low success rates. Jiang Xing glanced at the colorful ores and powdered liquids within the box, verified the materials, and departed with the crafting supplies in hand. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he retrieved a jade slip, preparing to revisit the steps of the crafting process contained within. The artifact Jiang Xing intended to forge was the cloud-piercing sword, precisely the artifact referenced in the jade slip he had acquired. This sword possesses formidable penetrating power and has a modest market demand. Jiang Xing had long since committed all the crafting steps to memory, and he was merely refreshing his knowledge at this point. Soon, he recited all the steps silently, feeling confident that no issues remained. He then picked up the primary material, Tai-tung iron, and began the process of refining it with southern bright fire. Initially dark and opaque, the Tai-tung iron gradually transformed into a silvery hue under the purifying flames, its surface beginning to show signs of melting. Jiang Xing continued to refine the Tai-tung iron, and before long, it fully liquefied, with impurities being meticulously separated. As time passed, the impurities were gradually extracted, and when the last of them was removed, the entire Tai-tung iron had contracted slightly, its color shifting from the initial dark hue to a brilliant silver sheen. Setting aside the refined Tai-tung iron, Jiang Xing picked up a piece of golden essence for further purification. Little did he know that this step was deemed superfluous by many, as both shops and families, and even the artifact crafters of sects, typically bypassed this stage, proceeding directly to the crafting process. This is because these materials have already been refined to an 85% purity by merchants, making them suitable for immediate crafting. The conventional methods of purification mastered by ordinary weaponsmiths only achieve a mere 88% purity. For this minuscule disparity, they squander over half a day in the process of refinement, which is undoubtedly an impractical endeavor. Unlike Jiang Xing, who possesses treasures such as the Inmu Jade pendant to aid him, they are incapable of attaining the transformative high purity of 98% that Jiang Xing can achieve. Hence, no one endeavors to purify weaponry materials. Furthermore, the purification referred to within the context of crafting does not pertain to materials that merchants have already refined, but rather to the raw materials freshly unearthed from the mines. After all, the ability to purify the raw materials extracted from the mines, coupled with the skill to forge them into weapons, signifies a true mastery of the entire crafting process. Such a weaponsmith can forge anywhere, embodying the essence of a genuine craftsman. In stark contrast, many half-baked smiths, who can only work with pre-purified materials, find themselves utterly helpless when confronted with low-purity or unrefined materials, which is a fundamental reason for the low success rates among many smiths. Their inability to purify materials guarantees that any encounter with inferior materials will inevitably lead to failure in crafting. At this moment, Jiang Xing has already mastered the art of purification, significantly enhancing his success rate in weapon crafting. He purifies the materials he purchases, a practice reminiscent of the weaponsmiths in military legions. Each legion smith takes great pleasure in refining the materials they acquire, as they frequently venture into battle where the destruction of magical artifacts is nearly a certainty. Furthermore, the places they are dispatched to are often desolate, miles away from bustling markets, making it nearly impossible to procure even pre-purified materials. Thus, every Legion Smith learns the art of spiritual ore detection, enabling them to excavate spiritual ore from mines they encounter along their journey, purifying and crafting it themselves. However, lacking a mentor, Jiang Xing remains unaware of this practice. He merely follows the steps outlined in the crafting manual, believing that it is essential to re-purify the materials before forging. Consequently, he diligently purifies each type of material. Though he cannot guarantee a 100% purity, he is confident in achieving at least 98%. After spending half a day on purification, Jiang Xing does not leave empty-handed. The high-purity materials he produces guarantee that the magical artifacts he crafts will far surpass those made from materials that have not undergone secondary purification. Thus, upon successfully forging, the quality of Jiang Xing's artifacts is significantly superior to those produced by ordinary cultivation families or loose cultivators, frequently resulting in mid-grade and high-grade artifacts. At this juncture, Jiang Xing's creations even surpass those crafted by certain sects. Despite their possession of countless secret techniques, as they too cannot elevate the purity of spiritual materials to 98%, of course, that is a matter for another time. Jiang Xing remains blissfully unaware of all this. He is solely aware that the jade slip-on weapon crafting stipulates certain requirements that must be fulfilled. Once all preparations are complete, Jiang Xing sits cross-legged beside the blazing furnace, his eyes gently closed. As the information regarding crafting methods flows through his mind from the insights recorded in the crafting manual, only after he is certain that he has overlooked not a single detail does he slowly open his eyes. At this moment, within Jiang Xing's pitch-black eyes, there resided an ancient stillness, as tranquil as a placid lake, devoid of any ripples that this instant. He had already adjusted his mindset to its optimal state. And it was precisely at the moment Jiang Xing opened his eyes that he commenced his actions. His hands swept through the air like a gentle breeze, casting a substantial piece of tungsten ore, previously set aside, into the refining furnace. Subsequently, he unleashed a series of incantations directed at the furnace, which immediately responded with a hissing sound as flames surged forth, sparks flying in all directions, and an overwhelming heat radiating outward. Jiang Xing appeared impervious to the searing warmth, his gaze fixed intently on the tungsten ore within the furnace, which was rapidly turning crimson. According to the records of refining techniques, the temperature of the materials during the process is of paramount importance. Each time a new material is introduced, one must first ascertain whether the preceding material has reached the appropriate temperature for the addition, whether too low or excessively high. Any deviation could adversely affect the fusion of the two materials, resulting in a final artifact that is either too brittle or prone to breaking, cracking, or other defects. Such issues arise from the inappropriate temperature, leading to uneven integration of the various materials. Jiang Xing's eyes sparkled with brilliance, radiating a keen intensity. Whenever a material reached its melting point, he promptly introduced one or several materials into the furnace. Unbeknownst to him, a quarter of an hour slipped by. And as more materials were added to the furnace, a dazzling, crystalline metallic liquid began to hover within the flames. All the materials had amalgamated, and now it was time to forge the mold. A light chuckle escaped Jiang Xing's lips as he swiftly executed a series of ethereal gestures, which cascaded into the refining furnace. With a hiss, as soon as the ethereal light touched the metallic liquid within the furnace, the resplendent metallic substance began to stretch towards both ends, swiftly taking the form of a sword that was almost too painful to behold, with an uneven blade and a hilt that resembled a crooked firewood stick. This was the sword mold. Observing that the sword mold had been successfully crafted, Jiang Xing resolved to proceed to the next step, which was to inscribe runes upon the mold. The sword mold serves as the core of the flying sword artifact, acting as the vessel for the runes, slightly shorter and smaller in circumference than the finished flying sword, resembling a miniature version of it. The mold is intended for the engraving of runes, which spread across it like intricate veins. In fact, these runes are indeed equivalent to the artifact's lifeblood, hence they are referred to as rune veins. These runes are the source of an artifact's power. When the host's vital energy permeates the artifact, it is through these runes that the sword's might is unleashed. The more precise the runes, the greater the potential power they can manifest, once the runes are meticulously inscribed. A specially crafted secret silver must be infused into the rune grooves to facilitate the transmission of spiritual energy for the sword. Only then is this portion of the sword mold truly complete. Jiang Xing executed a series of incantations, under which the southern flame within the refining furnace transformed into a knife of mere inches in length, which, under Jiang Xing's command, began to carve the runes onto the mold. Given the mold's diminutive size and the intricate density of the runes, Jiang Xing found his vision somewhat strained, prompting him to hang the Yin-Eye jade pendant at his waist, with the aid of the Yin-Eye stone. The small sword mold appeared as large as a door panel to Jiang Xing. This allowed him to engrave with relative ease and remarkable precision. The sword embryo possesses an exceptionally hard texture. In a moment of excessive force, Jiang Xing inadvertently ruined a particular rune with his carving knife. However, today seemed to be fraught with misfortune. As the hours passed, one failed attempt after another marred the drawing of runes upon the sword embryo. Fortunately, through these repeated endeavors, Jiang Xing gradually honed his skills and began to discern certain techniques, ultimately succeeding in etching the runes into the blade. At this juncture, he could commence the final step of shaping, which proved to be the most arduous phase. The difficulty of shaping arose from the fact that the sword embryo was now adorned with numerous runes, and it had already transformed into a liquid state within the furnace, making any contact exceedingly precarious. After all, to mold a liquid sword embryo covered in runes without disturbing the meticulously inscribed symbols was a formidable challenge. At this point, the sword embryo had become liquid. Even the slightest tremor or a momentary lapse of control could lead to its deformation, not to mention the fate of the runes upon its surface. As Jiang Xing awaited the stabilization of the sword embryo, he resumed the heating process. The subsequent shaping step was the most demanding, necessitating his undivided attention. Gradually, he pulled the molten sword embryo into slender strands, smoothing the surface as he proceeded. Yet, in certain areas where a bump or dip emerged, he found himself at a loss. Attempting to level those spots would create a far greater disturbance than in other regions, easily disrupting the internal runes. Nevertheless, during such a critical moment, regardless of the obstacles, he had to persist. Channeling his shaping technique, he gently glided his hand over the sword's body. Noticing that the protrusions were somewhat difficult to manage, he exerted additional force to shape them. Unexpectedly, while smoothing the rough spot, he inadvertently deformed the surrounding runes. Though the sword was not rendered entirely useless, its potency diminished significantly, relegating it to a subpar magical artifact. Instantly, a wave of despondency washed over Jiang Xing. Despite his earnest dedication to the craft, he had still failed. Gathering his emotions, he resolved to begin anew, and after 3 hours, he faced yet another setback. However, he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he continued to forge ahead, contemplating where he had faltered and how he might improve. After countless attempts over the span of 8 days, Jiang Xing finally succeeded in crafting his first low-tier, mundane magical artifact. Chapter 113 in the Grand Hall of the Li family. The patriarch, Li Haoran, sat face-to-face with his fifth son, Li Yuqi, exchanging glances akin to that of strangers, devoid of any semblance of familial affection. Li Haoran regarded his son with a peculiar expression, while Li Yuqi returned the gaze with equal detachment, lacking any trace of respect typically afforded to a father. You have all grown increasingly audacious. Do you not realize that the Wang family is a subordinate clan of the Li family? You dare to orchestrate the downfall of the Wang family, truly believing the Li family fears you? Li Haoran spoke, his tone entirely lacking the warmth of a father, resembling more that of a stranger addressing another. Our Hall of Souls has its reasons for targeting the Wang family. The Li patriarch would do well to manage his own affairs, lest we all find ourselves in an unpleasant situation. Li Yuqi retorted, no matter the reasons, you could have at least informed me before extinguishing my subordinate clan. How am I to explain this to them? Li Haoran replied. Humph, no explanation is necessary. This is merely the consequence of the Wang family coveting that which does not belong to them. Were it not for the profound ties between our Soul Hall and your esteemed clan, it is likely that even the nearby Liu family would have faced obliteration, Li Yuqi remarked. However, your annihilation of the Wang family has effectively undermined my Li family, to the extent that the momentum of the Shao family has begun to subtly eclipse ours. Moreover, who is to say what collusion exists between you and the Shao family? Let us not forget that you too have dealings with them. Li Haoran interjected. The Li clan is overly apprehensive. In truth, it is not solely the Wang family that has taken what does not belong to them, but the Zhu family as well. They too must be eradicated. Li Yuqi asserted that, oh, there is also the Zhu family. Hence, what you refer to must pertain to the shipment that was intercepted 6 months ago. To be precise, it was indeed orchestrated by the Wang family. Albeit the Zhu family seized a portion of the goods amidst the chaos, Li Haoran felt a shiver run down his spine as he realized his son had discerned his intentions. Aware that the other party sought retribution from both the Wang and Zhu families. Retribution in the form of souls. That shipment contained numerous souls. In truth, the recent operation by the Wang family was indeed orchestrated by him. Aimed at uncovering the mystery behind that exceedingly clandestine organization, the items are indeed in his possession, sealed within a jade talisman, rendering them inaccessible and their nature unknown, likely related to souls as well. We shall let this matter rest for now. After all, we must continue our collaboration. Over the years, your organization has assisted my Li family in overcoming numerous obstacles, a contribution of immense significance, and my Li family sincerely hopes to maintain this alliance with your esteemed organization. Haha, it is a relief to hear the head of the Li family express such thoughts. Our actions have indeed served to greatly aid both you and the Xiao family, have they not? If I am not mistaken, your Li and Xiao families have once again begun to covertly conspire to reshuffle the power dynamics of the Liuzhou clans, while you publicly maintain peace among the families of Liuzhou. Behind the scenes, you incite various potential crises through internal traitors, inciting conflict among the clans, Li Haoran retorted. Is this not precisely what your organization desires? You have assisted my Li family and the Xiao family in eliminating numerous obstacles. Yet you have reaped a significant number of souls in the process, have you not? This time, as my Li family and the Xiao family undertake the reshuffling of the Liuzhou family forces, there will undoubtedly be rivers of blood, and at that time, the Lord of Souls shall reap a bountiful harvest of souls. Thus, it is imperative for the Lord of Souls to exert considerable effort during this family reshuffle. Li Yuqi replied. Such eloquence makes it seem as though your Li family stands to gain nothing. Currently, your Li and Xiao families command 60% of all resources within the Liuzhou families. Is it not the result of our triad-esque collaborative reshuffling? What you seek are the cultivation resources of Liuzhou, while I seek the souls. We each take what we need. As for those other families with cultivators qualified to reach the Golden Core stage, they must be eliminated. Otherwise, once they break through to Golden Core, they will disrupt the balance of Liuzhou. Upon finishing, Li Yuqi's eyes glazed over, standing motionless as though entranced. After a considerable time, his eyes regained their luster. And upon seeing his father before him, he was startled, hastily bowing and saying, I greet my father. Has my illness flared up once more? I thank you for your continued healing. You may leave. Ancestor, Haoran requests an audience. Outside the forbidden grounds of the heavenly pool, Li Haoran respectfully announced. Enter. An aged voice resonated. Ancestor, the goods intercepted from the Soul Hall have been discovered by them, and Haoran fears that the Soul Hall may retaliate against us, especially since they have already annihilated the Wang family. At present, Li Haoran has informed the ancestral patriarch of the Li family about the matters concerning the Soul Palace. Although this Soul Palace possesses immense power, turning against us would yield them no advantage. We must be cautious of their soul-binding technique, which is exceedingly formidable. Not only does it encompass all knowledge known to the bound individual, but it also allows them to perceive everything the individual sees and hears. While I possess the capability to dispel this spell, the moment they sense an attempt to break the binding, they will immediately cause the bound individual to perish. 3 centuries ago, the old man from the Xiao family and I discovered individuals ensnared by this technique and attempted to intervene. Yet, for everyone we freed, they would bind 10 more, often relatives of the family leaders. In our utter helplessness, the old man from the Xiao family and I had no choice but to reach an accord with the Soul Palace. Henceforth, the 3 of us united our forces, firmly grasping control over Liuzhou, while they clandestinely eliminated adversaries for us, refraining from binding souls within our families, save for one descendant of the current family head, who would be the sole vessel for communication. The recent annihilation of the Wang family likely serves as a warning to us. That night, Jiang Xing was cultivating the 9 nether yin-yang eye, sensing that he was on the verge of breaking through to the 2nd level, as his eyes were tingling and itching, seemingly undergoing a transformation. Whenever he practiced, his left eye would emit a faint crimson spiritual light, which was now gradually shifting into a scorching golden red hue. Meanwhile, his right eye, which previously radiated a subtle white spiritual light, was slowly transforming into a bluish-white glow. At last, the brilliance in Jiang Xing's eyes intensified, and suddenly, beams of golden red and bluish-white light shot forth, striking the wall opposite him. Jiang Xing realized that this was a manifestation of the powers arising from breaking through to the second level of the 9 nether yin-yang eye. After over half a month's cultivation, he had finally made progress. "Father, you are awake." At that moment, Jiang Xing, witnessing Jiang Xing's sudden eye-opening in the 2 beams of divine light emanating from him, inquired. Jiang Xing turned to look at Jiang Xing, only to be astounded by the sight before him. Jiang Xing was emanating a brilliant golden flame that was exceedingly dazzling. "You rascal, quickly extinguish that fire. It's blinding," Jiang Xing, perplexed, replied. "Father, I'm not on fire." It was then that Jiang Xing discerned that the flames surrounding Jiang Xing were unlike ordinary fire. They lacked searing heat and merely exuded a robust life force that resembled flames. Jiang Xing was filled with elation, for he recognized that this was Jiang Xing's soul power. Soul power and mental power share the same origin. Thus, he could also perceive mental power. This meant he could cultivate the annihilation sword technique. Having broken through to the second layer, he could now see the powers of the second layer that were previously obscured in the jade slip. "I shall see what these 2 beams of light signify." Jiang Xing infused his mental power into the Enai jade pendant, at which point the words Tianxu divine light materialized before him. The very name exuded an air of grandeur and sophistication. However, before he could revel in his joy, the subsequent description of this divine light compelled him to curse in frustration. According to the Enai jade pendant, this Tianxu divine light is an incorporeal destructive divine light capable of obliterating any soul entity. When divided, it manifests as Xianyang divine light and Tian divine light. The golden-red Xianyang divine light emitted from his left eye is the purest of the pure, capable of vanquishing Yin souls. The pale azure light emanating from the right eye is referred to as the Tian divine light, capable of extinguishing the Yang soul. However, this divine ability is fraught with limitations. Its potency determined by the strength of one's spiritual essence. Those endowed with formidable souls can wield this technique to obliterate the heavens and the earth, while those with weaker souls might struggle to even slay a mere chicken. Given Jiang Xing's current spiritual strength, it is evidently lacking. The Enai divine light he conjures, when cast upon a living being, may at most inflict a minor spiritual wound, to annihilate an opponent's soul in one fell swoop. Their soul must be separated from the body, leaving them defenseless against such an assault, thus enabling the destruction of a fellow cultivator's soul of equal standing. Conversely, the Yang eye proves considerably more useful, capable of dispatching malevolent spirits with a single glance. Rising to inspect the wall where the divine light had struck, Jiang Xing placed his hand upon it, discovering the wall to be entirely unscathed. This indicates that the divine ability is ineffective against physical entities, only impacting the soul. Moreover, this singular beam of divine light had astonishingly consumed 1/20th of his mental energy. Typically, casting a spell consumes no more than 1% of his mental energy. Yet this seemingly feeble ray had drained him so significantly. A torrent of frustration surged within Jiang Xing as he lamented the absence of a gaping hole or the transformation of the wall's interior into dust upon impact. The disparity between his expectations and reality was staggering. After a lengthy period of grappling with this harsh truth, Jiang Xing reassured himself that it was not entirely without merit, as it could still vanquish malevolent spirits. Having practiced throughout the night, it was time to venture forth and procure some materials for artifact crafting, ensuring a steady income. This encapsulates a typical day in Jiang Xing's life: forging artifacts by day, cultivating by night, seamlessly intertwining the pursuits of wealth and spiritual growth. Chapter 114. The Labyrinth of Ghostly Realms. Is Jiang Gongfeng present? The Grand Elder requests your presence at dawn. Just as Jiang Xing prepared to step outside, a cry from a guard of the Zhao family echoed from beyond the door. Upon hearing that the Grand Elder sought him, an unsettling sensation gripped Jiang Xing's heart. Zhao Long was exceedingly suspicious. The tasks he had assigned were consistently laced with peril. Were it not for his need to remain hidden within the Zhao family, Jiang Xing would have kept as far away from this individual as possible. Lead the way. Following the guard to the Zhao family's council hall, Jiang Xing entered to find 7 or 8 individuals already assembled, including the 3 key figures of the Zhao family's power structure: Zhao Long, Zhao Ying, and Zhao Yi. Jiang Gongfeng, your arrival is timely. We have matters to discuss with you. Zhao Ying greeted Jiang Xing with a benevolent smile. However, upon witnessing Zhao Ying's ostensibly charitable demeanor, Jiang Xing felt a wave of aversion. The truth of Zhao Ying's actions had long been made clear to Jiang Xing by the compound-eyed spirit fly, rendering this facade of benevolence utterly ineffective in his eyes. The head of the family has pressing matters. Please proceed with your instructions, Jiang Xing stated. Opting for directness, he understood that Zhao Ying's words, though couched in the guise of a discussion, were a veiled command that he could not refuse. This matter should be addressed by the Grand Elder. He has strongly recommended you for this task. Zhao Ying gestured towards Zhao Long. Zhao Long appeared taken aback by Zhao Ying's unexpected decision to shift the responsibility onto him. Caught off guard, he stammered, you know. Not long ago, the Wang family was annihilated, and a smaller clan under their reign, the Kong family, has since taken over their territory, ascending to the status of a prominent family. Now, in celebration of their newfound status, the Kong family has opened a small cave dwelling within their domain, inviting representatives from various clans to send 1 or 2 individuals to participate. To my knowledge, this cave dwelling is a labyrinth of spirits. And Jiang, with his unparalleled detection skills, naturally poses no challenge for him. Thus, I wholeheartedly recommended Jiang to represent the Zhao family in this endeavor. With so many participants, the Kong family plans to consolidate their forces and, in a single stroke, breach the depths of the spirit labyrinth, where they have long been unable to penetrate. Given the unknown routes within the labyrinth's depths, I suggested you, an expert in detection, as the guide. Therefore, you shall be the leader on this occasion. Upon hearing this, Jiang was aware that it was yet another trap laid for him. Fortunately, having recently achieved significant progress in his training, he felt unperturbed and consented. The following morning, a magnificent white horse, resplendent with flowing mane and exuding a sacred aura, drew a luxurious carriage to a halt at the Zhao family's entrance. Jiang, accompanied by Zhao Yi, embarked on the carriage, speeding toward the Kong family. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Kong family's spirit labyrinth, a girl with short hair, clad in a red gown, perched atop a fiery crimson unicorn spirit beast, glanced impatiently toward the path they had come from. This girl, known as Kong Ling, stood at a height of over 1.7 meters, appearing both slender and statuesque. Despite her icy demeanor, her exquisitely chiseled features could not be concealed. Yet today, she seemed somewhat agitated. Displaying subtle signs of anger, Kong Ling turned her gaze to a youth standing beside her, his face alight with admiration. This youth, Kong Hai, was the nephew of Kong Yunxiang, renowned for mastering the ghostly body demon torment technique. This advanced technique of the Azure tier had only been attainable by him among the descendants of the Kong family over the past century, due to the concentration of their bloodline. Although merely 16 years old, he possessed extraordinary temperament and had already reached the initial stage of chi refinement. One might say he was a prodigy, the shining star of the Kong family. Who could this person be? How could they possibly be our captain? And why must we wait so long? Kong Ling remarked, clearly displeased that I hear he is merely a trash at the initial stage of innate cultivation. Kong Hai scoffed. What does the family intend by this? Why assign such a person to lead us? A cold smile crept across Kong Ling's lips. What do you mean? The family has arranged for us to obey. That's all there is to it. Kong Hai's face bore a mysterious smile. Who knows the paths of this spirit labyrinth better than us? We have entered it every 3 years since childhood. Why would we need a stranger to guide us? If the Kong family were to lead, Kong Ling would have no objections, but entrusting the expedition to an inexperienced novice raised concerns, particularly regarding his lack of experience. This was not a leisurely excursion. It was a perilous adventure fraught with malevolent spirits that a single misstep could spell disaster for the entire team. Enough talk. The representatives from the other families will be arriving soon. Kong Hai observed from a distance that individuals from the Kong family were gradually approaching the foot of the mountain. He spoke up just as a tall, imposing young man, with a scar across his face and an air of fierce determination, strode towards them. Is that not Brother Kong? With your capabilities, I presume you are leading the team this time. This young man was Lu Ruoyan, the son of the third elder of the illustrious Lu family, who had forged a strong friendship with Kong Hai since childhood. That it had taken considerable effort for him to secure a spot in the Kong family's exploration of the ghostly maze. His participation in this adventure was primarily at the behest of his family, tasked with probing into the talents of Kong Hai, the heir to a ghostly bloodline that had not been matched in a century. It was said that this lineage possessed extraordinary abilities akin to those of legends. Legend has it that 300 years ago, an ancestor of the Kong family had a ghostly bloodline so potent that he could cultivate the ghostly body demonic technique. This ancestor, having mastered the technique, transformed into an ethereal being, appearing as a mere projection from the heavens, impervious to the majority of spells and attacks. Whenever he was assailed, whether by magic or flying swords, the attacks passed through him as if he were a figment of the void, inflicting no harm whatsoever, had it not been for an encounter with a master who had perfected his sword intent. This ancestor would have continued to be regarded as invulnerable to all forms of assault that it was only after his defeat by the unparalleled sword intent that the secret of the ghostly body demonic technique was unveiled. Those who mastered it became akin to ghostly entities, possessing a body of nothingness. Initially, when one's cultivation was low, this ethereal form was weak, unable to disregard even basic spells and susceptible to injury. However, with profound cultivation, most attacks could be ignored. Nevertheless, against attacks imbued with powerful sword intent or mental force, the ethereal body remained vulnerable. What? A mere novice at the early stages of innate development is to be our captain? Lu Ruoyan exclaimed incredulously that it was rumored that he had exceptional skills in detection, which was why he had been appointed as captain, yet he seemed rather inept in terms of cultivation. Kong Hai replied calmly. Beside him, Kong Ling expressed her displeasure, seeing how well-informed Kong Hai was about this future captain while she remained in the dark. She pouted, "Cousin, the family head is biased. He shares so much about this Zhao family member with you, yet tells me nothing." Kong Hai chuckled and replied, "Oh, you. Not telling you is for your own good." Chapter 115. Kong Hai. When Jiang Xing arrived at the entrance of the Kong family's ghostly maze with Jiang Cheng, he found over 40 individuals already gathered there. Each was elegantly dressed, clearly from prominent family lineages. However, as Jiang Xing made his appearance, the expressions directed at him were far from welcoming. They had already learned that Jiang Xing was to be the captain of this expedition, and notably, he was the weakest among them all in terms of cultivation. The lowest among them was at the mid-stage of innate development, while the strongest was at the chi refinement stage. Yet, here was their captain, merely a fledgling at the early stage of innate development, which made the notion of protecting him seem utterly ludicrous. To make matters worse, he was accompanied by a child of around 11 or 12 years old. Does this not mean that they must not only protect him, but also safeguard a child? Do you truly believe that we, a group of young elites hailing from various clans, would heed the commands of a mere inexperienced youth? Zhang Yuchen disdainfully remarked to the person beside him. He hailed from the Zhang family, and was a practitioner at the initial stage of chi refinement, ranking among the strongest 3 of this small team of 13. Thus, he was resolutely unwilling to take orders from a practitioner of the early innate stage. Furthermore, he was here on a mission from his family. The Zhang family, once a minor clan akin to the Kong family, now aspired to forge an alliance with the Kong family following their elevation to a major clan. Consequently, the family head had specifically tasked him with befriending the future genius of the Kong family, Kong Hai. During this expedition, to achieve this, he had to usurp the captaincy from that early innate stage practitioner and present it as a token of goodwill to Kong Hai. Upon hearing this, several individuals around nodded in agreement. Indeed, they were all true experts who would not heed the words of an early innate stage practitioner. It seemed that the young man was destined to display his incompetence throughout this journey. I believe the position of captain rightfully belongs to Brother Kong Hai. In terms of cultivation, qualifications, and abilities, who could possibly compare to Brother Kong? Zhang Yuchen declared, his pride swelling as he noticed a hint of a smile at the corner of Kong Hai's lips, indicating that his flattery had struck the right chord. Among the other 9, a few shared Zhang Yuchen's intentions and soon rallied to support Kong Hai as captain, deriding Jiang Xing, the true captain. Kong Ling cast a sympathetic glance at the exquisitely delicate Jiang Cheng, lamenting that such a charming child might meet his demise in the ghost hiding maze, stirring a sense of compassion within her. She approached Jiang Xing and, out of courtesy, spoke graciously. The ghost hiding maze is fraught with countless malevolent spirits, some of which are formidable chi refinement stage entities. How can you possibly bring a child into such peril? Do you think this is a leisurely excursion? Jiang Xing replied. He possesses the ability to protect himself. There is no need for you to worry about him. Kong Ling was incensed. She had not anticipated that Jiang Xing would disregard her good intentions, and thus she exclaimed, "Young man, we are not going on a tour. We are embarking on a trial. The journey can be perilous, and if you are concerned for this child's safety, it would be best not to bring him along." Jiang Xing found it amusing. Jiang Qing, clad in that human skin today, had his presence concealed, appearing as an ordinary mortal child, yet his strength surpassed that of a typical practitioner at the initial stage of chi refinement. Yet, Kong Ling mistakenly believed Jiang Cheng to be an ordinary child. This matter is of no concern to you. Jiang Xing responded with some displeasure to Kong Ling's outburst as soon as his words left his lips. Those around him chuckled derisively, with someone muttering, "Those are your words. Let us hope this remains irrelevant to us, for we have no desire to bear two burdens." Meanwhile, Kong Hai, who had been quietly observing the crowd, revealed a deep disdain on his face as he witnessed the mockery directed at Jiang Xing, his heart laughing coldly to the utmost. Kong Ling retorted, "What capability do you, an early innate stage practitioner, possess to make such assertions? We certainly do not wish to carry two dead weights. Originally, your presence was a burden to us. Now, with an additional companion, we invite further peril, which could easily entangle us all." Jiang Xing remarked, "It matters not. His abilities are commendable, and adding him to our ranks enhances our strength." This provoked an eye roll from Kong Lingqi, who wondered what a mere ordinary child could contribute. Was he to charm the spirits within the ghostly tomb labyrinth with his cuteness? Shaking her head at the absurdity of the thought, Kong Ling chose silence. For her, if this lad insisted on leading the child to danger, then let them face their fate alone. She would not be responsible for their demise. "Let us proceed," she declared at that moment. Kong Hai noted that everyone had gathered and spoke up as soon as he finished. He led the group toward the ghostly tomb labyrinth, embodying the role of a captain. Jiang Xing, who was supposed to guide the way, found himself without followers, trailing behind with Jiang Cheng at a distance. This scene unequivocally conveyed to Jiang Xing that, despite the family's designation of him as leader, it was Kong Hai who wielded authority within the group. Content with his solitude, Jiang Xing took advantage of the moment to discreetly instruct Jiang Cheng to release the compound-eyed spirit flies from the spirit beast pouch. The others, witnessing a swarm of compound-eyed flies emerging from the grass near Jiang Cheng, assumed the playful child had disturbed a nest of insects. Little did they know that these flies would precede them into the depths of the ghostly tomb labyrinth. Soon, the group entered the labyrinth, and upon crossing its threshold, Jiang Xing discerned that the ghostly tomb labyrinth was a complex maze formed by interconnected underground crypts, a convoluted network of passageways. The air was thick with malevolent energy, chilling to the bone, while the ground was littered with bones, and phantoms flitted about. Mysterious echoes of ghostly howls emanated from the abyssal depths, casting an eerie, terrifying aura. "Father, the atmosphere here feels so comfortable. It's like being at home," exclaimed Jiang Cheng, tugging at Jiang Xing's sleeve as they entered the burial site. Jiang Xing glanced around, noticing the bizarre purple mist swirling about, and inquired, "Is it the purple mist here that brings you comfort? Follow us if you wish to survive," Kong Ling interjected, her tone laced with urgency. Jiang Xing courteously acknowledged her warning with a bow, and then unleashed a barrage of water arrows, striking down the lowly spirits that encroached upon them. Jiang Xing refrained from joining the fray, recognizing that Jiang Xing could effortlessly handle the majority of the earthly spirits that lurked here, while he remained vigilant against the higher-level entities that might ambush them from the shadows. "Why is it that the spirits here are so feeble, given the density of the malevolent energy?" queried Lu Mingyu from the Lu family, as he dispatched one spirit after another while advancing deeper into the tomb. Most of the spirits he encountered were mere minor entities, with only the occasional innate malevolent spirit presenting a challenge, leaving him perplexed. Zhong Dakuai, a close acquaintance of Lu Mingyu, responded, "That is because the formidable spirits have all been captured by the Kong family, utilized for the training of their disciples. What powerful spirits remain?" Lu Mingyu retorted, "Years ago, the Kong family was but a small clan. How could they have access to such excellent cultivation resources? The ghostly tomb labyrinth produces at least 1,000 innate spirits each year. Why should they be allocated to the Kong family?" Zhong Dakuei remarked, "You underestimate the Kong family. Although they were a minor clan at that time, did you not notice how several larger families took advantage of their power to oppress the Kongs? Ultimately, it was the oppressors who faced dire consequences. It is evident that the Kong family has formidable backing. Otherwise, how could the Wang family have fallen, allowing the Kongs to seize their territory? After all, the Wang family was under the dominion of numerous mid-tier clans. How could a small family like the Kongs have been considered?" Lu Mingyu replied, "That is indeed a valid point. However, it was not solely Lu Mingyu who lamented the weakness of the spirits within the ghostly maze. Others began to voice their grievances as well, for many had come with the intention of capturing a powerful spirit to serve as a familiar. In unison, the crowd exclaimed, "Alas, why are the spirits here so feeble? Most are merely minor spirits of the postnatal stage. Bah, what kind of ghostly maze is this? I had anticipated encountering numerous formidable spirits. Yet the ones here are as weak as those found in the mundane world's mass graves. The Kong family, despite being a minor clan in the past, should not be associated with such pitiful circumstances within the ghostly maze. At that moment, Kong Hai, who was leading the group, addressed everyone, explaining, "This place is not usually like this. While it may not be teeming with chi refinement spirits, there are indeed many innate spirits present. The absence of higher-tier spirits today is due to an event organized by my Kong family 3 days ago, during which we captured nearly all the innate spirits that we have invited you here today, because, during that event, we inadvertently triggered a mechanism that opened a deeper passageway. This passage is quite profound and houses a significant number of formidable spirits. Hence the need for a substantial number of hands to explore it." As soon as Kong Hai finished speaking, some individuals began to express their discontent, accusing the Kong family of treating them as cannon fodder. However, the complaints quickly subsided. The group finally arrived at the entrance of the newly revealed passage, but just as they reached the threshold, an unexpected event occurred. The death had transpired. Upon arriving at the graveyard passage, Kong Hai released a fierce spirit from the spirit-raising tower to scout ahead. Shortly after entering the graveyard passage, the spirit reported to Kong Hai that a powerful entity resided within. However, before it could divulge the spirit's cultivation level, communication was abruptly severed, and after a considerable wait, there was still no news that a late-stage innate cultivator from the Jiang family, growing impatient, approached the graveyard passage for a closer look. Suddenly, a ghostly claw shot out from the passage, seizing him and dragging him inside, followed by a chilling cacophony of gnashing teeth and anguished screams echoing from the dark depths of the graveyard passage. The moment the claw emerged from the passage, the fierce aura characteristic of chi refinement spirits assaulted them. "It's a chi refinement spirit. Save him," Kong Hai bellowed, preparing to charge into the passage with the others. Seeing their intention to rush into the tomb to rescue the Jiang family cultivator, Jiang Xing, as the nominal leader of the group, cautioned them, "The spirit you sent in has already been torn apart in an instant. There are 3 chi refinement spirits lying in ambush at the entrance of the passage. It would be wise for you to form a formation before entering." As soon as Jiang Xing's words fell, Zhang Yuzuan sneered, "Are you trying to frighten us? On what grounds do you claim there are 3? Just moments ago, Brother Kong informed us that there is but a solitary ghostly entity standing beside Zhang Yuchen." Lu Qian remarked, "I believe he is terrified. By forming a formation to enter, he will be shielded by the array. It seems he wishes for us to safeguard him as he ventures into the tomb passage. How pathetic. If he is this frightened, what would happen if he delves deeper and encounters genuine peril? He would surely soil his trousers." Kong Hai, with a chilling sneer, addressed Jiang Xing. "Even if there are 3 headless specters within, do you truly believe our band of experts would face danger?" With that, Kong Hai led his companions into the fray. Observing the disbelief among the crowd, Jiang Xing, of course, would not divulge that the revived spirit fly had long since entered the passage. However, it is often futile to offer wise counsel to the damned. Indeed, as soon as Kong Hai and his group entered the passage, they were met with a ferocious onslaught from the 3 ghastly beings. 6 ghostly claws descended upon them with cataclysmic force, tearing through the air, and the 3 weakest among them were instantly reduced to mere fragments. Yet, Kong Hai and his companions were not to be trifled with. Among their ranks were 3 chi refinement practitioners, 5 mid-stage innate cultivators, and 4 late-stage innate cultivators. Although 3 had perished in an instant, their retaliation was swift and fierce in the moment of ambush. Kong Hai's ghostly energy surged mightily, activating his ghost body demonic transformation, and in an instant, he transformed into a divine specter, engaging one of the chi refinement ghosts in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, the other 2 chi refinement cultivators joined forces with the 9 innate practitioners to unleash a tempestuous assault on the remaining 2 specters. Jiang Xing refrained from intervening. He could clearly sense their disdain and hostility towards him, and he had no intention of degrading himself by aiding them at that moment. His gaze was captivated by one individual, Kong Hai. In that instant, Kong Hai radiated an overwhelming ghostly energy, akin to a roaring inferno, fierce and domineering, while his ethereal form, shrouded in ghostly aura, appeared as insubstantial as a true specter. Furthermore, he seemed to have cultivated sword intent. For even from 100 meters away, Jiang Xing could feel the chilling essence of Kong Hai's flying sword. Though the chi refinement ghoul was formidable, it was relentlessly cleaved by Kong Hai's sword. Howling in distress, after observing the battle for approximately a quarter of an hour, as Kong Hai and his group continued their fierce struggle against the 3 headless specters, Jiang Xing inquired. Father, shall we assist them? Jiang Xing replied, no need. They are nearing completion. If we intervene now, they might think we seek to claim their accolades. Indeed, as soon as Jiang Xing finished speaking, Kong Hai struck down the first ghostly entity, followed by the others dispatching the remaining two. At once Kong Hai's group had dealt with the three specters. Some among them, noticing Jiang Xing's absence of support, could not help but sneer. Among them, a tall, burly man with a round face and a robust frame voiced his discontent at Jiang Xing's lack of assistance, exclaiming, "Are you not the captain? Not only do you neglect to lead, but you also stand idly by during a minor crisis. When danger befalls you, who among us will come to your aid?" Jiang Xing retorted, "Captain, is not Kong Hai your captain? Throughout this journey, I have encountered numerous specters, yet I have not seen you slay even one." Su Yan, mind your tongue, Kong Hai interjected, approaching and patting Su Yan's shoulder. However, he held a similar contempt for Jiang Xing in his heart, deeming him cowardly. "Brother Kong, I fail to comprehend why such a worthless individual is appointed as the captain." Su Yan expressed his dissatisfaction. "When it comes to strength, qualifications, and experience, it should undoubtedly be you, Brother Kong. Let us allow the facts to speak for themselves." "I shall not heed his commands," Kong Hai reassured. Su Yan remained somewhat irked, aware that he was not alone in his feelings. Nearly the entire team shared a lack of respect for Jiang Xing. Everyone believed that a mere novice, at the initial stage of his abilities, had no right to command seasoned experts like themselves. It was utterly absurd. Hearing this, Kong Hai secretly chuckled. Concocting a plan, he addressed Jiang Xing. "I brought them here because I am familiar with this place. If you feel your position as captain has been usurped, then you may lead from here on. I shall no longer intervene. Does he possess the qualification to lead these individuals, who would follow him? I wager no one will, and he will only embarrass himself," Kong Hai thought, intending to let Jiang Xing face humiliation. "I am indifferent to the title of captain. However, should you find yourselves lost or at a crossroads and unsure which path to take, you may inquire of me," Jiang Xing stated. Kong Hai replied, "That seems unnecessary." The group continued onward. Indeed, Kong Hai ceased to lead, as the passage was straightforward with only one route to follow, compelling them to advance. Along the way, they collectively vanquished hundreds of specters, traversing approximately 3 miles before encountering 3 forks in the road. One path to the left, one straight ahead, and one to the right. "Did you not say to ask you when we reached a crossroads? Pray, enlighten us on which path to take, so we may witness your prowess." Kong Hai mockingly challenged Jiang Xing, without even glancing at the 3 routes. Jiang Xing pointed decisively to the left and declared, "That one." As soon as his words fell, Kong Hai and the others erupted into laughter. Among the 3 paths, 2 were thick with dust, indicating a lack of recent visitors. The leftmost path, the cleanest, suggested frequent passage by living beings. "This fool knows nothing, yet claims to be an expert scout. Follow me." The middle path bears the thickest layer of dust. "We shall proceed there." Kong Hai rejoiced, clearly believing that this imbecile had chosen the left path solely for its cleanliness. Consequently, he led the group into the middle passage, the dustiest of the 3. Jiang Xing paid no heed to their derision and had no intention of sharing the visions revealed by the compound-eyed spirit fly. He merely turned to Jiang Cheng and said, "We shall proceed left. Ignore them as they march toward their demise." Kong Hai, sensing trouble as Jiang Xing aimed to go left, recalled his uncle's command to eliminate Jiang Xing within this ghostly labyrinth. With Jiang Xing refusing to walk alongside him, how could he find an opportunity to strike? "You cannot go that way. Without our protection, how will you survive?" Kong Hai insisted. Jiang Xing replied, "Throughout this journey, I have consistently safeguarded myself. Have you ever protected me? Let him be. It is futile to advise a fool. If he seeks death, why should we interfere?" Kong Ling interjected. Had Jiang Xing not uttered that fateful remark, she might have been moved by compassion for Jiang Cheng, and if Jiang Xing were to find herself in peril, she might have intervened to offer assistance. However, that very statement from Jiang Xing extinguished any lingering thoughts of benevolence. "If you are intent on courting death, then so be it. Let us observe whether you will plead for our aid when the time comes." Yet, to the astonishment of Kong Ling and the others, at that moment, Kong Hai made an utterly shocking move, exclaiming in sheer terror, "Quick! Move to the left. There is a foundational ghostly entity here." It was then that the crowd realized that this ghostly being glided across the ground without the slightest breeze, unlike other lesser spirits that stirred up dust as they passed. Nevertheless, Kong Hai's warning came too late. Before anyone could react, the dark red entity lunged toward them. The faces of the crowd paled as they dashed for safety, simultaneously unleashing various defensive spells and artifacts, each prepared to guard themselves, no one daring to be negligent for even a moment. However, the dark red foundational ghostly entity bent its claws slightly, then propelled its entire form forward, heading directly toward Kong Hai and his companions. "Let us strike together." With this command, a dozen artifacts were summoned simultaneously, manifesting an array of divine might as they assailed the foundational ghost. Instantly, the entity was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors emanating from the attacks, obscuring its form in a brilliant glow. Yet, after a cacophony of sounds, the brilliance of the attacking artifacts rapidly diminished, with 5 or 6 of the lesser-grade artifacts plummeting to the ground, devoid of any spirit. Some artifacts struck the ghost's head without evasion, only to be rebuffed, leaving not a single mark. The spectacle nearly caused Kong Hai and the other cultivators to lose their composure. The resilience of the foundational ghost was astonishingly formidable. At that moment, the foundational ghost had breached the throng, and anguished cries erupted as it tore through flesh, claiming the lives of over 10 individuals in mere moments. "Flee!" Some quick-witted souls dashed out of the passageway. Yet, by this time, the area around the ghost was littered with corpses. It was gnawing on a mangled body, the tattered red garments indicating that this individual was a disciple of the Zhou family. With several dilapidated arti unbeknownst to the crowd, a treachery was afoot. As Kong Hai uttered these words, a multitude of magical artifacts surged forth, each manifesting various divine powers to strike at the malevolent spirits. Meanwhile, Kong Hai seized the opportunity to pull Kong Ling behind him, and a flash of earthy yellow light flickered from his hand, conjuring a robust earthen wall that materialized between them and the others. He had effectively sealed off their escape. "Cousin, what are you doing? This is tantamount to condemning them all to death," Kong Ling exclaimed, her face pale with alarm. Kong Hai grasped Kong Ling's hand and urged her to flee, stating, "If we do not act thus, we too shall perish. This wall will only hold for a mere time. We must hasten." At that moment, Jiang Xing and Jiang Xing had already traversed a distance of 10 miles within the passage. Hearing a series of hurried footsteps approaching, Jiang Xing halted and turned to see Kong Hai and Kong Ling racing towards him from a mile away. Before long, Jiang Xing reached the sepulchral chamber, where the ground was strewn with crimson flowers, those of the other shore. These red blossoms were eerily enchanting, as if nourished by blood itself. Wisps of violet mist wafted from the other shore flowers, exuding a faint, haunting fragrance. Jiang Xing merely inhaled this delicate aroma, and instantly, visions began to swirl before his eyes. Fortunately, the quantity he had inhaled was minimal, and he quickly regained his composure. "This place is perilous." Jiang Xing understood that the other shore flowers were historically linked to death and the underworld. Moreover, the sheer abundance of these flowers was excessively sinister, dazzlingly captivating, yet blindingly intense. Chapter 117. The Three Ghosts Corpse Raising Formation. The Three Ghosts Corpse Raising Formation? At that moment, a voice filled with both surprise and joy echoed from behind Jiang Xing. Turning, he saw Kong Hai and Kong Ling catching up to him. Kong Hai, skilled in the dark arts, possessed considerable knowledge concerning formations related to malevolent entities. Upon arriving here and witnessing the field of other shore flowers, he recalled the earlier fork in the road and immediately discerned the layout of this place. The Three Ghosts Corpse Raising Formation was the one formation that lingered most vividly in Kong Hai's memory. An arrangement he had longed to establish, for it was capable of conjuring an immensely powerful corpse spirit. Given the shortcomings of his practiced ghostly body technique, he was in dire need of such a spirit. After all, practitioners of the ghostly arts are most wary of encountering formidable sword intent, as such attacks wield devastating power against them. To withstand assaults of sword intent, one naturally requires a physical form imbued with overwhelming yang energy and vitality, or a cadaverous body steeped in yin essence, akin to the depths of an abyss, to endure such harm. Among these two formidable corporeal forms, the cadaverous body is the most readily obtainable. However, a typical cadaverous body remains incapable of withstanding sword intent. Only those refined through secret methods can. This secret method is none other than the Three Ghosts Corpse Raising Formation. A corpse that has absorbed the essence of 3 fierce ghosts will be rendered even more powerful. 3 centuries ago, one of our ancestors had reformed this ghostly labyrinth, and this Three Ghosts Corpse Raising Formation is likely his legacy. Regrettably, before he could complete the formation, he was slain by that sword cultivator. Had our ancestor succeeded in refining this corpse, the outcome of that confrontation could have been quite different. Kong Hai spoke with bitterness, upon recalling the soulless zombie that had been forged over the span of 3 centuries within the formation. Kong Hai erupted into a hearty laugh. The 3 ghosts corpse-raising formation that the ancestor set up 3 centuries ago now benefits me. Whoosh, a shadow darted past the blossoms of the other shore flower. Kong Ling, noticing that there seemed to be something else lurking amidst the flowers, commanded Jiang Xing in an authoritative tone. Go and investigate. If anything goes awry, I shall take it upon myself to care for this child. Jiang Xing, both exasperated and amused, thought to himself how Kong Ling truly believed he could be easily manipulated. Whenever danger loomed, he was expected to probe ahead. Why should I be the one to go? Jiang Xing stood his ground, unmoving. Kong Hai sneered coldly. Now that we are here, with others having perished, I shall not hold back. If someone wishes for your demise, should you comply, perhaps I might spare your life. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xing was taken aback. He had not wronged anyone, so who could possibly desire his death? This left him perplexed, with only a vague suspicion that it might relate to Zhao Long. You think you can intimidate me? Jiang Xing scoffed. Though he was merely at the initial stage of the innate realm and not a match for Kong Hai in terms of cultivation. He possessed Jiang Cheng and 10 zombies. Killing Kong Hai would be as trivial as slaughtering a dog, so why should he fear? Arrogance. Kong Hai, seething with rage, launched an attack at Jiang Xing, his palms enveloped in heavy ghostly shadows. However, to the astonishment of both Kong Ling and Kong Hai, Jiang Cheng, whom they regarded as an ordinary child, effortlessly intercepted the strike with a single hand. A master. Kong Ling's heart raced, marveling at the child's profound strength. The boy engaged in a fierce battle with Kong Hai, evenly matched. Yet, as the skirmish progressed, Jiang Cheng grew increasingly formidable, while Kong Hai began to wane, becoming more and more frustrated. Throughout his encounters, he had faced opponents stronger than himself, and with his ethereal ghostly body, he had evaded their attacks. Each adversary had grown more vexed than the last. Yet now, he too was engulfed in frustration, were it not for his own ability to mitigate Jiang Cheng's assaults. He would have long since been vanquished. However, at that moment, Jiang Cheng was incensed. He discerned that the figure before him appeared almost as an illusion. All his attacks struck true, yet it felt as though he were striking at mere air, incapable of landing a blow. In his fury, a peculiar golden-red flame erupted from him. His soul fire. With this flame unleashed, the previously untouchable Kong Hai was now engulfed in excruciating burns, suffering immensely. Observing her cousin on the verge of defeat, Kong Ling set her sights on Jiang Xing. To rescue her cousin, she must capture him. Once she seized Jiang Xing, that peculiar child would undoubtedly succumb, and given that Jiang Xing was merely at the initial stage of the innate realm, while she was at the later stage, dealing with someone at the initial stage would be akin to child's play. Now I understand why the family appointed you as captain. It appears you have such a formidable bodyguard at your side. As my cousin battles, he cannot attend to you. Let me show you how I will deal with you. Having declared this, Kong Ling summoned 3 mid-stage innate ghostly entities, forming hand seals to control them, transforming them into 3 streaks of ghostly light that surged toward Jiang Xing. Despite their mid-stage innate level, these entities, with their ethereal ghostly bodies, were capable of holding their own even against chi refinement practitioners. Although the ethereal specters can be vanquished by willful assaults such as sword intent and divine consciousness, it takes decades of rigorous training to cultivate such skills, rendering it implausible for someone as young as Jiang Xing, barely in his 20s, to have mastered sword intent. Furthermore, the spiritual arcane techniques are exceedingly rare. She could hardly believe that this young man before her possessed such abilities. In her mind's eye, she envisioned Jiang Xing being captured by the specters. Whoosh! 3 beams of divine light, imbued with the essence of the utmost sun, shot forth from Jiang Xing's left eye, instantly puncturing the chest of the 3 specters with thumb-sized orifices. These small holes exuded a dense aura of solar energy, triggering a violent reaction with the surrounding spectral bodies, akin to sparks igniting a barrel of gasoline, causing an inferno to erupt. Witnessing the terrifying potency of this mysterious sunlit divine light against the specters, Jiang Xing could not help but secretly marvel at its efficacy. Indeed, it was a nemesis to all specters, capable of delivering a fatal blow to such formidable foes with a single strike. Kong Ling was taken aback, her face paling in shock. What sorcery is this? She exclaimed, pointing at Jiang Xing, While retreating step by step in terror, she had never anticipated that the seemingly feeble Jiang Xing could so effortlessly slay her cherished specter. This had been her companion since she began its refinement at the age of 12, representing a significant portion of her strength. My specter, you scoundrel, Kong Ling wailed, overcome with grief as she pointed accusingly at Jiang Xing, tears streaming down her face. The specter she had painstakingly cultivated for 5 years lay dead at Jiang Xing's hands, leaving her heartbroken and enraged. Just then, an exceedingly sinister and chilling aura emanated from the cluster of higginbana flowers, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread in both Jiang Xing and Kong Ling, raising the hairs on their bodies in alarm. Jiang Xing gazed into the heart of the higginbana cluster, where a swirling mass of black mist drifted, reeking of decay and corruption, seemingly laced with venom. The nearby flowers wilted upon contact, utterly bereft of life. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng, locked in battle with Kong Hai, sensed a growing unease, his hair standing on end. This was an innate ability of the undead, their instinctive perception of danger far surpassing that of humans. At this moment, the ominous aura conveyed a profoundly perilous signal. Hiss! The inky mist continued to seep from the center of the higginbana cluster, causing the surrounding flowers to wither and lose all vitality, inciting terror among the onlookers. Kong Hai, too, became aware of the abnormality, halting his skirmish with Jiang Cheng, his expression grave as he turned to the heart of the higginbana cluster. Swish! From within the flower cluster, a pair of crimson eyes opened, seemingly composed entirely of blood, devoid of any human emotion, as though they had extinguished all feelings, radiating an aura of coldness and malice. Steeped in the sin of slaughter, upon beholding those eyes, all 4 individuals broke into a cold sweat. Even Jiang Xing, the zombie, was not exempt. For the first time, he sensed a threat to his existence. This menace was unlike the overwhelming presence of high-level cultivators, such as those of the Golden Core or nascent soul stages. It was a force he had never encountered before, saturated with negative emotions, as if the entirety of the world bore a profound enmity towards it. Jiang Qing's eyes were fixated on the ghastly entity, emitting a menacing growl as every hair on its body stood on end. Its baring teeth projected an aura of impending savagery. Suddenly, a surge of terror erupted, a torrent of black energy cascading from the heart of the corpse flower, uprooting the entire cluster and casting it aside. A humanoid monstrosity, enshrouded in swirling black mist, struggled desperately against the tendrils of the corpse flower's roots, gradually materializing before the onlookers. Its entire form was in a state of decay, teeming with maggots that were almost as thick as a thumb and nearly half the length of a chopstick. Writhing incessantly upon its putrid flesh, it exuded a ghastly aura, an endless torrent of malevolent energy swirling around it. What manner of creature is this? Has it escaped from that confinement? Kong Ling's eyes were filled with dread. If my surmises are correct, this must be a corpse bug spirit, feeding on human resentment and thriving on the carcasses of slain humans or demon beasts to cultivate its larvae, which it then incorporates into its own body. Kong Hai's gaze mirrored the fear in his companion's eyes. Although the corpse bug spirit before them was merely at the late stage of chi refinement, what instilled dread in him was not its ghostly energy, but the resentment power it possessed. This resentment power is regarded as one of the most terrifying forces in the contemporary world, although it ranks below the curse power of the Netherworld sect and the transformative power of the Buddhist order. It is nonetheless acknowledged as one of the 3 most unfathomable powers of the age. This resentment power bears similarities to demonic energy, yet it is distinct. While both are inherently malevolent, demonic energy is a form of primordial force. Whereas resentment power is intertwined with will and consciousness, this type of influence on the psyche is particularly insidious. It can corrode one's mind, driving individuals to madness and causing them to lose their rationality. Even those with elevated cultivation, once tainted by resentment power, will find their spiritual clarity compromised, leading to reckless and malevolent actions, with succumbing to madness becoming an inevitability. As for the curse power of the Netherworld sect, it is even more unfathomable. A single drop of blood or a strand of hair lost in battle could serve as a catalyst for one's demise, sometimes, even if one possesses greater strength than the curse caster. Merely having a drop of blood in the caster's possession could easily spell one's death. Moreover, those who perish due to curses often meet with horrific and tragic ends. Similarly, the transformative power of the Buddhist order is equally cunning. A single sutra can compel a demon that has slaughtered millions to lay down its arms and embrace the teachings of Buddhism. The intricacies of this transformation are far from simple persuasion. The strange spiritual imprint left on the soul of the transformed is the true reason for their unwavering devotion to Buddhism. This also explains why some of the transformed can heartlessly abandon their families, disregarding their lives to ascend the mountain for enlightenment. Young man, if you can hold off this corpse bug spirit for just a quarter of an hour, I shall seize the opportunity to disrupt this formation, and the corpse bug spirit will naturally perish. In the face of such a formidable adversary, Kong Hai remained fixated on the soulless zombie that had been meticulously refined at the formation's focal point for 3 centuries. He cleverly coaxed Jiang Xing to intervene against the corpse bug spirit, knowing full well that Jiang Xing's prowess would preclude him from engaging directly, thus compelling the peculiar child accompanying him to take action. At that moment, should the child become ensnared by the corpse bug spirit, he could exploit the opportunity to eliminate Jiang Xing. A twofold gain. Jiang Xing is not foolish. How could Kong Hai's little schemes escape his notice? He coldly chuckled. Why don't you confront this corpse insect specter while I dismantle the formation? What say you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xing's bright, sparkling eyes widened in agreement, clearly endorsing the suggestion. Kong Hai, infuriated, retorted, since neither of us wishes to face this corpse insect specter, let us unite our efforts and vanquish it together. In that moment, Kong Hai was so enraged that he nearly spat out blood, shouting at Jiang Xing, "Do you not covet the treasures hidden within this ghostly labyrinth? Are you aware of what lies within this formation? 3 focal points, each concealing a zombie that has been cultivated for 3 centuries. We could each claim one and sell it for no less than 4 to 500,000 spirit stones." Jiang Xing replied, "I have no interest." Kong Hai was instantly exasperated by Jiang Xing's lack of enthusiasm, nearly choking on his fury that he declared, "There is no time left. It will not allow us to escape alive." Just then, a chilling gust swept through the air, sending shivers down their spines, as the terrifying specter soared above the flower beds, heading straight for Jiang Xing and Kong Hai, before the ghostly figure even arrived. A bone-chilling wind surged forward, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of malevolence that left everyone feeling a prickling sensation at the nape of their necks. Kong Hai's expression turned grave, with a swift motion of his left hand. A black shimmering barrier materialized, forming a ghostly shield before him. In his right hand, the ominously charged sword gleamed with a dazzling brilliance, as sharp and unyielding as a divine weapon. In Chapter 118, The Barrier-Breaking Pill. Ghostly sword of speed, Kong Hai bellowed, and his sword swooped down like a comet from the heavens, aiming directly for the specter's neck, illuminating the entire tomb chamber with its radiant light. However, the ghost was enveloped in a shroud of dark mist, its vengeful energy as solid as steel. When the sword struck the mist, it emitted a resounding clang, the jarring metallic resonance causing an unbearable pain in Kong Hai's eardrums. Cackling maliciously, the specter vanished before Kong Hai's eyes. In the next instant, it reappeared right before him, clutching his throat and lifting him effortlessly into the air. Kong Hai's throat emitted a desperate, muffled sound as he struggled to break free from the ghostly grip. But his body began to dissipate gradually. Just as he became completely incorporeal, his figure abruptly vanished from the specter's grasp. It was the void ghost body that had saved his life. Yet, he was not unscathed. Dark, finger-like bruises marred his neck, still emanating tendrils of ominous, vengeful energy. Upon witnessing the corpse insect specter, Jiang Xing was instantly filled with a battle fervor. This was an instinct inherent among all ghostly beings, a primal survival of the fittest passed down through their bloodlines, where the strong annihilate the weak and ascend by harnessing the essence of the vanquished. At that moment, all the zombie traits within him manifested, revealing sharp claws and fangs to the astonished onlookers. The corpse energy surged violently, and undeterred, he charged forward. His diminutive form darted like a fleeting shadow, leaving behind phantasmal afterimages as his claws lunged toward the specter's midsection, clearly intent on severing it in twain. The corpse bug demon seemed to sense the terrifying presence of Jiang Cheng. Rather than using its ghastly claws to block Jiang Cheng's sharp strike, it vanished in a flicker, reappearing behind him. With a sinister glow emanating from its claws, it lunged towards Jiang Cheng's heart from the rear. Cackling with cruelty, the corpse bug demon reveled in the moment. For to it, the unyielding body of the zombie was as inconsequential as air. Its spectral claws could still morph into an ethereal form, penetrating the small zombie's body to crush its heart within. It harbored no doubts that Jiang Xing, being as clumsy as a zombie, would be unable to evade such a lightning-fast strike. However, Jiang Xing was not like other zombies, rigid and unyielding. Following the transformation by the middle-aged man, his most significant alteration was his newfound agility that he executed a graceful somersault, soaring into the air to evade multiple assaults from the demon's claws before diving downwards, his claws radiating blinding light as he aimed for the corpse bug demon below. The demon let out a low growl, stamping its foot with tremendous force, causing the ground to crack open with massive fissures. Dai then unleashed a devastating punch upwards. The impact of claw and fist collided, sending a turbulent shockwave rippling outward. At that moment, Jiang Xing made his move, unleashing a beam of golden red divine light from his left eye. With a sharp sound, the golden light struck the corpse bug demon, causing the swarm of insects crawling in and out of its body to emit a piercing noise, reminiscent of a red-hot iron sword sizzling within flesh. The seemingly indestructible shell, composed of countless insects, began to dissolve like snow under the sun. As the insects fell to the ground in heaps, the divine light pierced through the demon's defenses effortlessly, creating a gaping hole the size of a bowl in its body. A howl of agony escaped the corpse bug demon, its voice resonating with profound depth, unleashing a torrent of air that surged in all directions. Smoke curled from the wound. Jiang Xing observed as countless insects frantically writhed at the edges of the injury. And within moments, the horrific wound seemed to mend itself, as if it were an immortal being. Jiang Xing lamented the wasted opportunity, had it not been for the repulsive mass of insects forming the demon's body, which absorbed much of the divine light's potency. This blow would have been sufficient to vanquish the demon. The corpse bug demon, now injured, emanated a fierce malevolence, its gaze fixed on Jiang Xing with murderous intent. The ghostly flames in its eyes flickered ominously, a palpable aura of malevolence wafting through the air. Jiang Xing's recent strike had instilled in it a sense of imminent death, a formidable power that specifically countered ghostly entities. A pure and radiant force. Were it not for its insect-made flesh, that blow would have sealed its fate. It had to eliminate this boy to prevent him from unleashing such terrifying attacks again. With its deathly gaze locked onto Jiang Xing, the corpse bug demon charged forth, accompanied by a chilling wind. A shroud of black resentment enveloped him, thick with the stench of decay, as he surged towards Jiang Xing, his form shrouded in swirling black mist. The ground trembled beneath his fierce advance, cracking open with great fissures, a testament to the immense power and speed he employed in his relentless pursuit of Jiang Xing. In an instant, its figure vanished from sight. Such was its speed that it eluded the naked eye. With all its might, it prepared to unleash a lethal strike upon Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing exchanged a glance with Jiang Cheng, both secretly recognizing the formidable and sinister nature of this corpse bug demon. Together, they feared it would be exceedingly difficult to vanquish their opponent, although Jiang Xing's Xianyang divine light could inflict severe damage. The corpse bugs clinging to it would allow for almost instantaneous recovery. More critically, the corpse bug demon was now in a frenzied state, likely capable of ending Jiang Xing's life within mere breaths. Yet, contemplating escape now seemed futile. I shall slay you. I shall kill you. Once you are dead, that soulless zombie shall be mine. At that moment, the dark, vengeful energy coiling around Kong Hai's neck had already consumed his entire upper body. Terrifying tendrils of black mist spread through his veins, extending outward, while his body emitted a series of ominous creaks, as if his very bones were dislocating. His eyes glowed crimson, devoid of reason, as he lunged at the corpse bug demon. He had succumbed to the corruption of vengeful power, now driven solely by an overwhelming hatred, his intellect utterly submerged. Brother, what has happened to you? Kong Ling cried out, tears streaming down her face, realizing her cousin had transformed into a madman. Tainted by dark energy, the attacked corpse bug demon let out a furious shriek, stomping down upon Kong Hai with a powerful kick to his chest, sending him flying, his body shattering upon impact. Dark red blood and flesh splattering everywhere. After dispatching Kong Hai, the corpse bug demon soared into the air, its ghastly claws sweeping through the air, casting a chilling deathly light toward Jiang Xing. The entire sequence unfolded with the swiftness of lightning. Jiang Cheng was unable to intervene in time. No, Jiang Cheng cried out in despair. However, just as the corpse bug demon prepared to crush Jiang Xing's throat, a dazzling, colorless divine light erupted from Jiang Xing's eyes, the Tianxu divine light. As this divine radiance emerged, a terrifying power capable of annihilating all beings surged forth. The divine light shot downward, striking the head of the corpse bug demon. No, what is this? The corpse bug demon was engulfed in terror, desperately summoning the accumulated vengeful energy to defend itself. But at that moment, the malevolent aura melted away like snow under the blazing sun. In an instant, the corpse bug demon was reduced to ashes, Why could you slay it in one blow, yet not save my brother? Jiang Xing pushed Kong Ling aside, his expression grave as he replied. First, it is not that I refuse to save him. Rather, rescuing one consumed by vengeful energy is futile. Second, why should I save someone who has lost reason and seeks to kill me? Kong Ling, acknowledging the truth of his words, ceased her struggles against Jiang Xing, tears streaming down her face as she choked back her sobs in silence. This demon was slain by my hand. Thus the treasures here rightfully belong to me. You have contributed nothing, so take your cousin's corpse and depart, Jiang Xing concluded, ignoring the sobbing Kong Ling as he and Jiang Cheng made their way toward the center of the river flower grove. Upon reaching the heart of the grove, Jiang Xing beheld the ground thickly entwined with roots, a gaping chasm appearing in the center, surrounded by countless severed roots dangling into the inky abyss below. Father, I shall descend to investigate. Please wait for me above, Jiang Cheng declared, leaping into the void. Leaving Jiang Xing touched by his bravery, he understood that Jiang Cheng was reluctant for him to take risks. Yet he willingly leaped into the cavern. Moments later, Jiang Xing's voice echoed from below. Father, there is no danger inside. Jiang Xing jumped down, and in a flash, he found himself in a subterranean chamber resembling a cave. Upon entering, Jiang Xing beheld the stone walls adorned with peculiar runes, and in several densely inscribed areas, there lay a fist-sized gemstone. These multicolored gems radiated a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the cavern with a radiant glow. Father, look here, Jiang Xing exclaimed, pointing in the direction Jiang Cheng indicated, where a white jade sarcophagus lay quietly in the center of the cave. The coffin was entirely translucent, revealing the corpse within with utmost clarity. However, the state of the corpse appeared somewhat alarming. It was desiccated and decayed, hardly resembling a zombie that had absorbed ghostly energy for 300 years, but rather a corpse on the verge of turning to brittle bones. It is dead, Jiang Cheng remarked, pointing at the corpse inside the white jade sarcophagus. Jiang Xing naturally sensed that the aura of the zombie had vanished, leaving behind merely an ordinary corpse. That seems the formation has malfunctioned. We should open the coffin lid and investigate. Jiang Cheng pushed open the lid, and as the zombie made contact with the oxygen, it instantly disintegrated into ash, revealing a basketball-sized white crystal at the bottom of the coffin. Father, this is a crystallization of corpse energy. The energy absorbed by the formation for 300 years has not been consumed by this zombie. Instead, it has coalesced into this crystal. This crystal not only absorbed the formation's gathered energy, but also the inherent energy of this zombie. Jiang Cheng mused thoughtfully. Jiang Xing also wore a pensive expression, stating, this zombie was drained over 300 years, likely at the later stage of Foundation establishment. The ghostly entity outside has also been absorbed for 300 years. So it is reasonable to assume it too is at the later stage of Foundation establishment. Forge a zombie from 3 Foundation ghosts. Could it be that he sought to refine a golden core zombie? However, Jiang Cheng paid no heed to Jiang Xing's words. Instead, he picked up the corpse energy crystal. Observing it with delight, Jiang Xing, sharp-eyed, quickly discerned that the crystal contained something else, subtly emitting an eerie aura. Jiang Xing speculated that this object might be the cause of the entire formation's failure, and it could also explain why the 3 ghostly entities outside were still alive. Yet, upon their exit from the cave, they found no sign of Kong Ling or the deceased Kong Hai. Jiang Xing surmised that Kong Ling must have departed with Kong Hai's body at the Zhao residence. A guard hurried into Zhao Long's study and knelt, stating, while Zhao Long was sipping tea, he suddenly spat it out in astonishment. Go, fetch 1,000 spirit stones and deliver them to congratulate Jiang for his successful mission return. 10 days later, within Jiang Xing's abode, Jiang Cheng continued his usual activities, meticulously tending to the zombie. He brewed a large vat of medicinal liquid, and then unceremoniously tossed the zombie into the wooden tub, even submerging its head in the concoction. Occasionally, when the zombie could bear it no longer, it would surface and emit a few cries, only to be swiftly pressed down again by Jiang Xing's foot. Jiang Xing's delight, the zombie, after enduring 10 days of turmoil in Jiang City, has undergone a remarkable transformation. Its limbs, once rigid, now exhibit remarkable agility, with sporadic flames flickering across its body, lending it an air of extraordinary mystique. During these days, Jiang Xing has been tirelessly refining his crafting skills, showing significant advancement. His creations are no longer rough. They now boast smooth, elegant lines, with the blade gleaming like a tranquil autumn lake. His technique has become increasingly proficient, allowing him to work an entire hour faster than before. That additional hour has not been squandered on rest, but rather devoted to practicing the foundational runes he had purchased. Moreover, as his understanding of the rune networks deepens, he senses that ultimately he could construct rune networks himself, tailoring them to create magical artifacts with specific functions, though such mastery would require profound familiarity with the runes. However, with limited time each day, he intends to diligently practice 15 basic runes daily, gradually familiarizing himself with the intricacies and functions of the 1,300 foundational runes. Upon engaging with the runes, Jiang Xing discovers their complexity far exceeds his initial expectations. The interplay between different runes is infinitely variable and challenging to comprehend. For instance, the same 3 fire runes can yield different effects depending on their arrangement. When combined in a triangular formation, they manifest as a flame spell rune, while overlapping them in a different manner produces a fireball spell rune. 7 fire runes combined with a single wind rune can create a blazing flame spell rune. Some foundational runes can merge to form new runes, while others are incompatible, even repelling one another. Jiang Xing is convinced that there exist certain principles and relationships governing these runes, and it is up to him to uncover them. During these past 10 days, Jiang Xing has reaped significant rewards. Aside from the resources consumed in his cultivation, the spiritual stones he has earned from his crafting endeavors have exceeded 20,000. Furthermore, through the consumption of numerous spiritual herbs, his golden gung true body technique has ascended to the first layer of the strengthening body realm. At this juncture, his internal true energy is nearly overflowing, heralding a prelude to breaking through to the mid-stage of the innate realm. Consequently, Jiang Xing is prepared to spend 10,000 spiritual stones on a barrier-breaking pill to facilitate this breakthrough. In fact, he has attempted to advance to the mid-stage several times in recent days, but regrettably, all efforts have ended in failure. The barrier feels as impenetrable as a steel door. After much contemplation, he resolves to take the risk of using a barrier-breaking pill typically reserved for those in the Qi refinement stage to push through to the mid-stage of the innate realm. Accompanied by Jiang Xing, Jiang Xing makes his way to the most prestigious alchemy shop in Qingchuan City, the Danding Pavilion. To make amends for his previous shortcomings towards Jiang Xing, he deliberately leads him to lively and entertaining locales, purchasing a myriad of delightful treats along the way. Although Jiang Xing appears jubilant, his interests seem to lie not in the offerings, but rather in the enchanting young maidens of similar age blossoming into beauty. Upon entering the Danding Pavilion, a maid dressed in crimson approaches. "What can I assist you with, esteemed guest?" Just as Jiang Xing prepares to respond, the maid, upon noticing a lavishly dressed Qi refinement practitioner entering, hastily abandons Jiang Xing to attend to the newcomer. Jiang Xing finds himself momentarily stunned, realizing that, simply due to his innate stage cultivation, he has been dismissed as a pauper, overshadowed by the attention given to the Qi refinement cultivator. At that moment, a servant girl who had just seen off a guest approached Jiang Xing, noticing that no one was attending to him. She said, "This humble servant is Xiaolian. What does the esteemed guest require? Bring me a breaking barrier pill." Before Jiang Xing's words had fully left his lips, the servant girl who had previously abandoned him turned pale, her face filled with regret. A single breaking barrier pill was worth 10,000 spirit stones, representing a significant transaction. Had she not forsaken Jiang Xing for this deal, she would have earned 800 spirit stones, equivalent to half a year's salary. "Are you certain, esteemed guest?" Xiaolian inquired, her tone tinged with disbelief. For the breaking barrier pill was not something everyone could afford. Even many seasoned Qi refinement cultivators lacked the financial means. "Absolutely," Jiang Xing replied, a hint of irritation in his voice. Did he truly appear so impoverished? "This way, esteemed guest." Xiaolian beckoned as she led Jiang Xing to the counter where the breaking barrier pills were kept. Jiang Xing followed closely behind Jiang Xing, and soon Xiaolian produced a pill bottle from the counter and handed it to Jiang Xing, stating, "One breaking barrier pill costs a total of 9,846 low-grade spirit stones, rounded to 9,800." Jiang Xing accepted the pill, opened it, and inhaled the fragrant aroma that wafted forth, refreshing and invigorating. Once he confirmed its authenticity, he retrieved 9,800 spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them over to Xiaolian before departing. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Jiang Xing prepared a large cauldron of medicinal liquid and instructed Jiang Xing to guard him. Without hesitation, he immersed himself in the cauldron and began to cultivate the golden gung true body technique. The quantity of medicine in the cauldron was 3 times greater than usual, a precaution taken by Jiang Xing to ensure sufficient potency during his breakthrough. After consuming a breaking barrier pill, he felt a tremendous surge of heat flowing from his dantian through his meridians. Almost instantaneously, his garments were drenched in sweat, yet the heat within him showed no signs of abating. Instead, it intensified. The internal heat surged like molten lava, dissolving all obstructions, and Jiang Xing sensed the barrier of the mid-stage innate realm gradually melting away. Gritting his teeth, he endured the unbearable burning sensation within, allowing the heat to course through his limbs while maintaining his focus and clarity of mind. After 2 arduous hours of perseverance, the heat began to wane. The mid-stage innate barrier, resembling a decaying wall, remained in place but was no longer as impenetrable as before. Concurrently, the true qi within his dantian was gradually coalescing, compressing more densely with each passing moment. Eventually, Jiang Xing's true qi reached its maximum compression. And at that moment, he thrust it in a spiraling motion fiercely against the barrier, which shattered like mud, allowing the true qi to surge forth uncontrollably. As the true qi settled, it began to transform, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy from the air and the medicinal potency from the liquid, burgeoning forth with vigor. In the span of just over 10 breaths, the true qi had doubled in volume. Upon concluding his training, Jiang Xing examined the state of his dantian. It had expanded, and the true qi within had become even more substantial, having broken through to the mid-stage innate realm. Jiang Xing immediately sensed a marked difference. Both the quantity and quality of the true qi had significantly improved. Though pleased, his expression remained composed, for this outcome had been entirely anticipated. Consuming the breaking barrier pill to surmount the bottleneck of the qi refinement stage, and still failing to break through, would indeed have been a most peculiar circumstance. This successful breakthrough serves as a testament that elixirs can indeed compensate for the absence of spiritual roots. Regarding the path of cultivation, Jiang Xing was instantly filled with confidence. As long as there were sufficient spirit stones, he could still pursue immortality. Congratulations to Father on advancing to the mid-stage of the innate realm. Jiang Cheng, witnessing Jiang Xing's breakthrough, was particularly elated, his bright and clear eyes surveying Jiang Xing from head to toe. That I noticed that Father appeared more handsome after his breakthrough, exuding a stronger aura of immortality, a palpable sense of ethereal grace. Indeed, the temperament of Jiang Xing experienced a subtle transformation, imbued with an ephemeral quality. However, one point saddened Jiang Xing. In order to purchase the breakthrough elixir, he had exhausted all his earned spirit stones, and it seemed he would have to toil diligently at weapon crafting for the time being. Chapter 119. The tribulation of a Li. A month later, Jiang Xing's weapon crafting skills had reached a level where he could successfully refine 8 inferior-grade artifacts out of 10 attempts, marking a modest achievement. Throughout this month, the artifacts he crafted were sold to small shops, as the larger establishments refused them due to their rough appearance. Although the small shops accepted them, the prices were exceedingly low, merely 90 spirit stones for each piece. Consequently, Jiang Xing diligently practiced his shaping technique, and now, the appearance of the artifacts he crafted had significantly improved, coming very close to the standards set by larger shops. In addition, Jiang Xing made remarkable progress in his cultivation. His 9 nether yin-yang eyes had broken through the 3rd layer. Now, when he channeled his true energy into his eyes, even the tiniest specks of dust in the air appeared as large as fists, vividly visible before him. Even without channeling true energy, he could vaguely perceive the spiritual energy in the sky and some unusual fluctuations. Today, he had refined 2 cloud-piercing swords, one he kept for himself, while the other was prepared to be sold at the larger shop, as its appearance had met their standards. Jiang Cheng, shall we visit the marketplace? Before leaving, Jiang Xing habitually inquired. Yes, Jiang Cheng replied excitedly. He particularly enjoyed wandering through the market, where many pretty young ladies could be seen. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Xing took Jiang Cheng and soared on his sword towards Qingchuan's marketplace, arriving 2 hours later. After passing by over 10 shops, Jiang Xing led Jiang Cheng into Wanbao Pavilion, which he deemed reliable. Please, esteemed guest, we have a comprehensive selection of artifacts, all of exceptional quality. What might you desire? Allow me to guide you. As they entered, a familiar attendant in a white robe approached them. Please summon Manager San. I wish to sell an artifact. The shop was bustling with customers coming and going, and Jiang Xing grasped Jiang Cheng, who was transfixed by a toy-like artifact, preventing him from stepping forward. So our esteemed guest is a regular. It is a pleasure to meet you. Please hold on for a moment while I fetch the manager. After the attendant departed, it wasn't long before Sun Hao emerged from the back room. "Esteemed guest, this way please." Sun Hao greeted Jiang Xing with a respectful gesture, then invited him into a private booth. Sun Hao was indeed a person of etiquette. He waited for Jiang Xing and Jiang Cheng to be seated before taking his own place. "What artifact do you wish to sell, esteemed guest?" "May I take a look?" Sun Hao inquired. "Here." Jiang Xing presented the cloud-piercing sword he had crafted, handing it over. "This was personally forged by my father." Jiang Xing leaned closer to Jiang Cheng's ear and whispered, "Is it true, father? Then please create a ballandrum for me." Jiang Cheng had a fondness for ballandrums. During his childhood, when his parents were still alive, his mother had once gifted him one. He cherished it until the last time, when the 13 fiends set fire to his home, destroying both it and the beloved drum. Thus, whenever he beheld a ballandrum, it felt as though his father, mother, and sister were present before him. "Certainly. If you doubt us, let us make a promise. To deceive you would be akin to being a little dog." Jiang Xing noticed a sudden shadow of sorrow in Jiang Cheng's eyes, mistaking it for concern that he might forget that he proposed the promise. Yet, Jiang Cheng was merely reminiscing about his loved ones. Seeing Jiang Xing extend his hand for the promise, he too reached out. "A promise, hanging for 100 years, no changes allowed." Jiang Xing laughed joyfully, and Jiang Xing, witnessing the radiant smile on Jiang Cheng's face, felt a comforting warmth in his heart. After Sun Hao finished appraising the cloud-piercing sword, he lifted his gaze towards Jiang Xing and, upon witnessing this heartwarming scene between father and son, couldn't help but smile genuinely. "Esteemed guest, I just heard you mention to your son that this is your creation. May I inquire how long you have been refining artifacts?" The cloud-piercing sword caught Sun Hao's attention due to its remarkably intricate inscriptions, flawlessly carved without affecting the rune patterns. That it was evident that its creator was a skilled artisan with years of experience. Yet its exterior bore the roughness reminiscent of a novice's craftsmanship. 1 month. Upon hearing this, Sun Hao gasped in disbelief. Generally, mastering the art of refining, particularly the purification process, requires at least 3 months, and producing a magical artifact in under a year is a formidable challenge. If this young man spoke the truth, his talent for refining was indeed astonishing. "What? This is impossible. Young man, do not speak so carelessly. I too hail from a background in artifact refinement. Even a genius requires at least 6 months to grasp the craft. Not a single individual selected for their talent in refining has managed to achieve mastery in just 1 month." Initially, Sun Hao held a favorable impression of Jiang Xing, but after hearing such claims, he began to regard him as a mere braggart. He even doubted that the cloud-piercing sword was truly crafted by Jiang Xing. Furthermore, Sun Hao recalled that a month prior, Jiang Xing had sold him several inferior-grade magical artifacts, further fueling his skepticism about the sword's authenticity. "Then, how much is this cloud-piercing sword worth?" Jiang Xing smiled, opting not to engage in argument. "This cloud-piercing sword is quite impressive, although its appearance requires some refinement. Its quality is exceptional, valued at 200 spirit stones." "Then let us proceed with the transaction." Upon hearing this price, Jiang Xing's heart soared with joy. Henceforth, he would have ample spirit stones to support his cultivation, free from worries about scarcity. Indeed, refining artifacts proved to be a lucrative endeavor. Retaining the cloud-piercing sword, he accepted the bag of spirit stones handed over by manager Sunday Jiang Xing, and Jiang Cheng exited Wanbao Pavilion. Initially, he had intended to purchase a ballandrum artifact for Jiang Cheng, but Jiang Xing adamantly refused, insisting that Jiang Xing personally craft one for him. With no choice but to acquiesce, Jiang Xing relented. Before them appeared a young girl selling worm liquid, who seemed to have spotted Jiang Xing from afar. Her eyes instantly brightened with delight, and as she rose slightly to greet him, she appeared to recollect something. Retracting her form and sitting back down, Jiang Xing found it quite peculiar. The young girl, who typically greeted him from afar, had clearly seen him this time, yet chose to remain silent. Moreover, her hair had changed. It was once meticulously styled in the traditional Miao fashion, but now it flowed freely, framing only her delicate face. "Give me 70 bottles of goo worm liquid." Upon hearing the substantial request, the girl appeared somewhat agitated. Reaching out to retrieve the liquid, in that fleeting moment, Jiang Xing noticed a bruise on her wrist, leading him to speculate that her peculiar behavior might be linked to it. Observing her closely, he discovered that the bruises were not limited to her wrist. Her face and neck, obscured by her hair, bore similar marks, and her eyes were slightly swollen, tear stains still visible. "Sister, what happened to your hand?" Jiang Cheng inquired. Noticing, as well, that in nothing, she stammered. Is there anything I can assist you with? Jiang Xing sensed that the girl harbored unspoken troubles. Although their acquaintance was minimal, having frequently purchased goo worm liquid from her, he felt compelled to offer assistance in her time of need. In nothing, she shook her head in denial. Recognizing her reluctance to divulge further, Jiang Xing refrained from pressing the matter. After completing his purchase, he turned to leave with Jiang Cheng. However, just a few steps away, the girl's voice called out to him. Could you lend me 2,000 spirit stones? Jiang Xing turned back, his gaze fixed on her silent plea. As she stood, the bruises on her exposed skin became more apparent, revealing the evidence of inhumane mistreatment. A wave of hesitation washed over him. They were merely strangers who had exchanged pleasantries a handful of times. Not quite friends. While 2,000 spirit stones were not an insubstantial amount for him, they were not something to be lent lightly. Yet, his desire to help the girl surged within him, having discerned the suffering she had endured. He was loath to witness this pitiable child ensnared in a tempest of despair. Father, please help her, Jiang Cheng implored, his heart aching at the sight of her distress. However, being young and unaware of the challenges in acquiring spirit stones, he could not grasp the weight of the request. Very well, I do not have it today, but may I provide it for you tomorrow? To the girl's astonishment, Jiang Xing acquiesced, even surprising himself with his own willingness to comply. He simply did not wish to disappoint Jiang Xing. Thank you. Once this matter is resolved, I shall serve you faithfully for life. The girl's demeanor brightened significantly, her tears transforming into a radiant smile. Tomorrow, wait for me here, Jiang Xing instructed before departing with Jiang Cheng. Upon returning, Jiang Xing counted his spirit stones, discovering that aside from those on his crystal card, he had a remaining total of 1,300 stones. As the girl lacked a crystal card, he could not offer her the stones from it. Thus, he resolved to spend the night crafting a few magical artifacts to sell, aiming to gather the requisite 2,000 spirit stones for her. The following morning, Jiang Xing, accompanied by Jiang Cheng, ventured to Qingchuan City's market, heading straight for the Baibao building. Welcome back, esteemed guest. Your presence graces our humble establishment once more. May I inquire if you have come to sell magical artifacts? Inside the Baibao building, Manager Sun greeted Jiang Xing with a respectful bow, surmising that his early visit was to discuss the sale of artifacts. Indeed, is it true that Master Sun here accepts inferior magical artifacts on a long-term basis? If so, I may frequently engage in dealings with Master Sun in the future. Jiang Xing couldn't help but contemplate the prospect of crafting several artifacts each day that he feared that if he sold each one to the Baiboch, the frequency might lead to them being unsold, resulting in the refusal of Jiang Xing's artifacts. Your craftsmanship is exceptional. Yesterday's cloud-piercing sword has already been sold. If you can guarantee that each artifact possesses such quality, our establishment can engage in long-term procurement. However, you must not confine yourself solely to crafting cloud-piercing swords. It is essential to occasionally diversify with other artifacts, or else we shall find it difficult to accommodate. Master Sun was delighted to procure the artifacts crafted by Jiang Xing, given that Jiang Xing's creations lacked notoriety, yet matched the quality of those from Sex, while being 50 spirit stones cheaper. They were swiftly acquired by discerning customers. Master Sun estimated that selling 7 or 8 pieces a day would not pose a challenge. This is imperative. Currently, as I have just begun my journey in artifact crafting, I can only forge cloud-piercing swords in a few days. I shall purchase a sample of every type of artifact, and at that time, I will craft whichever artifacts your esteemed establishment requires. And do not forget my wave drum. Jiang Cheng interjected, noting Jiang Xing's intention to commence crafting other artifacts. Please accept your spirit stones. Master Sun handed over a pouch of spirit stones. Given their prospective supplier relationship, he was quite informal with Jiang Xing, not mentioning the amount, and simply presenting a bag filled with spirit stones. Upon opening it, Jiang Xing discovered 1,200 spirit stones and bid farewell to Master Sun in that same narrow alley. The Meow girl remained at her stall, silently awaiting. 2 figures, one tall and one small, gradually came into view before her, and in an instant, tears streamed down her face. She had never truly believed Jiang Xing would come. When he had arranged to meet her here, she thought it merely a polite evasion. Considering their lack of genuine connection, no one would risk being deceived or the danger of lacking spirit stones by lending 2,000 spirit stones to a stranger. Despite her lack of hope, she still stood there, filled with anticipation, as she desperately needed the spirit stones. Jiang Xing observed the girl, whose eyes reflected profound sorrow, and noticed several new bruises upon her. Reaching into his storage bag, he produced a pouch containing the 2,000 spirit stones he had prepared. He placed the pouch into the girl's hands and gently patted her shoulder, saying, "The world harbors much ugliness, yet also great beauty. Difficulties are but temporary. Overcome them, and happiness shall follow." With that, Jiang Xing turned to leave, and the girl could no longer contain her tears, which cascaded down her face. She recalled her father, who had been gravely injured by the Golden Silkworm King during an alchemical endeavor. Though they had managed to confine the Golden Silkworm King within his chest, it continued to gnaw at his body, inflicting unbearable pain and causing him to lose consciousness. In their village, aside from the clan leader and the junior clan leader who possessed the knowledge to subdue the Golden Silkworm King, no one else had the means to help. Thus, the girl was left with no choice but to seek the aid of the junior clan leader, whom she typically avoided. The young clan leader is innately debauched and lecherous, committing every conceivable vice. He often degrades some of the village's young maidens, and seeking his aid is akin to inviting a lamb into the den of a tiger. Indeed, when a young girl implores him to rescue her father, the young clan leader acquiesces, but with a demand. She must offer him 3,000 spirit stones as recompense. Should she fail to procure this sum, it would be tantamount to borrowing the amount from him, with the condition that she must spend a night with him each day until the debt is settled. Having encountered Jiang Xing, who requires a substantial quantity of insect liquid, the girl has managed to earn a modest sum of spirit stones. And combined with her family's meager savings, she barely exceeds 1,000. The figure of 3,000 looms large, almost insurmountable for her to gather immediately. The young clan leader is acutely aware of the villagers' plight, clearly harboring ulterior motives. With no alternatives, the girl approaches the villagers in search of spirit stones, yet no one dares to lend her any, fearful of incurring the wrath of the maleficent young clan leader. Desperate to escape his clutches, she reluctantly resorts to setting up a stall in the market, all the while hoping fervently that her most significant customer, Jiang Xing, would grace her with his presence. "May I inquire your esteemed name and residence, sir? Once I gather enough spirit stones, I shall deliver them to you," she implores as she observes Jiang Xing turning away with Jiang Xing. It is Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing had no intention of demanding repayment from the girl, as he had mentally prepared himself for the possibility that she might not return the favor when he granted her assistance. The girl, overwhelmed with joy, hastens to repay the spirit stones before her father becomes aware of the young clan leader's intervention, which had alleviated the backlash from the king of golden silkworms. As her father remains in a deep slumber, upon returning to the village, she is met with expressions of pity from the villagers, who whisper among themselves, "Ali, flee swiftly. Your father has been slain by the young clan leader." Upon awakening, he raved that the young clan leader had plotted against him, causing him to suffer the backlash from the golden silkworm. Initially, all was well, but someone whispered something into his ear, and he went mad, pursuing the young clan leader with the intent to kill, inflicting severe injuries upon him. Now, your father's body has been consumed by the young clan leader's insects, leaving no trace. You must escape at once. Upon hearing this dreadful news, Ali fainted on the spot. Despite the multitude around her, no one offered assistance. Instead, they distanced themselves, fearing her misfortune might befall them as well. An old man approached, scooped up Ali, and leapt onto her beast, riding away. His action astonished the surrounding villagers. A man well past 70, effortlessly lifting a young girl onto a beast was beyond their expectations. They had always perceived him as too frail, barely able to walk without trembling, and could hardly fathom how he could carry a young maiden. This led them to ponder the peculiarities of this elderly man, who occasionally ventured out for 10 days to half a month at a time. Such behavior was uncommon for someone of his age, as most would remain at home in retirement. The villagers had grown accustomed to his outings and had not found them suspicious until now. When they began to reconsider, with no one at Ali's home, the old man inquired among the nearby neighbors and learned of the calamity that had befallen her family. He chose not to seek out Ali's father, but instead waited for her at the village entrance. Though the villagers felt sympathy for Ali's family, her father's grave transgressions had brought about a catastrophe that threatened their very existence, and thus they dared not associate themselves with her family in any manner. The villagers, in fact, felt a sense of relief and gratitude towards Ali's father, for he had eradicated a significant menace from their midst. Moreover, the incident could hardly be blamed on Ali's father. If blame were to be assigned, it would rightly fall upon the young clan leader, whose character was reprehensibly low. For a prolonged period, the young leader had engaged in bullying both men and women within the village, subjecting numerous girls to his contemptuous treatment. However, the villagers, with their limited sorcery skills, stood no chance against the clan leader, who possessed the profound Gu spirit techniques, along with a formidable entourage of over 20 Gu practitioners. As a result, they were left with no option but to endure his tyranny. Ali's father, on the other hand, was exceptionally skilled in the art of Gu sorcery. Apart from the clan leader and his son, no one could rival him, which had previously allowed Ali to remain unbothered in the village. Yet recently, for reasons unknown, he had practiced a forbidden technique, the golden silkworm Gu, only to be met with a backlash from it. That moment, the young clan leader seized the opportunity to target Ali. After the young leader had tended to his wounds, Ali's father awoke from his stupor and, upon stepping outside, was met with the commotion surrounding Ali's predicament echoing throughout the village. Enraged, he stormed to the clan leader's residence and injured the young leader. The latter's cries dar at that moment, several figures emerged from the woods ahead, swiftly advancing towards Ali. The old man's expression shifted dramatically as he barked, "Go!" With that, he leaped down from the tree like a feathered bird. Seizing Ali's hand and dashing towards the direction of Tianxu Market, it was only then that Ali discerned the old man's face, which appeared nearly 30 years younger than she remembered. "Grandfather, what are we going to do at Tianxu Market?" Ali felt a strange unfamiliarity with the man before her, as if he were an entirely different person. Had they not shared a life together for over a decade, she would never have believed that the old man she knew was the same as the one standing before her now. Tianxu Market is a place free from violence. Once we are there, we shall be safe. Tianxu Market served as a sanctuary for cultivators, protected by the city guards if the guards discovered any disturbances or brawls. Offenders would be captured at best, or killed on the spot at worst. Thus, no one dared to engage in combat within the confines of Tianxu Market. However, it was also true that they could easily be trapped outside its borders. Ali understood the rules of Tianxu Market well. While cultivators would not dare to act within, they would undoubtedly lay in wait just beyond its reach. The moment they stepped outside, they would be ambushed, essentially sealing their fate within the market. Ultimately, this was a desperate plan. Once there, Jiang Xing sensed an unusual atmosphere among the few individuals present. However, the three of them exuded no formidable aura, merely at the mid-stage of innate cultivation. Jiang Xing, accompanied by Jiang Cheng, approached the young girl. Yet, after only a few steps, he noticed her incessantly winking at him, signaling him to leave. Ignoring her gestures, Jiang Xing strode directly up to her and demanded, "Provide me with 60 bottles of Gu insect liquid." The girl retrieved approximately 20 bottles and handed them to Jiang Xing, stating, "This is all I have. There may never be more." A faint, bitter smile crept across her lips, as she was uncertain of how many days she had left to live. Although fighting was prohibited in Tianxu City, one could not guard against covert attacks, much like the scene unfolding before her. How could there possibly be none in the future? I am in dire need of such items. Yet, I may never return again, the young girl lamented sorrowfully. At that moment, among the three individuals lurking in the corner, one young man grew impatient with the presence of Jiang Xing and Jiang Cheng. Jiang Xing's arrival had interrupted their clandestine contest, which left him quite displeased. Moreover, Jiang Xing appeared intent on engaging in a leisurely conversation with the young girl, provoking thoughts of teaching these two a lesson. However, given that they were in Tianxu City, he dared not make a grand move and opted instead for a silent approach. A small insect crawled from within his garments, traversing down his thigh to the ground, and shortly thereafter, it emerged from beneath Jiang Cheng's feet, making its way toward his shoes. Be careful, an elderly man with white hair called out to Jiang Cheng. But the Gu insect had already infiltrated Jiang Cheng's clothing. "What is this? Father, look." Jiang Cheng suddenly felt something on his body and reached into his bosom to produce a frozen insect to show Jiang Xing. Upon seeing the ferocious aura emanating from the insect, Jiang Xing recognized it as a Gu insect, casually taking it from Jiang Cheng, snorting disdainfully before tossing it to the ground. Clearly, the only individuals capable of employing Gu techniques here were the four with chaotic auras. The elderly man who cautioned Jiang Cheng was certainly not among them. The practitioner behind this act must have been one of the three lurking in the corner. The young man, witnessing this scene, appeared incredulous, staring at Jiang Cheng as if he had pulled a toy from his body. Utterly speechless, it was crucial to note that the insect he had just dispatched was a brain-controlling Gu, which would immediately burrow into a host's body upon contact. thereby controlling their movements and speech. His intention had been to manipulate the child into leading away the adults. Yet he never anticipated that the child would effortlessly neutralize the goo insect. In Qingchuan City, he feared engaging with the cultivator Jiang Xing. Thus, he had targeted the seemingly ordinary child, Jiang Cheng. However, he was oblivious to the fact that Jiang Cheng was, in fact, a zombie, and his human skin was capable of concealing one's aura. Moreover, the corpse's energy was exceedingly cold, causing any goo insect to freeze into mere shards upon contact. Filled with dread yet unwilling to concede, he found it hard to believe that an ordinary child could remain unafraid of his goo insect. There must surely be some extraordinary treasure safeguarding the boy. The young man released another plump goo insect, a frost silkworm, which regarded ice merely as an appetizer, untroubled by any chill, and thus, undeterred by the child's ice-based protective treasure. Jiang Xing, seemingly displeased by the insect's earlier crawl, cast his eyes about restlessly, as if searching for the source from which the creature had emerged to invade him. As soon as the ice silkworm emerged from the ground, it was swiftly spotted by Jiang Cheng, who bent down, grasped the creature, and pulled it from the earth. This spectacle left the three individuals and the elderly man with white hair utterly astounded. The ice silkworm is renowned as the most formidable of all goo techniques, second only to the forbidden golden silkworm. Gooed at a mere touch on any part of the ice silkworm would result in a fatal cold toxin, leading to a frozen demise. Even an energy-refining practitioner would find themselves doomed upon contact. Yet, Jiang Cheng brazenly clutched the ice silkworm in his hand, seemingly unscathed. This defied all logic. The ice silkworm, plump and soft, felt delightful in Jiang Cheng's grip, prompting him to unconsciously squeeze and roll it between his fingers. The creature writhed in agony, desperately twisting to bite Jiang Cheng's hand. However, with his indomitable zombie physique, akin to steel, he remained impervious to its attempts, only eliciting a ticklish sensation that made him chuckle. Unbeknownst to anyone, Jiang Cheng's human skin seemed to revel in the presence of cold entities, gradually absorbing the chilling aura emanating from the ice silkworm and transforming it into corpse energy. Jiang Cheng appeared to thoroughly enjoy toying with the ice silkworm, its supple and elastic body reminiscent of a rubber band. He pinched both ends of the ice silkworm with one hand while using his middle finger to press down in the center, pulling back to form a makeshift slingshot. With a pop, Jiang Cheng released his grip, and the rotund body of the ice silkworm shot forth like a rubber band, aimed directly at the young man. Hee. How delightful. Jiang Cheng's innocent laughter struck the three observers as more terrifying than that of a demon. As the ice silkworm hurtled towards him, the young man was paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling and unable to move to that moment. His companion yanked him aside just in time to evade the oncoming creature. Under normal circumstances, an ice silkworm soaring through the air would not pose a threat to the young man. However, Jiang Cheng's alarming demeanor had instilled a deep-seated terror. When the ice silkworm approached, the young man believed Jiang Cheng was aware of his mischief and was retaliating against him, causing him to tremble in fright. This was beyond terrifying. They hastily retreated, the three left in a flurry, their legs shaking uncontrollably as they passed by Jiang Xing. Chapter 122. The Shop of Artifacts. With only one item. After the three goo masters departed, the old man approached Jiang Xing. Observing that Jiang Xing's son could disregard the ice silkworm, he couldn't help but suspect that Jiang Xing was a high-level practitioner concealing his abilities. He stepped forward and bowed, expressing, "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your rescue. I am profoundly grateful and at a loss for how to repay you." The old man was far too courteous. "I am not a high-level practitioner, merely a young man in the innate stage," Jiang Xing replied, hastily helping the elder to his feet. "Is it true that you are only at the innate stage? Those goo creatures just now are fearsome beings capable of easily slaying even energy-refining practitioners. Your calm demeanor in the face of such danger is truly remarkable." A flicker of astonishment crossed the old man's face. Jiang Xing smiled silently, oblivious to the nature of goo creatures and the peril he had just faced. Otherwise, he would not have remained so composed before the three spirit goo masters. Yet, it was precisely Jiang Xing's calmness that led the three spirit goo masters and the old man to mistakenly believe he was a reclusive expert, prompting their hasty retreat. "Young master has saved me twice. I have no means to repay you. I am willing to serve as your maid for life." At this moment, Ollie felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Jiang Xing. Although she had lost all her family and felt no attachment to this world, she could not forget the two occasions when Jiang Xing had come to her rescue. She silently vowed to dedicate her life to serving the one who had saved her from the inferno on 2 separate occasions. Furthermore, she harbored a selfish desire. After all, she had already spent 4 days with her uncle in Tianxu City. During these 4 days, they had been relentlessly harassed by the Gu Masters, rendering them unable to enjoy a single peaceful night's rest. However, she knew that Jiang Xing was a member of the Zhao family, and with the immense power of the Zhao clan, as long as she followed Jiang Xing into the Zhao household, those Gu Masters would undoubtedly refrain from further harassment. Do not be concerned, fair lady. My assistance is merely a matter of fate. Calling me a servant is an overstatement. If it pleases you, let us be friends. Shall we? The old man expressed his gratitude. It is truly a stroke of fortune for both Ollie and me to have made your acquaintance. However, befriending someone of your stature is indeed a lofty aspiration for us. Perhaps it would be more fitting for you to accept us as your humble servants, and should you require assistance in the future, we would be at your service. The old man understood that both he and Ollie were at the end of their rope. He had only a few years left to live and could not protect Ollie for much longer. It was imperative to find her a reliable support. While I have assisted you both, how can I possibly demean myself by accepting your service? Jiang Xing, being a man of the modern era, could not bring himself to accept an elderly man as a servant. Moreover, he was accustomed to independence and could hardly adapt to a life of being cared for. Is it that Jiang Gongzi looks down upon Ollie due to her humble origins? Ollie and her uncle are already homeless, trapped in this Tianxu city and unable to escape from those who pursue us. If you are unwilling to shelter us, we may as well wait for death, Ollie lamented, tears streaming down her face as she turned to weep on her uncle's shoulder. However, Jiang Xing was aware that the Zhao family did not permit the sheltering of individuals of unknown origin, especially since the old man was a Gu cultivator. Thank you, Gongzi. We are not in a hurry to leave Tianxu City. Waiting a little longer is of no consequence, the old man stated. But why do you claim that you cannot leave this market? Jiang Xing inquired with confusion. The spirit Gu masters outside are watching us. If we were to leave Tianxu City, we would undoubtedly be pursued by a multitude of them. The old man then recounted Ali's plight to Jiang Xing, who was momentarily at a loss regarding how to accommodate the two. Suddenly, Jiang Xing recalled having seen a shop for rent near the city guard's camp while passing by earlier. With a spark of joy, he exclaimed, "How about this? I shall rent a shop for you near the city guard's camp. That way, they will not dare to trouble you further, and you can sell talismans there. You wish to open a shop? If you allow me to be the shopkeeper, it would fulfill a dream I have long held." Ollie exclaimed, her spirits lifted. "Certainly, I intended for you to be the shopkeeper." Jiang Xing replied, "If we manage to secure the shop, it will be entrusted to you both to manage. I have always wanted to open a shop, but lacked the manpower to do so." Jiang Xing casually remarked, though his true intention for renting the shop was to provide them with a temporary refuge. The trio proceeded to the guard camp, and indeed, they found a shop available for rent. It may well be due to the presence of the city guard's encampment that patrols are frequent here, with a squad of guards visible from time to time. The shops located in this area deter the sorcerers from causing disturbances. Upon entering the shop, one is greeted by a scene of disarray. Everything within has been removed, leaving only a few shelves behind. Jiang Xing and his companions stepped inside, finding the shopkeeper seated at the counter. Resting his chin on his hand, a look of deep concern etched across his face. Jiang Xing inquired, "Shopkeeper, is this establishment available for rent? What is the asking price in spirit stones? You wish to rent this shop?" Yes. How does 1,500 low-grade spirit stones per month sound?" The shopkeeper's spirits lifted at the prospect of renting his establishment. Just as Jiang Xing was about to acquiesce, Ali interjected, "My lord, 1,500 low-grade spirit stones seems a bit excessive. Let us search elsewhere. Other shops only charge around 800. After voicing her opinion, Ali grasped Jiang Xing's arm and turned to leave. However, they had only taken a few steps when the shopkeeper called out, "Wait, how about 1,300 spirit stones? I cannot reduce the price further. You must understand, the Tianxu city market was established by the 8 great families. The shops within have long been divided among them. Were it not for the 8 families' desire for a diverse array of goods, they would never have opened these 4 streets to ordinary merchants like us. One might think there are countless shops in Tianxu City, yet most belong to the prominent families. Even these 4 streets, ostensibly open to us, are under their control. Those fortunate enough to operate here invariably have ties to one of the great families. Thus, they only rent to their own. Even if you were to visit, you would find no one willing to rent to you, were it not for the troubles faced by my benefactor, the Wang family. I would not be forced to lease this prime location. The downfall of the Wang family is of no concern to you. Surely, there are other issues with this shop? There are no issues. The Wang family has fallen. My supply has been cut off. How could I not sell this shop? Jiang Xing and Ali exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. Seeing their consent, the shopkeeper's heart soared. Though he maintained an expression of reluctance, as if he were loath to part with his establishment, in truth, the shopkeeper's decision to rent out the premises was indeed a last resort. Ever since the Wang family's collapse, the Kong family, which had taken over their territory, began to exclude outsiders and foster their own loyalists. Those who had once enjoyed the Wang family's protection found themselves increasingly marginalized, facing a 30% increase in supply costs compared to others, effectively being denied access to goods. The shopkeeper, eager to diversify his inventory with items such as spirit herbs and spirit ore, found his efforts thwarted. As soon as he stocked these goods, competitors on the street immediately slashed their prices, leading to considerable losses. Undeterred, he attempted to pivot to magical artifacts and talismans, only to suffer the same fate, incurring further losses. That it finally dawned on him that the other merchants, aware of his diminished backing, were intent on driving him out, prompting him to quietly display a for rent sign. Yet, not a single prospective tenant appeared. Instead, many came hoping to purchase his shop, including several shopkeepers from the very street itself. Very well, let us commence with a 1-month lease, and we shall discuss renewal when the time comes. Jiang Xing consented, stating that in the past few days, after deducting the spirit stones used for purchasing cultivation herbs, he had over 2,000 left, sufficient to rent the shop. After completing the lease agreement with the shopkeeper, Jiang Xing presented a magical shield, which he had intended to sell at the Baibao Pavilion to Ali, saying, "The base price for this shield is around 200 spirit stones. You may price it at 150 spirit stones. There is no need to set it too high. In the days to come, I will bring several magical artifacts to replenish the shop, so there is no need to worry about a lack of inventory. Is this all there is?" Ali was left dumbfounded, while Uncle also appeared bewildered. In that moment, they realized that Jiang Xing had not intended to open a shop. Otherwise, he would not possess merely a single magical artifact. Jiang Xing had rented this establishment solely to provide them with a place to stay. Jiang Xing chuckled awkwardly. He had made no preparations and could only use the small shield as a display in the shop, while the rest was to be sold to the Baibao Pavilion as per their agreement. Ali's eyes brimmed with tears, and she remained silent. Jiang Xing handed the two of them a communication talisman along with 300 spirit stones for living expenses before departing from the shop and heading to the Baibao Pavilion. He understood that this was a consequence of saving Ali and Uncle, drawing the ire of those Gu masters. These Gu masters dared not act within the confines of Chichuan Square, but now that Jiang Xing had exited, they were determined not to miss this golden opportunity to ambush him. Jiang Xing cast a glance at the dozen or so Gu masters concealed within the nearby forest and chose not to engage with them. He accelerated his flight on the sword towards the Zhao family. After all, the speed of sword flight far surpassed that of the Gu masters, and in the blink of an eye, he broke free from the dense encirclement of insects and sped away. Upon returning to the Zhao family, before he could commence his cultivation, Fat Girl inundated him with a barrage of messages. These pertained to several homicide cases, concentrated in the vicinity of the Wang family's territory and the outskirts of Qingchuan City. Jiang Xing also discovered that the deceased were all qi refinement cultivators who had survived the Wang family's attack by Kong Yunxiang. Although they had narrowly escaped on that fateful day, they had inexplicably met their demise here. The following day, Jiang Xing's shop opened in a rather rudimentary manner, lacking any grand opening ceremony, renovations, or even a proper sign. He had crafted it himself. The shop was named Jiuzhou Refining Workshop, offering magical artifacts for sale and custom artifact services. The interior was stark and shabby, with shelves left behind by the previous owner, meant for displaying spirit ores, rough yet sturdy. The walls, stained by years of mineral accumulation, displayed a myriad of colors, appearing quite grimy. Jiang Xing lacked the spirit stones for renovations and had no desire to undertake them. This shop primarily served as a refuge for the two, rather than a genuine venture into business. He currently lacked both the capital and the energy to run a shop. However, with a monthly expenditure of 1,300 spirit stones, Jiang Xing could not afford to waste resources. He needed to devise a plan to safely lead them away from Qingchuan City, yet he found himself at an impasse. Unbeknownst to him, 10 days had slipped by. Jiang Xing had memorized all the runes. Though not an expert, he could recognize each rune's name and effect. The sole drawback was that his Jiuzhou refining workshop had yet to sell a single magical artifact, despite adding 11 items over the course of the month. Not a soul had graced the shop with their presence. Only during the initial days of opening did a few passers-by enter to glance around, but upon seeing merely one magical artifact, they would often leave with suppressed laughter. The majority of these individuals are not customers, but rather people from other shops along this pedestrian street, merely coming to observe the business of this newly opened establishment, assessing whether it poses any competition. Upon witnessing the shop's exceedingly rudimentary state, with only a single magical artifact on display, they scoffed derisively. They each harbored thoughts that the proprietor of this establishment must either be a fool or a simpleton. To open a shop with merely one magical artifact is nothing short of folly. It is astonishing that they have not faced ruin. Just as these observers perceived, many potential customers passed by the Jiuzhou refinery, glancing inside but not even crossing the threshold before departing. Thus, 10 days elapsed without a single magical artifact being sold at Jiuzhou refinery. Yet, despite this dismal situation, the establishment did not falter. Jiang Xing extended the lease for another month for Ali and the others, for he had no viable plan to take Ali and the others away within the 2 months, and thus had no choice but to renew the lease. Chapter 123. The Great Transformation of the Zhu Family in the Zhu Family's council chamber. Zhu Dajin stood in the center of the hall, head bowed and motionless, embodying an image of contrition and acknowledgement of guilt. On either side of the hall were 6 chairs, 5 of which were occupied by the elders of the Zhu family. At that moment, the 5 elders regarded him with impassive expressions. The last chair on the left remained vacant, once occupied by Zhu Dajin himself. However, due to his misdeed, he was unqualified to sit there now. Awaiting the verdict of the 5 elders, the elders looked at Zhu Dajin, each sighing and shaking their heads, while the family head, Zhu Hong, seated at the head of the table, gazed at the revealing stone with a heavy heart. Zhu Dajin, how could you, as the law elder of the Zhu family, be the cause of all the sacrifices endured by our family? Speak, what shall you do now? Zhu Hong finally broke the prolonged silence. I will accept whatever punishment the family head deems appropriate, Zhu Dajin replied solemnly, a flicker of sorrow crossing his face as he lowered his head even further. Although he was aware that he had been ensnared by the treachery of Zhao Long, the calamity that befell the Zhu family was undeniably of his own making, and he must face severe repercussions. The elder seated first on the right, an elderly man clad in white, was Zhu Wei. The chief elder of the Zhu family, he berated Zhu Dajin vehemently, his anger palpable. Yet, despite his outward fury, he was, in fact, attempting to assist Zhu Dajin. Every mention of Zhao Long incites my wrath. We, the Zhu family, introduced the Zhao family to the Xiao family, extending them a degree of goodwill, only to have them conspire against us behind our backs. They think the Zhu family is easy to bully? The black-robed elder seated in the second chair on the right was Zhu Yu, the third elder, known for his volatile temperament. As soon as the revealing stone was presented to him, he clamored to confront Zhao Long. The round-faced elder on the second chair to the left was Zhu Youxiang, the fourth elder, who sat with his arms crossed over his chest and eyes closed, appearing to be in a state of meditative repose. Were it not for his eventual utterance, others might have mistaken him for asleep. Perhaps we should invite the Xiao family to adjudicate this matter, considering that both the Zhao and Zhu families now fall under their purview. He suggested, have you lost your senses? On the basis of Zhu Dajin's solitary testimony, do you truly believe the Xiao family would take action against Zhao Long? Let us not forget that the revealing stone bears witness to no one but Zhu Dajin. As long as Zhao Long denies his involvement, who can substantiate the claims of his instigation? Furthermore, entrusting this to the Xiao family would only serve to diminish the issue, reducing it to insignificance. Moreover, with the Zhao family newly allied with the Xiao family, how could any punishment befall them at this juncture? But how can we not avenge this grievance? So many lives have been lost from the Zhu family, and my grandson perished in that attack. How can we not seek retribution? I believe it would be best to find an opportunity to eliminate Zhao Long at that time. There will be no witnesses to testify against us. Enough, enough, enough. In the midst of the clamor from the elders, Zhu Hong felt overwhelmed. Just as he was about to speak, a rapid knocking echoed from the door of the council hall. The door was opened by the sixth elder, Zhu Yun, revealing Zhu Hong's son, Zhu Youxing. Father, the head of the Kong family, Kong Yunxiang, urgently requests an audience. Zhu Youxing entered boldly, addressing Zhu Hong as if the elders beside them were mere air. The other elders seemed unperturbed. wearing expressions of anticipation for the unfolding drama. What brings the Kong family here? Speak. What trouble have you caused now? Zhu Hong queried. Humph. Can you ever do anything right? Just managing not to add to my troubles would be fortunate. You insolent brat. Do you think I have grown senile? Who would be foolish enough to choose you? Zhu Hong could hardly believe him, for the entirety of Liuzhou was aware of his notorious reputation. Who would willingly push their daughter into the flames? Father, will you see him or not? Zhu Yoxing's impatience began to boil over. I will not see him. Not seeing him is not an option. We must meet. He is now our Zhu family's in-law, my father-in-law. How can you refuse? Zhu Yoxing insisted, tugging at Zhu Hong, determined to drag him to meet Kong Yunxiang. The 6 elders, witnessing the scene, could hardly suppress their laughter, each appearing as if they might burst from holding it in. You ungrateful son. Who permitted you to casually ally with the Kong family? Do you understand who they are? Our adversaries? And what consequences this may bring? Zhu Hong exclaimed, shaking off Zhu Yoxing's grasp in frustration. It's merely a marriage. What's the big deal? Can a single woman truly overturn the Zhu family? Zhu Yoxing retorted nonchalantly. You. Zhu Hong's fury reached its zenith, his face flushing red as he observed the 6 elders stifling their laughter. Head of the household. You see, how can we not meet our in-law? It would be rather embarrassing if word got out. Indeed, a single woman cannot topple the Zhu family, they chuckled. Zhu Hong, regaining his composure, pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Let him in. Moments later, a servant entered, guiding in a portly middle-aged man. My dear in-law. It has been too long. How have you been? As Kong Yunxiang stepped through the threshold, Zhu Hong's face brightened with a beaming smile, and he clasped his hands in greeting to my dear in-law. It has indeed been too long. I have missed you dearly. How is your health of late? Kong Yunxiang reciprocated with equal fervor, embracing Zhu Hong warmly, causing Zhu Hong's expression to contort awkwardly. The insincerity of their pleasantries was quite discomforting. Though these two had previously had little interaction, they now behaved as if they were long-lost brothers, much to the dismay of those present. Please, this way, my in-law. Zhu Hong guided Kong Yunxiang to the parlor, the 6 elders trailing behind. Please take a seat. I wonder what brings you here this time. Zhu Hong invited Kong Yunxiang to sit on the elegant wooden chair in the parlor, instructing a servant to prepare tea. This visit is primarily to extend apologies on behalf of my family, the Wang family, regarding a matter concerning the Zhu family. Kong Yunxiang replied after a considerable pause. Upon hearing this, Zhu Hong was momentarily taken aback and inquired. Apologizing for the Wang family's affairs. I am curious as to what kind of apology this entails, reparations to my Zhu family, or something else. As for compensation, there is none, for it was indeed your Zhu family that initiated the conflict. Kong Yunxiang remarked, casting a glance at Zhu Dajing, who stood behind Zhu Hong. However, we can certainly provide an outlet for your Zhu family's grievances. Pointing to the revealing stone, Kong Yunxiang continued, that was delivered to your residence at my behest. I trust you are now well aware of who is orchestrating the chaos from behind the scenes. He then looked up at Zhu Dajing again and added, I believe you all wish to eliminate Zhao Long. Truth be told, I share that desire. After all, my own clan was brought to ruin because of him, and avenging my clan is a solemn duty I cannot shirk. Let us discuss the approach to take. But do not forget that the Zhao family is not to be trifled with. Given Zhao Long standing within the Zhao family, targeting him would be akin to provoking the entire Zhao clan. With a faint smile, Kong Yunxiang stated, as long as the deed is executed cleanly, who would be able to trace it back to us? Besides, Zhao Long cannot remain within the Zhao family for eternity. Can he? I have already ascertained his whereabouts. As for how I acquired that information, that is of no concern to you. If you are willing to eliminate Zhao Long, my Kong family stands ready to assist. A few days later, at the Zhao family in Heiyu Mountain, Zhao Long was savoring tea in his dwelling. Specifically, the exquisite Huobilaoka, valued at 300 spiritual stones per pound. A sip of it brought a refreshing sensation, invigorating his inner fire's spiritual energy. Suddenly, the communication talisman on his person sounded, prompting Zhao Long to exchange a few hurried words before hastily taking to the skies, flying southward on his sword. As soon as Zhao Long departed, Kong Yunxiang, far away at the Kong family, felt an instinctive pull and glanced up towards the south. He then retrieved the communication talisman to inform the Zhu family and discreetly followed suit. Meanwhile, the 6 elders of the Zhu family, having received the news, quietly pursued the direction in which Zhao Long had vanished. Zhao Long continued his flight, seemingly oblivious to the 7 individuals trailing him. until he exited the Zhao family's territory and reached Xianyun Hollow, where he finally sensed something amiss. Indeed, as he accelerated, the 7 pursuers hastened to keep pace. After flying for a while, Xiaolong suddenly descended into a thicket, standing with his hands clasped behind him, as if awaiting the arrival of those who had been following him. After a brief moment, the sound of slicing wind resonated through the air, and 7 figures emerged from the void. These 7 were none other than the 6 foundational elders of the Zhu family, accompanied by Kong Yunxiang. Observing the approach of the Zhu family's elders alongside Kong Yunxiang, Xiaolong exhaled a breath of pent-up frustration before finally opening his eyes. Gazing intently ahead and murmuring, "They have finally arrived." Zhu Daxing's gaze fixed upon Xiaolong, a chilling aura emanating from him, as an unseen frost seemed to lower the temperature of the surroundings to that of an ice cavern. At that moment, his fury was palpable. Xiaolong had not only caused him to be reprimanded by the Zhu family, but had also indirectly led to the demise of over 100 of his kin. How could he not harbor a seething hatred? Today, vengeance would be exacted, and grievances would be avenged. This time, Xiaolong would surely pay the price. Rest assured, he shall die today, declared the elder Zhu Wei. His actions have led to the demise of so many Zhao family members. Killing him alone cannot quench our thirst for vengeance, added the 3rd elder, Zhu Yu. They are here. Upon hearing the footsteps behind him, Xiaolong, standing in the woods, turned around and faced the 7 individuals before him, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet a chilling glint flashed in his eyes. The gazes of the 6 elders from the Zhu family immediately fell upon the proud and resolute Xiaolong. Their expressions tense as they scrutinized him, none daring to underestimate this once mighty conqueror. However, Zhu Daxing felt a surge of indignation. With their numbers now in abundance, there was no longer any need to fear Xiaolong. He boldly exclaimed, "Xiaolong, on that day, you toyed with me, causing me to make a grave mistake. Today, I shall slay you to alleviate the hatred in my heart." As Zhu Daxing spoke, the other 5 elders echoed his sentiments. Shouting in unison, "Xiaolong, your time of reckoning has arrived. Do you not realize that your betrayal of the Zhu family has led you to this day? Xiaolong, our families have been intertwined for generations. Yet you have shown such treachery, bringing calamity upon the Zhu clan. If we do not slay you today, we cannot face the spirits of the fallen Zhu warriors." Amidst the cacophony of shouts directed at Xiaolong, Kong Yunxiang, standing quietly beside them, silently retreated, vanishing without a trace. That moment, the 6th elder, Zhu Yun, suddenly sensed a peculiar aura surrounding them, akin to the morning mist rising in the woods, creeping in and enveloping the entire forest. Zhu Yun exclaimed in astonishment, Why does it feel so strange? Something is amiss." The eldest elder, Zhu Wei, narrowed his eyes sharply, his previously indistinct aura transforming into something decidedly fierce. "Everyone, be cautious," he warned. Zhu Youxiang's expression grew grave as well, recognizing the presence of an ambush. "Indeed, we are being set up. Remain vigilant." Zhu Daxing also sensed the chilling atmosphere of the woods, perceiving a dense fog that seemed to materialize ominously, accompanied by waves of fluctuating energy. "This is bad. We are ambushed," Zhu Wei shouted urgently. Just then, from within the thick mist of the woods, waves of energy surged, growing increasingly intense to an exaggerated degree, almost as soon as the words left their mouths. The fog before them expanded violently, followed by 9 blinding beams of light shooting skyward, piercing the heavens. The entire expanse trembled as a vast, boundless curtain of gray mist appeared in the sky, overshadowing the entire forest and enveloping the 6 elders of the Zhu family within its grasp. "This is the Diamond Barrier Dragon-Slaying Formation. We are trapped. Quickly, we must break the formation." Zhu Wei's face paled dramatically. Without hesitation, he swung his sword at the luminous barrier, unleashing a resplendent streak of light that surged toward the sky. "Hurry! This formation is formidable. We must exert all our strength to break through." The 4th elder, Zhu Youxiang, also recognized the urgency of the situation and summoned a fiery red sword, launching it towards the celestial barrier above. With a series of thunderous impacts, various artifacts radiating terrifying energy collided with the misty barrier, sending ripples across its surface, distorting it as if it were bending under the assault. Observing this, Xiaolong merely chuckled coldly, his expression impassive as he watched the 6 individuals frantically assault the golden barrier. Kong Yunxiang approached Xiaolong and said, "Old Zhao, it's time to commence our work. The greatest beneficiaries will undoubtedly be your Zhao family. For centuries, your lineage has thrived without faltering. I surmise that the Soul Master has exerted considerable influence on your behalf. My Kong family has also reaped some benefits, albeit as a reward for my recent induction into the ranks of the Black Hand by the Soul Master. Furthermore, had I not recently ascended to the Spirit Illumination realm in my innate abilities, would the Soul Master have even taken notice of me to appoint me as a sole envoy of the Black Hand? In any case, this operation ought to yield some advantage for your Zhao family. If you feast, surely my Zhao family should at least savor a bit of the broth. No? The lands adjacent to my family's territory, to the south of the Wang family, should rightfully belong to the Zhao family. Don't you think? Upon hearing this, Kong Yunxiang burst into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke that he exclaimed, "Ha! You propose to seize a third of the Wang family's territory. Even if I acquiesced, would the Shao and Li families agree? Would they tolerate your Zhao family encroaching to such an extent upon their noble domains?" Zhao Long pondered for a moment, realizing he had perhaps been a tad too ambitious, and replied, "How about this? Let us designate a 3-mile stretch of land bordering the Wang family to be allocated to the Zhao family." Kong Yunxiang contemplated this proposal, estimating that the land offered to the Zhao family would amount to roughly 1/10 of the Wang family's territory, and said, "It is settled then. Consider it a congratulatory gift for your joining the Shao family." Zhao Long countered, "Joining the Shao family is merely the Soul Master's command. There is nothing to celebrate." With that, Zhao Long led Kong Yunxiang and the others to launch a frenzied assault on those within the formation. However, as Zhao Long and his companions' artifacts passed through the resplendent barrier, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted forth. Their artifacts instantly became adorned with intricate mystical patterns, greatly amplifying their power and radiating in blinding light. This formation remarkably enhanced the offensive capabilities of those outside its confines in an instant. The artifacts of Zhao Long and his companions emitted a dazzling brilliance, their energy waves causing the very fabric of space to tremble as if it were on the verge of collapse. The aura was truly terrifying, akin to the cataclysmic upheaval of the heavens and earth. Boom! The artifacts of Zhao Long and his companions transformed into piercing beams of light, hurtling down towards the 6 elders of the Zhu family. Witnessing this scene, the 6 elders of the Zhu family were immediately struck with grave concern, their expressions reflecting sheer terror. The astonishing might rendered them utterly paralyzed, devoid of any capacity to resist. In the next moment, these terrifying artifacts descended with a thunderous roar, causing the entire space to erupt in a cataclysmic cacophony, releasing a blinding flash of light. The figures of the 6 elders of the Zhu family vanished completely amidst the explosion. Chapter 124. The Secret Scroll of Danwen Enchantment. Meanwhile, Zhu Yoxing, the young master of the Zhu family, was in his father's study, examining an ancient scroll together with his father. This ancient scroll was acquired by Zhu Yoxing at an auction, and he sensed it was something extraordinary, prompting him to present it to his father. Zhu Hong was captivated, as the unknown beast skin scroll contained records of a secret technique known as Danwen Enchantment. This technique allows one to extract magical patterns from the demon beast's demon cores and subsequently refine them into one's own Dantian. The magical patterns contained within the demon cores represent the innate abilities of the demon beasts. Thus, integrating these patterns into one's Dantian is tantamount to acquiring a demon beast's extraordinary powers. The most precious aspect is that if one were to extract a magic pattern from a beast of a higher realm than oneself, the pattern would gradually assimilate the practitioner's Dantian into one of the same realm. This equates to indirectly facilitating a breakthrough to the next level, an effect that is truly extraordinary. However, this secret method has its limitations. It is only effective for those below the nascent soul stage, as it becomes ineffective upon reaching that level. Moreover, an individual may only refine one type of magic pattern throughout their lifetime. The chosen pattern can be at most one realm higher than the practitioner's own. Should the pattern be of too high a realm, the Dantian would be unable to sustain such a powerful magic pattern, ultimately leading to the depletion of true essence within the Dantian and its subsequent collapse. Upon discovering this secret technique, Zhu Hong was overwhelmed with joy, his body trembling with excitement. This technique, for him, was akin to a timely boon. Due to his innate possession of only a 5th-tier spiritual root, his mediocre aptitude had caused his cultivation to stagnate at the peak of foundation establishment for over 40 years, preventing any breakthroughs. With this secret technique now in his possession, he felt a tenfold certainty of breaking through to the golden core stage. How could he not be elated? A method capable of aiding others in overcoming their bottlenecks could be deemed a miraculous skill. For practitioners who could no longer advance beyond the nascent soul stage, it was nothing short of a rare treasure. If word were to spread, it would undoubtedly incite a tremendous upheaval in the realm of cultivation. After all, the majority of individuals in the world possess subpar aptitude, accounting for a staggering 99% in the Tiannan continent. Among hundreds of millions, the vast majority are of lowly talent. One can only imagine the multitude of individuals. Many have been trapped below the golden core stage for countless years without a breakthrough, and now, with a secret technique to assist in overcoming their bottlenecks, the ensuing commotion would be unimaginable. Once Zhu Hong confirmed the authenticity of this secret method, he was profoundly impacted, his emotions surging to an extreme, causing his inner peace to waver, and his true energy began to surge chaotically within him. Suddenly, Zhu Hong felt a sharp, heart-wrenching pain in his dantian, prompting him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Assessing his condition, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. His earlier elation had nearly led to a collapse of his realm, forcing him to sit in meditation to calm his mind and stabilize his state. Just at that moment, a long sword silently pierced through his dantian, releasing his true energy. Zhu Hong was stunned. Gripping the sword tip that had pierced his body from behind, and turning to see his son glaring at him with fierce intensity, the sword firmly held in his hand, thrusting forward with force. How could his son act in such a manner? Zhu Hong was perplexed that moment. He felt an overwhelming urge to strike down the assailant behind him, but upon realizing it was his only son, he hesitated. Yet, he soon detected a strange aura emanating from his son. This was not his son's essence. Without further hesitation, Zhu Hong gripped the long sword with one hand and, with the other, struck backward with a palm. Bang! The individual behind him was instantly obliterated into fragments. Head of the family. What has happened? Head of the family. Outside the study, a dozen guards rushed in upon hearing the commotion, clamoring with questions. Upon seeing the guards enter, Zhu Hong initially felt a glimmer of hope, only to be overtaken by terror. The aura emanating from these guards was identical to the strange essence he had sensed from his son moments earlier. They were now gazing at him with eerie expressions. These guards exhibited no concern or urgency for him. Instead, they all wore sinister smiles as they lunged towards him, their auras surging violently, evidently preparing for self-detonation. Given Zhu Hong's foundational cultivation, even when gravely injured, he should not have been susceptible to the dozen or so early-stage chi refinement guards. Yet, these individuals astonishingly chose to self-destruct, leaving Zhu Hong powerless to intervene. In a moment of desperation, Zhu Hong struck out at the guards surrounding him. Bang, bang, bang. With each strike, he shattered one guard after another, but the remaining guards encircled him, initiating a series of catastrophic explosions. The terrifyingly violent energy instantly reduced the area to rubble. Zhu Hong's study was transformed into a desolate wasteland, where fragments of a blown-apart corpse lay scattered among the debris from the remnants of fabric. It was vaguely discernible that it belonged to Zhu Hong. Moments later, a guard, who had been lurking in the nearby woods, emerged. He picked up a fallen scroll and several scattered white soul orbs, declaring, "Brothers, you have worked hard. Soon, I shall provide you with new bodies." Among the white soul orbs, one remarked, "Next time, it will be your turn to perish. Death is not a pleasant experience." The guard chuckled, replying, "I understand. I understand." He then approached Zhu Hong's corpse and executed a spell, extracting a green soul orb, which was twice the size of the other white orbs. This was Zhu Hong's soul. At that moment, the members of the Zhu family, disturbed by the explosions, rushed from all directions. Realizing escape was futile, the guard gathered all the souls and the scroll into a storage ring, then forcefully hurled the ring towards the southern sky. After completing this task, the guard smiled and self-destructed. In the place of the explosion, a white soul appeared, dissolving swiftly, vanishing completely before the others could arrive. Simultaneously, a faint energy fluctuation surged in the sky about a mile from the Zhu residence, where the storage ring pierced through the disturbance and disappeared without a trace. Shortly thereafter, a striking young man materialized amidst the fluctuations, donning the ring on his finger before swiftly fleeing towards the northern region of Liuzhou. As he departed, he muttered, "In a quarter of an hour, above Myriad." A streak of light shot through the air, penetrating Myriad. As the light faded, the young man's figure emerged atop the cliff, standing proudly at the edge, hands clasped behind his back. At that moment, the young man wore an expression of sheer delight. He had finally gathered 12 foundational souls, and could now perform the 12 Yang soul refinement technique. For, by refining those 12 foundational souls into the purest soul liquid, he could transcend into the third realm of the undying divine soul art, the soul transcendence stage. He was overwhelmed with joy. He could finally escape the soul cultivation stage, a realm he had been trapped in for 2 centuries. Although, during these 200 years, he had cultivated his soul to possess a power 100 times greater than that of others within the same realm. He had never been able to break through the foundational stage. This was because the undying divine soul art he practiced was merely the upper half of a certain technique, lacking the vital portion that would refine the soul into divine consciousness, thus perpetually hindering his advancement to the soul transcendence realm. In an effort to resolve this predicament, he went to great lengths to acquire the 12 Yang Souls refinement technique, hoping to leverage the power of the foundational soul to break through to the soul transformation realm. Now, everything was in place, with only the final impetus required. The young man's spirit soared, and he smiled with delight. He leaped high and descended from the precipice. For below lay his secret cave, a sanctuary of utmost concealment where he often secluded himself for crucial periods of cultivation. 7 days later, the young man stood once more at the cliff's edge, yet this time, his mood seemed rather bleak, his brow furrowed in distress. He had failed to achieve his breakthrough. He had hoped that after stagnating for over 200 years, he could finally transcend with the aid of these foundational souls, but to his chagrin, he remained unable to advance. The foundational souls had transformed into divine consciousness, and his soul cultivation level proved insufficient to refine and absorb them. Leaving him in futile despair. In that moment, he felt that his inability to break through stemmed from a lack of opportunity, which was likely to be found in Liuzhou. He recalled that day when, in the direction of the mass grave, he received an inexplicable sensation from the Yang I jade pendant at his waist. His cultivation method derived from this pendant, and whatever could resonate with it must be the key to his breakthrough. Chapter 125. The annihilation of the Zhu family. The following day, a shocking piece of news spread like wildfire throughout Liuzhou, becoming known to all. The Zhu family had been exterminated overnight. Zhu Hong, the patriarch, along with his son Zhu Yoxing, had been mysteriously murdered in their home, and all the elders had vanished without a trace. The once great Zhu family was now devoid of leadership. Moreover, on the subsequent day, the bodies of the 6 missing elders were discovered at Haimu Cliff. Panic ensued among the remaining members of the Zhu family, old, young, and women alike, as fear of death loomed over them. In a frenzy, they began to loot the family's possessions and flee from their home. The once mighty Zhu family had crumbled, scattering like monkeys when a tree falls. Jiang Xing suspected this incident was connected to Zhao Long. On the day prior to the Zhu family's catastrophe, Zhao Long had inexplicably departed, aligning perfectly with the timeline, and his actions were highly suspicious. However, it was inconceivable that Zhao Long could have orchestrated the Zhu family's demise alone. He must have had accomplices. Jiang Xing recalled Kong Yunxiang. Yet even with Kong Yunxiang, it seemed impossible. In the aftermath of the Zhu family's downfall, surrounding clans began to vie for their territory and shops, causing a great uproar. Ultimately, the Shao family seized the Zhu family's lands. However, the Shao family did not monopolize the territory. After annexing 1/3 of it, they allocated the remaining 2/3 to the nearby mid-tier Min family, aiding them in their ascent to prominence. Nevertheless, none of this concerned Jiang Xing. As long as the Zhao family remained secure, he too was safe, indifferent to the turmoil among other families. In the afternoon, Jiang Xing visited the shop as usual. From a distance, Ali spotted him and waved excitedly, raising her arm. "Young master, today we sold 2 magical artifacts. We finally have customers purchasing from our store." As Jiang Xing entered the shop, Ali eagerly relayed the good news. Meanwhile, Uncle was crouched on the ground, sprinkling white insect repellent powder in some inconspicuous corners of the shop and beneath the counter. "Is that true? At last, we have discerning customers. It seems our shop is finally open for business." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xing could not help but chuckle, for the primary purpose of his shop was to provide lodging for Ali and Abo. With the magical artifacts merely displayed as a fade, he had never anticipated any customers would actually come to purchase, yet to his astonishment, someone indeed did. Ali, brimming with excitement, exclaimed. That customer bought 2 items at once and remarked upon the exceptional quality of the artifacts and their reasonable prices, expressing intent to return should he require anything further. After this, Ali appeared to recall something, lowering her head in silence, her expression tinged with concern. "What troubles you?" Jiang Xing inquired, perplexed. "Recently, The spirit sorcerers from the Miao tribe have begun to harass us again. They seem to have lost their fear of the city guards. Although they used to merely observe us from a distance across the street, now they have resumed casting curses to disturb us. Ali replied, "They dare to cause a ruckus here. Do they not fear the city guards will apprehend them?" Jiang Xing exclaimed in anger, taken aback that these spirit sorcerers would dare to cast curses right at the doorstep of the city guards. Unafraid of the consequences, just as Jiang Xing was seething with indignation, a menacing figure clad in black stormed into the shop, brandishing 2 artifacts in his hands. Upon entering, he bellowed, "Proprietor, come forth. You sold me substandard artifacts disguised as common grade ones. Refund me 1,400 spirit stones." Upon seeing the black-clad man, both Ali and Abo recognized him as the customer who had purchased 2 artifacts earlier that day and hurried over to him. "Sir, you must have examined the artifacts closely when you purchased them. You cannot wrongfully accuse our establishment," Ali implored. At that time, I merely glanced at them and did not test them. How could I discern whether they were substandard or common grade artifacts? Jiang Xing cast a glance at the 2 artifacts in the man's grip and instantly recognized them as his own work. "I am the proprietor of this establishment. Let me inspect those artifacts." The black-clad man, seeing Jiang Xing was still quite young and possessed only mid-stage innate cultivation, regarded him with a hint of disdain and relinquished the artifacts to Jiang Xing. "You sold me substandard artifacts as common grade ones. Compensate me with spirit stones. According to the regulations of Sichuan City for selling counterfeit goods, you shall be expelled from the city and shall never reopen your shop." Jiang Xing calmly examined the 2 artifacts and confirmed they were indeed substandard and had originated from his hands. However, he noticed some slight deformities, which could easily escape an untrained eye. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a bluish hue at the deformed areas, indicating they had been subjected to fire. Realizing this, Jiang Xing was nearly certain that the artifacts had been intentionally warped after being melted by the man. "You both tend to your tasks. This minor issue shall be handled by me," Jiang Xing instructed Abo and Ali. Upon hearing his words, Ali and Abo stepped aside to focus on their respective duties. "These artifacts do indeed come from my shop, but they have been deliberately damaged," Jiang Xing declared, casting a meaningful glance at the black-clad man. "What did you say? Seeking death, are you?" The moment Jiang Xing's words fell, the black-clad man erupted in fury, raising his fists as though to strike. Yet, upon noticing Abo approaching Jiang Xing's side, ready to join forces against him, he immediately recoiled and retorted, "If your artifacts are inferior, you blame others for damaging them. That is sheer sophistry, you unscrupulous merchant. I shall summon the city guard to drive away you unscrupulous merchants selling counterfeit goods." The man in black brandished a communication talisman and declared loudly, "Captain Wang, I, your humble subordinate, have purchased counterfeit items from a shop. Not only do they refuse to compensate me, but they also claim that I damaged them myself. Please come and help uphold justice." After transmitting the message, the man in black turned to Jiang Xing with a mocking smile and said, "You are doomed. Boy, Captain Wang of the city guard is my brother. How dare you act so recklessly? Today, you shall experience my might." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xing assessed the man in black, who was only at the late stage of innate cultivation, yet his arrogance was off the charts, brazenly extorting the shop. Jiang Xing immediately believed that he must have some backing, like that Captain Wang. Otherwise, how could such a petty figure dare to cause trouble in a shop within Sichuan City? Jiang Xing also took out a communication talisman and sent a message to Zhao Yi, succinctly describing the situation and requesting his presence. The man in black, witnessing Jiang Xing's transmission, remained unperturbed, thinking that a shop of this caliber could not possibly summon anyone significant. Just after sending the message, the city guard arrived with astonishing speed, leading Jiang Xing to suspect they had been waiting right outside the shop. As they entered, 4 members of the city guard greeted the man in black with knowing smiles, indicating familiarity. "Boy, your shop has violated the regulations of Sichuan City. We are here to confiscate your goods and seal your establishment." Jiang Xing scrutinized the leader, whose attire was similar to that of the other 3 members of the city guard, save for an additional badge at his waist, indicating his rank as the captain. This man must indeed be Captain What is mentioned by the man in black. "Evidence. If you wish to seal my shop, you must provide evidence. You cannot simply shut down my establishment based on someone else's word. These 2 magical artifacts serve as evidence." The man in black raised the 2 artifacts in his hand. Captain Wang replied, "Boy, since we have evidence, you must come with us." With that, Captain Wang signaled 2 subordinates to restrain Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing interjected, "Wait, These two artifacts can only prove they were purchased at the shop. They do not demonstrate that they were defective prior to your acquisition. In fact, I can prove they were damaged after purchase. Chapter 126. A nest of snakes and rats. The man in black laughed arrogantly. Huh? You claim you can prove it? Everything is subject to Captain Wang's inspection. Your words bear no weight. Jiang Xing snorted coldly and nodded, handing the artifacts to Captain Wang for examination. Captain Wang took a glance at the artifacts, then casually picked up another artifact from Jiang Xing's shop to compare, stating, "The crafting techniques are consistent, and the artifacts you purchased are indeed defective. The evidence is irrefutable. I, the captain, hereby decide to confiscate all your artifacts, seal your shop, and expel you from Sichuan City. Guards, seize them." As his words fell, the three subordinates of Captain Wang pounced upon Jiang Xing and the two others, seizing their arms and pushing them toward the exit of the shop. Seeing Jiang Xing and the others captured, both Captain Wang and the man in black revealed triumphant smiles. Their conspiracy having succeeded, at this moment, her heart felt extinguished. A home she had painstakingly built was lost just like that. The old man wore a stoic expression, merely gazing at Jiang Xing. Should Jiang Xing engage in a confrontation with the city guards, he would follow suit, even if it meant facing death. Is this how you protect Sichuan City? Do you not consider the perspective of the shopkeepers? Jiang Xing, seething with rage, responded with a mocking smile, his face etched with disdain. Silence. Take them away. Ignoring Jiang Xing's explanations, he immediately ordered his subordinates to expel both Jiang Xing and the old man Ali from the shop, producing two gleaming golden talismans to affix to the door. Halt. How can a mere city guard captain seal a shop? Who granted you such authority? At that moment, a familiar voice resonated, bringing immense joy to Jiang Xing. However, Captain Wang's face drained of color, for he knew trouble was imminent. He recognized that voice. The owner of that voice was none other than Zhao Yi, the second young master of the Zhao family, one of the 8 prominent families of Sichuan City. Fortunately, the city guards were not beholden to any single family. They were independent, although they were a collective force established by the 8 families. They reported solely to Commander Jing Ni. This meant Zhao Yi had no jurisdiction over him. A sigh of relief escaped him. Yet, had he known the backing of this small shop belonged to the Zhao family, he would not have dared to lay a finger on it, even with 100 lives at stake. Zhao Gu, you have finally arrived. Jiang Xing wriggled free from the grip of the guard restraining his arm and stepped forward. As Zhao Yi entered the shop, accompanied by 10 guards, he immediately instructed them to secure the entrance, allowing no one to enter or exit. When did you open this shop, and why is it in such disrepair? Zhao Yi regarded Jiang Xing with a complex expression. Jiang Xing had not mentioned opening a shop to anyone, and felt somewhat awkward at Zhao Yi's inquiry. I have met young Master Zhao. The city guards are performing their duties. Please do not interfere. Upon seeing Zhao Yi enter the establishment, Captain Wang immediately bowed and paid his respects, inwardly cursing the Miao people for deceiving him into believing this shop had no backing, thus leading him to his current predicament. That I am not interfering. I merely wish to observe how the city guards conduct their affairs. Is that too much to ask? As the owner, I am entitled to ensure that my subordinates are performing their duties adequately. Am I not? Zhao Yi found a chair, casually seated himself, and quietly observed Captain Wang. Since young Master Zhao has expressed a desire to witness how we expel unscrupulous vendors, let us proceed to take them away and banish them from the market. Captain Wang instructed his subordinates, pushing Jiang Xing towards the exit. However, the guards stationed at the door remained unmoving, resolutely blocking the entrance. Captain Wang felt a wave of despair wash over him. In past encounters of this nature, he would have released the detainees immediately, but now, for the sake of the 10,000 spirit stones, he was willing to take the risk. Young Master Zhao, please allow them to pass. I must escort them out of the market. Did I not say I wanted to see how you manage your duties? How can I witness that when you are merely taking them away without any process? Zhao Yi reclined in his chair, resting his eyes. Hearing Captain Wang's plea, he spoke. Young Master Zhao, the task is complete. We merely need to escort them out of the market now. What? The task is complete. I stood outside for quite some time and saw no actions taken. Only that you came directly to apprehend them. Young Master Zhao, please instruct your men to clear the entrance. You are obstructing official duties. Captain Wang's expression turned icy, as Zhao Yi clearly would not let him off the hook. There was no longer any need for courtesy towards Zhao Yi. Although the Zhao family was one of the masters of Sichuan City, the city guard did not answer to any family. It belonged solely to Lord Jingmi. This meant that Zhao Yi had no authority over him. Whether or not to obstruct official duties was not for him to decide. Soon, their superior, Lu Chishi, would arrive. And it would be he who would have the final word. I have already sent someone to summon him. Captain Wang thought with dread. His face turned pale at the thought of Lu Chishi, a notoriously unyielding figure within the city guard. Once he arrived, any misdeeds of his would be laid bare, leading to a dire fate. Young Master Zhao, that was a misunderstanding. I was deceived by this scoundrel and unjustly accused this establishment. I shall release them at once and leave immediately. Captain Wang pointed at the man in black and then quickly approached Zhao Yi with a beaming smile, discreetly placing a pouch in Zhao Yi's hand. Upon feeling the weight of the pouch, Zhao Yi recognized it contained spirit stones, approximately 3,000 of them. Seeing Zhao Yi accept the bribe, Captain Wang immediately gestured for his subordinates to leave. The three subordinates released Jiang Xing and the others, but as they reached the doorway, they found themselves unable to proceed, as the guards firmly blocked their exit. Oh, you think my Zhao family is in dire need of spirit stones? Brother Zhao, I believe this action is aptly termed bribery, Jiang Xing quipped, amused by Captain Wang's antics. Captain Wang's expression fluctuated between despair and resolve. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and knelt before Zhao Yi. Weeping bitterly, young Master Zhao, I beseech you to spare me that I have an elderly mother of 80 and children who are still dependent on me if anything were to happen to me. How would they survive? Humph, spare me the theatrics and confess. Before he could finish his sentence, the man in black, who had remained silent, seized the opportunity to stealthily approach Ollie, reaching out for her neck when he was merely a meter away. However, his intentions had not gone unnoticed by Uncle, who swiftly countered, flinging his hand to unleash a swarm of insects upon the assailant. The man in black screamed in agony, clutching his face and rolling on the ground in torment. Spare him for now. Jiang Xing urgently called out to Uncle, yet in the blink of an eye, the man's face had been reduced to a bloody pulp by the ravenous creatures. What do you wish to do with them? Zhao Yi inquired of Jiang Xing, as he was merely present to lend support. The resolution of the matter rested with Jiang Xing. Inquire who it is that seeks to harm me, and then observe their demeanor. If they are forthcoming, releasing them might not be out of the question, Jiang Xing replied. Zhao Yi nodded and addressed Captain Wang. Upon hearing Jiang Xing's words, Captain Wang seemed to glimpse a chance for reprieve and immediately cried out, I will speak. I will reveal everything. But I implore you, young Master Zhao, do not hand the four of us over to Lu Chishi, or we will surely meet our doom, according to Captain Wang. Ever since the downfall of the Wang family, they, as practitioners from the Wang lineage, had been subjected to severe oppression. Positions with any promise of gain had been usurped by practitioners under the protection of families, leaving them with only arduous and thankless tasks. Recently, the man in black had approached him, offering 3,000 spirit stones, promising an additional 10,000 if he could drive the occupants of this establishment out of Qingchuan City. He consented, feeling that he could no longer endure his time within the city guard. With the possession of these 10,000 spirit stones, he was free to venture anywhere he desired. Moreover, this man in black was somewhat of an acquaintance, trustworthy enough for him to agree. This man, named Li Chun, was a notorious rogue within the streets of Qingchuan City, often extorting money from small vendors lacking any backing. His preferred targets were the Miao people, as their infamous sorcery rendered them isolated. When trouble arose, no one was willing to assist them. Furthermore, Captain Wang had certain ties with Li Chun. Each time Li Chun succeeded in extorting spirit stones, he would generously offer half to Captain Wang. Gradually, Captain Wang turned a blind eye to Li Chun's actions and began to collaborate with him in extorting minor merchants. Not long ago, Li Chun was caught red-handed outside Qingchuan City by the Miao clan leader and his men. Given Li Chun's habitual transgressions, one would assume he was doomed. However, the clan leader merely placed a curse upon him, compelling him to persuade Captain Wang to expel Ali and the others from the marketplace, promising to lift the curse upon successful completion of the task. For Li Chun, the mere prospect of lifting the curse within him made him willing to undertake any endeavor. Thus, he promptly contacted Captain Wang. Upon hearing that he could receive 10,000 spirit stones upon success, Captain Wang readily agreed. After all, it was merely a matter of expulsion from Qingchuan City. Should anything go awry, he would only face a charge of negligence. What could they possibly do to him? Furthermore, with the acquisition of 10,000 spirit stones, he could easily disappear, and he could also seize a portion of the shop's goods as a substantial windfall for any potential investigations from above. He harbored no concerns, knowing that these individuals would be unable to survive outside the city, leaving no trace and rendering any inquiry futile. Chapter 127. A fortuitous encounter. Upon hearing this, Ali and Ah Bo's expressions darkened. They had not anticipated that the Miao clan would go to such lengths to eliminate them. Zhao Yi glanced at Jiang Xing, then at Ali and Ah Bo, seemingly comprehending something, yet his face remained impassive. "Young master, we have caused you trouble," Ali said, embracing Jiang Xing's arm, tears glistening in her eyes. "It's nothing. I will find a way to resolve this matter." Jiang Xing reassured Ali, then turned to Zhao Yi, saying, "These individuals shall be entrusted to Zhao brother for full handling. Zhao brother, please take charge." Zhao Yi stood and escorted the captives away, while Jiang Xing and Ah Bo accompanied them to the door. Once Zhao Yi and the others had departed, Jiang Xing remained deep in thought. Watching the figures of Captain Wang and Li Chun grow increasingly distant, he finally spoke. "Ah Bo, given your enmity with the Miao clan leader, it seems that only his death will put an end to your reprisals. If you desire, I can eliminate him." At the mere mention of the Miao clan leader, Ah Bo's rage flared, and he declared vehemently, "That beast! Over the years, he has not only exploited the villagers, but has also coerced them into paying exorbitant fees. Those who cannot pay have had their children sold off, and he frequently resorts to brutalizing villagers over the slightest offenses. We have long wished for his demise." Jiang Xing replied, "I see. Has your clan leader ever traveled the necessary route to the ancient forest?" Ah Bo affirmed, "Indeed, I can guide you. There is a crucial path from Miao village to the ancient forest, the Qing Song Woods. The beasts along this route are predominantly at the innate level and pose little threat, which is why the clan leader traverses this path annually." Jiang Xingdao remarked, "Very well. My dear uncle, please prepare additional potions capable of restraining the goo insects for me. I shall contemplate how to deal with that nefarious Miao chieftain. The chieftain's coercion of villagers to sell their children is a crime so grievous that he deserves to perish 1,000 times over." The uncle replied, "A trivial matter indeed. Since you intend to confront this wicked chieftain, I shall not be remiss. I will concoct the sacred liquid to counter the goo insects for you." Their journey proceeded in silence, unhindered by any beastly assaults. In contrast, a group of the Miao chieftain's followers, some 10 miles behind, endured 7 or 8 attacks from ferocious beasts along their path. This was not merely luck. The individuals present were scouts, adept at concealing their presence and evading detection by the beasts. Thus, they encountered no threats and reached the grove of pine trees without incident. The 26 individuals were stealthily brought out by Jiang Xing from the Zhao family. Following the downfall of the Wang family, the Zhao family had settled into a state of tranquility, and the scouts had found themselves with little to do. It was only then that Jiang Xing seized the opportunity to enlist their aid. Although he was the leader of the scouts, Jiang Xing did not impose his authority upon them. Instead, he promised each of them a low-grade magical artifact, allowing them to deliberate on the offer. This promise thrilled them, as they were eager for any enhancement to their meager armaments, and they clamored to join him. However, a portion had to remain behind to maintain the camp for the scouts, leading Jiang Xing to select the 26 strongest individuals for the journey. The sudden departure of such a considerable number from the Zhao family could not go unnoticed, and Jiang Xing exerted great effort to conceal their exit. Before setting off, he gathered them at his shop and distributed a stack of talismans and a water gun-like magical device to each. Jiang Xing explained that these items were potent treasures to counter the spirit goo masters, particularly the water gun-like device, which was a formidable weapon against the goo insects. The inspiration for this device originated from the water guns he played with during his childhood. He had merely affixed a storage pouch, filled with several barrels of the sacred liquid refined by his uncle, onto the water gun, thus creating a seemingly infinite ammunition source. This water gun possessed extraordinary power, and Jiang Xing inscribed numerous amplification runes upon it, causing the emitted liquid to burst forth explosively over an extensive area. Once they secured their positions within the grove, Jiang Xing instructed the scouts, when the time comes to face their savage beasts, utilize the swamp talisman, quicksand talisman, and vines entwining talisman to combat their goo insects. Besides using the water gun, you may also combine the spirit rain talisman with the freezing talisman. Understood, the scouts replied in unison. At that moment, the uncle addressed Jiang Xing, saying, "Young master, it is time to conceal ourselves. They shall arrive shortly. We must set our ambush here. Prepare your invisibility talismans and await my command," Jiang Xing instructed. With that, he activated the invisibility talisman on himself, vanishing from sight amidst the grass. Once everyone had found suitable hiding spots in the grove, Jiang Xing communicated telepathically with Fei Tong. "Where are the Miao people now? Have your children scout this 30-mile area thoroughly to ascertain if any beasts lurk nearby. We cannot afford to be disrupted by a sudden beast attack while we engage the Miao." Yes, master, came the reply. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the swarm of compound-eyed flies had assembled, and Feng Yo reported to Jiang Xing, Master, we have discovered something intriguing. The children have spotted the blazing giant bear and the wind-scale leopard. Is that truly the case? They have also ventured into the immortal realm. How far are they from us? Jiang Xing inquired with delight. They are quite near, merely a mile away. This time, young master has invested so much for this old man. I am at a loss as to how I can repay such immense kindness, and thus I shall dedicate my life to serving you. Jiang Xing replied, Uncle, you are being too modest. The Miao clan leader has committed numerous misdeeds. It is only right that he be vanquished. With that, Jiang Xing hastened towards the location indicated by Feng Yo. A mile-less distance, for Jiang Xing, was but a matter of minutes, and soon he arrived at the site. Before long, the figures of the blazing giant bear and other beasts emerged from the depths of the forest. As Jiang Xing gazed from afar, he discerned 5 other familiar silhouettes. These 5 figures, all beasts from the 10,000 great mountains, were battered and weary, resting in the glade. Hey, big, silly bear, it's good to see you again. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the blazing giant bear joyously raised its head and began to look around. The other 5 beasts also lifted their heads, their memories stirred by the voice that had once haunted their dreams, causing their mouths to water with longing. Jiang Xing, gracefully stepping through the treetops, approached them, drawing ever closer. The 6 beasts, upon recognizing his form, were instantly filled with joy and rushed towards him. A multitude of fluffy, enormous heads nuzzled against him, overwhelming him in an instant. Boss, life has been so hard since you left us. Sob, now, only the 7 of us remain. The voice of the blazing giant bear echoed in Jiang Xing's consciousness, tinged with a hint of choking sorrow. After a spell of heart-wrenching weeping, the beast recounted to Jiang Xing that 2 months after his departure, they had managed to break through to the chi refining stage, thanks to the elixirs provided by the Beast King. Approximately a month later, the Beast King led them to breach the celestial vulgarity barrier. Charging towards a colossal wall, the Beast King had assured them that if they could surmount that wall, they would gain the qualifications for further evolution into higher realms. Thus, they charged valiantly towards the massive wall. However, of the 400 beasts that had initially set out, only 45 had managed to breach it after a fierce struggle. Among them were the Lion King, blazing giant bear, wind-scale leopard, earth-burrowing mouse, mountain-crashing rhinoceros, white-headed ape, thousand-faced fox, black flame python, and flying cloud mongoose. Upon crossing the colossal wall, they found themselves in the ancient wilderness forest, believing they had attained freedom. Little did they know, their nightmare was just beginning. Beyond that wall lay the territory of a formidable beast, and as soon as they crossed through, they were assailed by the denizens of that land. What was more alarming was the sheer strength of the beasts there. Chi-refining beasts were plentiful, and some were even foundation establishment beasts. They found themselves trapped, with no escape in sight, as one by one, their companions fell along the path of their flight, in a moment of sacrifice during a fierce pursuit. The Lion King had stayed behind to hold off the attacking foundation establishment beast, allowing the others to flee. Ultimately, while they managed to escape, the Lion King could not die. In the ensuing days, they were besieged by relentless waves of monstrous beasts, their companions falling one after another. Until yesterday, they found themselves encircled by several peak-stage chi-refining monsters. In a desperate bid for survival, the ramming mountain rhinoceros ignited its life force to unleash the full potential of its innate abilities. Carving out a path for escape, they fled to the edge of the ancient forest, where the pursuit finally ceased, leaving only 7 of them. Tears streamed down Jiang Xing's face as he gently stroked their heads, his heart heavy with sorrow. Though they were indeed beasts, they had once been his companions, and this time, he was determined to aid them, no matter the cost. Would you be willing to become my spirit pets? I will take you away from here. The 6 beasts shook their heads and replied, We have pledged our loyalty to the Beast King and shall no longer serve as anyone's spirit pets. Even if only the 7 of us remain, we would rather perish here than break our VOWAT. That moment, Jiang Xing sensed something amiss with their numbers and began to count them one by one. The blazing giant bear, the wind-scale leopard, the white-browed ape, the thousand-faced fox, the black flame python, the flying cloud mongoose. Wait, wasn't there supposed to be 7? Why are there only 6 here? The earth-burrowing mouse is out searching for food, came the reply just as a series of squeaks echoed from a distance. In an instant, Jiang Xing felt a weight in his arms as a furry creature wriggled through his outer garment and nestled into his embrace. The earth-burrowing mouse. Did you miss me? Jiang Xing chuckled as the creature burrowed into him. Tickling him mercilessly, he swiftly pulled it out from his clothing. only to find the mouse clutching his storage bag with both paws, its eyes sparkling with curiosity about the delicious treasures within. Caught in the act, the earth-burrowing mouse spun its eyes around, wearing an expression of bewilderment as if to say, "How did this storage bag end up in my paws? You glutton! I thought you were yearning for me. But it turns out you were just after food." Jiang Xing had no intention of sending the weary 7 beasts into battle. After distributing the spirit beast pills he had prepared, he spoke. Upon returning to the ambush site, Fat Girl reported that the Miao tribe leader is 2 miles away. With a single command, Jiang Xing instructed everyone to apply the specially formulated insect repellent potion to avoid being bitten by the cursed insects. They then lay low in the grass, motionless. After about 15 minutes, a group approached from afar. It was indeed the Miao tribe leader and his entourage. As the Miao tribe leader near the ambush location. Roughly 200 meters away, he suddenly furrowed his brow. His life-bound curse was alerting him to something amiss ahead. After a meticulous observation of the surroundings, he noticed that some of the grass blades appeared exceedingly peculiar. Despite the empty space beside them allowing for straight growth, they were unnaturally bent at a sharp angle, as if squeezed by some invisible force. In ambush. Upon witnessing this strange occurrence, the Miao tribe leader immediately reacted, pointing towards the grassy thicket 200 meters ahead. Hearing this, the spirit insect masters behind him promptly unleashed swarms of cursed insects, which surged towards the direction indicated by the Miao tribe leader. "This is bad. They've discovered us. Attack." At Jiang Xing's command, everyone brandished their water guns and sprayed towards the cursed insects. But as they moved, the effect of their invisibility talismans was shattered, revealing their figures. The shamanic practitioners were utterly astonished as the 28 figures materialized out of thin air, wielding bizarre weapons that unleashed torrents of extermination venom upon their insects. In an instant, the once ferocious swarm of insects was corroded, emitting wisps of smoke as they plummeted from the sky, falling like raindrops and swiftly meeting their demise. At that moment, the group of children standing behind the Miao tribe leader turned pale, their legs trembling in fear. They had not engaged in any combat and were rendered senseless by this sudden assault. Helplessly, they retreated, appearing as though they wished to flee. "Stay put," the Miao tribe leader admonished the children, while the shamans behind him summoned ferocious beasts, baring their teeth menacingly at Jiang Xing and his companions. These beasts were the savage creatures crafted by the shamans, puppets designed specifically to counter the attacks of monsters or cultivators. Though their eyes appeared vacant, their movements were exceedingly agile, clearly manipulated by the insects within them. With these savage beasts, the shamans found the courage to confront cultivators directly. After all, while the venom of the insects was dreadfully potent, their biting power was limited. When faced with a cultivator, the protective barrier they summoned could withstand the insect's assault for a considerable time. In that span, the cultivator could easily reduce the shaman to a mere pulp. However, if a shaman controlled their insects from over 10 miles away to harm a cultivator, it typically resulted in the cultivator suffering losses. After all, a cultivator would be unaware of the shaman's location. Left to flee in a panic from the swarming insects, the frustration of such a predicament is easily imagined, which is why cultivators harbor a deep-seated animosity towards shamans. To compensate for their disadvantage in close combat, nearly every shaman would capture a beast, using their skills to forge a savage creature to contend with cultivators in close quarters. After Jiang Xing and his companions had eradicated all the insects, they were confronted by the snarling savage beasts that had appeared before the shamans. They initially intended to charge forward and catch the shamans off guard, but the ferocity emanating from the beasts made them hesitate. At that juncture, the Miao tribe leader stepped forth from among the 20 or so shamans and addressed Jiang Xing and his group, stating, "May I inquire as to the reason for your assault on my Miao tribe? If it is a matter of lacking spirit stones, I can provide some assistance. However, if you seek conflict, know that my Miao tribe is not a soft target that anyone can manipulate." Upon finishing his statement, a potent aura irradiated from him, revealing that he was at the mid-stage of qi refinement. At that moment, Zhao Quan and the other scouts stood poised for confrontation against the shamans, observing Jiang Xing and his group preparing for battle. The Miao tribe leader gestured with his hand, signaling that he bore no ill intent and was merely inquiring about the situation. Just then, a bow emerged from the crowd, exclaiming, "Kushurjan, you truly are a man of high status with a forgetful nature. Having so quickly forgotten about this old man. Years ago, you plotted against me to usurp the position of leader. It is time to settle old and new accounts." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xing realized that the Miao tribe leader's original name was Kushurjan. Kushurjan retorted, "Humph, this only reflects your incompetence. Such a remarkable secret technique. Yet you insist on it being passed down through a single lineage. As your most devoted disciple, I have been unable to learn even a single move. How can I find peace in that? Abo replied, Beast, the mysterious art of the goose spirit can only be cultivated by the successive clan leaders. You, being outside the lineage of the chieftains, possess no qualification to practice it. Kuzhunshe retorted, Humph, enough with the idle chatter, prepare to receive my challenge. As soon as his words fell, he vigorously shook the bell in his hand, unleashing a flurry of urgent chimes. In an instant, the surrounding underbrush stirred with activity, as the hissing sounds of serpents resonated throughout the thickets, from the trees and the ground. Venomous snakes emerged in droves, surging forth like a relentless tide towards Jiang Xing and his companions. Such creatures instilled fear in many, who regarded them with trepidation. Although these venomous serpents posed little threat to cultivators, a few scouts trembled with palpable fear. Observing this, Jiang Xing nodded discreetly, with a rapid flourish of his hands. Reminiscent of the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara, a symphony of icy arrows burst forth, shimmering like blossoms of pear trees in full bloom, targeting the serpents. Each arrow found its mark, piercing the heads of the snakes with unerring precision. One by one, the venomous serpents were pinned to the ground, their bodies contorting in a final death throe, clearly beyond salvation. This display of prowess invigorated the fearful scouts, who, emboldened, unleashed their own attacks. In a heartbeat. Under the barrage of water arrows, both the serpents lurking in the thickets and those slithering on the ground were similarly dispatched. Seeing this, Kuzhunshe could not suppress a cold laugh, intensifying the cadence of the bell in his grasp. The surrounding snakes grew increasingly agitated, their hissing crescendoing into a cacophony. Zhao Quan, beside him, turned pale, although he understood that these serpents posed no real danger to him. Their grotesque and repulsive forms truly made his stomach churn. The air was filled with a myriad of rustling sounds as serpents slithered across the ground, with others plummeting from the trees or cliffs, creating a disconcerting clatter for those with a phobia of snakes. Such sounds were spine-chilling. The entire forest was now teeming with serpents, many rising up on their coils, flicking their tongues, exuding an air of menace. In such close proximity, the onlookers could discern the serpents' vicious fangs, their eyes glinting with an eerie green light, and their triangular heads instilled a sense of dread. Even above them, serpents occasionally fell from the branches overhead, mouths agape, descending towards them like harbingers of doom. At this moment, the frightened scouts finally shook off their terror. Spirit rain technique, ice binding technique. With their unified shouts, a torrential downpour descended, swiftly followed by a wave of frost that encapsulated the entire forest in a crystalline embrace. The trees transformed into resplendent sculptures, resembling jade branches adorned with silver frost. Meanwhile, the serpents concealed within the grass had also been encased in ice. Released the savage beasts. Upon witnessing the ineffectiveness of the venomous serpents, Kuzhunshe immediately commanded the Gu Masters to unleash their wild beasts. These creatures, forged through their secret techniques, possessed immense strength and resilience akin to steel, capable of withstanding even the assaults of cultivators and their flying swords. Thus, confronting these savage beasts posed a formidable challenge for the cultivators. With wild beasts engaging the cultivators, the Gu Masters could safely command their insects to launch attacks from the sidelines. And in the ensuing onslaught of both beasts and insects, few cultivators could withstand their relentless assault. As the Gu Masters issued their orders, the savage beasts charged forth with a thunderous roar towards Jiang Xing and his companions. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Xing and Miaoting summoned forth their zombies. Subsequently, with a shake of the soul-controlling bell, all the zombie steeds surged toward the savage beasts, engaging them in fierce combat. The clash of these formidable creatures, both rugged and resilient, produced a cacophony reminiscent of steel plates colliding. However, the battle unfolded in a duality, as Miaoting's zombies found themselves pressed by the savage beasts, and were on the brink of defeat had it not been for the assistance of nearby scouts. In stark contrast, Jiang Xing's zombies dominated the skirmish, displaying unparalleled ferocity. A few of the weaker savage beasts were overpowered, pinned to the ground, and mercilessly clawed and bitten by his zombies, sustaining numerous injuries that suggested they would not endure for long. Jiang Xing nodded and stated, "Bestow upon them the magical artifacts. I shall also teach you a few techniques, but today we must vanquish them." The Gu Masters, observing the grim plight of their savage beasts being brought low by Jiang Xing's zombies, could not bear to watch any longer. Ignoring the imminent annihilation of their Gu worms, they unleashed a torrent of them towards Jiang Xing's zombies. Yet, before the Gu worms could close the distance, the scouts, armed with water guns, unleashed a barrage upon them. resulting in the swift extermination of the goo worms. At this moment, Kujinshi, upon witnessing the overwhelming prowess of Jiang Xing's zombies, was struck with alarm. Zombies are, after all, the nemesis of goo worms. Given the zombies' ironclad nature as inanimate entities, the goo worms could neither pierce their skin nor, even if they did, pose any threat with their venomous assaults. Consequently, he commanded, "Do not concern yourselves with the zombies. Focus on eliminating those cultivators." As soon as Kujinshi's words fell, the goo masters hastily unsealed their worm pouches. Upon unfurling, a wave of potent energy surged forth. As vibrant, multicolored goo worms erupted from the pouches, soaring towards the scouts. "Haha! It is you, old man." One young goo master, discerning that Mao Ting was a corpse refiner, promptly chose him as his target. It is well known that a substantial portion of a corpse refiner's cultivation resides within their zombies, and with Mao Ting's zombies currently preoccupied with the savage beasts, he was left vulnerable, a ripe target indeed. Without hesitation, he flicked his wrist, releasing a green goo worm approximately 10 centimeters long, resembling a mantis in size. As the green goo worm took flight, Jiang Xing recognized it as a celestial centipede. Measuring nearly a foot in length, adorned with dark green scales and fearsome fangs that glimmered ominously, with a piercing shriek, the celestial centipede darted toward Mao Ting. Jiang Xing gasped at the sight. Yet he believed in Mao Ting's ability to contend with it, refraining from intervening. Unbeknownst to Mao Ting, he had become the focus of an adversary's attention. Suddenly, a chill of foreboding enveloped him, as if a sense of grave danger loomed overhead, prompting him to glance around in alarm. Soon, Mao Ting discovered the source of his unease, a centipede, less than 3 meters away. This centipede, cloaked in dark green, moved with astonishing speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye. With no time to ponder, Mao Ting drew a substandard flying sword and struck it directly upon the celestial centipede. With a resounding clash of metal, Mao Ting exerted every ounce of his strength into a single strike. Yet astonishingly, he failed to injure the flying centipede, merely sending it soaring away. Mao Ting's eyes narrowed with cold intensity. That strike, capable of cleaving steel in twain, had merely sent the creature aloft, frost-binding. In an instant, a frigid torrent enveloped the airborne centipede, encasing it in ice. However, just as Mao Ting exhaled a sigh of relief, the icy prison shattered in an instant. The centipede surged forth, breaking free from its icy confines and charging directly towards Mao Ting's forehead. Startled, Mao Ting waved his hand, conjuring a golden wall of defense, which materialized before him in a heartbeat. This metallic barrier represented the most formidable defensive spell within the elemental arts, its resilience capable of withstanding all spells of equal rank. Yet, within moments, a small hole was punctured through the wall. The flying centipede had effortlessly penetrated the metallic shield, akin to steel. Mao Ting's complexion paled dramatically. He recognized that this centipede was a formidable adversary. Nevertheless, it was well known that most insects harbored a fear of fire. With a swift change of hand gestures, flames erupted between Mao Ting's palms and hurtled towards the centipede. The creature was engulfed in flames. Yet mere moments later, it emerged from the inferno, charging straight at Mao Ting. Panic seized him. Ice proved ineffective, fire was futile, and his sword could not vanquish it. What manner of monstrosity was this? As he beheld the centipede hurtling towards him once more, Mao Ting fell to the ground in terror. At that moment, Jiang Xing, standing nearby, flicked his finger lightly, igniting a blue flame that leapt onto the centipede. The azure fire surged forth, enveloping the creature, which was reduced to ashes in an instant. This was the blue-tier spell, Nanming Lihua. With the centipede's demise, the young goo master let out a blood-curdling scream, a mouthful of blood spewing forth as he staggered and collapsed. This was the young goo master's lifebound insect. Once the lifebound insect perished, the fate of the goo master was inextricably linked to it. He too would meet his end. Meanwhile, Jiang Xing confronted an elderly goo master with flowing white hair. Upon noticing that Jiang Xing was merely a child, the elder erupted into laughter. "You have many comrades, yet you send forth a mere child to battle." The elder chuckled, shaking his sleeves, from which a swarm of black insects erupted, hurtling towards Jiang Xing. Initially, the elder assumed Jiang Xing would possess some skill, if not to fend off the goo insects, at least to evade them. However, Jiang Xing stood motionless, allowing the insects to alight upon him. Soon, the black insects settled on Jiang Xing, burrowing into his clothing, their mandibles seeking flesh to penetrate. Yet, the moment they made contact with the human skin he wore, they were instantly reduced to icy fragments. Of course, this transpired beneath Jiang Xing's garments. unseen by the elder. The elder, with a mocking gaze, anticipated witnessing Jiang Xing being devoured to the bone by the insects. Foolish child, my insects can penetrate even steel. Once they enter your body, they will bore into your marrow, leaving you to suffer in agony, unable to live or die. How is this possible? The self-satisfied elder, boasting with bravado, suddenly changed countenance. His gaze fixated in a daze upon Jiang Xing. He could no longer sense the presence of the insect within Jiang Xing. The inability to perceive one's own insect implies but one possibility. That one's insect has perished. At that moment, Jiang Xing extracted a frozen insect from his bosom and crushed it with indifference, stating, "Old man, your insects are all dead." The elder's expression darkened immediately. He had chosen Jiang Xing as his adversary primarily to pick an easy target. Yet his insects had merely clung to Jiang Xing without inflicting even the slightest harm. An utter humiliation. Clearing his throat awkwardly, his face flushed with embarrassment, he retorted, "That was merely a minor test. Now, it's time to get serious." Upon finishing his words, the elder once again flicked his wrist, unleashing a swarm of red, each no larger than a fingernail, which swiftly descended upon Jiang Xing, baring their sharp fangs as they bit into him. Observing that Jiang Xing remained unperturbed, allowing the insects to settle upon him, the elder's expression shifted to one of palpable tension. This was one of his trump cards, and should it prove ineffective, despair would surely follow. Yet, as the red insects burrowed into Jiang Xing's garment, they too quickly fell silent, mirroring the fate of their predecessors. The elder's face turned ashen, his eyes wide with shock. Was this truly human? At tea they prepared to concentrate their firepower and eliminate the most formidable threat, Jiang Xing. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. Jiang Xing faced the oncoming swarm of goo insects without a hint of fear. Instead, he gave a bizarre smile to the crowd of goo masters, and then a cerulean flame shield materialized around him. Jianxing was taken aback, as he had not anticipated the youth's mastery over fire to be so profound. Capable of transforming that terrifying blaze into a protective dome enveloping his entire body, every goo insect that lunged towards him, upon contact with the cerulean flame shield, emitted wisps of blue smoke and fell to the ground. Lifeless and silent, Jianxing's expression turned ashen. Just as he intended to caution his subordinates to exercise greater caution, Jiang Xing surged into the midst of the spiritual goo masters like a being of fire. Instantly, all the spiritual goo masters erupted in a cacophony of terror. There were two piercing screams, and Jianxing witnessed two of the spiritual goo masters suddenly metamorphose into blazing fire figures. Jiang Xing's form flickered amidst the throng. Each time he manifested, any part of his body that brushed against a spiritual goo master caused that individual to ignite immediately, vanishing without a trace from this world. As Jiang Xing darted through the ranks of spiritual goo masters, one after another succumbed to flames at his touch. Jianxing stood dumbfounded, his eyes ablaze with fury. In the briefest of moments, over half of his subordinates had perished. The enemy moved like a specter, and his spiritual goo masters had no time to evade, being turned to ashes one by one, when the last of his subordinates was consumed by the flames. Jianxing was seething with rage. Coincidentally, as Jiang Xing dispatched those spiritual goo masters, his zombie minions had also dealt with the savage beasts. None of you shall survive today, despite the complete annihilation of his subordinates. Jianxing grew even more audacious. Arise, my three-headed divine python. No sooner had Jianxing uttered these words than the ground began to tremble, the vibrations growing ever more pronounced, and the earth itself began to sway. With unstable rocks being thrust up from the depths, suddenly, the ground collapsed, and a colossal creature erupted from the mud. In the next moment, three enormous snake heads, each adorned with golden scales and towering approximately 10 meters high, burst forth from the earth, their gem-like green eyes surveying Jiang Xing and the others from above. With a fierce hiss, the massive serpent opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a thunderous roar. The earth-shattering cry reverberated throughout the entire forest. Under the weight of that terrifying roar, some rocks from the cliffside tumbled down. Nearby, wild beasts that had been fleeing halted abruptly, their hearts seized with fear, collapsing dead in their tracks. This was a savage beast of peak chi refinement, a three-headed serpent. Upon seeing the colossal python, seemingly forged from gold, Jiang Xing and his companions' faces paled in horror. The oppressive aura emanating from the giant python was overwhelmingly heavy, akin to a mountain pressing down upon them, rendering them breathless. Jianxing cast a triumphant glance at Abo, gesturing towards the three-headed giant python, and declared, "This is a creation of mine." meticulously cultivated using your family's goose spirit secret techniques. What do you think? It is the culmination of the innate talents of 3 different pythons. The old man's complexion turned ashen in an instant, and he dejectedly remarked, "In those days, I deemed this technique too cruel. Thus I refrained from cultivating it. Little did I expect you would succeed." Jiang chuckled malevolently and replied, "Ha, cruelty. If you could discern which 3 serpents of the supernatural were utilized to forge this 3-headed divine python, you would realize whether this cruelty is justified." Upon closer inspection, the old man discerned some clues and understood why it appeared so familiar. It was forged from the azure blaze python, the diamond python, and the venomous erosion python. This meant that your 3-headed divine python amalgamated the 3 innate talents of these creatures, possessing the abilities of azure blaze flame, indestructible fortitude, and erosive venom. The scouts present, upon hearing the names of the azure blaze python, diamond python, and venomous erosion python, could not help but turn pale. Each of these serpents was terrifying in its own right. Now, the fusion of such formidable beasts into one was unimaginable. Jiang Xing's complexion also turned ashen upon hearing these names. As far as he knew, the azure blaze python possessed a blue-tier innate spell, the azure blaze flame. This flame was comparable to the fearsome. It was said to have an extremely strong adhesive quality. Once it clung on, it would not extinguish until completely consumed. Thus, this python was the nightmare of all beast hunters. Every year, thousands of beast hunters fall prey to its jaws. Though beast hunters encounter death at the hands of various magical beasts annually, the fatalities caused by the azure blaze python are tenfold compared to others. Hence, this python is ranked among the top 10 most dangerous magical beasts. The diamond python, too, is one of the top 10 perilous beasts, rivaling the azure blaze python in terms of menace. Although the diamond python lacks venom and does not possess a powerful spell as the azure blaze python does, its entire body is impervious to blades and swords, even harder than the renowned zombie's body. Moreover, it possesses immense strength, resembling a creature of steel. This 3-headed divine python, resplendent in golden hues, likely inherited the diamond python's indestructible physique. As for the venomous erosion python, while its notoriety does not match that of the azure blaze or diamond pythons, and it ranks as the least among the 10 most dangerous beasts, it possesses an almost inexhaustible supply of venom. Once, a curious individual attempted to deplete the venom of the venomous erosion python to capture it alive, only to find that after 3 days, the python's venom remained undiminished. Indeed, all correct. Alas, this is intended to slay you. With Jiang's words resonating, the 3-headed divine python locked its enormous green eyes onto Jiang Xing and the others, subsequently, its tail, concealed beneath the ground like a terrifying chain, lashed out violently towards them, shattering the rocks beneath its path into dust. "Everyone, retreat and disperse," Jiang Xing commanded, swiftly conjuring an earthen wall, which rose rapidly from the ground to shield against the incoming tail strike with tremendous force. Mao Ting, Zhao Quan, and the other scouts, witnessing Jiang Xing's actions, promptly reacted, each following suit to cast their own earthen walls. In an instant, a series of earthen walls sprang forth, each towering 7 to 8 meters high and half a meter thick, resembling small mountains standing defiantly before the 3-headed divine python, obstructing its ferocious tail. Boom! However, these sturdy earthen walls proved utterly ineffectual against the onslaught, as the colossal tail of the serpent effortlessly shattered them into a myriad of fragments. "Quick, employ the binding vines technique to restrain it." Upon Jiang Xing's command, the scouts immediately unleashed a barrage of binding vines towards the 3-headed divine python. In an instant, countless vines, thick as arms, erupted from the ground, intertwining to form a net that ensnared the serpent's massive body to the earth. Hiss! The 3-headed divine python, bound by the multitude of vines, arched its body, causing each vine to snap under the strain. Once freed from the binding, the serpent raised its elongated heads and unleashed a ferocious roar. Jiang Xing's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of the 3-headed divine python, which thwarted both the earthen walls and the binding vines with ease. At that moment, observing the python's gargantuan form, reminiscent of a mountain, Jiang Xing realized its movement was somewhat hampered within the forest, densely populated with towering trees, and thus called out, "Earth Spike Technique." As his command echoed, the scouts unleashed a series of Earth Spike techniques. The ground trembled violently, and the uneven surface suddenly ruptured, revealing a multitude of stone spikes that shot up from the fissures. These rock formations soared to heights of 20 meters, resembling a forest of stone that ominously erupted from the earth, covering an area of nearly 100 meters, with these formidable rock spikes standing amidst the forest. Coupled with the existing giant trees, the surroundings became fraught with obstacles, rendering movement exceedingly difficult. Even more so for the enormous three-headed divine python. Jiang Xing did not expect these earth spikes to completely hinder the serpent's movement, but he hoped they would significantly slow its advance. What Jiang Xing sought was time. The restricted movement of the three-headed divine python prompted it to emit a thunderous roar, its massive form twisting violently as its lengthy tail swung out with terrifying force. Bang! 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 The nearby stone spikes were instantly pulverized. With a single command, the three massive pythons unleashed their attacks. The crimson-headed serpent expelled emerald flames, the green-headed serpent sprayed venom, while the golden head lunged forth to bite at Jiang Xing and his companions. Jiang Xing's countenance shifted as he swiftly formed a hand seal and intoned, "Heaven forsakes, earth despises, five-corpse transformation." Faced with the overwhelming terror of the three-headed divine python, Jiang Xing unleashed the five-corpse transformation. He invoked the technique once more, and the remaining 5 corpses swiftly began to merge. The 10 corpses writhed and intertwined, and soon, a gray and a white giant corpse rapidly fused into one. Roar! Roar! The two merged giants, one gray and one white, completed their transformation and bellowed towards the heavens. "Kill it!" Jiang Xing commanded the gray giant corpse, pointing towards the Miao tribe leader. The gray giant immediately bent its legs and propelled itself explosively towards the leader, traversing the 200-meter distance in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the white giant corpse was instructed by Jiang Xing to attack the three-headed divine python. Observing this, Jiang Xing hurriedly called upon Jiang Cheng for assistance. Temporarily balancing the confrontation against the three-headed serpent, Yizhinshi gazed upon the formidable, speeding gray behemoth. A flicker of terror crossing his visage, he swiftly unsealed his insect pouch and began to chant an incantation. As the venomous insects crawled forth, burrowing into his skin through tiny punctures. In agony, Zhenshi unleashed a furious roar towards the heavens, his body sprouting glistening scales, muscles swelling with newfound power. With a mighty bellow, Zhenshi transformed into a humanoid monstrosity, engaging in a fierce struggle with the oncoming gray giant. In a single encounter, he sent the gray behemoth crashing away, only for it to spring back to its feet and charge once more at the Miao chieftain. Chapter 130. The alliance of 2 corpses. At this moment, most had fled, leaving only 2 battles ongoing. The white giant battling Jiang Cheng against 3 colossal serpents, and the gray behemoth clashing with Zhenshi. Observing that Jiang Xing and the white giant, despite being overwhelmed by the 3 serpents, showed no signs of defeat, Jiang Xing hastened to assist the beleaguered gray behemoth, currently being mercilessly battered by Zhenshi. As Jiang Xing approached, Zhenshi seized the gray behemoth's tentacle and hurled it aside, then swiftly turned to confront Jiang Xing. However, as he pivoted, the gray behemoth's tentacles ensnared his legs. Enraged, Zhenshi forcefully kicked, propelling the gray behemoth away, sending it crashing towards Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing leapt aside to evade the oncoming mass, then raised his hand, conjuring a binding vine technique that ensnared Zhenshi firmly in place. Grasping the edge of the swamp, Zhenshi prepared to exert all his strength to escape, only for the swamp to suddenly freeze over. Half of his body became immobilized in the ice. At that moment, the gray behemoth's 6 tentacles lunged forth, wrapping around Zhenshi from behind in a tight embrace. Desperately, he struggled against the tentacles, but their extraordinary resilience rendered his efforts futile. Even with his immense strength, he could not break free from the 3-meter-long appendages with his mere 2-foot-long arms. As he fought to tear the tentacles away, he managed to free one, only to have another ensnare him once more, keeping him bound to the gray behemoth. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Xing drew forth the Chuanyun sword and surged towards Zhenshi like a bolt of lightning, plunging the sword into his chest. The sound echoed like metal streak. Zhenshi roared in fury, reciting incantations once more. Beneath his skin, countless insects writhed, seemingly gnawing at his flesh and blood. After a moment, his muscles swelled dramatically, and he leaped with remarkable agility. Freeing himself from the mire, emerging from the swamp, Zhenshi seized the gray giant's corpse and began to rend it frantically. Though the gray giant howled in distress, Zhenshi was unable to tear away its tentacles. Jiang Xing charged at Zhenshi once again with his sword, but the now liberated Zhenshi proved to be a formidable opponent. With a disdainful snort, he leapt high into the air, delivering a swift kick towards Jiang Xing. The speed was instantaneous, leaving Jiang Xing with no chance to evade. Should that kick connect, Jiang Xing would either perish or be left severely injured. In that critical moment, the gray giant's tentacle, which had been coiling around Jinsher, struck like lightning, ensnaring Jiang Xing and pulling him away. Jinsher's kick met only empty AI, the tentacle flung Jiang Xing past him. He seized the fleeting opportunity to stab his sword into the vulnerable spot where the armor had shattered, quickly retracting his blade and maneuvering behind Jinsher. If he were to strike again at that wound, it would surely pierce his heart. Jinsher howled in pain, shielding his chest with one hand while the other reached for the tentacle that held Jiang Xing, attempting to throw him away. With a powerful palm strike, he aimed directly at the tip of Jiang Xing's sword, unleashing an immense force that nearly disarmed him. Using that tremendous energy to propel himself backward, Jiang Xing grasped the tentacle, swinging away with remarkable speed, vanishing from Jinsher's side in the blink of an eye. Just as Jinsher was about to turn and locate Jiang Xing, he suddenly felt a rush of wind beneath him, followed by a piercing pain. Looking down, he found Jiang Xing had swung onto the knee of the giant corpse, thrusting his sword brutally into his groin. Jinsher cried out in agony, and in that moment, he could almost hear the sound of his own demise. Clenching his legs tightly, one hand protecting his groin, he reached back in a desperate attempt to grasp Jiang Xing. Sensing the counterattack, Jiang Xing tightened his grip on the tentacle, prompting the gray giant to respond with a fierce fling, sending Jiang Xing back toward Jinsher. With a heart-piercing strike, Jiang Xing plunged his sword. Jiang Xing gazed upon the three colossal serpents. Observing that they remained unscathed, the red, green, and golden heads of the serpents positioned themselves in a triangular assault against Jiang Xing and the white giant corpse. The red and green heads, forming a V-shape, unleashed torrents of flames and venom, effectively sealing off Jiang Xing and the white giant corpse from behind and on either side. Meanwhile, the golden head opened its gaping maw, ready to deliver a frontal attack. Upon finishing his statement, Jiang Xing clasped a talisman in one hand and charged forward. The gray giant corpse, which Jiang Xing had instructed to assist him, followed closely behind. Upon noticing Jiang Xing's advance, the three serpent heads simultaneously displayed expressions of disdain. The red and green mouths opened wide, simultaneously spewing forth a conflagration of flames and a stream of venom. The trajectory of both flames and venom was particularly strategic, landing just behind Jiang Xing, thereby enveloping him and blocking any possibility of retreat. "Father, be careful," Jiang Xing cried out, throwing himself toward Jiang Xing without a second thought, yet he was too far away, and any attempt would prove too late. In contrast, Jiang Xing merely smiled, a confident smile. He hurled two talismans toward the oncoming flames and venom. One talisman transformed into a deluge, encasing the flames, while the other froze the venom into solid ice. At that moment, the golden serpent head lunged forward, springing like a coiled spring, but it struck nothing but air, as Jiang Xing's figure vanished into thin air, leaving behind only the ice of the fallen venom and the remnants of extinguished flames. Jiang Xing reappeared 3 zhang away, as the gray giant corpse lowered its tentacles from Jiang Xing, having just whisked him out of the golden serpent head's attack range. Seeing his father was safe, Jiang Xing altered his course, leaping onto the golden serpent's neck, desperately clawing and biting. Despite the golden serpent's impenetrable scales, Jiang Xing's close quarters assault inflicted considerable pain, causing numerous scales to dislodge. In its agony, the serpent's other 2 heads snapped toward Jiang Xing. "Seize them. Grab hold of both heads," Jiang Xing commanded the 2 giant corpses. Before the serpent heads could latch onto Jiang Xing, they were ensnared by 2 tentacles, which pulled them backward. The giant serpent, immensely powerful, violently swung its heads, nearly dislodging both giant corpses. The white giant corpse stumbled but regained its footing, while the gray giant corpse was flung away. Fortunately, its other 2 tentacles anchored themselves into the ground. Securing its position, the giant serpent writhed fiercely, shaking its heads, almost sending the 2 giant corpses flying. They had no choice but to cling even more tenaciously to the serpent's heads. Although the serpent possessed staggering strength, it found itself momentarily immobilized by the 2 equally powerful giant corpses. Yet, the serpent's might far surpass theirs, and a moment's inattention could allow it to break free. In that precarious moment, they could only strive to maintain their grip on the serpent's heads. Realizing the heads were held fast, the serpent lashed its tail, crashing it down like an iron pillar toward the gray giant corpse. Jiang Xing, sensing the imminent danger, swiftly produced several earth wall talismans and hurled them before the gray giant corpse. Instantly, a series of earthen walls rose up as barriers. With a thunderous crash, the outer 3 walls were obliterated by the serpent's tail, leaving only 2 walls standing. A single additional strike would shatter them completely. Jiang Xing hastily unleashed several earthen wall talismans, erecting a barrier before the gray behemoth, while deftly casting a vine ensnaring spell towards the serpent's tail. The colossal python, realizing it could not strike the gray giant, lashed its tail towards the white giant instead. Jiang Xing quickly threw 5 earthen wall talismans in front of the white giant to intercept the blow. Chapter 131. The Three-Headed Giant Python Hiss. At that moment, the giant python suddenly erupted into a painful roar, its 3 heads thrashing violently as it struggled desperately, its tail thrumming in chaos. Jiang Xing looked up to see Jiang Xing with bloodshot eyes, fangs elongated, sinking his teeth into the golden serpent's neck and fervently siphoning its blood. Jiang Xing observed that Jiang Xing, who was draining the blood of the 3-headed divine python, was experiencing a rapid surge in power, becoming exceedingly ferocious. Within a mere moment, his aura had doubled in strength compared to before. Just then, Mao Ting, Zhao Quan, and the others returned, witnessing the shocking scene of Jiang Cheng in a frenzy of bloodlust. Left utterly speechless, "What are you waiting for? Come help." Only then did everyone snap back to reality, rushing forward with talismans and spells like ice arrows and fireballs aimed at the 3-headed giant python. Do not use offensive spells. They cannot penetrate its scales. Employ only the vine ensnaring spell to bind it. We must buy time for Jiang Cheng. With this, everyone began hurling vine ensnaring spells at the 3-headed divine python. And soon, dozens of vines ensnared the serpent's body, rendering it immobile. The giant python seemed to sense the impending doom. Its body glowed with a triad of red, green, and gold spiritual light, and a horn began to sprout from the forehead of each of its 3 heads at a visibly rapid pace. While its body grew more robust, hiss, a thunderous roar reverberated across a 10-mile radius, amplifying its transformation and might. In an instant, Jiang Xing and the 2 colossal corpses were flung away. "Flee! It is igniting its demon core!" Jiang Xing shouted, turning to sprint away. Seeing this, the others also dashed off in haste. At that moment, Jiang Xing noticed that the giant python seemed to harbor a profound hatred for him, relentlessly pursuing him while spewing flames and venom in his direction. Suddenly, the ground beneath the giant python collapsed unexpectedly. Caught off guard, its entire serpentine body plunged into the deep pit. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The earth-digging mouse emerged from the ground, shaking its head triumphantly at Jiang Xing. It turned out that the earth-digging mouse had hollowed out the underground, ensnaring the giant python within. After a brief display, the earth-digging mouse promptly dove back underground, disappearing from sight as soon as the earth-digging mouse burrowed into the earth. The ground trembled violently. The 3-headed giant python, buried beneath the soil, roared incessantly, its massive form thrashing within the ground. The earth-digging mouse, reigning supreme underground, mercilessly tormented the 3-headed python, leaving it utterly defenseless. However, the 3-headed python was not without cunning. With a hiss, it leaped out from the soil. Immediately, the earth-digging mouse followed suit, taking a bite out of the 3-headed python before burrowing back underground. The giant python, infuriated by the earth-digging mouse's antics, roared vehemently, its 3 heads snapping futilely at the elusive mouse. Yet, the speed of the earth-digging mouse was far beyond that of the clumsy giant python. Each time, it successfully bit a piece from the python before darting underground, evading its strikes. The scene resembled a game of whack-a-mole. Seeing the 3-headed giant python at a disadvantage, Jiang Xing paused, observing from a distance as the python engaged in its futile battle against the earth-digging mouse. At that moment, 6 monstrous beasts came rushing from a distance. Upon seeing them, Jiang Xing was overwhelmed with joy. They were the blazing giant bear and the wind leopard. As the 6 beasts heard the deafening roar of the enormous python, echoing for miles, they understood that Jiang Xing was in peril and hastened to his aid. Among them, the earth-digging mouse was the swiftest, arriving first at the scene. With a thunderous roar, the 6 beasts lunged fiercely at the python. The 2 heads of the python unleashed a torrent of venom and flames upon the attackers, while its golden-scaled head snapped at any beast that ventured too close. The 6 beasts, along with the earth-digging mouse, were formidable creatures of the Qi refinement stage. Not to be trifled with, they unleashed a barrage of various innate abilities against the python, which found itself forced into a defensive stance, with no opportunity to counterattack. However, the python's scales were exceedingly tough. Despite the relentless assaults from the 7 beasts causing it unbearable pain, its armor remained unbroken. The earth-digging mouse, swift as the wind, would occasionally burrow underground, emerge to bite the python, and then swiftly retreat. At times, it would scamper up the python's body to claw at its eyes or poke its mouth with venomous strikes, while the python could endure the onslaught from the other 6 beasts. It could not tolerate the earth-digging mouse, whose speed was unrivaled. The mouse would incessantly climb to its head, digging and scratching at its eyes before vanishing again, leaving the python in a furious state. Unable to retaliate effectively, entangle its heads, Jiang Xing commanded as he followed Jiang Xing, who had just arrived. "Father, the python's blood is making me feel unwell. I need to rest for a moment," Jiang Xing remarked. Feeling the python's blood churning within him like a molten lava, causing him great discomfort. Seeing the giant python besieged by the 7 beasts without a chance to turn the tide, he spoke to Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing nodded, opening the corpse-rearing pouch to draw Jiang Cheng inside. The 2 hulking corpses immediately joined the fray, their appendages thrashing as they struck at the giant python. Soon, the python was overwhelmed by a plethora of spells, and in no time, it collapsed with a resounding thud. Jiang Xing observed that although the giant python was injured, it was not critically so. He surmised that the beast had not been slain by the encirclement, but had succumbed due to the exhaustion of its inner core. "Boss, we shall forego the python's skin. You have already promised us a low-grade magical artifact, which is a generous reward in itself that we can do without the skin. You should keep it for yourself." The group insisted, waving their hands in refusal. "Very well then. I am grateful for everyone's assistance this time. Should you require my help in the future, I shall not hesitate to oblige," Jiang Xing replied without reservation, summoning the entire python carcass into his storage pouch with a gesture. "Boss, what shall we do with these people?" At that moment, Scout Li Kai brought the group of young Miao tribesmen before Jiang Xing. "Please, immortal, spare me. I do not wish to die." The young Miao tribesmen pleaded, falling to their knees in desperation. "Young master, these individuals are children of our clan. Due to their superior talents, they were chosen by the clan leader to become spirit insect masters and have committed no wrongdoing. I implore you to release them," an elder among them said, also kneeling before Jiang Xing. "Elder, please rise. I harbor no intention of harming them," Jiang Xing assured as he helped the elder to his feet. However, a troubled expression crossed his face as he addressed the elder. With the death of the Miao clan leader, leaving behind the young clan leader as a potential threat, I am unsure of how to proceed. "Very well. However, the secret technique of the insect spirit is of utmost importance to me that I shall hold on to it for a time and return it to you later." Jiang Xing extracted the secret technique of goose spirit from the storage pouch of the Miao tribe leader and displayed it to Abo, exclaiming, "Thank you, young master." Abo bowed in gratitude. "Once that young man is removed, I hope to assume the role of the Miao tribe leader. This goose spirit secret technique possesses incredible power. It is not something I would dare to bestow upon just anyone, but only to a person of such benevolence as yourself." The young master need not speak. "I am well aware that, at present, I am the only one in our tribe capable of wielding goo techniques. For the time being, the Miao tribe can only be led by me. That is excellent. In the future, I will require a substantial quantity of goo spirit liquid, and I hope you will take care of this matter." Abo once again paid his respects to Jiang Xing before departing with the young individuals. Jiang Xing felt no concern for Abo, as he had provided him with spiritual talismans and a goo extermination water gun, making it a simple task to deal with the half-baked goo spirit techniques learned by the young tribe leader. Jiang Xing observed the secret technique for a considerable time and concluded that it could indeed enable the compound-eyed spirit fly to evolve the talent of sound. However, the process was exceedingly brutal, likely necessitating the sacrifice of countless compound-eyed spirit flies. The goo spirit secret technique contained 2 methods for transforming spirit beasts, one suited for demon beasts and the other for insects. The technique for demon beasts was relatively straightforward. It merely required several newly born demon beasts to be cultivated using the secret method, after which the secret technique could be employed when they reached the point of fusion. The 3-headed giant python was forged through this method. Those such demon beasts must be continuously fed with specific and exceedingly expensive medicinal materials to eliminate mutual repulsion within their bodies, allowing for normal growth. The method for insects, however, was far more intricate. It began with feeding corpse worms a special potion, then supplying them with a significant number of the corpses of goo insects that possessed the desired talents, allowing the corpse worms to inherit the genes of these goo insects. Subsequently, the corpse worms would be refined into medicinal bait to nourish the cultivated goo insects. When the goo insects underwent mutation, those that evolved in the desired direction would be selected for mass reproduction and further nurtured with the medicinal bait until they manifested the required talents. Jiang Xing had indeed heard of goo insects with sound talents during his time in Dongwa. There was reputedly a type known as the human face centipede, capable of mimicking any person's voice that it often lurked behind the walls of certain households, imitating the words spoken by a family member to lure them outside. Whereupon it would seize the opportunity to devour them. This human-faced centipede's mimicry was so convincing that it was nearly indistinguishable from the original. Jiang Xing believed that this creature was precisely what he sought. He intended to cultivate this centipede as a medicinal bait for the sound talent of the compound-eyed spirit fly, while for the visual aspect, he planned to enhance the compound-eyed spirit fly's ability to transmit images, which should enable the cultivation of visual capabilities at that moment. Jiang Xing's communication talisman resonated, relaying Bo's voice. Young master, the young tribe leader has been slain by me, and I have successfully assumed the position of Miao tribe leader. Yes, understood. Well done. Remain there and stay alert. I will call for you if needed. Certainly. By the way, Bo, do you have any corpse worms or human-faced centipedes in your tribe? I require a substantial quantity of both. And I am open to negotiation on the price. Indeed, we have some, though not many. If the young master requires them, we can breed them in large quantities. As for the price, let us not dwell on that. Your future assistance to the Miao tribe will suffice. Chapter 132. The corpse worm cocoon at midnight. In the Kong family residence, within the confines of Kong Ling's chamber, a fiery red soul orb drifted through the wall, gliding gracefully toward the slumbering Kong Ling unbeknownst to her. This scene was witnessed in full by a long-watching compound-eyed spirit fly. Deeply engrossed in her dreams, Kong Ling remained oblivious until the moment the fiery orb penetrated her crown, causing her to abruptly awaken. However, at that instant, Kong Ling's demeanor had undergone a profound transformation, her aura now reminiscent of a being who had endured centuries of hardship. The existence of such a formidable soul-targeting power was astonishing. It was akin to discovering her nemesis. This young man must not survive. This technique must not fall into anyone else's hands. Upon uttering these words, Kong Ling appeared to lose all vitality, collapsing onto her bed. Resuming her deep slumber, simultaneously, a fiery red soul orb emerged from her, soaring into the distance. Little did it know that trailing behind was an inconspicuous compound-eyed spirit fly. An unexpected turn of events occurred when this fly followed the fiery orb to a cave entrance atop Qingxiang Mountain in Liuzhou. As the orb floated into the cave, the fly followed suit, but upon reaching the entrance, a sudden flash of soul light materialized, conjuring a transparent light screen. Struck by this soul light, the compound-eyed spirit fly's consciousness was instantly obliterated, plummeting to the ground. Meanwhile, far away in the Zhao family cave, Jiang Xing exclaimed with delight. Their lair has finally been located. An hour later, within the 6th hall of the Soul Palace. Are you suggesting that this young man wields a most terrifying power? A capability to effortlessly annihilate soul bodies. A burly man displayed a look of incredulity. This individual was none other than the 6th Lord of the Soul Palace, who, after assimilating the souls of the innate and chi-refining practitioners from the Wang and Zhu families, had advanced his cultivation, enabling him to manifest avatars. The 6th Lord was one such avatar, having divided into 6 manifestations to serve the Soul Master, subsequently establishing 6 soul halls across Liuzhou, each safeguarding its territory. Each of his 6 avatars presided over a hall, managing all affairs of Liuzhou, while his true form, carrying the primordial spirits of all foundational practitioners from the Wang and Zhu families, had retreated to an unknown location for seclusion. It was presumed he sought to refine these 10 or so foundational primordial spirits to aid his breakthrough into the foundational stage. The strength of these avatars far surpassed that of the fiery red soul orbs, which possessed only the ability to seize others' bodies. In contrast, these avatars retained 60% of their true form's power, mastering various fearsome soul techniques. Although they were at the chi-refining stage, they were more than capable of vanquishing foundational practitioners of comparable strength. The fiery red soul orb declared, indeed, within Kong Ling's memories, he possesses 2 forms of divine light. One is supremely pure and radiant, capable of exterminating spectral beings as easily as slaughtering dogs, while the other emanates a terrifying aura that obliterates souls. The 6th Lord responded, employ every means necessary to eliminate this individual. The fiery red soul orb replied, my lord, while killing him is not a challenge. To do so discreetly may necessitate the involvement of a foundational practitioner, for that peculiar little zombie by his side is not a foe that an ordinary chi-refining practitioner can contend with. The Fire Red Soul group inquired, shall we possess 7 or 8 chi-refinement cultivators to eliminate this person in one fell swoop? The 6th Palace Master replied, there is no need for such a large force. To send so many to kill, but one individual would attract the attention of those old fellows. I shall take matters into my own hands this time, the Fire-Red Soul group responded. As you command. Meanwhile, Jiang Xing was meticulously examining Ku Zhenchu's storage bag and spirit beast pouch, true to his reputation as a tyrant who had exploited the Miao people for decades. Ku Zhenchu's storage bag contained a staggering 80,000 spirit stones. Alongside a newly refined three-headed spirit beast created through secret methods, Jiang Xing had already witnessed the formidable power of such three-headed beasts, which far surpassed that of ordinary spirit beasts. Thus, he estimated that this creature would fetch no less than 300,000 to 400,000 spirit stones at an auction. It could be said that Jiang Xing had struck gold this time. Yet, these material gains were secondary. The true source of Jiang Xing's elation lay in the acquisition of the secret method of goose spirit. With this secret technique, he was certain that the compound-eyed flies would undergo a tremendous transformation. Ultimately, his elder informed him that the human-faced centipedes and corpse worms were already in mass reproduction and would be delivered in 10 days. After concluding his conversation with the elder, Jiang Xing visited the Zhuzhou Qi refinement workshop, where he comforted Ali and inquired whether she wished to pursue immortality. Ali readily agreed, as she had long harbored a regret over her childhood assessment revealing her lack of talent for gu cultivation. Now, the prospect of cultivating immortality would allow her to amend that regret. Jiang Xing took Ali to Jiwei High Tower to check her spiritual root, discovering it to be a commendable 5th-grade fire spiritual root. Upon returning to the Jiuzhou artifact workshop, Jiang Xing informed Ali that for every magic artifact sold, she would receive a 2% commission as her monthly stipend, which she could use to purchase anything, including elixirs for cultivation. After imparting these instructions to Ali, he departed, mindful that he owed the scouts 26 magic artifacts that must be forged within the next 10 days. Otherwise, when the elder's creatures arrived, he would be overwhelmed with tasks. 10 days later, having completed the 26 low-grade magic artifacts, Jiang Xing received the corpse worms and human-faced centipedes sent by the elder and commenced the cultivation of the compound-eyed flies. However, this endeavor necessitated the sacrifice of countless compound-eyed flies, a fact he could not disclose to Fat Girl. Thus, he conducted this operation within the Jiuzhou artifact workshop. Jiang Xing initiated the cultivation of the compound-eyed flies from 2 fronts. One involved using secret elixirs to induce mutations in the flies, evolving them to possess images, while the other involved feeding specially cultivated corpse worms with the bodies of human-faced centipedes, subsequently refining them into medicinal catalysts. However, during the process of cultivating the corpse worms, an unforeseen mishap occurred. The secret elixir required the blood of an entity, a material Jiang Xing had neglected to procure. Consequently, he resorted to using a drop of blood from Jiang Xing, who was resting in the corpse pouch, as a substitute. The result was chaotic. The corpse worms became frenzied, devouring one another until only the strongest remained, which then spun a cocoon and fell into a deep slumber. Jiang Xing was uncertain of the purpose of this cocoon. Even if the surviving corpse worm emerged, it would undergo significant mutations due to the elixir, and given their nature of subsisting on corpses, the myriad genes within would render it unpredictable. No one could foretell what form the creature would take upon emergence from the cocoon. Casually, Jiang Xing discarded the cocoon into a corner of the cave dwelling before venturing out to procure additional materials to concoct elixirs for the cultivation of the corpse worms. However, all these activities were conducted in secrecy. To facilitate this, Jiang Xing captured a mother compound-eyed fly elsewhere for the purpose of breeding, to replenish the considerable consumption of these flies. The compound-eye flies, stimulated by Jiang Xing's secret elixir, mutated rapidly, with most perishing prematurely, while a few survived, albeit with bizarre and grotesque appearances. Not a single one of the first batch of mutated compound-eye flies met Jiang Xing's expectations, necessitating their disposal. In this round of experimentation, Jiang Xing lost 1,000 compound-eye flies. Nonetheless, the experiments must continue, and he planned to use 10,000 for the next trial. On the other hand, the progress with the corpse worms was promising. One compound-eye fly, after consuming a bait concocted from the corpse worms, transmitted images that surprisingly contained a hint of static, indicating that it had acquired a trace of the human-faced centipede's genes. Jiang Xing immediately began breeding this particular compound-eye fly and continued to administer the elixir to its offspring. Thus, a month passed as Jiang Xing secluded himself in the workshop of Qingchuan City, where the number of compound-eye flies he had inadvertently caused to perish reached a staggering 1,000,000. Notably, these flies were not descendants of the plump female, but rather offspring of the mother fly he had captured. This mother fly had been continuously fed the elixir until it eventually succumbed to exhaustion. Fortunately, this experiment proved successful, yielding over 100 larvae endowed with the ability to transmit sound and vision. The information conveyed by these larvae was as clear and fluid as a cinematic presentation, complete with both visuals and audio. The plump female lacked this audiovisual talent, indicating that I must retrain at least 3 royal worms. From the multitude of larvae, Jiang Xing selected 3 with the finest qualities, deciding to cultivate them into royal worms and mass-produce a new variety of compound eye flies. He inquired with the plump female about the method to become a royal worm. She informed him that to attain the status of a royal worm, one must consume the royal worm nectar from a young age to ensure proper growth. However, the royal worm nectar was exceedingly rare. If he were to nourish 3 larvae into royal worms, the plump female would be left without sustenance. Thus, she requested Jiang Xing to procure some superior elixirs as her nourishment. Jiang Xing acquiesced and entrusted the 3 young larvae to the plump female for cultivation. However, he currently lacked suitable elixirs, necessitating a trip to the workshop in Qichuan City to make a purchase. Upon arriving in Qichuan City, Jiang Xing headed straight for the Lingyan Pavilion. As he perused the offerings for nurturing spirit beasts, he recalled his promise to the 7 beasts to procure spirit beast elixirs, and thus he purchased several feeding pills. Esteemed shopkeeper, what is the finest item you have for nurturing spirit insects? A male attendant approached and replied, Dear guest, our finest product for nurturing spirit insects is the 9 spirit essence, priced at 80 spirit stones per bottle. I shall take 10 bottles. After completing the transaction, Jiang Xing stowed away the 9 spirit essence and hastily took to the skies on his sword, heading towards the ancient wilderness forest, just as he received a report from the plump female, indicating unusual activity in the ancient wilderness forest. He sensed something amiss upon entering. He noticed that all the magical beasts were hastily moving towards the deeper northern region of the forest. Intrigued, Jiang Xing instructed the plump female to send the compound eye flies to investigate the situation. The compound eye flies buzzed a few times, spiraled in the air, and then dispersed in different directions. After completing this task, Jiang Xing inquired, Plump female, where is the blazing bear located? In the maple forest, 2 miles to the east. As Jiang Xing wielded his sword and approached the grove of maple trees, he spotted the 7 beasts frolicking together from a distance while still suspended in midair. Alighting from his flying sword, Jiang Xing made his way towards the raging flame giant bear and the other 6 beasts. Upon seeing Jiang Xing's arrival, the 7 beasts eagerly rushed towards him, their saliva-coated tongues wildly licking his body. After a considerable struggle to escape their drool, Jiang Xing noticed them lunging at him once more and promptly retrieved some spirit-feeding pills. This tactic proved effective, as the beasts immediately ceased their licking, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they gazed at the pills in Jiang Xing's hand. With each spirit-feeding pill he fed them, their mouths snapped shut like beans being crushed, swallowing the offering in a heartbeat, and then turning their eager eyes back to Jiang Xing. You gluttonous creatures, do you wish to impoverish me? Jiang Xing chided as he reached into his storage bag to produce 7 more spirit-feeding pills for them. Observing these second-tier spiritual medicines, he estimated their combined worth to be around 30 to 40 spirit stones, similar in value to the pills he had just fed them. Have you found spiritual herbs? Or do you now possess a territory? The 7 beasts nodded in unison, with the windscale leopard proclaiming, Boss, this territory within a 10-mile radius now belongs to us. It is rather embarrassing to admit, but we, 7 she-refining demon beasts, have only dared to seize the territory of a lone innate demon beast to make our dwelling here, living off the moon essence grass in this area. The Earth Escape mouse also scurried over, burrowing into Jiang Xing's embrace and exclaiming, Boss, most of the credit for these spiritual herbs goes to me. Aside from that moon essence grass, I acquired the rest from other demon beasts. Very well. You are the most obedient. So here is a spirit-feeding pill as a reward. Just then, Jiang Xing received a report from Feinyao. The images transmitted revealed that approximately 100 miles to the north of the ancient wilderness forest lay an enormous grove of bizarre trees, their trunks entwined with numerous vines that twisted and writhed like serpents. The ground was littered with bones, both human and demon alike. In the center of this grove stood an immense and peculiar tree, atop which hung a bright red fruit the size of a human head. Above the tree, several flying demon beasts circled hungrily, casting longing glances at the fruit. Occasionally, a few daring ones flew lower, only to have the tree's vines strike with lightning speed, ensnaring them and dragging them into the depths of the tree, where they were quickly engulfed. From the footage, Jiang Xing also noticed a few cultivators observing from a distance. Given their ability to conjure magical artifacts with their spiritual sense, it was evident that they were at least in the Foundation establishment stage. However, even those at the Foundation establishment could only watch from afar, indicating the extreme peril of the location. Naturally, Jiang Xing would not risk venturing into such danger for an unknown red fruit. Continue to monitor the situation and inform me of any changes immediately. With that, Jiang Xing departed, not claiming the beast's spiritual herbs, recognizing their immense importance to the newly stabilized creatures. Chapter 133. The Strange Insect. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Jiang Xing commenced his cultivation of the Golden Gung true art. At this moment, as he practiced the Golden Gung body technique, his entire being radiated with a dazzling golden light, resembling a golden-bodied arhat, a manifestation of the second stage of the Golden Gung body technique. Not long ago, his golden transformation body technique ascended to the second level, resulting in a profound transformation of his physique. His skin became remarkably resilient, his body robust and brimming with vitality, and his strength reached an astonishing 5,000 pounds, equivalent to that of a peak innate body refinement cultivator. Moreover, his 9 nether Inyang Eye technique has made significant progress. Now, when dismantling magical artifacts, he no longer requires the Enai Jade pendant, as he can merely gather some true energy in his eyes to discern the various materials of the artifacts and deconstruct them. After completing his practice of the Golden Transformation Body technique, Jiang Xing began to draw talismans. During his previous encounter with the chief of the Miao tribe, he had exhausted all the talismans he typically crafted, hence he needed to produce more for future contingencies. Just as he became engrossed in his drawing, Fei Niu transmitted a series of images, depicting the bizarre woods located to the north of the ancient forest. In the visuals, over 100 individuals were assaulting the peculiar trees. Jiang Xing recalled that only a few had been aware of the woods just days prior, and he marveled at how quickly news had spread among so many. He surmised that the strange trees were likely gathering nutrients from the dead vines. As long as there was an ample supply of nourishment, these vines could regenerate, regardless of how many times they were severed. Observing the cultivators desperately hacking at the vines, an ingenious idea sparked in Jiang Xing's mind, one that promised considerable profit. He hurriedly made his way to Qichuan Market, where he commenced a grand purchase of fire-attributed refining materials, specifically acquiring fire-use stones, an essential component for crafting fire-based artifacts. In a single day, he depleted all his savings, purchasing over 13,000 spirit stones worth of fire-yao stones, creating a small mountain of them. This nearly wiped out the market's supply of fire-yao stones. At this juncture, his storage bag could no longer accommodate such an abundance of refining materials, so he arranged for the shopkeeper to transport them to his Jiuzhou refining workshop. Ali, mark up these fire-yao stones by tenfold. I shall commence a frenzied period of crafting, so do not disturb me unless it is of utmost importance. Understood, young master. Jiang Xing's action sent the merchants along the street into fits of laughter. They perceived the owner of Jiuzhou refining workshop as utterly deranged, having operated for 4 months without selling a single artifact. His foolish decision to buy fire-yao stones at exorbitant prices seemed to them a reckless gamble. Other merchants pointed and sneered at the Jiuzhou refining workshop, ridiculing the owner's apparent folly. Ali, unable to contain her frustration, approached them to argue, but Jiang Xing stopped her, aware that his shop was already filled with various artifacts yet remained unsold. A predicament largely influenced by these very individuals. Nevertheless, Jiang Xing estimated that henceforth, these merchants would no longer impede the progress of the Jiuzhou refining workshop. In the ensuing days, Jiang Xing devoted himself to relentless crafting, abstaining from both cultivation and outside excursions, remaining within the confines of the Jiuzhou refining workshop. After resting for 2 hours when fatigued, he resumed his work, ultimately managing to refine 5 inferior fire-attributed artifacts in a single day. On the second day, the corpse bug cocoon, which had been cast aside by Jiang Xing, broke open, revealing a bizarre-looking creature. This creature boasted a massive mouth filled with sharp teeth and a round, bulging abdomen reminiscent of a glutton. Indeed, as soon as it emerged, it scurried around the refining workshop before plunging into a mound of fire agate, voraciously gnawing away. Jiang Xing watched in astonishment. The fire agate was incredibly hard, impervious even to a sword strike. Yet this newly hatched, inexplicable bug devoured it with ease. As he observed the fire agate mountain diminish at a visible rate, he felt an urge to capture the creature. However, upon contemplating its teeth capable of gnawing through fire agate, he quickly dismissed the idea. Instead, he clapped his hands on the corpse-rearing pouch, summoning 3 zombies to seize the strange bug. The moment the 3 zombies appeared, The peculiar bug ceased its assault on the fire agate, emitting a joyful sound as it lunged toward them, swiftly burrowing onto one of the zombies in the blink of an eye. It bit a hole into the zombie and wriggled inside. The zombie let out a horrific scream, thrashing about helplessly, unable to combat the creature now within its body. As the bug feasted on its flesh and bones, it grew larger. In no time, the zombie was nearly reduced to a hollow shell. Collapsing to the ground motionless, the bug, showing no restraint, emerged from the remains and darted toward the two bewildered zombies, seeing the creature finish its meal and prepare to pounce on the remaining zombies. Jiang Xing not only refrained from withdrawing them, but instead produced a diamond barrier talisman to confine them together. Watching the bug chase the two zombies within the barrier, Jiang Xing fell into deep contemplation. He was uncertain of what this creature was and whether he could subdue it. After about 15 minutes, the bug had consumed both zombies, its body now swollen to the size of a medium dog. Yet it appeared unable to move, its distended belly pressed against the ground, lifting its 6 legs off the floor. Realizing its immobility, a surge of murderous intent arose within Jiang Xing. This creature possessed formidable lethality. Should it retaliate, he would find it difficult to control. Seeing it incapacitated, Jiang Xing was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. The bug, sensing the killing intent emanating from him, glared with terrifying eyes. Poised to leap at Jiang Xing, yet its swollen belly kept its short legs grounded. At that moment, Jiang Xing, contained within the corpse-rearing pouch, seemed to sense Jiang Xing's murderous aura and called out, "Father, let me out, I will subdue it." Jiang Xing summoned Jiang Cheng, who appeared to have reached a state very close to the late stage of bone transformation, albeit unstable. It seemed Jiang Cheng had been preparing to break through within the pouch, but was interrupted by the encounter with the bug. Upon emerging, the bug appeared exceedingly pleased, rolling toward Jiang Cheng like a ball. Jiang Cheng reached out to stroke the creature, sensing an inexplicable connection, as if they shared a bloodline. The bug nudged its head against Jiang Cheng's hand, reveling in the moment, emitting peculiar sounds. "Father, it means no harm. It's merely hungry," Jiang Cheng explained. Looking up at Jiang Xing, "You can understand its words?" Jiang Xing inquired. Puzzled, "It speaks the language of corpses," Jiang Cheng replied. Jiang Xing crouched down, observing the creature that resembled a large spider, and after a moment of contemplation, inquired, "Jiang Xing, what does it consume? Why does it even devour fire opals?" Jiang Xing replied, "It is quite peculiar. It feeds on blood, flesh, and anything that possesses energy." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xing was taken aback, secretly pondering, what manner of monster is this? After a playful interaction with Jiang Cheng, the creature began to exhibit signs of fatigue, soon yawning profusely before collapsing onto the ground in deep slumber. After securing the creature into a corpse-rearing bag, Jiang Cheng addressed Jiang Xing, "There's nothing to worry about. You may go." This statement stirred a profound anxiety within him. He sold several magical artifacts, amassing 2,000 spirit stones, and hastily made his way to the artifact pavilion to purchase a dozen revealing stones before rushing off to the ancient wilderness forest. A day later, various esteemed families received a revealing stone, displaying the scene of a red fruit within the bizarre forest. However, one particular shot was repeated, showing the moment a practitioner wielding a fire attribute sword severed a vine, leaving it irreparable. Instantly, the practitioners of Liuzhou erupted in fervor, scurrying to acquire fire attribute artifacts and hastening towards that peculiar growth. The already limited stock of fire attribute artifacts was completely depleted within a single day. Meanwhile, shops began to mass-produce fire attribute artifacts, only to discover that the market's fire opals had been entirely purchased, with the remaining few snatched away in advance. At this point of desperation, merchants on the same street as Jiang Xing recalled his substantial stock of fire opals and flocked to him for purchases. Passers-by, witnessing the frenzy as people surged towards the Jiuzhou Artifact Workshop, swiftly joined in. Before long, the entrance to the Jiuzhou Artifact Workshop was thronged with people, and the mountains of fire opals were swiftly sold out. At that moment, some patrons turned their attention to the 25 low-grade fire attribute artifacts, which were snatched up in an instant. This venture netted Jiang Xing a staggering 93,000 low-grade spirit stones. With this considerable wealth, Jiang Xing intended to visit the auction house or the Juahai Tower to procure some powerful spells to enhance his own abilities. However, just as he stepped outside, he sensed someone was tailing him. The feeling was faint, and had it not been for his years of experience evading pursuers, he would have surely doubted its validity. "Assist me in identifying my stalker," Jiang Xing commanded Fat Neo telepathically. Shortly after, Fat Neo transmitted several images to him. revealing that over 10 individuals were indeed following him. That it seemed his recent windfall had attracted unwelcome attention. With a sly grin, Jiang Xing decided against leaving the city and made his way directly to the Juahai Tower. Upon perusing the tower thoroughly without finding any satisfactory techniques, he turned and exited, heading towards the nearby Jingtian auction house. At the entrance of the auction house, a guard frowned at Jiang Xing. Noting that although his attire was not shabby, it was far from respectable. Before Jiang Xing could approach the entrance, the guard barked, "Halt! No entry for idlers. Idler, which of your eyes perceives me as such? Do you think this is a place anyone can enter? You wouldn't dare step in here without at least 10,000 spirit stones." Jiang Xing retorted, "Are these sufficient?" He poured out over 90,000 spirit stones from his storage bag. "Enough, enough. Please, esteemed guest, enter." Upon witnessing the mound of spiritual stones strewn across the ground, the guard was taken aback and hurriedly invited Jiang Xing inside. With a flick of his wrist, Jiang Xing summoned a surge of spiritual energy that effortlessly collected the stones into his storage pouch before he proceeded indoors. As he crossed the threshold, a maid promptly approached him, stating, "Esteemed guest, please follow me to purchase an entrance token." Jiang Xing followed the maid to the counter, where he exchanged 100 spiritual stones for a copper plate inscribed with the number 58 and amassed before entering the auction hall. Stepping into the grand chamber, Jiang Xing was utterly astonished to find a spacious venue capable of accommodating nearly 1,000 individuals, reminiscent of a grand assembly hall. Previously, he had visited an auction house in Dongwei. Yet its scale was merely a tenth of this one. Chapter 134, Translocation and Illusion. Standing in the hall, Jiang Xing surveyed his surroundings, observing that one side of the auction house featured the auction stage, while the other 3 sides boasted 5 tiers of seating. The upper levels were lined with small private boxes, akin to intimate compartments, each separated by barriers for protection. The first tier housed ordinary boxes for the general populace. The second was reserved for merchants of moderate influence, the third for senior members of various families, the fourth for the heads of those families, and the fifth was said to be designated for the ancestors of the Shao and Li families. Occasionally used to host prominent figures from various sections, Jiang Xing entered an ordinary box on the first tier, its walls constructed of granite and protected by barriers that shielded against mental probing and espionage. Measuring approximately 8 square meters, he found himself rather content with this arrangement as the attendees settled in to await the commencement of the auction. At that moment, a young and alluring woman clad in court attire ascended the auction stage and declared, "Esteemed guests, Yunfei hereby announces the official commencement of the Jingtian auction. As the beautiful maiden, who introduced herself as Yunfei, finished her announcement, a slender maid in a white dress approached with a tray, upon which rested what appeared to be a root-like specimen, presenting it to the audience, now unveiling the first item, a 4th-grade spiritual herb, the amethyst blood dragon ginseng. Not only can it restore flesh and mend hidden injuries, but it can also extend a cultivator's lifespan by 10 years. The starting bid is 10,000 spiritual stones. As her words echoed, a voice immediately called out, 11,000. Soon after, another voice chimed in, 21,000, 25,000, 30,000. The bidding escalated rapidly, with the price soaring to 40,000 spiritual stones. At this juncture, the cacophony of bids quieted, and no further offers were made. 40,000. An elderly voice resonated from the 4th floor. It belonged to a guest from box 527. The price had already surpassed the true value of the amethyst blood dragon ginseng, and no one in the audience dared to raise their bid further. "Is there anyone willing to increase the bid for 40,000? Yunfei inquired. 40,000 once, 40,000 twice, 40,000 thrice. Sold. With the sound of the gavel echoing 3 times, the final price was locked in at 40,000. Claimed by the occupant of box 527 on the 4th floor. Jiang Xing was taken aback. He never anticipated that a 4th-tier spirit plant could possess such immense value. Although he had encountered numerous 1st- and 2nd-tier spirit plants, their prices merely ranged in the dozens of spirit stones each. Yet, a 4th-tier spirit plant commanded a staggering price of 40,000, thousands of times the cost of its 1st- and 2nd-tier counterparts. Following this, several other items were auctioned off, but the audience showed little interest, with bids only slightly exceeding the starting prices. At that moment, a cage was wheeled onto the auction stage, veiled by a piece of black cloth embedded with restrictions, concealing any information about its contents. Yunfei abruptly tore away the black cloth, revealing a small crimson beast curled up within the cage. "Esteemed guests, this is a juvenile 4th-tier demon beast, the northern underworld firefox. As you are undoubtedly aware, 4th-tier demon beasts are equivalent to golden core cultivators. The potential of this little creature is evident to all. and I shall refrain from further elaboration. The starting bid is 80,000 spirit stones. Jiang Xing was momentarily astonished. Logically, how could a spirit beast that could mature into a golden core being be valued at merely 80,000 spirit stones? However, he quickly considered the lengthy growth period and the possibility of premature demise. Concluding that the price for the Northern Underworld Firefox Juvenile was indeed reasonable, 90,000, 111,000, 130,000, 138,000, 140,000, 150,000. Eventually, the Northern Underworld Firefox Juvenile was sold for 180,000 spirit stones to a distinguished guest in the three-layered VIP room number 472. Next up was an advanced blue-tier movement technique, the shadow shift. Upon hearing the name of this technique, Jiang Xing's eyes lit up. It was precisely what he needed. The shadow shift technique, a treasured heirloom of the Wang family, had unfortunately become public following the family's annihilation. As for how it came to be auctioned here, I shall not divulge that it is well known that movement techniques are rarer than offensive spells, and blue-tier movement techniques are exceptionally scarce. Thus the starting bid is set at 100,000. 150,000. Just as the auctioneer announced the bid, a youthful voice bellowed out. Jiang Xing instantly recognized it as Zhao Quan's voice. 200,000. At this moment, another person placed a bid. 220,000, 230,000, 235,000, 240,000. As the bid reached 240,000, the guests fell silent, engaging in hushed discussions among themselves. Ordinary intermediate tier spells typically valued around 70 to 80,000, making this 240,000 price evidently steep. Moreover, from their discussions, it seemed they were all reluctant to spend excessively in anticipation of the grand finale auction. 250,000. Zhao Ying's voice rang out. Having just conferred with his son, Zhao Yi, deciding that 250,000 was their maximum acceptable offer at present. Once the bid of 250,000 was uttered, the auction hall fell into a profound silence. No one dared to speak or raise their bids, seemingly conceding defeat in the bidding war. 250,000 once, 250,000 twice, 300,000. At that moment, Jiang Xing shouted, suppressing his voice. He recalled that he possessed a three-headed spirit tiger that was of no use to him, and decided to leverage it as collateral for the auction house, thus making the most of his resources. Father, who is this person? Surely they must know that 300,000 is equivalent to the price of a foundational pill. Who would forsake a foundational pill for this technique? Within the private room 602 on the 4th floor, Zhao Yi remarked to Zhao Ying, regardless of him, this person is from the 1st floor, indicating they are not from the family. Otherwise, who would forfeit an additional foundational member of the family for this technique? However, for independent cultivators, this technique is indeed worth 300,000, as possessing a refined movement technique significantly enhances one's chances of survival. Simultaneously, in private room 675 on the 4th floor, an elderly foundational cultivator addressed the head of the Shao family, saying, Patriarch, shall we pursue the shadow shift technique? Just now, the Zhao family was interested in purchasing it, and we still have an opportunity to acquire it privately. However, that individual is an independent cultivator from the 1st floor, which complicates matters. Additionally, raising the bid further may jeopardize our chances of securing that spirit tool, which is something the ancestor has specifically requested. The head of the Shao family replied, keep a close watch on him, and find an opportunity to eliminate him and seize it. The foundational elder bowed and said, understood, I shall attend to it immediately. He then exited the private room. At that moment, discussions began to stir in the other private rooms, with similar sentiments being expressed. They all believed that, when compared to a foundational pill, the foundational technique held less significance. After all, having an additional foundational member in the family equates to greater security. A silence enveloped the room as no one dared to raise their bid further. Yunfei, noticing the lack of new bids, found it rather peculiar. After all, selling this technique for 300,000 seemed somewhat undervalued. Based on her prior experiences, such a technique could typically fetch at least 400,000. Observing the silence, Yunfei tentatively called out, 300,000 once. Is there anyone else wishing to bid? The room remained silent, and Yunfei understood that these individuals had relinquished their interest in the technique. She then declared, 300,000 twice. Still, there was no response. Yunfei, undeterred, announced, 300,000 thrice, sold. Shortly thereafter, a servant entered with a tray, presenting a jade slip. Jiang Xing produced a spirit beast pouch and offered it, stating, let the spirit beast serve as collateral. Please summon your appraiser. After a considerable time of appraisal, The elderly man raised his head and informed Jiang Xing. If this spirit beast were to be auctioned in the market, it might fetch around 360 to 70,000 spirit stones. However, since you were using it as collateral for our Jingtian auction house, the price is somewhat lower. Therefore, 300,000 spirit stones precisely offsets the cost of this technique. Jiang Xing nodded in agreement. This price was indeed higher than selling directly to a large merchant, where he might only receive around 170 to 80,000 and would have to be wary of potential sabotage. Jiang Xing turned to leave, just as Yun Fei's voice resonated throughout the hall once more. Next, we shall present the highlight of this auction, the inferior spirit tool, the 9 Flames Radiant Sun Sword. The starting bid is 150,000. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xing turned to exit. Spirit tools were not comparable to mundane artifacts, as they were meant for golden core cultivators, far beyond his reach. As he stepped outside, his visage transformed into that of a burly man he had encountered at the auction house. Just as he crossed the threshold, he felt several gazes piercing from the shadows. Noticing Jiang Xing's emergence, a few individuals from the shadows trailed after him, while others continued to watch the entrance of the auction house, seemingly awaiting their target. Jiang Xing paid no heed to his pursuers, choosing instead to traverse areas bustling with people. Occasionally, he would enter shops that appeared to have a throng of customers, indulging in a leisurely browse. However, upon his exit, Jiang Xing had altered both his appearance and attire, while those who had been tailing him remained oblivious, failing to notice as he passed directly before them. Strolling along the street, Jiang Xing felt a sense of contentment. Shedding those persistent shadows had indeed required considerable effort. Just as he reveled in this small victory, his expression suddenly turned cold. That it was a vision transmitted by Feng Yo, revealing that he was being followed. The chill of dread coursed through Jiang Xing. Had it not been for Feng Yo's alertness, he might have remained blissfully ignorant of his peril, unaware of the deadly stalking that had evaded even his keen senses. What a terrifying thought. He hastened towards One Out Pavilion, intending to seek refuge with Manager's son, a trusted ally, as Jiang Xing had consistently sold his magical artifacts to him and believed he would be willing to assist. Indeed, as soon as Jiang Xing entered Wanbao Pavilion, the stalker remained concealed outside, but after waiting for an hour without seeing Jiang Xing emerge, he ventured inside to search, only to find nothing. Frustrated, he produced a communication talisman and exclaimed, "Xiao Qishi, I've lost him. Useless fool." At that moment, the elder from the Foundation establishment stage, standing beside the head of the Xiao family at the auction, cursed into the talisman. "That brat entered Wanbao Pavilion, which is under the control of the Li family, so we couldn't search it. Now he has vanished without a trace." The matter was thus dismissed, with the instruction to refrain from mentioning it again in the future. Chapter 135, The Firewalker. More than 10 days later, Jiang Xing reached a minor breakthrough in his cultivation of the shadow movement technique, just as he was preparing to continue his practice. His communication talisman buzzed. It was from Ali. Exiting the training room, he confirmed that no one was following him and made his way directly to the Jiuzhou refining workshop. About a quarter of an hour later, Jiang Xing spotted a lengthy queue stretching from the workshop to the outside. Ali peered out from the shop, her eyes lighting up with excitement as she shouted, "Young master, you finally arrived. With so many people here, I'm nearly frantic." As Jiang Xing entered the shop, Ali immediately ceased attending to the customers and approached him, saying, "Young master, you're finally here?" Some neighboring shops, seeing our crowd, have been coming over to stir up trouble, claiming that our artifacts are inferior and unwanted. It was then that Jiang Xing noticed a few individuals who were not in line but were instead attempting to sway those waiting. Among them was a corpulent middle-aged female cultivator who, upon seeing Jiang Xing, continued to address the male cultivators in line, saying, "Esteemed guests, do not patronize this establishment. They frequently pass off inferior artifacts as low-grade ones." Recently, a customer who confronted them was taken away by a powerful figure associated with the shop, and has yet to reappear. At that moment, a rotund man clad in purple robes beside the middle-aged woman interjected. That customer turned to scrutinize the man, saying, "You are the manager of the neighboring Zhong family's refining workshop, aren't you?" The purple-robed man nodded eagerly. Yes. Do you recognize me? Refund me, you deceitful charlatan. The fire-scale sword I purchased from you shattered during combat, when struck by a vine, nearly costing me my life." The male cultivator seized the plump man by his collar, causing the latter to shrink back in fear, desperately attempting to escape. However, with his collar firmly grasped, he had no choice but to plead for mercy, exclaiming, "Good sir, you must speak with a clear conscience. What is wrong with my magical artifact? I have heard whispers of your battle in that cursed forest. Those vines are incredibly tough. It is only natural for one to sever thousands in a day. Nonsense. How can it be that no artifact from the Jiuzhou refining workshop has ever broken? Moreover, while it is true that the refining sect's items may occasionally break, such instances are exceedingly rare. Clearly, you are passing off subpar goods as quality. Indeed, our artifacts have also broken in battle, and my brother tragically lost his life because of this. It is all the fault of you unscrupulous merchants. Return my brother's life? At that moment, a burly man turned his gaze towards the corpulent middle-aged female cultivator, saying, "Ah, is that not the proprietor of the Zhang family refining workshop? You deceiver! You claimed your artifacts were of exceptional quality, yet I ended up purchasing this worthless item. Now it is broken, and I demand compensation." The overweight middle-aged female cultivator glanced at the burly man. Recognizing him as one who had recently bought a fire attribute blade artifact from her, she feigned ignorance and replied, "You have mistaken me for someone else. Mistaken me." With that, she turned and fled. At this juncture, others who had come looking for trouble were also identified and faced accusations. Realizing the situation had turned against them, they all slinked away in disgrace. Observing that the troublemakers had been driven off and the atmosphere had returned to a cacophony, Ali called out, "Everyone, please quiet down. My boss has arrived. If you need custom magical artifacts, seek him." The customers instantly fell silent, forming a line to place their orders with Jiang Xing seated at the counter. Jiang Xing listened attentively as each customer outlined their requirements for magical artifacts. Alongside the deposit of 300 spirit stones, it was not until nightfall that he completed the last order, which was as thick as a book, comprising over 300 sheets. 300 orders indicated that Jiang Xing needed to forge over 300 magical artifacts. However, given his current schedule, aside from his cultivation time, he could only produce 3 items per day, suggesting it would take 3 months to fulfill these orders. This was an impossible feat for someone who also needed to investigate the Soul Palace. It seemed he would need to recruit additional help. In the warehouse, Jiang Xing pulled out the first order and began to forge according to the specifications outlined. Yet, before he could commence, Ali interjected. Upon entering the cave dwelling, Jiang Xing had barely adjusted to his surroundings when a torrent of flames burst forth. Jiang Xing's figure suddenly vanished and reappeared beside Jiang Cheng. This technique was none other than the shadow shift he had recently mastered. At this moment, he clearly observed everything within the cave dwelling and discovered that a creature enveloped in flames had materialized, the very source of the earlier flames. "Shadow Flame, be respectful. This is my father, and you must heed his commands from now on." Jiang Cheng admonished the creature, which had attempted to unleash flames upon Jiang Xing once more. He then stepped forward to address Jiang Xing, saying, "Father, I have successfully refined that fire-type corpse I was working on." Jiang Xing, perplexed, inquired, "When did you refine the fire-type corpse?" With a hint of sorrow, Jiang Xing replied, "I have been daily using fire attribute spirit herbs to concoct soup to soak it. And you were oblivious to my efforts. You are a terrible father. Ah, you have reached the late stage of bone transformation." At this moment, Jiang Xing noticed that Jiang Qing, whom he had not seen for several days, had indeed advanced to the late stage of bone transformation. "Indeed, father, not only have I made a breakthrough, but also Xiaopeng has achieved one." Jiang Qing chuckled, his radiant smile illuminating the innocence of his youth. "Xiaopeng? Who is Xiaopeng?" Jiang Xing inquired. "It's this one. Just look at how plump it has become. So I named it Xiaopeng." Upon finishing his sentence, Jiang Xing summoned a creature of considerable girth from the corpse bag. Resembling a beast of immense size, Jiang Xing scrutinized it for a moment before recognizing it as the peculiar bug he had inadvertently refined, astonished that it had grown so large in merely half a month. At that moment, Jiang Cheng suddenly burst into tears, lamenting. The strange uncle from the corpse pit said its evolution is incomplete and that it won't survive beyond 10 years. With that, Jiang Cheng began to sob uncontrollably. Jiang Xing, however, felt little attachment to this creature. Its demise would mean little to him. Yet, witnessing Jiang Cheng's sorrow, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the bug. There, don't cry. Father will surely ensure it completes its evolution," Jiang Xing reassured. "Really?" Jiang Cheng's tears turned to laughter. "Truly." Observing the sincerity in Jiang Xing's expression, Jiang Cheng said, "The strange uncle from the corpse pit mentioned that it was created from the corpse bugs he refined. This species has consumed countless corpses. Although it possesses the genes of numerous beings, it lacks any superior or powerful genes, which confines its evolutionary potential despite its boundless capacity for evolution. If Father can frequently feed it the corpses of powerful life forms, enhancing it with formidable genes, it could evolve more completely. Powerful beings. Jiang Xing inwardly chastised himself. To hunt formidable creatures for such a creature that was of little use and had consumed so many of his refining materials seemed akin to courting death. Father. Xiaopeng often births strange offspring, yet they all perish upon birth, leaving Xiaopeng utterly heartbroken. Jiang Xing pointed at several fist-sized flesh lumps on the ground. Jiang Xing leaned closer to examine them, only to find that each lump was bizarrely shaped, none resembling the other. Some were clearly avian, others distinctly beastly, and one even bore a humanoid form. Jiang Xing gasped in shock. Although Xiaopeng possessed the genes of countless beings, its production of these grotesque offspring was truly a tragic misdeed. Watching Xiaopeng sorrowfully lick the lifeless young, Jiang Xing felt a profound ache within, silently resolving to assist it. Wait, Yingyan is birthed by Xiaopeng. This creature can produce offspring. Such absurdity was difficult for Jiang Xing to fathom. Noticing Jiang Xing's bewildered expression, Jiang Xing spoke up. Father, I desire 20,000 spirit stones. I wish to refine water, wood, metal, and earth corpses as well. Such a vast amount of spirit stones. I wish to first test its strength to determine if it is worth such an expenditure. Upon hearing the request for 20,000 spirit stones, Jiang Xing felt a pang of regret for his own resources. Chapter 136. Xiao Fan. After speaking, Jiang Xing's form shimmered and vanished into thin air, only to reappear before Yingyan, swiftly thrusting his sword with lightning speed. With his dual shadowy arms crossing before him, Yingyan astonishingly managed to deflect Jiang Xing's sword solely with his physical form. Subsequently, a torrent of flames erupted towards Jiang Xing once again. Jiang Xing vanished into thin air, only to reappear 3 zhang away on the cavern wall. He cast a glance at Yingyan, whose arms remained unscathed, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. This Yingyan possessed not only the formidable resilience of a zombie with its iron-like skin and bones, but also a terrifying mastery of fire, rendering him significantly more powerful than an ordinary zombie. With a cold snort, Jiang Xing bent his legs and sprang down from the wall, pouncing towards Yingyan with remarkable speed, his sword resembling a flash of lightning. Reaching Yingyan's throat in an instant, Jiang Xing's figure vanished once more, and surprisingly, the black flames disappeared alongside him. Soon after, Jiang Xing's silhouette emerged atop the cavern, and almost simultaneously, the black flames reappeared above him. Hurtling towards Jiang Xing, he vanished again, and once more, the black flames followed suit. At this juncture, Jiang Cheng, observing Jiang Xing's inability to shake off the black flames, interjected, Father, you cannot escape this fire by mere speed. It moves like ghostly flames, not with the wind, but in accordance with the spiritual energy of the opponent. Realizing evasion was futile, Jiang Xing's eyes widened in determination as he let out a mighty roar. With a flicker of spiritual light in his left hand, he summoned a small shield to intercept the black flames. Upon contact with the energy on the shield, the black flames ignited fiercely. At that moment, Yingyan seized the opportunity, roaring as he lunged towards Jiang Xing with blinding speed. Jiang Xing snorted coldly, discarding the small shield, and with the Yuxiao sword ablaze with white flames, he aimed at Yingyan, vanishing once more. Stop, Father, the strength of Yingyan is formidable, surpassing that of ordinary zombies in both speed and power, and its flames are exceedingly troublesome. Indeed, it is impressive. As long as there are surplus spirit stones, I shall forge you 5-element zombies in the future. By the time Jiang Xing exited the cavern, the afternoon of the second day had arrived. He had spent an entire day crafting those zombies for Jiang Cheng. As the saying goes, where there is joy, there is sorrow. While Jiang Xing experienced a bountiful harvest, others faced the humiliation of being cast out from their homes. Simultaneously, in a corner outside Li's weapon workshop, a young boy sat weeping. This boy was Xiao Fan, an apprentice under the former owner, Li Zhaoxing. Today, he had been expelled from the workshop over a trivial matter. In truth, Xiao Fan was not ousted for a mistake, but rather because his master had passed away. The new owner, Li Mo, held a strong aversion towards him, subjecting him to daily beatings and scoldings. Now, having seized upon an incident where he had ruined a piece of fire, Li Mo sought to rid himself of Xiao Fan. Orphaned since childhood, Xiao Fan had been taken in by Li Zhaoxing, who had provided him with a home. Now, if he were to be cast out, he would have nowhere to go. Desperately, he pleaded with Li Mo to allow him to stay. But the latter was resolute in his decision to expel him. Before Xiao Fan could leave, Li Mo had already brought in a distant nephew to take his place. Xiao Fan longed for Li Zhaoxing. Reminiscing about the moments they had shared, he regretted not stopping Li Zhaoxing from venturing into the ancient forest demon vine grove to gather those vines for crafting materials. With one last glance at Li's forging workshop, Xiao Fan departed, unaware of his destination, drifting aimlessly. Along the way, fragments of Li Zhaoxing's life occasionally surfaced in his mind, and before he realized it, he had exited Qingchuan City and found himself in an unfamiliar grove. Suddenly, he spotted a blood-soaked old man with white hair lying in the grass, teetering on the brink of death. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed 6 lifeless bodies nearby, their forms grotesquely mangled, as if ravaged by countless insects. Just as he was about to leave this ominous place, the white-haired elder coughed, then fell silent again. Gathering his courage, he approached cautiously, testing for breath at the old man's nose with a finger. He retrieved a healing pill from his storage pouch and administered it to the elder. Approximately an hour later, the old man regained consciousness, while Xiao Fan, having waited under a tree, had dozed off. The elder nudged him awake and expressed, "Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. I was tasked by my young master to deliver the goose spirit liquid to the Jiuzhou forging workshop, but I encountered robbers along the way. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I would have perished here." Awakened, Xiao Fan replied, "It was merely a trivial act, not worth mentioning. Now that you are awake, I shall take my leave," the elder implored. "Please wait, benefactor. I am advanced in years and still wounded. It is truly difficult for me to reach Qingchuan City alone, that I humbly ask for your assistance to ensure my safe passage, and I will be eternally grateful." Xiao Fan consented, saying, "Very well. Since I am alone and have no other matters at hand, I shall accompany you." "Thank you, benefactor," the elder exclaimed. After Xiao Fan escorted the elder to Jiuzhou forging workshop on his sword, Jiang Xing immediately recognized him. Through the eyes of the spirit fly, Jiang Xing had long been aware of Xiao Fan's predicament, but he had not anticipated that the elder would be ambushed in the forest inhabited by the Miao tribe, a forbidden zone for the spirit fly, hence his ignorance of the elder's peril. Jiang Xing understood that someone from the elder's clan must have coveted the goose spirit's secret arts, leading to the ambush. However, what they did not foresee was that Jiang Xing had provided the elder with numerous talismans and the goo extermination water gun, although they had successfully inflicted severe injuries upon the elder. He quickly countered by activating the diamond talisman for protection, commanding the goo bugs to turn against and annihilate his attackers. Jiang Xing gratefully clasped his hands together, saying, "Thank you, Brother Xiao Fan, for your timely rescue. If you do not mind, you may stay with me for a few days, and I would be honored to extend my hospitality." Xiao Fan reciprocated with a bow. "Brother Jiang, you are too kind. It was but a minor issue, hardly worthy of mention. Currently, I am wandering without a destination, and I would be immensely grateful for your generosity in providing shelter for a few days." "Wandering? Weren't you working at Li's forging workshop? Why are you wandering?" Jiang Xing inquired knowingly, not wishing to reveal his awareness of Xiao Fan's circumstances, as the latter was in quite a dire state. With a downcast expression, Xiao Fan lamented, "Alas, it is rather embarrassing to admit. But ever since our manager passed away, the new manager, Li Mo, has subjected me to incessant harassment. Just yesterday, after I accidentally ruined a piece of fire, I was expelled from Li's forging workshop," Jiang Xingdao remarked. "If my brother Xiao Fan does not mind, you are welcome to visit my Jiuzhou refining workshop. While my humble establishment may be modest, the business is quite flourishing, and there is a considerable amount of work available." Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan felt a surge of joy and responded, "I would be honored. Thank you, kind friend, for your hospitality. I have been without support since childhood, and it was only thanks to Manager Li's benevolence that I found refuge. Now, in this time of misfortune, I am deeply grateful for your generosity." Jiang Xingdao replied, "Brother Xiao Fan, you are too modest. Your kind heart will surely attract the favor of heaven. It is thanks to you that we were able to save Uncle's life." Xiao Fan decided to stay, and since he was unable to refine materials himself, Jiang Xing took on that responsibility while entrusting the forging process to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan possessed commendable skills in weapon forging. Having honed his craft under Li Zhaoxing for over a decade, achieving a level of expertise that was second to none, with Xiao Fan's assistance, what would typically take 3 months to complete was now estimated by Jiang Xing to be finished in just a month and a half. In the dead of night, the long-unused communication talisman nestled in Jiang Xing's storage bag suddenly sprang to life once more. In 3 days, the 3-month deadline will arrive, and yet you continue to forge weapons daily. It seems you do not regard the sect's orders with any seriousness. The voice of the mysterious senior brother echoed with fury through the talisman. Jiang Xing noted the voice was somewhat indistinct, accompanied by what sounded like music and revelry. prompting him to deduce the senior brother's current activities. Senior brother, this task was merely a ruse for me to investigate. Was it not your responsibility? Jiang Xing retorted. Previously, I was attacked by a soul group, and you did not come to my aid, indicating you have not been monitoring my actions closely enough that as a result, I have already uncovered the true culprit while you were absent. Therefore, I have essentially completed the assignment long ago. It is you who have been derelict in your duties. Impudent. The senior brother's enraged voice boomed from the talisman. Jiang Xing continued, I have now located the lair of the murderer. What have you discovered in these 3 months? Have you spent your time drinking at Wangjiang Tower and entertaining yourself with women? You. How could you possibly know? Jiang Xing let out a cold laugh. For a third of Liuzhou had already been enveloped by the ominous presence of the reviled spirit flies, particularly in populous towns chosen for surveillance. How could he fail to uncover the truth? Moreover, this fool had not changed his attire as an outer disciple of the Tianxu sect throughout the entire 3 months, making it nearly impossible for Jiang Xing not to identify him. Do not be so arrogant. Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? It is no great matter to assign you a task. Jiang Xing chose not to engage further with this fool, directly divulging the location of the Soul Temple before severing the connection. The very establishment in question was none other than Wangjiang Tower, renowned for gathering the world's young talents and fostering camaraderie through martial prowess. This robust and imposing young man was none other than the enigmatic senior brother Du Yan, who had been involved in the investigation of the murder of 3 servants alongside Jiang Xing. He had come to this place in hopes of meeting the exceptional talents of Liuzhou. However, in the past 3 months, he had bested no fewer than 280 young elites from Liuzhou, some of whom hailed from intermediate sects, others from smaller sects, and even a few from illustrious families of cultivators, as well as formidable rogue cultivators from distant lands, amidst a multitude of young prodigies. None could rival him. Among these illustrious individuals, the one with the highest cultivation had reached the pinnacle of foundational establishment, yet he remained inferior to the nascent Du Yan, who was merely at the initial stage of foundational establishment. This was, without doubt, inevitable. As an outer disciple of the Tianxu sect, Du Yan's innate talent was assuredly of the top tier, a rarity amongst the masses. No matter how exceptional the talents of the young elites in this region may be, they could not possibly compare to him. Furthermore, the cataclysmic battle from a millennium past had obliterated all martial arts in the southern continent. Subsequently, the 4 heavenly palaces established their sects, founding the Tianxu sect, the Yuming sect, the Lane Temple, and the Danqi sect, thus consolidating all martial knowledge within these 4 factions. The techniques held by other sects were either derived from the 4 sects' scraps or sourced from ancient realms, and the grade and variety of their martial arts could not possibly contend with those of the 4 sects, which boasted celestial lineage. Moreover, after seizing control of the southern continent, the 4 sects monopolized all precious spiritual mines, herbs, and resources for cultivation, leaving the other sects with only the inferior remnants discarded by the 4 sects. How could their disciples ever stand on equal footing with those of the 4 sects? Thus, even though Du Yan was merely a lowly outer disciple within the Tianxu sect, he was indeed a formidable master when he stepped beyond its confines. Du Yan, who possesses such audacity, what has incited such fury within you? Would you like us to assist you in resolving this predicament? Laughter erupted among a few young men, who were previously subdued by Du Yan, but now sought to curry favor while casting flirtatious glances at several beauties. How dare a mere servant disciple defy me? He must be tired of living. Du Yan seethed with indignation. A servant disciple, upon hearing that it was someone who had provoked Du Yan's ire. The illustrious individuals could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. No need. He still finds use for him at present. With that, Du Yan donned his robe and strode purposefully away from the Wangjiang Tower. Upon exiting, Du Yan moved gracefully, soaring through the void as if propelled by a shooting star, racing northward. An hour later, he arrived at the Qingxiang mountain described by Jiang Xing. Yet he was momentarily unable to locate the entrance to the underground palace. A striking young man clad in white appeared atop Qingxiang mountain, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the Soul Master. Observing Du Yan circling the mountain in search of something, he called out, Du brother, what brings you here today? I happened to pass by and noticed you seem to be looking for something. How may I assist you? Upon recognizing the young man in white, Du Yan was filled with delight, exclaiming, Ah, it is you, Su Xingquan. So, you did not go to Wangjiang Tower today, but instead came here. The young man named Su Xingquan laughed heartily. As of today, none dare to challenge you, Du brother. Drinking alone without witnessing your matches is truly tedious. Hence my absence. Du Yin replied. You are indeed my confidant. Without your extraordinary commentary akin to that from the heavens during the matches at Wanjiang Tower, the entire event would have been lackluster. It is better that we did not compete, Su Xingquan remarked. Over these past 3 months, I have accompanied you in drinking, yet I have noticed you occasionally appear distracted. Is there something troubling you? Might you share your concerns with me, so I can help alleviate your burdens? Du Yin laughed heartily and said, We are nearly done with the matter at hand that I came here specifically to resolve it. However, upon arriving, I find myself unable to locate the entrance to the underground palace. Might you have any knowledge of it, Brother Su? Su Xingquan replied. If you were to inquire with others, they would surely be at a loss. By chance, during an expedition here to hunt demonic beasts, I encountered this underground palace, which is how I came to know of it. If you proceed in that direction, you will find a cave halfway up the mountain. Enter there, and you shall arrive. Du Yin clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, I am most grateful, Brother Su. After Du Yin departed, Su Xingquan transformed into a robust figure, resembling the master of this realm, the sixth Hall Master. As a manifestation of the Soul Master, his memories are shared with the Soul Master. Although it was the Soul Master who had been drinking with Du Yin previously, the last few days had been spent in his own form. Thus, over the course of these 3 months, he had come to understand Du Yan's character quite well that he sneered and remarked, Were it not for your utter incompetence, I would not have allowed you to leave Liuzhou alive. After 3 months of drinking with you, you remain oblivious to the fact that the person you seek is directly in front of you. It is evident you are a fool. Now, if you report to Tianxu Sect that I am dead, they will cease their surveillance of me. Once I refine those foundational spirit bodies and step into the foundation establishment realm, possessing a truly indestructible soul, there will be few left in this world capable of threatening me. At this point, he scoffed coldly and added, As for that soul envoy inside, let him die in my stead. If it can deceive you, the fool, it will indeed be worth the effort. Chapter 137. The assistant for weapon refinement upon hearing that Lu Fengxian had summoned him. Jiang Xing could not help but feel a surge of joy. It seemed that Lu Fengxian intended to promote him to the position of overseer. As someone who could be considered under Lu Fengxian's wing. Being summoned suggested that good fortune outweighed misfortune. Sure enough, when Jiang Xing arrived at Dekhong Hall, he found Lu Fengxian gazing at him with a benevolent expression. This task was completed exceptionally well. You have not disappointed me. Young Man. It was certainly worth my recommendation to the steward of miscellaneous duties for you to undertake this mission. It turned out that Lu Fengxian had recommended him for the task in Liuzhou. Jiang Xing had thought all along that it was due to the deceased being one of his subordinates. I have called you here for 2 matters. One is the reward for your recent task, and the other pertains to a personal request. Would you be willing to assist me? Eager to help Lu Fengxian, Jiang Xing replied, Please, speak, Fengxian. As long as I am able, I will not hesitate to face any challenge. Lu Fengxian chuckled. Facing challenges is not necessary. Since you revived my fire cloud leopard cub, it has been rather listless. Is there any remedy for this? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xing understood that the issue stemmed from its lack of intelligence. For him, such matters were child's play. Rest assured, my lord, I will treat it daily for the next few days, and within 5 days, it shall be lively and energetic. Lu Fengxian was overjoyed, exclaiming, Excellent, excellent. However, at this juncture, Lu Fengxian's expression shifted, becoming serious. That Du Yin stated that during your mission in Liuzhou, rather than serving as bait, you were solely focused on enriching yourself through weapon refinement sales at the market. Is that true? Jiang Xing responded, My lord, from where does this accusation arise? If I were to neglect my duties, how could I have lured out that soul cluster in just 3 months? My task is to lure that soul group out. As for how to accomplish that, it is of no concern to Du Yin, is it not? Since refining tools can draw it forth, I shall naturally engage in the art of crafting, correct? Upon hearing this, Lu Fengxian burst into hearty laughter and remarked, You rascal, you are rather cunning. Regardless of the circumstances, you have fulfilled your mission, and you shall receive your due reward without any lessening. Once I report this, you may proceed to the contribution pavilion to claim 1,000 contribution points as a reward for this task. However, as you have already mastered the art of refining magical tools, starting tomorrow, you shall be promoted to a secondary servant, assisting Master Chen, managing or instructing the subordinates responsible for purifying and processing materials. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xing's face fell. While this would be a tremendous opportunity for others, it posed a significant challenge for him. He still had a tool shop to manage. How could he possibly find time to assist Master Chen? My lord, I am already a supervisor. How can I also serve as Master Qin's assistant? Lu Fengxian replied, Fear not. Master Qin has a fiery temperament and dislikes anyone meddling with his belongings during the refining process, so you will hardly need to assist him directly. Your primary responsibility will be to instruct the new servants in purification and processing. Master Qin has little patience for interacting with those lower-ranked disciples, thus the task of teaching them will naturally fall to you. However, for the time being, Master Qin is surrounded by seasoned servants who do not require your guidance. You need only assign tasks to them. Master Qin's refined magical tools are generally displayed in the contribution pavilion for disciples to exchange, thus they are produced in bulk, often taking over 10 days to complete a task, allowing you ample free time. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xing was overjoyed, exclaiming, That is splendid. Truly splendid. Lu Fengxian cautioned, Are you certain? Working as an assistant under him will yield little in terms of knowledge. Other servants learn a great deal about tool refinement when serving under different masters. Jiang Xing chuckled. The young man is rather dim-witted. I doubt I would learn much anyway that I shall accept the role of Master Qin's assistant. Jiang Xing handed his token to the Lord, stating, At your command. They held genuine respect for Jiang Xing. The realm of servants had traditionally been rife with the law of the jungle, oppression, and bullying, yet under Jiang Xing's management, such phenomena had been eradicated. These individuals had previously endured a position of subjugation, and it was Jiang Xing who had rescued them. Thus, although many were absent today, they all came out of respect for him. Thanks to Jiang Xing, they could keep every hard-earned penny without fear of it being snatched away. Li Jingyuan rallied the crowd, and the servants erupted in cheers. Hearing that Sun Qitian, the glutton, was heading to the Huaxing restaurant, he was instantly salivating at the prospect. All right, let me change into something more comfortable. Seeing the enthusiasm among the crowd, Jiang Xing readily agreed. However, he felt that his golden robe, a mere artifact of the mundane realm, was rather ostentatious in the presence of his fellow servants clad in common attire. So he planned to don a simple garment he had worn before. As he walked toward the dormitory, he declared, However, let it be known in advance, today's expenses shall be entirely on me. With Jiang Xing's current wealth, it would be rather inappropriate for him to impose upon those brothers teetering on the brink of poverty to foot the bill. Brother Jiang, there's no need for that. This gathering is a collective effort to welcome you, and it would be unthinkable to let you pay. This is our heartfelt intention. Li Jingyuan insisted. An hour later, Jiang Xing and his companions arrived at the Huaxing restaurant, having reserved the private room number 8. Coincidentally, another group was also congregating at the restaurant, comprised of the auxiliary disciples from Qiyu Peak. The leader of this group, a young man clad in a deep crimson robe of inferior quality, with slicked back hair, exuded an air of modernity and success. He ostentatiously displayed a token of authority from the auxiliary management, seemingly intent on flaunting his status. Jiang Xing cast a glance at him and instantly recognized the individual as Mu Yinxing, who had joined the Tianxu sect alongside him, Li Jingyuan, and Sun Qitian as auxiliary disciples. However, he had been assigned to a different overseer and had not interacted with Jiang Xing. Interestingly, Mu Yinxing had also volunteered to be assigned to Qiyu Peak. Though unlike Jiang Xing and his companions, his motives were not driven by the desire to earn contribution points. According to him, he had an older brother who had thrived as an auxiliary worker at Qiyu Peak for 10 years. And with his brother's support, he was able to navigate his circumstances quite well. Indeed, with his brother's assistance, he had ascended to the position of auxiliary manager within just 3 months of his arrival at Qiyu Peak. To celebrate his promotion, he had borrowed 200 spirit stones from his brother to purchase a subpar robe and a substandard magical item to enhance his appearance. The remaining spirit stones were earmarked for treating his guests. However, he was not so generous as to spend 200 spirit stones on a meal for others. For this banquet, he had received nearly 300 spirit stones in red envelopes. The auxiliary workers were quite astute, recognizing that Mu Yinxing would be their leader in the future, and each one presented him with a sizable red envelope, eager to curry favor. This was entirely predictable. He had no intention of incurring losses. At that moment, his keen eye spotted Jiang Xing, Sun Qitian, and Li Jingyuan among the 20 or so auxiliary workers who had just entered. He scrutinized their attire and couldn't help but smirk inwardly, realizing that these individuals were clearly struggling. With that thought in mind, Mu Yinxing approached, pulling Jiang Xing, Li Jingyuan, and Sun Qitian from the crowd of auxiliary workers, and feigned generosity as he announced, "Oh, is that not Jiang Xing, Li Jingyuan, and Sun Qitian? Come, come, come. Today, I have been promoted to auxiliary manager. Let us drink together." Seeing the invitation extended to them, Jiang Xing and his companions agreed. However, as they approached the table, a short, stout man began to size them up. Noticing that Jiang Xing, Li Jingyuan, and Sun Qitian were still clad in the humble clothing they had arrived in, he realized just how poorly they were faring, and a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. He stood up, his demeanor somewhat aloof, and addressed Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing, what brings you here? How have you been recently? Jiang Xing recognized him as Su Hui, another auxiliary disciple who had joined the Tianxu sect around the same time. However, upon learning that Mu Yinxing had an older brother who was doing well at Chiyu Peak, he had quickly become Mu Yinxing's follower. Su Hui. Jiang Xing replied, Alas, Xiao Jiang, how can you speak so directly? You shouldn't call him by his name like that. He is now the foremost figure under Manager Mu. You ought to address him as Brother Su. Beside them, an unfamiliar servant disciple interjected. Su Hui remained silent, evidently acquiescing, and a fleeting smirk of self-satisfaction crossed his face, as if he truly were the illustrious Su Go. Apologies for the familiarity, it has become a habit. Jiang Xing paid little heed to this, opting instead to offer an apology. But how fare you three now? Allow me to inform you that little Su, in my company, has already donned subpar ceremonial robes. Look at your trio, reduced to such a state. Why not join me? I assure you, within a month, you shall be adorned in substandard robes. Mu Zixing struck a pose of authority, wearing what he believed to be a benevolent smile as he addressed Jiang Xing and his companions. Upon hearing Jiang Xing's refusal, Mu Zixing's irritation flared, exclaiming, What? A month seems too long. Perhaps I shall present you with a garment at this very moment. He then directed his attention to a subordinate named Bo Yuan, saying, Are you not engaged in the trade of inferior artifacts among the novice servants? Provide each of them with a set. I shall cover the cost. Bo Yuan promptly replied, 3 sets of substandard robes are nothing. Consider them a gift to these impoverished souls. With that, he indeed produced 3 inferior ceremonial robes and tossed them to Jiang Xing and his companions. In affront, the paltry value of a few spirit stones was treated as a precious offering, a clear sign of disdain towards Jiang Xing's group. Such inferior artifacts were scorned even by the ordinary servants standing behind Li Jingyuan, had they not sought to accumulate contribution points to exchange for superior techniques. They could easily acquire common-grade artifacts. Moreover, the inferior ceremonial robes were nowhere to be found in the Tianxu sect's artifact pavilion, where the most subpar items were of the common grade. Thus, these robes could only be procured with spirit stones at certain markets or from the hands of unscrupulous servant disciples dealing in substandard artifacts. Indeed, among the novice servant disciples, inferior artifacts were exceedingly popular. Nearly all who had managed to earn a few spirit stones prioritized purchasing a set of inferior robes or flying swords for themselves. These inferior robes and swords could be considered their most effective means of enhancing strength at this juncture, providing a significant boost compared to mere cloth garments and bare fists. Furthermore, these inferior items were merely transitional. Once they grew stronger and wealthier, they would discard such garments without a second thought. Thus, many servant disciples regarded being the first to don inferior robes as a display of wealth, as well as a demonstration of martial prowess. Jiang Xing, Li Jingyuan, and Sun Qitian were incensed by Bo Yuan's derisive act of tossing the garments like alms to beggars, but before they could respond, Mu Zixing, noticing their reluctance to accept, retorted angrily, What? Do you hold me in contempt? You refuse even the garments I offer. How long must you toil as servants before you can wear such attire? With that, Mu Zixing attempted to seize Jiang Xing's clothing, aiming to force the inferior robes upon him. In his effort to compel Jiang Xing to wear them, he even employed spiritual energy, intending that should Jiang Xing's garment tear, he would have no choice but to don the substandard robes he provided. Jiang Xing's garments tore apart in response, revealing the modest-grade golden palace robe beneath, a modest-grade robe valued at 400 or 500 spirit stones. This piece was certainly not comparable to mere inferior robes that could be purchased for just a handful of spirit stones. The sight left Mu Zixing and his companions utterly dumbfounded. Here was someone clad in a robe worth 400 or 500 spirit stones, while they clutched an inferior robe worth merely a few spirit stones, all while posturing like wealthy benefactors bestowing gifts. This was akin to a resounding slap in the face for Mu Zixing. Upon observing the 2 modest-grade robes and 2 flying swords presented, it became glaringly evident that all were inferior-grade artifacts. Such extravagance! In stark contrast, the 3 inferior robes Mu Zixing had offered collectively amounted to less than 30 spirit stones, utterly insignificant. Jiang Xing returned the 3 inferior robes to Mu Zixing, stating, Those who follow me deserve nothing less than the finest. I would never deign to gift them such trifles. Mu Zixing's face flushed crimson with a mix of embarrassment and fury at that moment. One of Jiang Xing's accompanying junior attendants, unable to tolerate Mu Zixing's behavior, sought to remind them of the identities of Jiang Xing and Li Jingyuan, imploring them to cease their insolence. He stepped forward and addressed Jiang Xing and Li Jingyuan, saying, "Supervisor Jiang, Manager Li, the dishes are ready. Shall we dine?" Upon hearing the junior attendant's words, Mu Zixing, who had been wearing a defeated expression, suddenly burst into laughter. He believed that the attendant was deliberately trying to elevate Jiang Xing and Li Jingyuan's status by referring to them as supervisor and manager. How could a mere junior attendant, just 3 months into his service, possibly attain such a rank? Many had toiled for 20 years as attendants without achieving the title of supervisor. How could one so newly appointed be taken seriously? It was utterly ludicrous. "Oh, Jiang, your little brother is quite the braggart. It took me 3 months of hard work to become a manager, while your little brother has been dubbed a supervisor right off the bat? How absurd." Mu Zixing laughed uproariously, nearly doubling over. Jiang Xing retorted, "My little brother is no fool. It's quite apparent who the real fool is." Su Hui, upon hearing this, exclaimed in anger, "How dare you insult the esteemed manager?" Sun Qitian, having long been fed up with Mu Zixing's arrogance, swung his fist toward Mu Zixing's side, declaring, "Not only do I dare to insult, but I also intend to teach this dog a lesson." As Sun Qitian's punch landed, Mu Zixing's left eye instantly turned black and swollen, resembling that of a panda. Witnessing their leader being struck, Mu Zixing's subordinates surged forward, intent on a brawl that moment. Jiang Xing swiftly drew a token and brandished it before them. The supervisor's command. It turned out the junior attendant had spoken the truth. The expressions of Su Hui and Mu Zixing darkened to the utmost degree. Humph, such imposing authority. Chapter 138. Mu Yin. At that juncture, a man clad in dark brocade, bearing a striking resemblance to Mu Zixing, strode into the room. Upon his entrance, Mu Zixing's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Brother, you've arrived." All of Mu Zixing's followers greeted the brocade-clad man with, "Greetings, Brother Mu." The brocade-clad man replied, "I was merely delayed by a quarter of an hour, and you have all descended into chaos. Brother, you must stand up for me. They are bullying me." Mu Zixing, sporting a pair of panda eyes, lamented with profound grievance at that moment. Jiang Xing noticed the gritting teeth of Li Jingyuan and Sun Qitian. Clearly recognizing the individual before them, this person had frequently troubled them since Jiang Xing's departure. Claiming that Jiang Xing had usurped his position as overseer, they had learned from him that had an overseer vacated their role, the most qualified candidate for promotion would have been Mu Yin. However, Jiang Xing's arrival had thwarted his aspirations. Having served as a handyman for 8 years, Mu Yin had accumulated numerous contribution points, exchanging them not only for a complete set of low-grade ordinary equipment, but also for 3 high-grade green-level techniques. Among the many veteran handymen, while he may not have ranked among the top 10, he was nonetheless a prominent figure within the handyman community. Thus, he would not easily forgive Jiang Xing, a newcomer who had seized the position he deemed rightfully his after merely 3 months in the Tianxu sect. Although Jiang Xing held a higher rank at present, Mu Yin was undeterred, for he did not belong to Jiang Xing's district. Only the overseer of his own district had authority over him. Consequently, he often rallied a few veteran disciples, leveraging his formidable strength to challenge Li Jingyuan and his companions, resulting in injuries to over 10 handymen under Li Jingyuan's command. "Who are you?" Jiang Xing inquired. Already aware that this man was Mu Zixing's brother. "Are you the newly appointed overseer?" Mu Yin retorted with a derisive smirk. Jiang Xing responded, "Who are you? What is your purpose here?" Having previously suffered from this man's attacks and fearing for Jiang Xing's safety, he positioned himself protectively in front of Jiang Xing. Upon hearing this, a surge of murderous intent welled up within Jiang Xing. Observing the killing intent radiating from Jiang Xing, Mu Yin scoffed disdainfully. A mere mid-stage innate cultivator dares to exhibit such hostility before a mid-stage qi refiner, truly courting death. He sneered coldly, "Do you think that just because you are the overseer, I would refrain from eliminating you? Have you not noticed that among the handymen you interact with, the longest-serving ones barely last a year? It's rare to encounter those who have served for over 2 years. Let me enlighten you. Those who have been handymen for over 2 years have typically mastered skills such as spirit or refining, spirit herb cultivation, and spirit beast rearing, thus elevating to second-tier handymen. We earn contribution points at a rate of 4 to 50 per day, a stark contrast to your meager earnings as a novice handyman." Jiang Xing smirked. "If you are indeed a second-tier handyman, What gives you the right to usurp my position as overseer? Upon hearing Jiang Xing's assertion that he was the one stealing Jiang Xing's position, Mu Yin erupted in anger. I am not the one who has taken your overseer position. Rather, you are the one who has taken mine. This seemingly trivial overseer role merely serves as a means to gather contribution points. As long as one finds a competent manager to handle affairs, there is hardly any need to be present. Simply collecting contribution points each month, such a fortuitous opportunity cannot be relinquished to you. Jiang Xing replied, even if you are a second-tier handyman, what qualifications do you possess to snatch this overseer role from me? Mu Yin retorted, what difficulty is there in taking your overseer position? I have served as an apprentice under Master Chen for 6 years, making me his longest-serving apprentice. Now, his assistant has been promoted to an enchanting master of crafting, leaving the position of assistant vacant. Thus, as the most experienced and qualified individual, I am undoubtedly the singular choice to succeed him. At this juncture, Mu Yin chuckled slyly and remarked, once I become his assistant, I shall devise a method to relieve you of your supervisory duties. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xing couldn't help but laugh, his gaze towards Mu Yin tinged with a hint of pity. He recalled how he had first usurped Mu Yin's supervisory role, and now he was poised to encroach upon his assistant position as well, which made him genuinely feel a tad remorseful. However, he had no intention of showing leniency towards such a person. Stifling a chuckle, Jiang Xing replied to Mu Yin, tomorrow, I shall report to Master Chen, and I am eager to see how you intend to become his assistant. Mu Yin retorted with a disdainful laugh, with your credentials? How dare you even aspire to work under Master Chen? You, a mere newcomer who has just entered the Tianxu sect for 3 months. Our second-tier menial tasks are beyond the capabilities of a third-tier menial like you. Don't embarrass yourself any further. Clearly, Mu Yin assumed that Jiang Xing was suggesting he would be performing the same processing and refining tasks as him under Master Chen, rather than becoming the master's assistant. Jiang Xing, undeterred by Mu Yin's scornful jibes, stated, tomorrow marks my reporting day to Master Chen. The truth will be revealed then. Enraged, Mu Yin exclaimed, fine. I shall refrain from confronting you today regarding the incident with my brother, but if I do not see you at Master Chen's tomorrow, do not blame me for settling both old and new scores. With that, Mu Yin turned to Mu Zixing and declared, come, let us go drink. Once tomorrow passes, not only will I avenge this punch against you, but that supervisor shall also find his position in jeopardy. Brother Jiang, how is it that during your 3-month absence, you managed to acquire such a wealth of spirit stones, enough to procure 4 ordinary-grade magical artifacts for us both? During the banquet, Sun Qitian finally voiced the question that had been lingering in his mind. Jiang Xing replied, while on a mission in Liuzhou, I learned the art of crafting, thus earning some spirit stones. And these magical artifacts were crafted by my own hands. Li Jingyuan interjected, since you have acquired the skill of crafting, why not report to the sect's crafting department? Jiang Xing asked in confusion. Can menials also report there? My lord Jiang, said Wang Hai, who sat opposite Jiang Xing and had served as a menial in the Tianxu sect for a year. It is my understanding that not everyone who can craft is permitted to join the crafting department. Some may possess the skill but lack a high success rate, producing inferior quality artifacts, which disqualifies them from entering the department. The crafting department only accepts disciples with innate talent for crafting. So until you prove your aptitude, entry is not possible. However, once you demonstrate your talent, invitations to join the crafting department will naturally follow. Upon hearing this, everyone was struck with astonishment. Initially, when Jiang Xing had argued with Mu Yin, they believed he was merely speaking out of anger. Little did they realize he had genuinely become Master Chen's assistant. In the future, we hope for your continued guidance, my lord. To be able to serve under a crafting master and engage in refining and processing work presents an incredibly bright path ahead. As Master Chen's assistant, Jiang Xing would possess absolute authority to select the materials for processing and refining, thus elevating the status of the menial workers under him. To forge a close bond with Jiang Xing is to pave the way for an illustrious future, as one merely needs to be recommended by him to unlock boundless opportunities. Wang Hai's gaze towards Jiang Xing brimmed with respect. He sincerely hoped that Jiang Xing would elevate his status. Yet, it was customary for sects to assign such technical tasks to second-tier laborers. Given his position as a third-tier laborer, Jiang Xing was currently unable to assist them. Nonetheless, while everyone congratulated Jiang Xing, Li Jingyuan, lost in thought, remarked to him, on the surface, it appears that Lu Fengxian holds you in high regard and wishes to promote you, but one must remain vigilant. Matters are often more intricate than they seem. Jiang Xing, perplexed, replied, highly regarded? I am skilled in weapon forging. Isn't it only natural for him to promote me as Master Chen's assistant? Wang Hai instantly grasped Li Jingyuan's intent, chuckling softly as he said, "The influence of being an assistant to a weapon forger is far more substantial than you realize. The reason Mu Yin stated that he would pull you from your current position once he became an assistant is precisely this. Therefore, Lu Fengxuan's reward for you may be somewhat excessive." Li Jingyuan raised his cup and took a hearty drink, shedding his usual contemplative demeanor, and cheerfully stated, "If I am not mistaken, once you officially assume the role of Master Chen's assistant, individuals will eagerly seek your acquaintance." Wang Hai concurred. Indeed, although second-tier laborers can secure some favorable positions, the number of such roles is limited. Many veteran second-tier laborers, lacking opportunities, resort to arduous tasks outside, slaying beasts. Thus, they are desperate to infiltrate positions in purification, processing, and spirit herb cultivation. Some wish to enter for themselves, while others aspire for their kin to gain entry. When they learn of someone newly appointed as a weapon forger's assistant, they will undoubtedly seek to befriend you. If you can offer them a position, they may even engage in unsavory dealings on your behalf. Jiang Xing suddenly comprehended. No wonder Mu Yin has been so adamant about pulling me from my supervisory role. At this moment, Jiang Xing raised a toast to Li Jingyuan, saying, "Over the past 3 months, the one I must express my gratitude to the most is you. Brother Li, you truly deserve the title of a renowned leader. Under your management, these laborers are organized and united. The tasks assigned from above have all been handled with great care by you. It can be said that you are my lucky star." Upon hearing the phrase renowned leader, Li Jingyuan's expression shifted slightly, yet he bore no anger, continuing to jest with Jiang Xing. "Brother Jiang, your willingness to disregard worldly perceptions and treat me as a brother is truly commendable. As a sinner, I am genuinely devoted to my brothers. Such trivial matters I shall manage with utmost diligence." Sun Qitian chimed in. "Count me in, count me in." Jiang Xing chuckled warmly. "All is the same. To all present, as long as you treat me sincerely, I shall not betray your trust." The other laborers rejoiced, although they understood that their relationship with Jiang Xing paled in comparison to that of Li Jingyuan or Sun Qitian. Jiang Xing's words indicated his willingness to consider them as brothers, provided they demonstrated their sincerity. Suddenly, Jiang Xing's expression grew solemn as he bowed deeply to the group, stating, "Due to my threefold responsibilities, I will be quite busy in the future, and thus my opportunities to visit the laborers' quarters will be limited. The matters concerning the menial duties are entrusted to you all. Should anyone encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to share them with me. I shall do my utmost to assist everyone." The crowd hurriedly helped Jiang Xing to his feet, exclaiming, "Rest assured, my lord, these trivial matters shall be handled with utmost care by us." Chapter 139. The challenge. On the following morning, Jiang Xing arrived before an octagonal tower, 3 stories high and towering at Tianzhong. "Greetings. I am here to report for duty." Jiang Xing produced his menial duty token. Upon seeing the hammer insignia on Jiang Xing's token, the guard's demeanor shifted to one of respect, instantly recognizing him as the newly appointed assistant to the weapon refiner. "Master Chen is on the 3rd floor. Please proceed upstairs." Once inside, the guard promptly retrieved a sound transmission talisman, stating, "Old Wu, the new assistant to the weapon refiner has arrived. If you wish to arrange for you to enter the refining tower, it depends on how you cultivate your relationship with this individual." Jiang Xing strode confidently inside. As he passed through the 1st floor, he observed that it served as a vast warehouse, with various materials meticulously piled on the ground. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he spotted 6 individuals at work, among whom was a familiar face, Mu Yin. At that moment, Mu Yin was engaged in purifying a large quantity of materials, chatting and laughing with the 5 individuals by his side, clearly enjoying harmonious camaraderie. Mu Yin had evidently noticed Jiang Xing, staring in astonishment. Jiang Xing merely glanced at Mu Yin before ascending to the 3rd floor. Once Jiang Xing departed, Mu Yin called out to the 5 around him, "Brothers, how have I treated you all in the past? Today, I have a small favor to ask. Will you lend a hand?" With an air of unwavering confidence, Mu Yin spoke these words. Having been here the longest, he had trained these 5 individuals as his apprentices over the years. If he needed assistance, how could they refuse? "Speak plainly, senior brother. We shall certainly do our utmost to assist you," the 5 replied in unison. Hearing their agreeable response, Mu Yin could not suppress a smile of delight and said, "Brothers, we have a newcomer, my rival. Shall we help me drive him away?" Among the 5, the closest to Mu Yin, a stout middle-aged man clad in blue, remarked, "We are still short of a menial position within our tower. Senior Brother Li has solicited my assistance several times to speak favorably on his behalf. Wishing to gain entry into our tower, I had intended to wait for the arrival of the new assistant before seeking the assistant as favor. Yet unexpectedly, this fellow arrived before the assistant could even make his appearance. This will not do. He must be driven away. I have already accepted his bribe and guaranteed Senior Brother Li's entry into our tower. This blue-clad man, known as Jiang Xing, was Mu Yan's closest colleague and friend. Upon hearing of a newcomer, he immediately expressed his desire to expel Jiang Xing, who introduced this person. Why were we not informed beforehand? The one expressing this grievance was a young man with fiery red hair, commonly referred to as Hong Mao, that he was currently vocalizing his dissatisfaction. Indeed, it was not only he who felt discontent. The other four shared his sentiments. For a long time, anyone wishing to enter their tower had to offer gifts to the six of them. Now, with someone introducing an individual without their consent, it implied that either the bribe was pocketed entirely or that a relative was being brought in, leaving them with nothing at all. Not me. Not me. Not me. Not me. Not me. Everyone denied being the one who introduced him. Mu Yan remarked, since none of us brought him here, it must mean he came on his own. Let us drive him away. Yes, drive him away. Senior Brother Li even treated everyone to a meal and gave out red envelopes. That money is non-refundable. Therefore, he must be sent packing. One of them suggested, could he possibly be the new assistant? We are not only short one errand boy, but also an assistant for the weapon refiner. At that moment, Long Guanghua, who was processing materials, voiced his opinion. As soon as he did, the other four fell silent. Excluding Mu Yan. Mu Yan responded, how could that be possible? He is the newcomer who stole my supervisor position just 3 months after arriving. The fact that he is even here as an errand boy is already remarkable. Have you ever seen a newbie who has only been here for 3 months ascend to the rank of assistant weapon refiner? Upon hearing this, the five realized the truth. No errand boy could rise through the ranks so swiftly. After all, there are only 2 paths to rapid promotion, achieving merit or possessing skills. However, as a novice errand boy, he had neither the cultivation to accomplish merits nor the capability to amass the 100,000 contribution points required for techniques such as refining weapons, concocting pills, cultivating spiritual herbs, or raising spirit beasts. Thus, it was utterly impossible for someone who had only been here for 3 months to be promoted to the position of assistant weapon refiner. At most, he could only serve under the weapon refiner, learning the basics like they did. Seeing that the other 5 nodded in agreement, Mu Yan coldly declared, since everyone agrees to drive him away, we shall employ our usual tactics today. Invite him to a meal, and then find a reason to cripple him. At that point, how could he possibly refute us 6? He will end up suffering in silence like those before him, and will have no choice but to leave quietly. Jiang Xing arrived on the 3rd floor, and the first thing that caught his eye was a 3-meter-tall bagua furnace, within which a wisp of azure flame floated. The moment Jiang Xing beheld this flame, he instantly recognized its extraordinary nature. It seemed to possess sentience. What are you doing? A stern voice from behind interrupted him, and Jiang Xing realized he had unknowingly approached the bagua furnace. Startled, he found that he had been entranced without his awareness. This was an enchanting fire, a type of low grade, said to emit a mesmerizing aura that lured prey closer, only to incinerate their flesh and devour their essence. An elderly man clad in a blue robe approached the bagua furnace, placing one hand upon it, causing the azure flame to immediately lose its captivating allure. Young man, your mental fortitude is commendable. Others require me to hold them back before they can awaken, yet you merely needed a call to regain your senses. The blue-robed elder turned to Jiang Xing and spoke. Jiang Xing replied, I have the honor of meeting Master Chen. I am Jiang Xing, here to report to Master Chen. Master Chen nodded in satisfaction, saying, you are quite astute. Liu Fengxian has already informed me of your situation. Since you know how to refine weapons, I want to teach you about material purification or processing. From now on, matters regarding material procurement, purification, and processing will be entrusted to you. For now, since there is nothing pressing, go down and communicate with them to gain some understanding. Jiang Xing acknowledged with a resolute yes, as he prepared to descend the stairs, only to be halted by Master Chen's call. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Jiang Xing endeavored to engage in conversation with the other 5 individuals, excluding Mu Yan, but soon realized that they appeared disinclined to acknowledge his presence, each wearing a disdainful expression. Naturally, Jiang Xing would not impose his enthusiasm upon their indifference. After all, he had no need to learn from them or seek their approval, and thus saw no reason to subject himself to discomfort. Conversely, these 6 individuals had ample reasons to seek his guidance. Should they refuse to heed his instructions, they could easily be dismissed, for there were countless applicants eager to fill their positions, and selecting a few seasoned professionals from the pool would prove a simple task. Throughout the day, apart from their disregard for Jiang Xing, the six maintained a decorous demeanor, not daring to overstep their bounds, allowing Jiang Xing to enjoy a measure of tranquility. As the workday concluded, Mu Yin approached Jiang Xing along with the 5 others, a smug and sinister smile adorning his face. If I tell them to ignore you, not a single one will pay you any mind. How does today feel? Mu Yan's expression radiated arrogance. Jiang Xing chuckled coldly, replying, if I wish to avoid working with someone, I can simply replace them with someone I prefer, can I not? The others, evidently oblivious to the underlying implications of Jiang Xing's words, erupted in laughter, exclaiming, the kid's quite bold. Indeed, if you choose to leave, you need not concern yourself with our opinions, Blue Guanghua remarked. Kid, if you have any sense, you'd best scram. Red Hair echoed, yes, leave at once. Otherwise, you won't have a pleasant outcome. Wait, we are all colleagues now. There is no need for such hostility. How about you treat us to a meal, and we can resolve any discord over drinks? Bai Wuyo among the 6 appeared rather benevolent. Stepping forward to intercede between Jiang Xing and the others, adopting a conciliatory demeanor. Exactly. Let us settle matters over drinks, chimed Zhang Shan, a portly figure clad in blue, who positioned himself alongside Bai Wuyo to shield Jiang Xing from Mu Yin and his cohorts. Jiang Xing smirked coldly. Had it not been for the reports relayed to him by the compound eyes of the spirit fly, revealing every word exchanged in the refining tower, he might have fallen prey to their ruse. From the conversations he had overheard, it became evident that this group was deliberately playing both ends against the middle, one faction donning the guise of benevolence while the other assumed the role of a villain, leading others to believe that a simple meal would suffice to resolve their issues. Yet, the true scheme commenced at that moment. They would intentionally select the most expensive dishes, not only bankrupting the host, but also rendering them incapacitated once the bill was settled. Should the matter be pursued, they would feign innocence, claiming they were attacked first while the other was inebriated, ultimately escaping accountability in a murky situation. What gives you the right to expect me to treat you to a meal? Jiang Xing scoffed, dismissing their charade outright. Bai Wuyo was infuriated. He had assumed that by offering Jiang Xing a glimmer of hope to remain in the refining tower, Jiang Xing would be compelled to exert himself to the fullest. Not realizing that Jiang Xing was entirely unfazed by such tactics. Kid, everyone is clamoring to enter the refining tower. Don't make the mistake of refusing a toast and instead facing punishment. Bai Wuyo growled viciously at Jiang Xing. At this juncture, he was convinced that Jiang Xing would inevitably resort to treating them to a meal in order to resolve the situation. Mu Yin observed that Jiang Xing was unmoved by threats. Unable to suppress a cold chuckle, he believed that Jiang Xing, still a fledgling, was impervious to fear. After spending a few days in the refining tower, he would soon realize that Master Chun would impart no knowledge to him. When the time came for him to seek enlightenment solely through Mu Yan's guidance, Jiang Xing would undoubtedly be on his knees, pleading for assistance. At that moment, Mu Yan would have the power to manipulate Jiang Xing as he pleased. With this thought in mind, Mu Yan turned to the other 5 and declared, let us depart. We shall see in a few days whether he continues to act so arrogantly. Once Mu Yan and his group left, Jiang Xing meandered toward the servants' courtyard, indifferent to Mu Yan's threats, for he held a superior position. In terms of strength, he currently commanded over 40 zombies, including the rare fire-type corpse and a unique entity like Jiang Xing. These 6 posed no challenge to him. Upon reaching the entrance of the servants' courtyard, Jiang Xing sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy radiating from his room, tumultuous and expanding outward. Judging by the intensity of this energy, someone was breaking through to the late innate stage within his quarters. Only 3 individuals occupied his room: himself, Li Jingyuan, and Sun Qitian. Thus one of them must be the one achieving a breakthrough. I've broken through, Sun Qitian's distinctive, somewhat amusing voice echoed, confirming that he was the one who had advanced. Remarkably, just 3 months prior, Sun Qitian had entered the Tianxu sect without having reached the innate stage. And now he had already progressed to the late innate stage, an impressive testament to his exceptional talent. In contrast, Jiang Xing had arrived at the Tianxu sect as a novice in the innate early stage and had only recently advanced to the mid-innate stage. Highlighting the disparity in their abilities, were it not for the use of a breakthrough elixir, it was likely that he would have struggled to even reach the mid-innate stage. Creak. The door swung open. Li Jingyuan, looking weary, stepped out of the room. Upon seeing Jiang Xing at the entrance, he greeted, Brother Jiang, you have arrived. Jiang Xing replied. You should rest. Protecting him must have drained a great deal of your true energy. Li Jingyuan responded, there is no need. I can still manage this level of energy expenditure. When I broke through to the mid-innate stage, it was also Little Sun who assisted me. Brother Jiang is here. At that moment, Sun Qitian, having finished his meditation, rushed out of his room upon hearing Jiang Xing's voice. Jiang Xing smiled and remarked, you have quite the talent, progressing 3 times in 3 months. Your aptitude rivals that of the outer disciples. No wonder a nascent soul elder personally requested your attention. Indeed, on that day, a nascent soul elder from the Tianxu sect had come to secure Sun Qitian's presence, prompting those present to recognize his extraordinary potential. However, the elder had instructed the head of the servants to take Sun Qitian under his wing rather than personally accepting him as a disciple, indicating that while Sun Qitian's talent was commendable, it had yet to reach the remarkable level of someone like Yao Qingyi, who was favored by the peak master. Li Jingyuan added, I have assessed my spiritual root. It is of the 5th rank. Little Sun's root must be at least 4th rank or higher, certainly not below the 3rd rank. Otherwise, the nascent soul elder would not have intervened. His intervention indicates he sees potential in you and wishes to offer you an opportunity. Upon hearing the assessments of the two regarding their talents, Jiang Xing felt his pride shattered. Achieving a breakthrough to the late innate stage had cost him 100 contribution points in exchange for a vitality pill. Sun Qitian felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of the 100 contribution points, for it had cost him 20 days of hard work. Upon hearing this, Li Jingyuan could not help but exclaim in astonishment, saying, I spent 2.5 months accumulating a total of 800 contribution points to exchange for 8 chi pills just to break through to the mid-stage of innate cultivation. Your aptitude is indeed far superior to mine. Jiang Xing, upon hearing this, felt an even heavier sense of defeat. After all, a single chi pill was merely worth 5 spirit stones, even though Li Jingyuan's aptitude was somewhat lacking. He had only needed 8 chi pills, which amounted to 400 spirit stones. Conversely, Jiang Xing had used a breakthrough pill valued at 10,000 spirit stones to achieve the same mid-stage of innate cultivation, highlighting the stark contrast in their respective resource expenditures due to their differing talents. Jiang Xing silently calculated and said, I earn about 900 contribution points each month, and with the rewards from this mission, I should have around 4,000 contribution points in total. Sun Qitian was taken aback, his mouth agape in shock, and after a while, he stammered, over 4,000. That is nearly equivalent to my contribution points accumulated over 3 to 4 years. Li Jingyuan added, have you forgotten that he has taken on the role of assistant to the blacksmith? At the refining tower, even a common second-tier errand boy like Mu Yin earns 40 to 50 contribution points a day. Over a month, that adds up to about 1,200 to 1,500 points. I estimate that as an assistant to the blacksmith, he could earn around 2,000 a month, adding that to his current total. He might be nearing 3,000 contribution points in just 1 month. Yet Jiang Xing could only manage a bitter smile, saying, no matter how many contribution points I have, they cannot compare to the astonishing disparity in aptitude possessed by the two of you. From now on, I will have to purchase large quantities of pills. After pondering for a moment, Li Jingyuan replied, Brother Jiang, since you own a shop, I presume you must have a fair amount of spirit stones. If you trust me, I suggest that you use your contribution points within the sect solely for exchanging techniques or unique refining materials exclusive to Tianxu sect. As for the spirit stones you earn outside, I recommend you primarily use them to purchase pills. Jiang Xing, puzzled, inquired, why is that? Li Jingyuan explained, out there, you can purchase the finest pills from the pill and artifact sect, yet you cannot acquire any techniques of blue tier or above from any sect. Though there are some blue tier techniques available on the market, and even yellow tier ones, they originate from hidden realms or defunct sects that it can be said that they are exceedingly rare and hard to come by. In contrast, our sect possesses a wealth of yellow, red, and purple tier techniques, and even direct disciples can learn red and orange tier techniques. As long as you have enough contribution points and meet the qualifications, you can exchange for them. This is also the reason why sect disciples are far more formidable than solitary cultivators, that we refer to this disparity as the foundation of our lineage. For both the techniques and spiritual veins within the sect have been accumulated over millennia. After listening, Jiang Xing solemnly nodded, committing the advice to memory. On the 3rd day, as Jiang Xing arrived on the 2nd floor of the refining tower, Mu Yin approached him with a cold smirk. Listen here, kid, you should be well aware that as long as I am here, I hold the authority. If you know what is good for you, relinquish your position as overseer to me, and I will allow you to stay here. Though Mu Yan's tone was brash, his demeanor was quite serious, easily misleading one to believe he was earnest. After all, trading an overseer's position for a job at the refining tower seemed like an exceptionally advantageous deal. The overseer earns merely 30 contribution points in a day, while working at the refining tower yields a far more lucrative 40 or 50 to the average person. It is evident that relinquishing the role of overseer in favor of the position at the refining tower is a wise decision. Mu Yan is certain that Jiang Xing will be tempted. Yet, he never contemplated that both the overseer's position and the work at the refining tower were earned through Jiang Xing's own efforts. Why should someone else interfere and demand that Jiang Xing trade his overseer's role for the work at the refining tower? Mu Yan gazed at Jiang Xing with a cold smirk, secretly thinking, once you relinquish your overseer position, I will ensure you are expelled from the refining tower, making you experience the feeling of losing everything. I have stated before, if you have the capability, take my overseer position directly. If not, then leave. Jiang Xing maintained an attitude of neither servility nor arrogance. You insolent brat. Zhang Shun suddenly erupted in anger, jumping up, but Mu Yan found it incomprehensible that this newcomer could be so audacious, daring to act so arrogantly while working under him. You should know that the refining tower does not accommodate idlers. Here, we earn contribution points commensurate with our efforts. You possess no skills, and with no one to teach you. Even if you stayed here for a year, you would earn not a single contribution point, Mu Yan declared. Jiang Xing replied, there is no need for your instruction. I can manage on my own. The 6 individuals surrounding Mu Yan suddenly comprehended why Jiang Xing was so audacious. He indeed possessed skills. How long have you been at Tianxu sect? Even if you can manage, what level of proficiency do you possess? You are likely to waste the materials. Mu Yan, brimming with confidence, regarded Jiang Xing with a condescending gaze. He had immersed himself in this craft for 6 years, mastering purification and processing, leaving few who could rival him. This young man before him, even if capable, could not possibly compare. Since the other party was indeed skilled, expelling Jiang Xing would now be far more complicated. Old tactics would have to be employed. Since you are capable, then purify that pile of materials yourself. Mu Yan pointed to a heap of spirit or piled in the corner. Those were the materials they had failed to refine and deemed waste. Among them, some could still be purified, while others could not. Moreover, this pile of discarded spirit or had yet to be reported to Master Chen. Now, if Jiang Xing were to attempt purification, a significant portion would undoubtedly be ruined, with only a scant few salvageable. However, once Jiang Xing undertook the purification, all the discarded spirit or tainted by his essence would be attributed to him. Mu Yan and his companions exchanged sinister smiles. Knowing that by the second day of work, Jiang Xing would have ruined so many materials that Master Chen would surely expel him. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to command me to work? Jiang Xing retorted. Very well. I lack qualifications. If you have the guts, let us settle this outside. I shall show you what qualifications truly mean. However, it is evident that a mid-stage qi refining practitioner challenging a foundational practitioner is merely an act of bullying. Bai Wui hastily approached, concerned that Mu Yan, in his fury, might lose control and strike Jiang Xing, leading to severe consequences if Master Chen were to be alerted. Hong Mao also approached, casting a glance at Jiang Xing, filled with mockery, declaring, brat, once you step outside the refining tower, I guarantee you will regret it. How terrifying, brat. I have tolerated you for far too long. As a mere newcomer, daring to defy us repeatedly, if you have the courage. Let us engage in a duel, Zhang Shun added sternly to Jiang Xing. Indeed. How about we compare our strengths in a match? Otherwise, you shall be deemed a coward, a timid soul, remarked Lan Guanghua, as he and Wen Ziyuan set aside their tasks and approached Jiang Xing. Very well, I accept your challenge. Whether you choose to face me all at once or one by one is entirely up to you. Mu Yan was taken aback. He never anticipated that Jiang Xing would accept the challenge. A mid-stage innate cultivator daring to confront a mid-stage qi refining practitioner was simply madness. Although this diverged from his original plan, it still served his purpose well. By agreeing to the challenge, he could seize the opportunity to incapacitate his opponent. Should he decline, it would only further illustrate his lack of strength and support, leaving him utterly vulnerable to Mu Yan's oppression, allowing for unrestrained humiliation in the future. Excellent. Then we shall meet in the grove this evening. Chapter 141. Battle of Qi Refinement. After work, Jiang Xing made no effort to gather allies or seek assistance. Instead, he followed Mu Yan and his entourage of 6 into the grove. Is that fool truly so naive? He doesn't even call for help or seek assistance. Does he genuinely believe that with his mid-stage innate cultivation, he can triumph over all 6 of us? Not to mention that Brother Mu is already at mid-stage qi refining. Even Jiang Xing and Wen Ziyuan are at the initial stages of qi refining. With just those 3, he stands no chance. Lan Guanghua remarked, observing Jiang Xing at the forefront. Indeed, it is rather perplexing. I have been watching him all day and have never seen him use a sound transmission talisman, which implies he has truly come alone. With his meager cultivation, I cannot fathom what emboldens him to confront us here. Red-haired Hu agreed, equally bewildered by Jiang Xing's audacity. This will do, Jiang Xing announced as he halted his steps, noticing the dense foliage and underbrush. Mu Yin commented, you certainly know how to choose a location. When I shatter each of your bones, you will have ample opportunity to scream, but no one will hear you. Hehe, Brother Mu's words are quite suggestive. Almost as if he is intending to force a young maiden, when Ziyuan quipped, as he, along with Lan Guanghua, Jiang Xing, and red-haired Hu, surrounded Jiang Xing, blocking all potential escape routes. Will you confront me together? Or shall it be one at a time? Jiang Xing inquired, having already resolved that if they opted to attack en masse, he would unleash his 30-odd zombies and employ the 5-zombie transformation technique to easily subdue them. Red-haired Hu, incensed, retorted, you arrogant brat, how little regard you have for us. Any one of us could effortlessly crush you. Indeed, in terms of cultivation, the weakest among them was still at the late stage of innate cultivation. However, strength encompasses more than mere cultivation levels. Do you truly believe you can compel us to fight together? Our deepest rivalry lies between you and me, so I shall be the one to face you. With that, Mu Yin lunged at Jiang Xing with fierce intent, unleashing a flurry of punches mid-air, prepared for the onslaught. Jiang Xing merely shifted his feet slightly, evading the myriad of fist shadows at peculiar angles, while deftly summoning the Yushao sword into his palm. Such swift footwork, such speed undoubtedly signifies a body technique of at least blue rank, lower tier. Observing Jiang Xing's astonishing agility, Jiang Xing, the most skilled among the 6, instantly wore a grave expression. The ghostly drift step he practiced was a mid-tier green rank technique, but when compared to Jiang Xing's current prowess, it paled in comparison, lacking by a considerable margin. This young man is certainly not to be underestimated. No wonder he dares to accept their challenge. Moreover, a blue rank technique, such a rare treasure, is exceedingly difficult to obtain, just like him. He had expended 3 years' worth of contribution points to exchange for a mid-tier green rank technique. Having only worked at the refining tower for 4 years, this skill had nearly exhausted all his savings. How could a newly arrived servant possibly acquire a technique that costs tenfold more than a green rank? This lad is certainly not as powerless as he appears. A truly powerless individual could never attain a blue rank skill. Brother Mu, that young man's technique must be of blue rank. Should we perhaps pause and sit down for a proper discussion? Jiang Xing, concerned about the possibility of a formidable figure backing Jiang Xing, spoke anxiously to Mu Yan. Mu Yin sneered, I understand your implication. Have you not noticed that while this lad's movements are as slippery as an eel, the fluctuations of his spiritual energy are merely at the level of a low-grade white rank technique? He is undoubtedly not a descendant of any significant figure. Upon Mu Yan's statement, Jiang Xing finally observed that the fluctuations of Jiang Xing's spiritual energy were exceedingly weak, 10 times inferior to those of individuals practicing green rank techniques. How could someone with family power possibly cultivate a white rank technique? Even casually practicing a green rank technique would be a significant improvement over his current state. A sudden flash of insight struck Jiang Xing's mind, leading him to a potential conclusion. Jiang Xing might be a descendant of a once great family that has since perished, inheriting their legacy. Or he could have fortuitously acquired a blue rank technique in some hidden realm. Both types of individuals were ones he could contend with. Once they captured this young man, the blue rank technique would be theirs. Realizing this, Jiang Xing shouted, Brother Mu, let us capture him alive. Hearing that Jiang Xing possessed a blue rank technique, the eyes of Lan Guang glinted with greed, and he eagerly proposed to Mu Yan, Brother Mu, shall I lend you a hand? Jiang Xing chuckled coldly. They focused solely on the fluctuations of his spiritual energy, neglecting the tremendous strength of his physique. The golden body technique, being a green rank skill, may have some deficiencies in cultivating spiritual energy, but it greatly enhances physical power. With a cold snort, Jiang Xing resolved to counterattack. His movements became remarkably lighter, displaying an increased agility as he deftly evaded a flurry of punches from Mu Yan. Suddenly, his figure flickered and appeared directly above Mu Yan, raising the cloud sky sword high and delivering a powerful downward strike. Bang! With a resounding crash, Jiang Xing's sword met Mu Yan's fist, which he had swung upward with all his might. An overwhelming force cascaded down from Jiang Xing's cloud sky sword. Mu Yin felt his entire arm go numb from the fierce impact, letting out a muffled groan as he staggered back several steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Body cultivator, it seems I underestimated you. However, your strength ends here. Previously, you merely suffered a minor setback. But now that I am aware of your physical cultivation, you shall undoubtedly find no opportunity to approach me." Dominant fist. Mu Yin extended his arms wide, his body spinning like a dervish, conjuring forth a multitude of arms that launched a furious assault upon Jiang Xing. In an instant, the surrounding void was alive with the flickering shadows of fists, every avenue of evasion ruthlessly sealed. Observing this, Jiang Xing's gaze flickered, his body twisted like a boneless serpent as he evaded the cascading punches from an astonishing angle. Swiftly closing the distance to Mu Yin, and unleashed a powerful strike with his sword. "Ha! You have fallen for my trap, wooden cage." Mu Yin inhaled sharply, his form swelling as if he had transformed into a colossal green giant, emanating a shimmering green aura that enveloped an area of 10 feet around him. This was the ancestral technique of the Mu family, the wood demon art, and Jiang Xing found himself right within that radius. Realizing the peril he was in, Jiang Xing cursed under his breath and attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The green light had already formed a luminous barrier, solid as steel beneath his feet. At that moment, Mu Yin stepped out of the wooden cage, which he had conjured and thus posed no hindrance to his movement. As he emerged, he laughed heartily. "Youngster, relying solely on speed and brute force will not suffice. In this world, myriad laws exist, and the divine powers therein cannot be rivaled by mere strength. Ultimately, it is the mastery of techniques that reigns supreme." Jiang Xing struck the green barrier with 2 powerful sword slashes, only to find it utterly unchanged. In response, he summoned the fire-walking corpse flame. Fire conquers wood. Indeed, as the flame emerged, it surged towards the green barrier, a viscous fire that clung to the surface and ignited with a crackling intensity, swiftly consuming the barrier entirely. What manner of creature is this? Red Hair, Zhang Shun, and others were initially startled by the sudden appearance of the flaming corpse, but their faces soon betrayed their greed. Although they could not discern its nature, the fire-walking corpse radiated an extraordinary aura. All at once, red hair, blue light, and the others could no longer contain their avarice, launching themselves at Jiang Xing. Just then, a powerful sound wave attack surged towards Mu Yin and his companions. With a thunderous crash, Mu Yin and Ti faced with the humiliation from Wu Yunan. Mu Yan's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and purple, rendering him speechless. Meanwhile, Zhang Shun and others gazed at Wu Yunan with eyes filled with terror. A mere shout imbued with true essence had incapacitated all 6 of them, leaving them gravely injured on the ground. Such strength was indeed daunting. Mu Yin, regardless of our past, as fellow disciples, I offer you a piece of advice. If you remain ensconced in the gentle embrace of Tianxu sect, you shall never transcend the foundation establishment stage. Should you place your trust in me, descend the mountain and seek the opportunity to break through. Mu Yin fixed his gaze on Wu Yunan for a considerable time before responding. Your words merit my contemplation. With that, he assisted the red-haired individuals to their feet and departed from the scene. I am Wu Yunan, he announced. This young brother has matched a Qi refinement practitioner in strength, which is truly commendable. Wu Yunan remarked. Jiang Xing clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior brother Wu, for your assistance." Wu Yunan replied, "I have come specifically to seek your help. Brother Jiang, I have a younger brother, Wu Yundong, who, like you, serves as a menial on Yuheng Peak. I would like to request your assistance in securing a position for him in your tower." Jiang Xing responded, "We indeed need another person at the refining tower. If your brother possesses commendable character, I shall gladly comply." Wu Yunan laughed heartily. "Brother Jiang, your promptness is truly refreshing. I shall remember this favor, and should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me." Early the next morning, Wu Yunan arrived at Jiang Xing's residence with a youth of about 16 years. Though Wu Yunan's demeanor appeared somewhat anxious. "Brother Jiang, this is my younger brother Wu Yundong. I kindly ask you to look after him." Jiang Xing scrutinized the young lad, noting his clear and innocent gaze, which belied any malevolence, and said, "I will accept him. However, the affairs at the refining tower are numerous, and whether he can endure the hardships will depend on him. I am grateful, Brother Jiang. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Wu Yunan said, bowing to Jiang Xing before hastily departing. Jiang Xing escorted Wu Yundong to the refining tower. Upon reaching the entrance, Wu Yundong shouted towards a guard, "Brother Nai." Jiang Xing, surprised, inquired, "You know each other?" Wu Yundong replied, "Brother Nai is a friend of my elder brother. It was Brother Nai who introduced you to him. My brother specifically sought your help to allow me into the refining tower." The guard, appearing somewhat uneasy, bowed to Jiang Xing, saying, "I beg your pardon, Sir Jiang. It was only because Wu Yunan is my friend that I divulged your information." Jiang Xing smiled graciously. "No need for concern. Just refrain from disclosing my information casually in the future." The guard responded with trepidation, "I would never dare." As they entered the refining tower, Jiang Xing did not lead Wu Yudong directly to the third floor to meet Master Chen. Instead, he guided him to the second floor to meet Mu Yin and the others. Upon their arrival, Mu Yin and the others regarded Jiang Xing with a hint of trepidation in their eyes, silently aligning themselves in formation before him. Observing their demeanor, Jiang Xing swiftly grasped the situation and remarked, "I trust that by now, you have all surmised that I am the newly appointed assistant refining master. Allow me to share a truth with you. Upon my initial encounter with Master Chen, he entrusted me with the task to ascertain whether you have been misusing his territory. Should that be the case, you are to be expelled without hesitation." As Jiang Xing's words fell, the expressions of Mu Yin and the others turned ghastly pale. They had inadvertently learned from Master Chen the previous day that Jiang Xing was the newly appointed assistant blacksmith. And upon reflecting on their recent actions, terror washed over their faces. Thus, at the break of dawn today, they lined up respectfully to welcome Jiang Xing, clinging to the hope of retaining their positions here. They were unwilling to leave. The contribution points earned here were 4 to 5 times greater than elsewhere. If expelled from the blacksmith tower, it would take them 4 to 5 years to accumulate the same contribution points they had earned in just 1 year. Furthermore, places like the blacksmith tower, spirit beast pool, and spirit herb garden are easy to exit but challenging to enter. Each blacksmith tower is watched by hundreds, and as soon as one person exits, another immediately fills their place. "My lord, I beseech you for another chance." Mu Yin knelt down. Upon seeing Mu Yan's gesture, Hong Mao, Zhang Shun, and 3 others also knelt, crying out in unison, "We implore you for another opportunity." Jiang Xing remained unmoved, stating, "In truth, I have been observing you on Master Chen's behalf these past few days, and I have discovered that you indeed exhibit the exclusionary behavior and factionalism Master Chen spoke of. According to your lord's directive, all of you should be purged." At this pronouncement, Long Guanghua erupted into tears, while Wen Ziyuan and others, possessing a stronger emotional resilience, did not weep but appeared utterly despondent. "We plead for another chance. We were wrong." Mu Yin suddenly threw himself at Jiang Xing's feet, weeping profusely and beseeching him, his tears flowing freely in profound sorrow. Observing Mu Yan's pitiful state, Jiang Xing sighed. "Mu Yin, do you recall what Wu Yunan said yesterday? He spoke truthfully. You truly ought to step outside the Tianxu gate and see the world. No matter how significant a job may be, the dignity of a cultivator is far more paramount. Is it merely for a position in the blacksmith tower that you grovel before me in such a pitiful manner?" Beside him, Hong Mao remarked, "Brother Mu actually had the opportunity to become an outer sect disciple. His father is gravely ill and requires a Shenyuan pill each month to sustain his life. Brother Mu spends most of his contribution points every month on this pill." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xing's heart softened slightly. "You may stay. However, you must refrain from any further misconduct. Should I catch you misbehaving even once more, there will be no mercy." Mu Yin and the others expressed their heartfelt gratitude. "He is your new colleague, Mu Yin. You shall take it upon yourself to mentor him. I will not be present in the blacksmith tower often, so please notify me in advance via sound transmission if anything arises." Just as they arrived at the entrance of the Jiuzhou blacksmith workshop, they encountered an elder delivering goods. Jiang Xing handed the Guling secret method to the elder, saying, "Elder, this Guling secret method is entrusted to you. It contains the secrets for your gu cultivators to break through to the qi refining stage. I believe that with your innate peak cultivation, you will soon achieve this breakthrough, and at that point, no one in the village will dare to set their sights upon you." The elder immediately bowed deeply to Jiang Xing, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, young master. With this, I can serve you for another 20 years and take care of Ali for those same years." Jiang Xing nodded, aware that breaking through to the qi refinement stage would extend his lifespan by more than 20 years. Observing the confidence radiating from the elder, he remarked, "However, do not rejoice too soon. This gu spirit secret technique is fundamentally flawed. It seems to cultivate only the gu insects without nurturing oneself. Ultimately, your mental prowess will be unable to transform into divine consciousness. which means your goo cultivation can only reach the chi refinement phase. The elder replied, "Thank you for your reminder, young lord. I have long been aware of this matter. As the leader of the Miao clan, I have heard about it from my father, but I kept it confidential and did not disclose it to the other clan members." At that moment, Ali emerged from the shop and inquired, "Young lord, what are you and the elder discussing at the door? You've arrived, but haven't tea come in. Has the elder and the young lord come?" "It's already noon. Ali, please prepare a couple of dishes for the young lord and the elder to taste." Just then, a voice from inside called out, and the tone indicated a close rapport with Ali. Upon hearing Xiao Fan affectionately ask Ali to cook, Jiang Xing couldn't help but smile, realizing that leaving Xiao Fan in the shop to refine tools was indeed a wise decision. The elder glanced at Xiao Fan, who was engrossed in her work, and smiled with satisfaction. For him, Ali finding a good companion was the greatest joy. "All right," Ali responded and hurried into the storage room. Designating a small area as a kitchen, the elder turned to Jiang Xing and said, "Young lord, you haven't yet tasted Ali's culinary skills, have you? Her cooking is truly exceptional." Jiang Xing felt invigorated at the mention of a meal. Ever since he began cultivating to the innate level, he had scarcely eaten, his body merely needing to absorb sufficient spiritual energy. Though he occasionally consumed ginseng while cultivating, the prospect of a meal made his appetite surge. After waiting for a while in the shop, a tantalizing aroma wafted from the storage room, making mouths water. Soon, Xiao Fan emerged from the storage room, inviting Jiang Xing and the elder to partake in the meal. Jiang Xing, without hesitation, strode in and seated himself at the table, eagerly lifting his bowl and devouring the food. The moment he tasted the rice, he instantly sensed its distinctiveness. It was not merely ordinary rice, but rather fragrant and delicious, imbued with a trace of spiritual energy. "Spirit grain," he exclaimed. "Young lord, try this beast meat. It is exquisite." Ali placed a generous portion of beast meat into Jiang Xing's bowl. He chuckled, savoring the meat heartily. The table was filled with laughter as Ali continually served Jiang Xing and the elder, while Xiao Fan occasionally helped Ali. She did not refuse his gestures. This scene prompted a knowing smile between Jiang Xing and the elder, both understanding each other's thoughts. Jiang Xing was delighted that Xiao Fan cared for Ali, who had often been melancholic and indeed needed someone to console her. With Xiao Fan's attentiveness towards Ali, it was a positive development. Moreover, Jiang Xing had long noticed Xiao Fan's affection for Ali. However, Ali, having been emotionally wounded, had yet to accept Xiao Fan. The fact that Ali was now willing to cook for him indicated that she had begun to open her heart. After the elder departed, Jiang Xing entrusted all the goose spirit liquid to Ali, asking, "How many faceted eye spirit flies have been enhanced thus far?" Ali replied, "Young lord, I have already enhanced 1,000 of them, but why do you require such a multitude of faceted eye spirit flies? Feeding those cursed insects incurs a substantial expenditure. Could it be that the messages conveyed by the compound-eyed flies hold such significance? One must consider that with those spirit stones, one could procure a myriad of elixirs and superior magical artifacts." Jiang Xing remarked, "As long as the elixirs suffice, magical artifacts are merely toys in the absence of conflict. The compound-eyed flies serve as my eyes and ears. Without them, I would be akin to a blind and deaf individual, oblivious to the dangers that may arise." Ali responded, "I understand." With that, Ali busied herself attending to the guests. Observing her distance, Jiang Xing turned to Xiaoyi and Xiao'er, instructing, "Xiaoyi, Xiao'er, you two are responsible for monitoring the information of all families within a radius of 200 miles. You shall lead the 700-strong Tianyan squad." "Understood." Xiaoyi and Xiao'er replied in unison. "Xiaoshan, you were tasked with surveilling Tianxu sect. Should any incidents occur in the artifact refining tower or the servant quarters, inform me immediately, at your command." Watching as the three insects transmitted the orders with subsonic waves, Jiang Xing felt a sense of anticipation. In the days to come, the three insects would undoubtedly bring him unexpected delights. However, 1,000 enhanced compound-eyed flies seemed somewhat insufficient, lacking the capacity to monitor every nook and cranny of the targets. Yet it would suffice for the most part. Furthermore, with Ali continuously enhancing the compound-eyed flies, he believed it was only a matter of time before every corner was under surveillance. Exiting the shop, Jiang Xing prepared to head to Miaodan Pavilion to purchase some cultivation elixirs. This time, his primary aim was to acquire the blood-cleansing pill, as this elixir not only cleansed the marrow but also slightly enhanced one's cultivation aptitude. Given his abysmal aptitude, he found this elixir to be essential. However, its efficacy was limited to the first consumption, yielding negligible effects thereafter. Upon arriving at Miaodan Pavilion, Jiang Xing hastily purchased 2 blood-cleansing pills and 20 vitality pills before departing. The reason for acquiring 2 was that his uncle was on the verge of breaking through the qi refinement stage, and consuming 1 blood-cleansing pill would significantly enhance the success rate of his breakthrough by purging the impurities within. As darkness enveloped the sky, Jiang Xing commenced his cultivation. Ever since he began consuming elixirs daily, his cultivation speed had quadrupled compared to before, and at this moment, his vital energy began to overflow. Ceasing to grow further, Jiang Xing recognized that it was time to break through to the late innate stage. However, this breakthrough could no longer be achieved with just 1 breakthrough pill. He was convinced that without preparing 7 or 8 breakthrough pills, success was unattainable. Early the next morning, Jiang Xing purchased 6 bottles of spirit-feeding pills and hurried to the ancient wilderness forest. These 6 bottles had been procured with the spirit stones obtained from the spirit herbs provided by the 7 beasts, not from Jiang Xing's own resources. This was not due to Jiang Xing's reluctance to spend spirit stones on the 7 beasts, but rather his belief that only through one's own efforts could true strength be attained. Relying on the generosity of others would inevitably lead to a loss of the indomitable spirit. Upon reaching the territory of the 7 beasts, they lunged at Jiang Xing with fervor, their warm tongues falling upon him like raindrops. After a while, as he finally extricated himself from their embrace, his garments were soaked with their saliva. The earth rock python exclaimed, "Boss, in order to gather sufficient spirit herbs, we have occupied the territories of the nearby innate beasts. We plan to establish a foothold in this forest before seizing the territory of a qi refinement beast, where second-tier spirit herbs abound, thus eliminating the need to solely rely on the earth escape mice to pilfer second-tier spirit herbs from other beasts." Upon witnessing its proud demeanor, Jiang Xing could not help but chuckle. He gave it a gentle tap on the head and remarked, "With such arrogance, it is only a matter of time before they catch you. I wonder how you shall manage then." The earth-burrowing mouse retorted, "As if they could ever catch me. After each successful theft of spirit herbs, I leave a puddle right where I stand. And yet they have never managed to lay a finger on me. Enough of such banter. Here, take these elixirs." Jiang Xing bestowed upon the earth-burrowing mouse 2 vials of feeding spirit pills, while he allocated 4 vials to the remaining 6 beasts. This was not a matter of favoritism. Rather, the earth-burrowing mouse had gathered a greater quantity of spirit herbs, most of which were of the 2nd tier. The 7 beasts brought forth various 1st and 2nd-tier spirit herbs to Jiang Xing, who accepted them all without hesitation. The lower-tier herbs would be sold to procure more feeding spirit pills, and thus he felt no need for politeness. Take these herbs to the spirit herb pavilion and sell them. Use the proceeds to purchase feeding spirit pills, he instructed. Ali, holding the herbs, inquired, "Young master, may I keep some of these spirit herbs? I intend to learn alchemy upon breaking through to the innate stage and require a substantial amount of low-tier materials to practice." Jiang Xing observed Ali and noted that she had reached the level of a top-tier martial artist in the realm. Though her foundation remained precariously unstable, he suspected that her cultivation had been hastily elevated through the consumption of elixirs. After all, she now received over 1,000 spirit stones monthly, making her rather affluent. It was not unusual for her to buy elixirs to enhance her cultivation. However, elixirs suited only true cultivators, and for someone like Ali, who was still a novice, consuming one could lead to an explosive surge in her realm. Such rapid advancement undoubtedly posed significant risks. Do as you wish. Your cultivation now matches that of a top-tier mortal, and you have surpassed my own progress to this stage by 6 years. However, relying on elixirs for your advancement will surely leave your foundation unstable. Thus, you must focus on solidifying your foundation, he advised. Ali responded, "Xiao Fan mentioned the same, which is why I divide each elixir into 10 portions. Yet my cultivation still skyrockets." Jiang Xing cautioned, "Refrain from taking elixirs in the future. Consuming more ginseng will suffice. Remember, do not consume elixirs until you reach the peak of the innate stage." "Understood, young master," Ali replied. Jiang Xing took the herbs from Ali and mused, "You have reminded me well. These lower-tier spirit herbs might better serve my own practice. In time, I could refine feeding spirit pills for myself, thus avoiding the need to purchase them from the Miao Dan Pavilion. With Xiao Fan's assistance, I find myself with ample leisure. This time will be perfectly spent on alchemy. Once your foundation is solidified and you reach the innate stage, you may begin your studies then." He placed the spirit herbs into his storage pouch and proceeded into the warehouse of the Jiuzhou refining workshop. He intended to purify more materials for Xiao Fan, as the last batch he had prepared had been nearly depleted. After 3 days of purifying materials, Jiang Xing realized that consistently undertaking this task personally was rather impractical. His days were already filled with cultivation, artifact crafting, and rune research, leaving him with little free time. Logically, as the proprietor, he should be the least busy. Yet, he found himself the most occupied individual in the workshop. It was high time for the Jiuzhou refining workshop to expand its workforce. However, any new hires would not possess the skills to purify materials, rendering the addition somewhat futile. Jiang Xing had contemplated on several occasions the possibility of imparting the 2 layers of the 9 nether yin-yang technique to Xiao Fan, enabling him to independently decompose materials. This would not only significantly enhance Xiao Fan's crafting skills, but also allow him to refine materials in Jiang Xing's absence, thereby alleviating Jiang Xing's burdens. However, Jiang Xing harbored concerns regarding Xiao Fan's association with Ali, especially since he had entrusted the spirit communication divine art to her. Despite his fervent admonitions to Ali to keep the secrets of the spirit communication divine art confidential, he could not dismiss the possibility that love might cloud her judgment, leading her to inadvertently disclose it to Xiao Fan. After much contemplation, Jiang Xing deemed it too risky to proceed without safeguards. He believed it prudent to have Xiao Fan establish a contract before teaching him the 2 layers of the 9 nether yin-yang technique. With the binding nature of the contract, Jiang Xing was confident that Xiao Fan would not harbor ulterior motives. Yet, he was acutely aware that this would deeply wound Xiao Fan's feelings, instilling a sense of mistrust that could create a rift between them. Furthermore, he recognized that contracts might not be entirely foolproof. Lower-tier contracts could be nullified by those adept in curse techniques, albeit at a substantial cost. As Jiang Xing understood, a contract was essentially a curse. Breaching a contract would inevitably result in being ensnared by its curse, thus fulfilling the vow embedded within it. The art of cursing had been notoriously enigmatic and difficult to unravel since ancient times, and its potency was formidable, making contracts generally quite effective. Additionally, those who practiced curse techniques often faced divine retribution during tribulations, where the power of heavenly tribulations could be multiples greater than that faced by ordinary individuals, leading many practitioners of curse techniques to perish in such trials. This phenomenon contributed to the scarcity of curse practitioners within the vast realm of cultivation. Despite the immense power of their art, the might of curses stemmed from their ability to bypass protective vital energy and magical artifacts, directly assailing the opponent's soul. Thus, even if the afflicted individual was at a higher realm than the caster, a weak soul or insufficient protective treasures could result in their demise. Hence, lower-tier contracts remained quite useful. After all, cultivators of curse techniques were exceedingly rare, making it nearly impossible to find someone capable of lifting a curse, while cultivators themselves lacked the means to do so. Moreover, all these contracts were secured, as no one would dare to annul them, given that they originated from a single source, the Yuming sect. Anyone who attempted to break a contract would find themselves at odds with the Yuming sect. The masters of curses from the Yuming sect would undoubtedly pursue the residual traces left by the annulled curse, retaliating with their own spells. The curse techniques of the Yuming sect were unparalleled, with almost no one able to unravel them. Only they possessed the means to do so. Naturally, the Plague God sect would never intervene to lift a curse for anyone, as this would jeopardize their own reputation. Jiang Xing was at a loss for how to broach the subject with Xiao Fan, especially since Xiao Fan might not be inclined to bind himself with a contract merely to learn the 9 nether yin-yang technique. Reluctantly, Jiang Xing resolved to explore alternative plans. If necessary, he could procure a few slaves and instruct them in the 9 nether yin-yang technique. Moreover, slaves were inherently bound by a fragment of their soul contained within a magical artifact held by the seller. Once the buyer acquired the slave, the artifact would naturally transfer to their possession. This artifact was designed to prevent the slave from fleeing or attacking their master, thus allowing for control over the slave's life and death without the need for a contract. Yes, that would suffice. Jiang Xing felt a surge of excitement. 5 days later, Jiang Xing set forth to the northern district of the Sichuan market, specifically the slave market, carrying with him 6,000 spirit stones. The market for slave laborers in the realm of cultivation is exceedingly prevalent, and the reason is simple. Countless families and sects within this realm possess abundant mines that necessitate a significant workforce for extraction. Thus, amidst various circumstances, the phenomenon of mining slaves emerged, subsequently giving rise to the mining slave market. The various spiritual ores are incredibly hard, rendering them impossible for mere mortals to mine. Hence, these slaves are invariably cultivators. As Jiang Xing traversed the mining slave market, he beheld the sight of numerous naked slaves, paraded like livestock, their necks adorned with collars, confined within cages for prospective buyers to inspect. Every mining slave he encountered resembled a mere shell of a human being, their eyes vacant and devoid of life. At that moment, a seller, noticing Jiang Xing's scrutiny of his slaves, beckoned him. Jiang Xing shook his head in dismay at the sight of the listless slaves and turned away. What he sought was a reliable and composed individual, not a mere automaton programmed for obedience. Continuing his journey, he observed a plethora of expressions among the mining slaves, their faces etched with emotions of hatred, jealousy, numbness, and anger, each mirroring the turmoil within their hearts. None of these individuals met Jiang Xing's criteria. He yearned for someone with a calm and resilient demeanor. Finally, a pair of contemplative and serene eyes caught Jiang Xing's attention, prompting a knowing smile to grace his lips as he recognized a suitable candidate. This individual was a burly man with a beard, at the mid-stage of innate cultivation. Upon noticing Jiang Xing's unwavering gaze, a flicker of sorrow passed through his eyes, as if he were aware that he was about to descend into yet another perilous situation. "Boss, how many years has he served as a mining slave?" Jiang Xing inquired. 23 years, the seller replied. "He is the most competent among all the mining slaves. While others toil mindlessly, he possesses the acumen to observe the mineral veins and identify the most resource-rich areas, consistently exceeding his quotas. If it weren't for the depletion of the Qishan mine, we wouldn't part with him so easily." Having endured 23 years as a mining slave without succumbing to madness or becoming a soulless husk, it was evident that this man's willpower was extraordinarily strong, and his intelligence was equally remarkable. "What is the price in spirit stones?" Jiang Xing asked. "1,200. The seller declared. "Too steep. I offer 800. Jiang Xing countered. "Dear customer, mining slaves are cultivators, not like the worthless mortal slaves. The labor they perform is beyond the capability of ordinary individuals. The ores are exceedingly hard, and mortals cannot even make a dent. Only cultivators wielding the mountain-shaking pickaxes can succeed. A minimum of 1,000 is non-negotiable." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xing calculated the price and conceded, "Very well. It's a deal," as he handed over the spirit stones. The seller's face instantly lit up with a broad smile as he accepted the stones and presented Jiang Xing with a bronze sphere, saying, "Here, esteemed guest, this soul-binding orb contains a fragment of his spirit. You must keep it safe. This orb not only grants you dominion over his life and death through that fragment, but also controls the collar around his neck to regulate his cultivation, preventing any violent outbursts." Jiang Xing accepted the soul-binding orb, grasped the chains that bound the mining slave's hands, and continued on his way, scrutinizing the mining slaves confined within the iron cages on either side. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in his 30s caught Jiang Xing's eye, prompting him to fixate intently on the collar around the man's neck. Though the collar appeared unremarkable on the surface, Jiang Xing was certain that the internal runes had been compromised. As Jiang Xing's gaze first swept over the collar adorning the neck of the middle-aged man with a dark complexion, he discerned subtle anomalies that were not easily perceptible, although the collar appeared entirely normal to others. Jiang Xing perceived a faint luminescence emanating from the collars of those around him, while this particular one was devoid of any radiance. If Jiang Xing's conjecture held true, the collar must have been subjected to some method of dissolution, resulting in the loss of its efficacy. Had he not cultivated the second tier of the 9 nether yin-yang eye, allowing him to perceive the circulation of spiritual energy within the air, he might have overlooked this detail entirely. "How many spirit stones does this individual possess?" 800. Agreed. Subsequently, Jiang Xing selected 3 more individuals from the slave market, each possessing innate abilities and unique strengths. Despite their haggard appearances, he noted that their eyes retained clarity, unlike others who moved like puppets, and thus he purchased them. "Listen carefully, these 2 are the master and craftsmen of the Jiuzhou refining workshop, and you are to follow their instructions henceforth. Furthermore, your purchase does not entail your servitude. Therefore, do not entertain thoughts of escape. My humble shop cannot keep watch over you, nor will it attempt to. So those wishing to sneak away will find ample opportunity. I am aware that you are apprehensive about a fragment of your soul being in my possession, which deters you from acting rashly. However, rest assured that after you have heard my words, the choice of whether to stay or leave will be entirely yours." Upon hearing Jiang Xing's declaration, Ali and Xiao Fan regarded him with astonishment, unable to comprehend why he would expend such a sum to purchase them only to grant them freedom. "Firstly, upon joining our refining workshop, you will need to be taught certain secret techniques. Thus, in the interest of confidentiality, the soul-binding orbs cannot be returned to you. Anyone who discloses these secrets shall face death." When Xiao Fan learned that they would be taught the refining techniques, he momentarily froze, his expression turning somber. Observing Xiao Fan's despondency, Jiang Xing transmitted a message to him. The matter of the secret techniques is of great significance to ensure they remain undisclosed. They can only be taught to those who have sacrificed a fragment of their soul. If you wish to learn, you must wait for a time, at which point I will establish a contribution point system. As the first craftsman of our shop, you will not need to sacrifice a fragment of your soul to learn, but only contribute points. Seeing Xiao Fan's expression shift from gloom to brightness, Jiang Xing continued addressing the 5 individuals. Secondly, once you have made sufficient contributions to our shop, the soul-binding orbs can be returned to you, and you may even leave. Thirdly, you will receive spirit stones as compensation for your labor each month. You may spend these as you wish. Furthermore, I can assure you that if you diligently fulfill your tasks, you will earn no less than 300 spirit stones in a month. Naturally, once you are capable of refining magical artifacts, your monthly earnings could surpass 2,000, a sum unattainable elsewhere. Fourthly, the secret techniques imparted to you are not to be shared among one another. Any violators shall have their cultivation rendered null. These are the regulations and benefits that must be adhered to if you choose to remain. You may now decide whether to stay or leave. Those who choose to depart will have their soul-binding orbs returned, and you shall be free. The 5 slaves exchanged glances, uncertain of the veracity of Jiang Xing's words. However, their doubts were dispelled when he removed the chains binding them. As Jiang Xing had anticipated, all 5 opted to stay, and he silently commended his own discernment, glad not to have squandered any spirit stones. In order to ensure safety, he first scrutinized whether the individuals he selected possessed extremist ideologies. Among the 5 he chose, although they all yearned to escape the shackles of slavery, their gazes remained lucid and unhinged, indicating that their longing for home had not driven them to madness. Jiang Xing speculated that these 5 individuals were likely homeless. After 7 days, while Jiang Xing was practicing alchemy in the warehouse of the Jiuzhou refinery, he meticulously tossed one spiritual herb after another into the alchemical furnace, skillfully controlling the southern Ming fire. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the furnace exploded, releasing a wisp of azure smoke. Jiang Xing exclaimed, "Damn it, another failure. Do I lack the talent for alchemy? I wasted 5,000 spiritual stones on this furnace." Xiao Fan, who was refining a weapon nearby, was startled by the noise and, upon witnessing Jiang Xing's mishap, couldn't help but chuckle. "Boss, that sound was truly something. It startled me so much I nearly dropped my tool and ruined my artifact." Behind Xiao Fan, 5 burly men who were practicing material processing burst into laughter as well. They had been assigned by Jiang Xing to prepare materials prior to learning weapon refinement. These 5 individuals had also begun to bond with Jiang Xing and the others. With the jovial Xiao Zhang, known for his bushy beard, being the most optimistic, frequently eliciting laughter from those around him. Through his stories, Jiang Xing learned that Xiao Zhang was originally a cultivator from the Jingzhou family, whose clan had been annihilated by enemies, leading to his capture and subsequent enslavement. At the time of his abduction, cultivators who could refine weapons or alchemical pills were pardoned and assigned to work in the respective workshops, while others were condemned to a life of servitude. This was the primary reason for his survival. Furthermore, his kin had either been slaughtered by foes or had also become enslaved, leaving him without family to turn to. Hence, the opportunity to learn weapon refinement had always been his greatest aspiration. The remaining 3 were named Xiang Kaifeng, Zhao Du, and Li Pei Xian, each possessing a unique skill. Jiang Xing paid no mind to their laughter, and after cleaning the alchemical furnace, he resumed his practice. This marked his 26th attempt at alchemy. Yet, as was customary, it ended in failure. By this point, he had exhausted the spiritual herbs provided by the 7 beasts, and was now utilizing the materials he had purchased. 2 months later, Jiang Xing successfully concocted a batch of pills, although it appeared that his aptitude for alchemy paled in comparison to his talent for weapon refinement. After 2 months of practice, his success rate in pill formation had only reached a mere 10%. It seemed that he would have to focus more on weapon refinement, relegating alchemy to a secondary pursuit, dependent on whether a Li, Xiao Fan, or the others possessed any aptitude for it. Having abandoned the prospect of alchemy as a lucrative avenue, Jiang Xing concluded that if he lacked the innate talent for it, any forced endeavor to profit through alchemy would yield limited results, far inferior to the swift financial returns that weapon refinement could provide. Nevertheless, he took solace in the fact that during these 2 months, Xiao Zhang and the others had successfully advanced their 9 nether yin-yang vision to the 1st level, enabling them to perceive the various materials of the molten artifacts with their gathered true energy. They were now diligently dismantling subpar artifacts, while the inferior artifacts refined by Xiao Fan had already been fully processed. Jiang Xing, having entrusted the material purification to Xiao Zhang and his companions. Devoted most of his time to cultivation, occasionally assisting Xiao Fan in refining weapons. Perhaps it is due to the addition of 5 new individuals that this month's orders have doubled. Jiang Xing estimates that after deducting all expenses, he will reap a pure profit of 20,000 spirit stones next month. Over the past 2 months, I have expended over 100,000 spirit stones, acquiring thousands of medicinal pills solely for the purpose of enhancing my cultivation. Today, the spiritual energy stored in my Dantian has finally reached its limit. It is time to break through to the late stage. Having spoken, Jiang Xing strode out of his room, making his way towards the Qing Chuan Fang's Pill Cauldron Pavilion. He was indeed heading to the pavilion to purchase the boundary-breaking pill. Upon entering, Shaolian immediately approached him. Jiang Xing declared, "Give me 8 boundary-breaking pills." At this utterance, everyone in the hall turned to Jiang Xing with astonished gazes. 8 boundary-breaking pills, valued at over 24,000 spirit stones. Such a sum was something they could scarcely hope to earn in a lifetime. At that moment, an astute cultivator noticed that Jiang Xing was dressed only in a low-grade robe, devoid of any other adornments, and their expressions shifted from surprise to derision, as if they were observing a jester. Who is this person? If he lacks funds, then so be it. Why pretend to be affluent? 8 pills? If I could purchase even one, I could buy a basketful, remarked a female cultivator. Humph, can wealth be feigned? If you have the gall, don a complete set of attire. Do not think that a mere low-grade artifact can deceive us. Indeed, Jiang Xing was clad in nothing but a low-grade robe, without any accessories to speak of, while others around him were adorned with low-grade artifacts from hairpins to boots, although these were all inferior items. Their cumulative worth far surpassed that of Jiang Xing's single decent low-grade robe. As others began to notice the stark contrast between Jiang Xing's attire and his proclamation, they too joined in the mockery. At this moment, Xiao Yin recognized Jiang Xing as a previous customer who had purchased a boundary-breaking pill from her, and she promptly greeted him with warmth, leading him to the counter to retrieve 8 pills for him. Jiang Xing meticulously inspected the pills, confirming their authenticity before producing a substantial pile of spirit stones from his storage bag. Under the illumination of the hall, the dazzling glow of the spirit stones captivated the eyes of all present, rendering them momentarily speechless. The jeers that had echoed moments ago fell silent, as if their voices had been snatched away. Ignoring the stunned onlookers, Jiang Xing exited the Pill Cauldron Pavilion, vanishing into the bustling street. After a brief stroll, he purchased some herbs for cultivating the Golden Gung True Body technique and rented a training room at a nearby dojo. Once inside the training room, Jiang Xing began to brew medicine. When the concoction was ready, he stripped off his clothing and settled into the bath, embarking on his cultivation. After consuming a boundary-breaking pill, he felt it rapidly dissolve within his abdomen, its potent energy transforming into a surging torrent that fused with his true qi. As the true qi melded with the medicinal potency, it became intensely heated, coursing through his meridians like molten lava. The true qi flowed through the meridians, converging at the bottleneck, incessantly battering against it. The bottleneck stood like a formidable mountain before him, impervious to the searing true qi that surged like a flood of magma. Gradually, the mountain began to warm, emitting wisps of smoke, its surface turning crimson. Yet it remained towering and unyielding, unable to be shaken by the torrential flow of energy. Jiang Xing swallowed another boundary-breaking pill, its potency further intensifying the heat of his true qi, which surged more vigorously than before. Repeatedly crashing against the mountain, the surface of the great mountain began to melt, yet it was merely a thin layer that had succumbed to the heat. Witnessing that his breakthrough remained elusive, Jiang Xing swiftly produced 2 boundary-breaking pills and swallowed them whole. As the pills descended into his belly, he immediately felt as if a volcano were erupting within him. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy rapidly spread throughout his Dantian. Overwhelmed, Jiang Xing felt as though he might burst, and he desperately channeled his true energy to assail the neck bottle. The true energy surged forth like a ferocious beast unleashed from its cage. Rampaging uncontrollably, Jiang Xing could do little but continuously use golden needles to seal various acupoints, straining to direct the true energy toward the neck bottle. Boom! The true energy collided violently with the neck bottle, which was inundated by the onslaught of spiritual force in an instant. The mountain was engulfed by the fiery tide, melting away, yet the mountain remained steadfast, even after half of it had dissolved. Still standing tall and imposing, seeing that the neck bottle had loosened, Jiang Xing felt a surge of determination, for the force of his true energy was still insufficient. Gritting his teeth, he produced 3 more boundary-breaking pills and swallowed them in one go. As soon as the 3 pills entered his system, his eyes widened in shock. and the true energy within him erupted forth, coursing violently through his meridians under the pill's potent influence in that fleeting moment. Jiang Xing's entire network of meridians was violently torn apart, leaving him riddled with injuries. Clenching his teeth, he trembled uncontrollably, blood oozing from every pore until he was transformed into a figure soaked in crimson. The pain pierced to the very marrow of his bones, tormenting his very soul. Jiang Xing allowed the frenzied true energy to rampage within him, while his mind anchored itself in the Dantian. Striving to maintain clarity amidst the chaos, the tumultuous spiritual energy relentlessly ravaged his meridians, while simultaneously launching the most ferocious onslaught against the neck bottle. After a quarter of an hour, the neck bottle finally shattered with a resounding crash, and Jiang Xing achieved a breakthrough into the late stage of the innate realm. At that moment, a tremendous vitality surged forth from his Dantian, mending his shattered meridians. Just moments prior, he had faced dire peril. Had he not broken through, the catastrophic state of his meridians would have certainly led to a near-fatal outcome, and even survival would have rendered him a mere shell of his former self. Fortunately, he had succeeded, experiencing a significant enhancement in both vitality and lifespan, while the ruptured meridians were healed by the newfound vigor. With a wry smile, Jiang Xing acknowledged that, judging by this breakthrough experience, utilizing boundary-breaking pills to ascend to the pinnacle of the innate realm was an impossibility. It seemed he would need to devise alternative methods for future breakthroughs. Upon inspecting his body, he discovered that his true energy had increased by 60%. His Dantian had expanded, and his physical strength had reached an impressive 7,000 pounds, comparable to that of an average late-stage qi refinement cultivator. Exiting the cultivation chamber, Jiang Xing made his way to the Jiuzhou refining workshop, prepared to equip himself with a complete set of gear following his successful breakthrough. Chapter 146. Mastering Miao Village at the northern end of Liuzhou, on the infamous Hongmeng, rumored to be one of the 10 most perilous locations in Liuzhou. Su Xingquan stood tall at the precipice, hands clasped behind his back. He had failed in his foundation establishment. Due to the backlash from his unsuccessful breakthrough, he was gravely injured, with his soul power reduced to a mere tenth of its peak. In that moment, he felt exceedingly frail, his situation perilously precarious. He had to seek either a safer or a more treacherous location. He believed that if there existed a place in Liuzhou more dangerous than Hongmeng, it could only be the Tianxu Corpse Pit, a realm teeming with ghastly apparitions. Damn it. After a decade of preparation, pooling the foundation establishment souls of the Wang and Zhu families, he had thought success was guaranteed. Yet he had still failed. Such a bitter pill to swallow. Su Xingquan sighed heavily toward the heavens. Although the Zhu and Wang families had gathered 12 foundational souls for him, and he successfully performed the 12 Yang soul refinement technique to transform those 12 foundational souls into pure soul liquid, he discovered that he was utterly incapable of absorbing this refined soul liquid. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Xingquan realized the reason. The foundational souls had undergone a transformation into primordial spirits, shifting from the ethereal to the tangible, and their nature was now vastly different from that of souls. In other words, primordial spirits and souls were akin to two distinct substances. Thus, even though his soul had been cultivated to surpass the primordial spirit, in his current state as a soul, he was unable to absorb the soul liquid derived from primordial spirits. Su Xingquan produced a fire-red jade pendant resembling an eye, identical in appearance to Jiang Xing's dark-eye jade pendant, save for the fact that his was crimson while Jiang Xing's was azure. Gazing at the jade pendant in his palm, Su Xingquan's expression was a mixture of affection and resignation, murmuring to himself, "It seems that in order to absorb this soul liquid refined from primordial spirits, I must either acquire a physical body and then break through the foundational stage, allowing my soul to transform into a primordial spirit, or I must find that particular item. Alas, no body can accommodate my entire soul. Even if merely 1/3 of my soul were to enter any of those vessels, they would shatter under the strain." Suddenly, the fire-red jade pendant in Su Xingquan's hand began to vibrate uncontrollably, as if yearning to soar from his grasp towards the horizon. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Xingquan broke into a joyful smile. Simultaneously, Jiang Xing, who was playfully handling the dark-eye jade pendant within the cave, was startled by its sudden tremors, which seemed to threaten to whisk it away. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily stowed the dark-eye jade pendant into his storage pouch, bringing its erratic movements to a halt. "Boss, as you were absent, I took the liberty of distributing the monthly salaries. Here lies this month's pure income." Ali presented a storage pouch to Jiang Xing upon opening it. Jiang Xing beheld a dazzling array of spirit stones, all of which were of medium quality, estimating around 500 medium-grade spirit stones. This accumulation was equivalent to 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, surpassing last month's total by over 20,000, indicating that business was indeed flourishing this month. However, Ali's sudden address of him as boss left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Perhaps influenced by how Xiao Fan and the others referred to him, it seemed that their current cramped quarters were quite inadequate for accommodating all 7 of them. Ali, Xiao Fan, you all come over here. One by one, the 7 entered the storeroom, and as the last person stepped inside, Jiang Xing spoke. The space here is exceedingly cramped. It truly is a disservice to house so many of you. Henceforth, let Ali and Xiao Fan reside here, while the rest will relocate to Miao Village. In the future, Ali will be responsible for taking orders and selling magical tools, while Xiao Fan will handle more urgent orders in the shop. The others can focus on refining magical tools in Miao Village and deliver them to us. However, with the current limited number of people, Xiao Fan will primarily handle the refining, and once they have honed their skills, he will be able to ease his workload. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan wore an expression of great inner conflict. He felt that this arrangement was somewhat excessive for his abilities. Yet he was unable to discern Jiang Xing's true intentions behind such a decision, leaving him with a sense of dissatisfaction as he cast a lingering, resentful gaze at Jiang Xing. Observing this, Jiang Xing chuckled and said, all right, do not look at me in such a manner. You are one of the individuals I intend to cultivate with great care. In the future, when new recruits arrive, they will be under your tutelage. For now, as there is no one else, I must ask you to bear with it temporarily, returning to his abode within the Zhao family's cavern. Jiang Xing, after comforting Xiao Fan, proceeded to a materials shop to procure 2,000 low-grade spirit stones worth of crafting materials. These materials were categorized by their elemental attributes into 5 portions, 1 each for metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These crafting materials were not intended for forging, but rather to nourish the little chubby creature. Uncertain if the creature exclusively feasted on fire opals, he opted to purchase an assortment of elemental materials. His cavern was nearing its capacity to conceal it. Day by day, Jiang Xing observed the little chubby creature grow larger, witnessing firsthand as a layer of metallic sheen armor gradually emerged upon its body, along with 8 slender, elongated limbs resembling spears, akin to a spider. From a plump, fleshy insect, it had transformed into a fearsome entity that resembled a monstrous spider. Jiang Xing deemed the little chubby creature extraordinarily remarkable. If such significant changes occurred from merely feeding it fire opals, what transformations might the 5 elemental materials provoke? This question piqued Jiang Xing's curiosity immensely. The following morning, Bo arrived, having received Jiang Xing's message, and hurried over. Young master, what business do you have with this old man? Bo greeted Jiang Xing with a respectful bow. Upon seeing Bo, Jiang Xing noticed a significant transformation. The once snow-white hair now bore several strands of black, and the wrinkles had smoothed out, making him appear to be in his 60s. Congratulations, Bo, on breaking through to the chi refinement stage. Much gratitude to the young master for sending the marrow-cleansing pills, which enabled this old man to make a smooth breakthrough. Such a great kindness will be forever etched in my memory. The purpose of summoning Bo was to discuss certain matters. I wonder if the Miao Village would be willing to accept us outsiders. I plan to relocate my subordinates there, providing them with a comfortable living environment. If you are amenable, I could arrange for my subordinates to teach the villagers the art of forging, thus compensating for any disturbances caused. You humble me, young master. It is due to your efforts that the Miao Village has been liberated from the tyrannical control of Kujinshur. If you wish to reside in Miao Village, the Miao people will welcome you with open arms. However, noticing Bo's hesitant demeanor, Jiang Xing inquired, however, what? Bo replied, however, ever since I informed them of the drawbacks of practicing the Gu arts, the villagers have been causing disturbances. Eager to meet with you. To seek an audience with me? Jiang Xing asked. Indeed, upon realizing that the Gu arts only allow for a maximum breakthrough to the chi refinement stage, they have been clamoring to abandon the Gu arts in favor of pursuing immortal cultivation techniques. That is splendid news. Let them cultivate as they wish. Yet, they lack the immortal cultivation techniques, and many are impoverished, possessing little to no spirit stones. The recent accumulation of spirit stones was solely due to your generous purchases of Gu insect liquids from the Miao Village. What do you mean, Bo? Do you require me to provide the immortal cultivation techniques? No. What I intend is to implore you, young master, to assume leadership over the Miao people and secure a path for their survival. This is also the fervent wish of all our kin. Jiang Xing, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean by that?" The elder replied, "Not long ago, all the clansmen came to me and expressed that practicing Gu techniques only to reach the Qi refinement stage is a waste of life. Their generation has already been doomed. Thus, they wish for you to teach their descendants the art of cultivation." Jiang Xing responded, "You wish for me to do so? With so many sects in Liuzhou, why me?" The elder explained, "The people of Liuzhou generally harbor disdain for Gu practitioners. Hence they never accept Miao individuals as disciples. Furthermore, most of the Miao have surpassed the age for entering a sect to seek a master, which is why they hope you will take them under your wing." Jiang Xing remarked, "I can accept them, but there are simply too many. Let us say that I will accept those under the age of 15. As for the others, I regret that I cannot assist. However, there is one crucial point. They shall not be accepted as disciples, but rather as students. Students, this implies that there will be no master-disciple relationship, but rather a gathering purely based on mutual benefit, meaning they must pay tuition to study under me. But their intention is for you to become the leader of the Miao, so that you may impart your teachings to them free of charge. I may teach them the art of cultivation, yet mere techniques are insufficient. One must also possess spirit stones and spiritual elixirs to aid in the endeavor. Thus, they beseech you to become their leader. Knowing that you are a wealthy practitioner, hoping you will shield them." Jiang Xing fell silent for a moment and then said, "Elder, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Offering techniques is the extent of my assistance. If they require spirit stones, I am afraid I am powerless." The elder responded, "Young master, you misunderstand. Recently, Ali mentioned that the 9 provinces equipment workshop may be expanding, and you will need manpower. Hence I thought it prudent for you to select individuals from Miao Village. Additionally, the villagers are aware of your remarkable abilities and have requested your help in finding them a means of livelihood." Jiang Xing replied, "If it were just a few individuals, that would be manageable, but with so many in Miao Village, I fear I cannot assist with their livelihood." The elder insisted, "Young master, you are being modest. Since you began purchasing large quantities of Gu liquid from Miao Village each month, you have greatly benefited the entire community. They once lived in abject poverty, devoid of any means, yet with your assistance, their lives have improved significantly, and they have begun to save. Given this situation, providing spirit stones to the Han family at the year's end poses no burden. However, these spirit stones are still insufficient for cultivation, which is why they seek your support in increasing the orders for Gu liquid. This way, they will have surplus spirit stones for their practice, indirectly addressing their livelihood concerns." Jiang Xing felt a stir of interest. Increasing the order for Gu liquid was not a significant matter. He had already intended to expand the coverage of the compound-eyed spirit flies to Dongyue, necessitating a vast quantity of Gu liquid to enhance more of the flies. Thus, even without their request, he would have increased the order. The elder remarked, "Young master, there is no need for you to decline, but I have already discussed this matter with the clansmen. They will not expect your help without offering something in return. They will heed any arrangements you propose." Jiang Xing contemplated for a moment and promptly acquiesced. With the expansion of the Jiuzhou refining workshop and the compound-eyed fly, he would require additional assistance. Thus, he readily agreed on the spot. Chapter 147, Jiolong City. The following day, Jiang Xing, accompanied by Abo and 5 others, set forth towards the Miao village. Prior to their departure, Jiang Xing had procured over 10 volumes of low-level cultivation techniques of various attributes to impart to the Miao people. The Miao village was not far from Qinchuan City, merely over 30 li away, which would take the 7 of them a mere quarter of an hour given their ability to fly with swords. Before them lay a dense forest, and Abo addressed the group. "Let us descend our flying swords before that grove that I hope everyone will heed my instructions as we enter this forest, which serves as the natural barrier of the Miao village, inhabited by billions of Gu worms that will assail any intruders." Upon reaching the forest, the group landed at its entrance. Abo produced 6 incense pouches and handed them to each of the 6 individuals, saying, "Wear these on your person, follow my lead, and do not wander off." Following a narrow path through the thick foliage for about an hour, the 7 individuals arrived at a quaint mountain village. "Young master has arrived." Abo bowed to Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing helped Abo to his feet and surveyed the small mountain village. He noted that the village was encircled by mountains, nestled within a valley, making it an ideal place for both retreat and defense. Observing Jiang Xing and Xiaozeng examining the village, Abo called out to the villagers within, "Come forth to welcome our young master." The echo resonated through the distant mountains, reverberating throughout the village. Shortly thereafter, a gathering of villagers clad in Miao attire emerged from their homes, hastening towards the seven. The Miao people formed a cluster before Abo. And once everyone had assembled, Abo pointed to Jiang Xing and declared, "This is your benefactor who has rescued you from peril, young Master Jiang. You have long awaited young Master Jiang to assume the role of your chieftain, and he has graciously accepted your request. Henceforth, young Master Jiang shall be our chieftain." The majority of the Miao villagers erupted in joyous cheers, though a few among them glared at Jiang Xing with resentment. Jiang Xing stepped forward, arms outstretched, addressing the Miao people. "I am deeply grateful for your warm regard. Abo has informed me of your circumstances and needs, and I am here to fulfill them. I have brought with me a collection of cultivation techniques. However, I believe that the name Miao Village no longer befits this place, so I propose to rename it Jiuzhou City, and I shall be the Lord of Jiuzhou City. I have already discussed the name change with Abo, who has consented. Now, I seek your approval. I understand that to you, I am an outsider with no blood ties to you. Yet, your willingness to appoint me as your chieftain indicates that such matters are of little concern to you. Moreover, as Abo has mentioned, many of you are not true Miao people, your ancestors having fled from various regions. Therefore, I hope that in this new Miao village, Jiuzhou City, we shall no longer speak of lineage, but rather of ability." A profound silence enveloped the Miao people, and Jiang Xing continued, "No individual is born noble, nor is anyone born a lowly wretch, regardless of your current status, be it high or low. In Jiuzhou City, all shall be treated equally. Jiuzhou City shall implement a system of contribution. The more you contribute to Jiuzhou City, the more you shall gain in return." As Jiang Xing concluded his address, the Miao villagers erupted in jubilant cheers, creating an exceptionally lively atmosphere. However, amidst the exuberance, a few discordant voices emerged from the crowd. These voices expressed sentiments such as the belief that ancestral decrees should remain unaltered, or questioned how the nobility could be equated with the common folk. Jiang Xing paid no heed to these dissenters, fully aware that not everyone would embrace his perspective, a realization he had mentally prepared for from the outset. Most of these opponents held some connection to the former chieftain and had enjoyed high status within the Miao village. Jiang Xing's assertions effectively diminished their standing to that of mere commoners, a notion they found intolerable. At this juncture, an elderly man in white, his teeth completely absent, was pushed forward by the dissenters. He addressed Jiang Xing, stating, "We summoned you here to improve our lives, not to equate ourselves with these lowly peasants. If they are our equals, who will attend to us?" Jiang Xing regarded the old man with a cold smirk and retorted, "Are you truly certain you wish to elevate yourself above others? Do you desire to have someone serve you?" The old man replied, "This is a tradition passed down by our ancestors. How can it simply be changed?" Jiang Xing pierced the old man with a fierce glare, asserting, "The very person you relied upon, Kuzhinsher, is deceased. According to the principle of the victor claiming dominion and the vanquished becoming outlaws, you ought to be reduced to servitude. The only reason you stand here freely is that I harbor no intentions of enslaving you." The old man, momentarily rendered speechless by Jiang Xing's rebuttal, glared back in fury. Jiang Xing, undaunted, maintained his intense gaze, resulting in a silent standoff, ultimately, to the astonishment of onlookers. This septuagenarian quailed under Jiang Xing's scrutiny, retreating like a frightened child and beginning to sob. Meanwhile, the other dissenters, witnessing the elderly man's humiliation, clamored to expel Jiang Xing, claiming that he was an outsider and that the Miao village required no leadership from such individuals. This outcry incited dissatisfaction among the villagers who had invited Jiang Xing, prompting them to voice their disapproval of the dissenters. An elderly man clad in coarse garments pointed an accusatory finger at the white-clad elder, exclaiming, "Lu, what right do you have to label the young master an outsider? Do not forget, it was merely 40 years ago that Kuzhinsher accepted you as a lackey, allowing you to be considered one of the Miao." Amid the cacophony of indignation from the Miao people, the dissenters shrank back, their faces flushed with shame as they slinked away in defeat. Once the opposing voices had departed, Jiang Xing, bolstered by the support of the crowd, took up residence in the abode of the former chieftain, Kuzhinsher. This residence, a grand estate, revealed Kuzhinsher's penchant for indulgence. It was expansive, resembling a mansion of affluent families. Yet it was now destined to become Jiang Xing's lordly abode. However, despite its spaciousness, the atmosphere lacked the spiritual richness found in Zhao's cave dwelling. Jiang Xing pursed his lips in dissatisfaction, contemplating the installation of a spirit-concentrating array within the premises in the near future. He instructed Xiao Zong and the 5 others to organize the Lord's estate, directing them to discard the extravagant and superfluous decorations, such as artificial mountains and ornamental stones that he intended to convert the northern rooms into storage and a workshop for crafting weapons. While the southern rooms would serve as their quarters for cultivation and rest, the rooms on the eastern and western sides would remain vacant for the time being, anticipating an influx of residents in the future, ensuring they would be put to good use. Jiang Xing called out to the 5 individuals busy tidying up the Lord's residence: Xiao Zeng, Zhongbo Rue, Xiang Kai Fong, Zhao Du, Li Pei Xian. Boss, we are here. The 5 paused in their tasks and responded. Xiao Zeng, you shall take the first room. Zhongbo Rue, the second. Xiang Kai Fong, the third. Zhao Du, the fourth. And Li Pei Xian, the fifth. From now on, I shall instruct you in the art of weapon forging. The materials you extract will be divided, part for your practice in forging, and the rest shall be entrusted to me and Xiao Fan for our own endeavors. Understood, boss. All right, you may return to your tasks. Once the 5 departed, Jiang Xing wandered aimlessly within the village, his heart weighed down by vexation. He was at a loss regarding how to manage the influx of the Miao people. The sudden increase in population equated to a multitude of mouths to feed, and with only a single shop at his disposal, sustaining them all seemed an insurmountable challenge. It was imperative to swiftly find work for these individuals, particularly endeavors that would yield spiritual stones. This was a pressing and critical matter. Failure to address it would inevitably lead to turmoil within Miao Village. As Jiang Xing strolled through the village, he observed its vastness. Gazing at the surrounding mountains that provided natural fortifications, he contemplated the idea of transforming the village into a stronghold, fortified with formations, which would render it virtually impregnable. Coupled with the countless goo worms in the forest, this stronghold would indeed be a formidable fortress. However, such thoughts were merely fanciful. After all, constructing a stronghold was an enormous undertaking, requiring a considerable workforce. Thus, the immediate priority remained to secure employment for the Miao people. Unfortunately, these Miao individuals were only skilled in crafting goo worm liquid, with no other expertise to speak of, leaving Jiang Xing uncertain how to assign them tasks. Nevertheless, the production of such an abundance of goo worm liquid could not be squandered, prompting Jiang Xing to enlist the help of a Bo to select 3 trustworthy young individuals from the Miao clan to learn the spiritual manipulation technique, aiming to enhance the abilities of the compound-eyed spirit fly. Chapter 148. The 5 Elements Corpse. Father, I have successfully forged the remaining 4 5 Elements corpses. Jiang Cheng exclaimed joyfully, a proud expression adorning his face as he addressed Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing scrutinized the 4 5 Elements corpses, noting that the one on the far left was a humanoid monstrosity radiating an earthy yellow spiritual light. The earthy yellow luminescence on the creature would occasionally morph into rock, then into quicksand, and at times, with a flicker of its glow, it would dissolve into a puddle of mud, merging seamlessly with the ground. Jiang Xing exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Qing, who then prompted the creature, "Show us your abilities." Instantaneously, the earthy yellow light around the creature shimmered, and it vanished underground as if submerged in water. Jiang Xing approached the spot where the creature had stood, inspecting the solid, even ground that bore no signs of a pit or cavity. He quickly deduced that the creature possessed the innate talent of earth evasion. After a brief moment, the creature emerged from the ground, and with away from Jiang Qing, it stood motionless at attention. "Your evasion ability is impressive. I shall name you DZ." Remarkably, the creature appeared to ponder the name before nodding in agreement. Jiang Xing then turned his gaze to the second humanoid monstrosity, which shimmered with a metallic hue. This must be the Gene Corpse, correct? What abilities does it possess? In the city of Jiang, a shadow of gloom descended as he remarked, "It appears to be the weakest among the 5 elemental corpses, seemingly devoid of talent. Apart from possessing a body that is more resilient than that of other zombies and exhibiting a peculiar sensitivity and control over spiritual minds and metals, it possesses no other remarkable abilities." Jiang Xing then declared, "From now on, you shall be named Jin Li." With that, he approached the third creature, which radiated a verdant, wood-attribute spiritual light, and inquired, "This must be a wood elemental corpse, correct?" Jiang Cheng affirmed. "Indeed, it has the ability to manipulate the surrounding trees and can even communicate with them. Its mouth can expel a stream of white powder, which is as fine and delicate as flour." "Powder? Let us see it expelled." The wood elemental corpse complied promptly, releasing a puff of powder into Jiang Xing's palm. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Xing was unable to discern its nature and, out of curiosity, prodded the powder with his Yunxiao sword. To his astonishment, vines instantaneously sprouted from the sword, rapidly spreading along its entire length. In a panic, Jiang Xing discarded the Yunxiao sword, yet before it could touch the ground, the vines ensnared it thoroughly. Once on the ground, the vines withered swiftly, revealing the sword's cracked and lifeless body devoid of spiritual radiance. Test the powder's effect on living beings. Jiang Xing instructed the wood elemental corpse to spray a cloud of dust onto a colossal python. Remarkably, upon contact with the powder, the python, despite being in the late stage of its innate cultivation, was overtaken by a rapidly growing plant characterized by robust roots. This plant proliferated at an astonishing rate, enveloping the python's entire body in a matter of moments. The python struggled briefly before succumbing. Its seemingly impenetrable scales and protective spiritual light proved utterly ineffectual against the invasive roots, which pierced through it with ease, deeply embedding themselves within the creature and consuming its spiritual essence. Within mere breaths, the python was reduced to a pile of bones, while the plant swiftly withered and perished. Jiang Xing gasped in astonishment, his heart racing with trepidation, while Jiang Cheng appeared elated, affectionately stroking the wood elemental corpse's head. Excellent. You shall be named Mu Huang. Next, Jiang Xing turned his gaze toward the water elemental corpse, which was suffused with flowing water spiritual energy. However, before he could voice his inquiry, Jiang Cheng interjected. Father, it possesses an extraordinarily potent control over water, capable of extracting moisture from a human body instantaneously, reducing one to a desiccated corpse. Having observed the 4 corpses, Jiang Xing clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, Splendid! Henceforth, it shall be known as Shui Hu. Witnessing his father's joy, Jiang Cheng felt a wave of happiness wash over him. He inhaled deeply, proclaiming, It is truly wonderful for father to have relocated to this Miao village. Previously, residing in the Zhao family felt constricting, but here in Miao village, it feels as comfortable as home, Jiang Cheng remarked. Jiang Xing replied, I still need to make some modifications here. The weapon refining workshop and warehouse require expansion, and I intend to establish a contribution pavilion to encourage their industriousness. On the following day, Jiang Xing commanded the expansion of the weapon refining workshop and arranged for hundreds of workers to construct the contribution pavilion. After a fortnight, this grand edifice was finally completed. Upon distributing the wages to the laborers, Jiang Xing gazed at his now empty storage bag with a pained expression. The construction of the contribution pavilion, coupled with the procurement of building materials and labor costs, had drained his entire savings. Yet, despite his empty pockets, he felt an immense joy within, for he could now have the villagers toil without remuneration. Striding purposefully towards the northern gate of the contribution pavilion, Jiang Xing entered and immediately retrieved over 10 low-tier cultivation methods from storage, meticulously arranging them upon the shelves, activating the protective formations to safeguard the techniques. The villagers, who had followed Jiang Xing in eager anticipation, erupted into excited exclamations upon witnessing the plethora of cultivation methods. Lord City Master, how can we exchange for these techniques? One villager inquired, approaching Jiang Xing. He replied, Once you accumulate sufficient contributions, you shall be able to exchange for them. With that, Jiang Xing ascended to the 2nd floor, where he displayed 6 additional low-tier advanced techniques on the shelves. The townsfolk did not follow him upstairs. They remained on the 1st floor, engrossed in discussions about how to earn contribution points. After arranging the techniques, Jiang Xing found little of value to display on the 3rd floor. So he descended and proceeded directly to the southern area for medicinal pills, setting out bottles of elixirs upon the shelves. That moment, the villagers who had accompanied him inquired, Esteemed City Master, how can we earn contribution points? Jiang Xing responded, I have posted tasks on the stone tablet at the entrance of the contribution pavilion. Completing them will yield contribution points. No sooner had Jiang Xing spoken than the villagers surged outside, craning their necks to read the tasks inscribed on the stone tablet. Contribute 2 points for participating in the renovation of the city master's residence. 1 point for repairing the roads. 3 points for refining the goose spirit liquid. 10 points for cultivating spiritual fields and planting spiritual grains and herbs. 5 points for dismantling materials for refining. 8 points for crafting a low-grade magical artifact. 8 points for refining a 3rd-grade pill. The villagers stood agape, realizing that aside from the non-technical tasks of road repair, renovating the city master's residence, and refining the goose spirit liquid, they were ill-equipped to undertake any of the other endeavors. Lord City Master, might there be someone to teach us the arts of artifact forging or alchemy? After a moment, one villager, emboldened by the support of the crowd, posed the question to Jiang Xing. They had noted the generous contribution rewards for crafting and alchemy on the task tablet, which stirred a sense of envy among them. Indeed, in the future, I will select a group of children around 13 years of age in the city to learn artifact forging and alchemy free of charge. As for you, having surpassed the optimal age for learning, if you wish to study, you may earn contribution points to exchange for the techniques of artifact forging. The villagers appeared reasonably satisfied with this answer, dispersing joyfully, each secretly resolving to refine more goo spirit liquid to earn contribution points. Jiang Xing, of course, understood their capabilities, estimating that with their efforts in refining goo spirit liquid and road construction, they might earn enough contribution points to exchange for a single technique in a month. Once they acquired a technique, they would undoubtedly require medicinal pills for cultivation, and the price of a single pill would be enough for them to toil for an entire month. When they reached the innate stage and needed magical artifacts, they would once again have to begin accumulating contribution points for their purchase. Jiang Xing speculated that a single magical artifact could compel them to work for him for an entire year. Jiang Xing harbored a modicum of concern, perceiving that the items available for exchange were rather scant and predominantly of a rudimentary nature. These items, albeit useful during the initial stages of the villagers' cultivation, would soon prove utterly devoid of value, rendering the contribution system obsolete as the villagers would no longer require contribution points. However, Jiang Xing remained undeterred, reasoning that it would likely take more than a year for their interest in these items to wane. In that span of time, with the spirit stones he amassed, he had no doubt that he could procure superior items. Xiaofan, quickly employ your spells against me, Jiang Xing proclaimed, wielding the Yinxiao sword as he addressed Xiaofan, who stood opposite him in the training arena. Boss, shall we continue? We've already tested this over 100 times, and your destruction sword technique seems to yield no results. Although Xiaofan initially displayed signs of impatience, he nonetheless conjured a fireball and hurled it toward Jiang Xing. As he beheld the roaring fireball hurtling toward him, Jiang Xing's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the blazing orb. His gaze shimmered with a piercing azure hue, accompanied by a golden-red radiance. The nine-nether yin-yang eye was engaged to its fullest capacity. Yet, he discerned no trace of spiritual energy emanating from the fireball, inexorably confronted by the approaching fireball. Jiang Xing raised his sword high and struck the fireball with considerable force. With a resounding explosion, the fireball detonated, and a tumultuous wave of flames engulfed Jiang Xing in an instant, coughing and spluttering. As the flames subsided, Jiang Xing's tall figure emerged, albeit somewhat disheveled, his robe tattered and a lock of hair singed. Failure, he exclaimed, realizing the fireball had exploded directly before him, rather than dissipating silently, as the destruction sword technique had indicated. According to the incantation of the destruction sword technique, I have successfully infused my spiritual energy into the sword in the form of runes. Logically, I should have mastered it. Why then can I not dispel the spell? Did the attendant not claim that mastering the Tao technique would enable me to cultivate the destruction sword technique? Why do I still fail? Jiang Xing shouted in frustration. Xiaofan replied, Boss, there exists a training facility in the market called the Illusory Domain, which features a simulation array that conjures spell attacks for one to practice against. Many have frequented it to enhance their agility. Perhaps you should consider visiting? Jiang Xing inquired, Are these illusions beneficial for my cultivation? Xiaofan replied, The illusions are remarkably lifelike. They should prove useful. I shall give it a T or Y.A an hour later. Jiang Xing arrived at the entrance of the facility known as the Illusory Domain. To his astonishment, the training venue manifested as a towering edifice that soared into the clouds. Such towering height could only signify that it was the tallest structure in Yozhou, and its proprietor was undoubtedly of extraordinary stature. Upon entering the first level of the towering structure, Jiang Xing encountered the fee collection area, where several attendants clad in blue conversed with a handful of cultivators. Esteemed guest, which category of training illusion do you wish to enter? One of the blue-clad attendants approached Jiang Xing, presenting a jade slip for his perusal that detailed the various training classifications and the names of the illusion realms corresponding to each level of the tower. Through the jade slip, Jiang Xing discerned that the illusory domain encompassed a plethora of magical and illusionary training environments, such as the sword mound for sword cultivators, the thunder sea for those attuned to lightning, the fire realm for fire affinity cultivators, and the water domain for those of water affinity, among others. Upon entering the realm of illusions, the guests would trigger a barrier, and spells would continuously manifest from all directions, assailing the intruding practitioners. These spells, though illusory, were strikingly vivid. While they inflicted no physical harm, they could damage one's mental fortitude. After perusing a jade slip for a while without locating the ocean of spells, Jiang Xing inquired of the attendant, "Is there an ocean of spells?" The attendant in azure robes replied, "How long would the esteemed guest wish to practice? Let us try for a day to see if it suits me." Jiang Xing responded, uncertain of the actual conditions within the ocean of spells, and thus decided to commence with a single day's practice before making a further decision. After paying with spirit stones, the attendant handed him a bronze token. "Esteemed guest, this is your token for entering and exiting the ocean of spells. Follow this corridor, where you will find an attendant station nearby, a miniature teleportation platform. Simply step upon it, and the token will activate the barrier, transporting you to the ocean of spells." Heeding the instructions, Jiang Xing proceeded down the corridor, where an attendant awaited beside the formation platform. Jiang Xing stepped onto the teleportation pad, engulfed in a flash of white light. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing still. Above him, clouds drifted lazily across the sky, while before him, a river flowed gently, and he could see schools of fish swimming within the crystalline waters, accompanied by strands of lush green aquatic plants. Upon glancing down, he noticed he stood upon a stone slab approximately 10 zhang square in size. The river before him sparkled and lay tranquil, its banks gently curving, all contributing to a refreshing ambience reminiscent of being by a river. Yet, Jiang Xing sensed an undercurrent of danger, an ominous feeling whose source eluded him. As if a savage beast lurked nearby, he descended from the rock and cautiously approached the riverbank, distancing himself from the water that instilled the most profound sense of peril within him. To his dismay, as he retreated, tendrils of water surged to the surface, coalescing into several water arrows that shot towards him with the speed of lightning. Simultaneously, the grass along the riverbank sprang to life, sprouting numerous vines that lunged at him with astonishing rapidity. In a flash, Jiang Xing summoned the cloud-piercing sword, its white light shimmering in his grasp. With a swift series of strikes, he unleashed 3 consecutive slashes, cutting through the oncoming water arrows with breathtaking speed. Though the arrows were sharp, they shattered easily upon impact, dispersing into shards that scattered across the ground. Following this, he executed a graceful, spinning cut, directing it towards the encroaching vines. A resounding thud echoed as he cleaved a vine, slicing halfway through, only to be halted by the vine's remarkable resilience. Thwarting his advance, in an instant, the vines surged forth, ensnaring Jiang Xing completely, before he could extricate himself. A mass of water droplets rose from the river, hovering ominously in the air, the water spirit energy coalescing with fervor. Jiang Xing was struck with alarm, fear flooding his eyes, as he struggled with renewed fervor. The water spirit energy had now formed into a formidable water arrow, radiating a terrifying aura. With a whoosh, the arrow shot towards Jiang Xing, piercing through him in an instant, just as he fell to the ground. The token at his waist shimmered with spirit light, enveloping him entirely, before transforming into a streak of light that shot towards the great rock. With a crackle, Jiang Xing sat up on the stone, a sharp pain piercing through his mind, involuntarily causing him to grimace in discomfort. What an astonishing illusion! He was defeated in a mere quarter of an hour. It seems that this illusory realm was not visited in vain. The moment the destruction sword technique is mentioned, Jiang Xing is reminded of the 9 nether yin-yang eyes. The attendant who sold the technique had stated that the destruction sword technique must be practiced in conjunction with ocular divine abilities to be mastered. Now that he has cultivated the 9 nether yin-yang eyes, the destruction sword technique still proves ineffective. Could it be that the 9 nether yin-yang eyes are inadequate? Or perhaps the destruction sword technique is nothing more than a worthless counterfeit? Having practiced the 9 nether yin-yang eyes for such a duration, Jiang Xing is well aware of its formidable power. There is no way it is lacking. Thus, it is highly probable that the destruction sword technique is indeed a useless sham. With this thought, Jiang Xing seethes with indignation, cursing the unscrupulous merchant. Although the technique may be false, having already expended spirit stones on it, he cannot let it go to waste. With plenty of time left in the day, he might as well practice it casually. Could it be that his cultivation of the 9 nether yin-yang eyes is insufficient? Suddenly, this notion springs to mind. With this thought, Jiang Xing retrieves the Yin-Eye Jade pendant. Fastening it to his waist, with the enhancement provided by the pendant, his vision temporarily elevates to the 3rd level of the 9 nether yin-yang eyes. The world before him transforms dramatically. The river before him morphs into countless intertwining water-type runes. These enigmatic symbols drawing in an abundance of water spiritual energy from all directions, coalescing into liquid form. The verdant grass along the bank is also comprised of innumerable intertwining wood-type runes, converging the surrounding with spiritual energy, while even the earth beneath is formed from soil runes, gathering soil spiritual energy. The only place devoid of runes is the large rock beneath his feet. It stands as the sole tangible existence. Stepping off the rock, Jiang Xing observes a complex water rune, composed of myriad foundational water-type runes, surfacing from the river, swiftly absorbing the river's spiritual energy to form a water arrow aimed at him. Indeed, the spells here are all crafted from runes. Jiang Xing's eyes widen as he gazes at the water arrow hurtling towards him. It seems magnified countless times before him, intricate patterns sprawling across its surface. Not a seamless whole, these patterns represent mental energy. It is this energy that absorbs spiritual essence, coalescing into the water arrow. The mental energy swirls along the water arrow's surface, glimmering ominously, exuding an aura of danger. Whoosh! The water arrow darts towards Jiang Xing. An epiphany strikes him. He finally comprehends why he has been unable to master the destruction sword technique. He discards his sword, concentrating his mental energy at his fingertips, and points at a densely interwoven intersection of patterns on the water arrow. There lies the core of its design. Bang! Jiang Xing's finger strikes, as if against steel. The mental energy upon the water arrow proves remarkably resilient. Bang! A second finger, this time, cracks spiderweb across the water arrow's mental energy. Bang! A third finger. In an instant, the water arrow's mental energy shatters, and the arrow itself disintegrates into countless droplets, scattering to the ground. It turns out that shattering the mental energy that coalesces the spell can indeed obliterate the spell itself. The destruction sword technique is genuine. However, its power appears somewhat feeble. At this moment, another vine lunges toward Jiang Xing. With a chuckle, he picks up the discarded sword and charges at the vine. Since relying solely on mental energy to dismantle a spell proves too weak, what if he infuses his true energy into the Cloud Sky Sword? With a lightning-fast strike, he cleaves down. The vine, previously unyielding, is effortlessly severed and dissipates. Ha ha ha. So, that is how it works. The sword technique of ruin has been mastered by me. Yet, in the midst of joy, a tragic irony unfolds. Every time Jiang Xing places his foot upon the ground, a rune illuminates the spot beneath his shoe, its brilliance flickering momentarily before fading away. Almost instantaneously, a vine shoots up from the earth with remarkable speed. Jiang Xing had already trampled upon the ground at least a dozen times. A succession of vines rapidly emerges from the soil, swaying in the air like countless serpents, entwining themselves around Jiang Xing. As he deftly maneuvers to evade them, he strikes at the core of these tenacious vines with his sword, in his frantic attempts to dodge the vines and water arrows. Jiang Xing has traversed every inch of the ground. In that moment, chaos erupted within the ocean of spells. A gust of wind swirled through the magical expanse, as if Jiang Xing's relentless onslaught of destructive spells had provoked the very essence of the spellbound waters. The river surged with fury, grass grew wildly, and faint ethereal shadows suddenly manifested upon the surface of the water and the blades of grass, the potent forces of water and wood intertwining and spreading. Instantly, this realm seemed to descend into madness, as spiritual energy spiraled chaotically around. Before Jiang Xing, a river suddenly unleashed a water arrow. This transparent projectile marked the commencement of the battle. A brilliant blue light erupted. Countless water spells surged forth from the tumultuous river, overwhelming like a torrential downpour. Jiang Xing's expression shifted in astonishment, nearly causing him to leap in surprise at the sight before him. This strike encompassed 91 distinct water spells. From the simplest water arrow and water bubble to the more intricate water butterfly, water bird, and water tiger, every conceivable form was present. What was even more astonishing was that each water bird appeared vividly lifelike, their transparent feathers exquisitely detailed. It was at this moment that Jiang Xing realized the sheer terror of this impending onslaught. The grass had spread across the ground, sprouting countless vines that swayed in the air like myriad hands. Amidst the shock, a hint of intoxication graced Jiang Xing's visage. Such breathtaking water spells were a rare marvel. Each water spell and vine seemed neither complex nor particularly powerful to him. However, with 91 water spells assaulting him simultaneously, compounded by the forest-like vines behind him, he found himself ensnared, devoid of any space to evade. An unfathomable ocean of spells, so fearsome, Jiang Xing's mind went blank, his limbs rendered immobile. All his combat spirit and resolve shattered like fragile glass before this astonishing strike. His body stiffened, crushed under the weight of this overwhelming aura. Unable to even twitch a finger. He could only gaze in bewilderment at the sea of blue light approaching ever closer, watching helplessly as he was on the verge of being consumed by this vast expanse. Behind him, the twisting vines coiled like giant pythons, ready to constrict him. Rage, shattering the shackles. The surging battle spirit combined with his fury and shame. In an instant, Jiang Xing erupted into a frenzy, his eyes ablaze with crimson. He charged forward with the wind spirit sword in hand. Chapter 150. The initiation of the sword technique of ruin. It was unclear how much time had passed when Jiang Xing awakened from his stupor. His mind throbbing with pain accompanied by a dizzying whirl. He sat up, surveying his surroundings. He was still amidst that ocean of spells, still upon that large boulder, yet the landscape of the spellbound sea had transformed dramatically. The river ahead had vanished, leaving behind a riverbed etched with countless runes, while the grass along the riverbank had also disappeared, replaced by shores adorned with inscriptions, with a firm squeeze of the bronze token. A radiant beam of white light enveloped Jiang Xing, causing him to vanish into thin air atop the colossal rock. A luminous flash erupted from the teleportation platform, and suddenly, Jiang Xing's figure materialized upon it. Esteemed guest, your cultivation time has come to an end. Would you like to extend your session or switch to another cultivation illusion realm? A nearby attendant inquired promptly. Let us extend it for another 7 days. Jiang Xing, having grasped a modicum of insights, was eager to continue his practice. Esteemed guest, your complexion appears rather pallid. It seems your mental energy has suffered some strain within the illusion realm. Would you care for a few spirit-replenishing pills to restore your vitality? The attendant in green observed, noting Jiang Xing's ashen visage. How many spirit stones for each pill? Jiang Xing indeed required a boost to his mental acuity, as practicing in a state of dizziness would undoubtedly diminish its efficacy. 30. I shall take 7, please. Jiang Xing re-entered that ocean of spells, finding himself in the same location, yet this time, it was not a river that lay before him, but a volcano. Could it be that the scenery changes with each entry? Jiang Xing pondered. As he stepped down from the large rock, a fireball erupted from the volcano's mouth, trailing a long tail of flames as it hurtled towards him. The fireball spun rapidly as it approached. And although Jiang Xing caught sight of the intricate patterns at its core, the incessantly rotating fireball rendered the core almost ephemeral, making it exceedingly difficult to strike. He gazed upward at the incoming fireball, remaining motionless, and just as it was about to collide with him, a sword swiftly pierced through, penetrating the core of the pattern. As Jiang Xing dispelled one fireball with a single stroke, another struck him, forcing him back a step. Boom, the fireball exploded upon contact, yet it was not as searing as he had anticipated. Rather, it merely caused a sharp pain in his head before he quickly returned to normal. At that moment, another fireball erupted from the volcano, and Jiang Xing swiftly eliminated it with his sword. One fireball? Could it be? Taking a step forward, he was indeed met with 2 fireballs emerging from the volcano. Hurtling towards him, with exhilaration, he leapt back, evading both fireballs, landing atop the large rock. Now it made sense. No wonder it had felt like disturbing a hornet's nest, with countless water and wood spells overwhelming him. Each step forward triggered a layer of restrictions, amplifying the intensity of the ensuing attacks. Having discerned this pattern, Jiang Xing consumed a spirit-replenishing pill and descended from the rock. Upon taking a step forward, a fireball descended from above, and Jiang Xing raised his sword, unleashing a streak of sword light that, in an instant, struck the core of the intricate patterns. Stepping forward once more, 2 fireballs simultaneously plummeted from the sky. Jiang Xing first unleashed a beam of sword light that pierced through one fireball, then swiftly thrust his sword towards the other. The second fireball, now mere inches from his face, was miraculously dispelled by Jiang Xing at the last possible moment. Fireballs continued to rain down, and Jiang Xing tirelessly eliminated them, honing his ability to capture the core of the intricate patterns. There were moments when he failed to locate the core in time, forcing him to dodge the fireballs and retreat to the rock. At this juncture, Jiang Xing had thoroughly grasped the rules governing the ocean of spells and would not foolishly allow a fireball to harm his mental fortitude. Rooted to the ground as if it had taken hold, Jiang Xing remained utterly still, wielding the wind spirit sword with elegance, vanquishing fireballs one after another. Thus, 2 hours elapsed, during which Jiang Xing mastered the art of foregoing the sword's radiance to directly dispatch the oncoming fireballs with swift, decisive strikes. At this juncture, the 2 fireballs posed no challenge to him, prompting Jiang Xing to advance a step forward. This time, however, emerging from the volcano were not merely 3 fireballs, but rather vividly animated firebirds. The firebirds emitted a crisp, resonant cry as they surged towards Jiang Xing with astonishing speed. Despite their rapid flight, Jiang Xing discerned that each firebird possessed 2 core veins. Could it be that both needed to be shattered simultaneously? He thrust his sword toward the approaching firebird, yet it deftly evaded his strike and continued its relentless charge as the firebird lunged before him. Jiang Xing raised his sword to strike, but in his haste, he lacked precision. Although he struck the firebird, he failed to hit its core vein. It merely staggered slightly before crashing into him. In an instant, darkness enveloped Jiang Xing's consciousness, and he collapsed. Upon awakening, a violent, searing pain coursed through his head, nearly causing him to lose consciousness once more. After consuming a calming elixir, his mind gradually began to clear, and the pain subsided. Once he felt his faculties returning, Jiang Xing steadied himself and advanced with his sword. His third step, a firebird soared forth from the volcano, hurtling towards him. Jiang Xing unleashed a flurry of sword radiance aimed at the firebird's core veins. But it skillfully evaded each attack. Occasionally, he would strike it, yet the firebird would deftly dodge the vital points, merely dimming slightly before continuing its assault. As Jiang Xing retreated, he simultaneously thrust his sword to fend off the firebird's approach. However, in his retreat, the volcano erupted, sending two fireballs hurtling towards him. The firebird circled around him, diving intermittently and occasionally expelling a burst of flames in his direction, while Jiang Xing extinguished the fireballs. He fiercely engaged in combat with the firebird. Within a quarter of an hour, the firebird had grown so faint it seemed almost transparent, ultimately falling before Jiang Xing's sword. During his struggle against the firebird, Jiang Xing realized that destroying a single core vein would significantly weaken it but not annihilate it. Only by shattering both core veins simultaneously could he ensure its complete dissolution. The firebird's agility proved a constant source of frustration for Jiang Xing, preventing him from landing critical blows. Perched upon a rock, he pondered for a considerable time, contemplating strategies to immobilize the firebird, allowing him the opportunity to strike at its core veins, or alternatively, to strike with unparalleled speed and precision. Reinvigorated, Jiang Xing took 3 decisive steps forward, summoning another firebird to engage in battle. After another quarter of an hour, he succeeded in vanquishing this firebird and summoned yet another to refine his swordsmanship. With each firebird he defeated, his speed in dispatching them accelerated, and by the 3rd day, he could destroy a firebird in a mere quarter of the original time. For 7 consecutive days, Jiang Xing fought tirelessly against the firebirds. By the final day, he had honed his technique to the point where he could strike at the firebird's core veins with the swiftness of lightning, obliterating one in an instant. This rigorous training concluded with his mastery of the sword technique reaching an elementary level. As this phase of his training came to a satisfactory close, he found himself sitting in a daze upon a large rock, silently observing the dissipating ocean of mystical energy as the scene faded away. Jiang Xing realized that he had wasted the past 7 days. On the final day, he attempted to remove the Inmu Jade Ring and break the spell using his own strength, but he failed. Once he removed the Inmu Jade Ring, he could not discern the intricate patterns of the spell at all. It seemed he would need to diligently practice the 9 Nether Yin-Yang Eye technique once more. Chapter 151. Qiling Mountain Lord's City Master. This is dire. The Qiling Mountain to the north has collapsed. One day, a villager rushed in a panic from outside the village, and upon spotting Jiang Xing at the village gate, he shouted with urgent desperation. Jiang Xing felt a wave of confusion, pondering to himself that Qiling Mountain was 7 or 8 miles from Jiulong City. What was the fuss about a mountain collapsing? It wouldn't affect Jiulong City. After a moment, the villager reached Jiang Xing, panting heavily. City Master, this is terrible. The Qiling Mountain has caved in, revealing a large hole, and countless enormous poisonous snakes and scorpions have emerged, attacking anyone in sight. Young Master Jiang Xing and the others are currently blocking the entrance to prevent those beasts from escaping. Without hesitation, Jiang Xing soared into the air on his sword. And sure enough, he spotted Jiang Qing and Ying Yin battling fiercely against the monstrous creatures. Jiang Qing and Ying Yin, along with 3 others, had encircled the entrance tightly. Whatever dared to emerge from the darkness was met with a barrage of flames, water spheres, and powder. Jiang Xing had witnessed the might of the flames and powders unleashed by Ying Yin and Mu Huang. The venomous snakes and scorpions writhed in agony as they perished in the inferno. Meanwhile, Shui Huan, Jin Li, and Dizhe did not hold back either, swiftly transforming the serpents into desiccated corpses under their relentless assault. As Jiang Xing descended from his sword, Jiang Qing immediately wore an expression of regret. Lowering his head to Jiang Xing, "Father, I apologize for causing you trouble." Jin Li sensed spiritual or within the mountain, so I sent Dizhe to investigate. Unfortunately, he encountered many beasts within, leading to a fierce battle that ultimately caused the mountain to collapse. Jiang Xing glanced at the gaping hole, dark and unfathomable, as countless thick black serpents and fist-sized scorpions slithered out. The aura emanating from within was potent and viscous. No wonder the creatures inside had grown to such a size. Addressing Jiang Xing, he said, Fear not. This could be a fortuitous event. The dense spiritual energy within may harbor treasures. With that, Jiang Xing drew the Yunxiao sword and began to slay the vile creatures at the cave's entrance. After 3 or 4 hours of intense combat, drenched in sweat, Jiang Xing and Ying Yin were also gasping for breath, but they finally managed to clear the area of the venomous beasts. Upon entering the cave, Jiang Xing found the interior shrouded in darkness, obscuring his vision. At that moment, Ying Yin, ablaze with flames, stepped in, illuminating the space. Jiang Xing then realized that this was no ordinary cave. Rather, it was an underground passage. Both the walls and ceiling were constructed of smooth rock, and the floor was laid with peculiar black stones. "Father, look, there are branching paths," Jiang Xing exclaimed, following his son's gesture. Jiang Xing indeed saw a junction ahead, with 3 passages leading to different destinations. Just as Jiang Xing contemplated venturing deeper, a mysterious beastly roar echoed from the depths of the cave, a sound that seemed capable of shattering stone. Indicating the presence of a formidable creature, Jiang Xing hesitated to venture further, recognizing that, given his capabilities, it was prudent to enter in the company of others. He decided to seal the entrance first and seek assistance. Jiang Xing lifted a massive boulder that had rolled out during a landslide and, with a single forceful motion, blocked the cave entrance completely. Jiang Xing and the 5 spectral beings, including Ying Yin, quickly joined him, gathering nearby stones to ensure the entrance was thoroughly obstructed. After a moment of contemplation at the cave's mouth, Jiang Xing produced a communication talisman and sent a message to Yao Qingyi. He sensed that this cave resembled an ancient relic, one that should remain concealed from outsiders. Otherwise, the influx of treasure-seeking cultivators would pose significant trouble. Should they take the treasures within, it would not only be a loss for him, but could also jeopardize the nearby Julong city. For Jiang Xing, the only trustworthy individual with the strength to explore this cave was Yao Qingyi. Li Jingyuan and Sun Qitian, while capable, lacked the requisite prowess to be of assistance within the cave's depths. "Qingyi, I have discovered a relic, but I cannot explore it alone. Could you accompany me?" Yao Qingyi's melodious voice resonated through the talisman, responding, "Of course, where shall we meet?" Her calm demeanor unsettled Jiang Xing slightly, prompting him to conclude his entreaty hastily, suggesting, "Let us convene at the Qingchuan." And he mentioned a well-known inn in Qingchuan, hoping it would be easier for Yao Qingyi to locate. On the 3rd morning, Qingchuan city erupted with excitement as throngs of male cultivators surged toward the Qingchuan inn. Startled by this sudden commotion while waiting for Yao Qingyi, Jiang Xing was taken aback, unsure of the cause. Upon opening his door to investigate the raucous noise, he was astonished to find the inn packed with people. They were not patrons seeking lodging. Their gaze was fixated on a singular point. Following their stares, Jiang Xing beheld Yao Qingyi, adorned in a flowing celestial robe, gracefully approaching him. In that moment, he was entranced, perceiving her as a resplendent gem radiating vibrant hues. The onlookers were spellbound, captivated by the vision of her ethereal attire. Resembling a delicate sprite dancing in the breeze as she ascended to the inn's 2nd floor, Jiang Xing, equally mesmerized, had never witnessed her in such breathtaking beauty before. From the innocent girl she once was, she had matured into a woman of exquisite curves and a stunning visage, yet today, she appeared more breathtaking than ever. At that moment, she emanated a soft, otherworldly glow, akin to a celestial fairy. Her beauty was such that even the stars and sunlight could not overshadow it. Yet, in that fleeting instant, he felt a wave of self-consciousness wash over him, likening himself to an ugly duckling adrift in a river littered with debris, existing in a realm entirely apart from hers. "You are so beautiful," Jiang Xing stammered, overwhelmed by a profound sense of inadequacy. Beside him, Jiang Xing was equally transfixed, staring at Yao Qingyi and exclaiming, "Sister, you are so beautiful, more beautiful than my mother." Jiang Xing silently concurred, recalling how Lin Xier and Yao Qingyi, though each striking in their own right, possessed distinct charms. One exuded a tranquil allure like the gentle autumn waters, while the other sparkled with a playful mischief that could plunge one into the depths of ecstasy or despair. In comparison to the present, Yao Qingyi has undoubtedly emerged triumphant, and this victory lies in her demeanor. At this moment, Yao Qingyi exudes an even greater tranquility than before, resembling an ethereal fairy whose mere presence brings warmth to the heart. Her very being seems to radiate an intangible force, a comforting and benevolent energy that envelopes those around her. Observing Jiang Xing lost in a daze, Yao Qingyi flashed a beautiful smile and leaned closer to his ear, whispering, "Where is that ancient relic you mentioned? Take me there." He shifted his thighs slightly, the pain jolting him back to reality. Eager to avoid further embarrassment, he quickly urged Jiang Cheng to lead the way ahead. Upon exiting Qingchuan City, Jiang Xing soared into the air on his sword, with Yao Qingyi swiftly following suit. Her speed on the sword was remarkable. She often surpassed Jiang Xing inadvertently, waiting for him ahead. It was at this moment Jiang Xing noticed that Yao Qingyi's attire and flying sword were both of superior quality, far exceeding his own. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, Jiang Xing summoned Yin and 5 other undead beings, commanding them to clear the enormous boulder blocking the entrance. In a mere moment, the cave's mouth was once again revealed to them. Yao Qingyi's eyes sparkled upon seeing the 5 zombies. She was discerning enough to recognize their exceptional nature. It seems you have some fortune. How remarkable that you managed to acquire 5 such extraordinary zombies, she remarked. Jiang Xing replied. They were crafted by Jiang Cheng, though their cultivation is merely at the mid-stage of the innate realm. They can contend with typical early-stage qi refinement practitioners. If you desire, I can gift you a few. Yao Qingyi shook her head, saying, they are only at mid-stage of the innate realm. If I were to nurture them, it would require an unknown amount of spirit stones. I cannot afford to care for them. Jiang Xing led the way into the cave, which was shrouded in darkness, but as Yin entered, the cave was instantly illuminated. Chapter 152, Creeping Vines. The cave was empty, save for glimpses of serpentine forms or other peculiar creatures occasionally emerging from the distant shadows, seeing Yin act as a human-shaped torch. Yao Qingyi laughed and said to Jiang Xing, your zombie is quite special. It has spared me from using my prepared fire starters. Jiang Xing chuckled, responding, it possesses abilities beyond merely being a torch. Its strength should not be underestimated. Really? I shall watch with keen anticipation as we proceed. After a while, the group arrived at a fork in the path, where 3 tunnels led into the unknown darkness. They paused to deliberate on which route to take, fully aware that among these man-made passages, only one was genuine while the others served as deceptive traps leading to certain demise. Therefore, Jiang Xing, Yao Qingyi, and Jiang Cheng had to make the right choice. Utilizing his 9 nether yin-yang eyes, Jiang Xing scrutinized the 3 tunnels and discerned that 2 were filled with the ominous energy of death, while the 3rd was devoid of such a presence. He then declared, Qingyi, Chenger, let us take the left tunnel. It appears to be the safer option. Both Yao Qingyi and Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement and prepared to advance. But at that moment, Jiang Xing raised a hand to halt them, saying, wait a moment. After speaking, he struck the body bag, releasing over 20 zombies, and with a shake of his soul-capturing bell, he compelled the undead to lead the way. He soon discerned that this passageway was rather peculiar. It delved deep underground, yet a breeze occasionally swept through, compelling Jiang Xing to exercise greater caution. However, this was somewhat reassuring, as it suggested that suffocating occurrences might be averted. The zombies in front hopped forward in a jerky manner, while Jiang Xing and Yao Qingyi remained acutely vigilant of their surroundings. After all, they were traversing uncharted perilous territory, demanding utmost care from both. Nonetheless, this subterranean realm was fraught with danger, and despite their vigilance, they fell into a trap. Just as Jiang Xing and Yao Qingyi had ventured nearly 600 meters into the passage, it suddenly widened. The ground beneath them devoid of tiles, revealing only ordinary black soil. Initially, when Jiang Xing entered this passage, the surroundings were predominantly rocky. However, as they advanced, the walls transformed into mere earth. Be cautious. I sense a dangerous aura lurking here, Jiang Xing remarked as he followed the zombies. Upon reaching this point, he was incessantly disturbed by faint rustling sounds, prompting him to turn to Jiang Xing and Yao Qingyi. The group heightened their caution, their eyes scanning the vicinity as they proceeded slowly. Jiang Xing furrowed his brows, suddenly perceiving an unusual presence concealed beneath the ground. An elusive sensation that evaded his detection until one of the zombies inadvertently stepped upon it, causing a sudden release of energy. The zombie, too, sensed something amiss beneath its feet. The soil seemed softer than in other areas. When it leapt over, its legs unexpectedly sank into the mud. Peering down, it beheld a small pit, approximately half a meter in diameter, whose origin was a mystery. As it pondered this conundrum, an unforeseen change erupted. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, a colossal creature resembling an exaggerated worm, its mouth lined with sharp teeth, burst forth from the earth, instantly engulfing the zombie from foot to head. Both Jiang Xing and Yao Qingyi were taken aback. Despite having mentally prepared themselves, the sight startled them nonetheless. What a grotesquely repulsive giant worm. Another zombie was consumed by the monstrous insect. These zombies, as hard as iron, succumbed almost immediately to the creature's razor-sharp maw. What on earth is that? Yao Qingyi inquired in astonishment. These zombies had been crafted by him, exhibiting agility and strength far superior to ordinary ones. Yet, He realized that although this creature appeared plump and fleshy, the zombie's sharp claws could not penetrate its chubby, pale skin. Conversely, the zombies, which he had thought of as having impenetrable flesh, were effortlessly torn apart in the creature's jaws. One zombie, as soon as its claw grasped the monstrous worm, was unable to retreat in time and was swallowed whole. After consuming this zombie, the creature writhed, as if countless teeth were grinding within its body, producing a horrifying crunching sound. Step back. You five, charge together. Jiang Xing shook the soul-capturing bell, causing the remaining 8 zombies to retreat. He pointed at the 5 shadowy undead creatures before him, which immediately charged forward, unleashing a barrage of spikes, flames, and powder towards the monstrous insect. A sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Xing. Should this creature escape, it would spell trouble if it were to launch a surprise attack. He could easily fall victim to its jaws. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he sensed an unusual disturbance in the soil beneath his feet. Without hesitation, he executed the art of shadow flicker, vanishing from his original position and reappearing 3 zhang away. As Jiang Xing's figure dissipated from sight, a gaping maw, stained with blood, erupted from the ground. Having narrowly evaded the ambush, Jiang Xing had little time to revel in his fortune before a foul green liquid cascaded towards him like a torrential downpour. Upon glancing back, he realized the monstrous insect had missed its mark, and in its fury, it spewed forth the noxious fluid. Jiang Xing's countenance turned cold as he vanished once more, narrowly evading the green spray. However, the zombie behind him was not as fortunate. Its once ironclad body suddenly erupted in smoke, rapidly withering away. It appeared as though the creature had been scalded, as blisters erupted across its form, which soon began to rot, chunks of flesh plummeting to the ground. DZ, is there any way to strike it down underground or force it to surface? DZ roared, his entire body glowing with a yellow hue before burrowing into the earth. Jiang Xing remained exceedingly vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on the ground, wary of the insect's potential reemergence. Yao Qingyi, however, seemed unfazed, calmly gazing into the dark recesses of the passage ahead, unperturbed by the threat posed by the creature. It appeared that DZ was already engaged in battle with the insect below, yet Jiang Xing could only guess at the outcome, noting the occasional collapse or bulge of the ground above. Observing the shifting terrain, Yao Qingyi chuckled, saying, "You might as well call DZ back. It is no match for that creature and is currently being chased." Jiang Xing shot her a perplexed glance, uncertain of how she had gleaned the situation underground. He too wished to summon DZ, but the entity was below and could not hear his call. At that moment, he noticed a vine that had inexplicably appeared beside Yao Qingyi, one end deeply embedded in the ground while the other coiled around her. Jiang Xing surmised that Yao Qingyi's awareness of the subterranean conflict was likely connected to this vine. He then gestured to Jiang Qing, indicating that he should summon DZ. Jiang Qing emitted a peculiar sound, one that was extraordinarily odd, as if resonating directly within the hearts of those present. It was the language of the dead. Yao Qingyi produced a seed the size of a bean, exclaiming, "Watch this." She softly recited an incantation, then tossed the seed to the ground, where it immediately took root and sprouted into a creeping vine, which swiftly spread throughout the passage. Jiang Xing, intrigued, inquired, It doesn't seem to be doing much." No sooner had he spoken than something beneath the surface seemed to be fleeing, causing a mound of earth to thrash about erratically. The creeping vine appeared to instill great fear in the creature. Wherever the vine thinned, the creature surged toward that spot. In no time, the creature found itself cornered and burst forth from the ground, revealing itself to be the monstrous insect. Emerging alongside the grotesque insect were over a dozen thick, creeping roots, twisting like serpents as they ensnared the creature. Chapter 153. The Advancement of Deja. The monstrous insect found itself bound by the roots, struggling desperately yet unable to free itself from their grasp. At that moment, the tips of the roots lunged toward the creature, piercing through with alarming ease. With a sickening sound, the insect's body, impervious even to the claws of a zombie, was penetrated as effortlessly as paper. Green blood splattered, filling the air with a bizarre, putrid stench. Jiang Xing stared in astonishment at the grotesque insect being methodically impaled by the roots. He was aware of Yao Qingyi's immense power, yet he had not anticipated that the creature he could not manage would be dispatched with such ease by her. "Qingyi, what is that technique called?" "It's astonishing. A blue tear spell. With spiraling dragon. A blue tear spell. No wonder it's so formidable." As the group prepared to continue their journey, a series of crunching sounds echoed through the air. Following the noise, they discovered Deja voraciously devouring the carcass of the insect. Deja feasted with wild abandon, reminiscent of a famished giant who had not eaten for days, ravenously gnawing on the most delectable of pork shanks. Jiang Xing, filled with confusion, inquired, "Deja, what are you doing?" Without pausing, Deja continued to consume the insect's remains, emitting an odd squeaking sound as it ate, an echo of the language of the dead. Yao Qingyi regarded Deja with curiosity. Noting that as it consumed more, its aura intensified. Jiang Xing observed this as well and realized that only Deja seemed to relish the grotesque insect. Ying Yin and the others showed no interest in it and appeared to disdain it altogether. Jiang Cheng tugged at Jiang Xing's sleeve, saying, "Father, Deja mentioned it hasn't eaten in a long time and is hungry." Jiang Xing nodded, silently watching Deja feast upon the insect without further comment. He noticed that not only had Deja's aura grown stronger, but its body had also slightly expanded. After a considerable time, Deja finished devouring the insect, its aura having doubled in strength, and the earthy yellow glow surrounding it became more solidified, indicating that Deja had advanced to the later stages of its innate development. Jiang Xing chuckled. He had always been unaware of what Deja consumed or how it progressed, but now it seemed these were no longer mysteries. He pondered that since the insect thrived underground, its essence concealed, moving through the earth as if it were the surface. This signified that the creature was an earth-type demon beast. Thus, it followed that Deja's sustenance consisted of earth-type demon beasts, which might explain why Ying Yin and the others did not consume the insect. That he speculated that Ying Yin perhaps only feasted on fire-type demon beasts, while Shui Hu and the others likely adhered to a similar dietary preference aligned with their attributes. Once Deja had finished, Yao Qingyi turned to Jiang Xing and stated, "Let's move on." Jiang Xing, grinning widely, nodded and led the way. After traversing for more than half an hour, Jiang Xing noticed that the passage began to change. The walls and floor were no longer smooth but riddled with depressions, resembling a naturally formed cavern. Furthermore, to contend with the insect encounters along the way, Jiang Xing had lost 5 probing zombies. Yet they had safely arrived here, primarily thanks to Yao Qingyi's decisive actions against the monstrous insects. As for the corpses of these creatures, none went to waste. Jiang Xing collected them all into his storage pouch. After traversing another 100 meters or so, Jiang Xing discovered a layer of something akin to green sand covering the ground. This only intensified the eerie and foreboding atmosphere of the already sinister passage. A zombie stepped onto it, and in an instant, the green sand stirred, surging from the surroundings and swiftly enveloping the creature entirely. The zombie let out a horrid scream as the green sand devoured it, leaving behind a gruesome display of shredded flesh and exposed, ghastly bones. The green sand was composed of insects. The zombie clawed desperately at its own body, leaping in vain, but the insatiable insects continued their relentless consumption. Jiang Xing shuddered in horror, hurling a fireball at the zombie. Boom! Flames erupted. Upon striking the zombie, it was as if the fireball had collided with a grease-laden mannequin, igniting a conflagration that scorched the insects, causing them to fall lifelessly to the ground. Thud! The zombie collapsed, its body ablaze, setting the surrounding green insects alight and incinerating a large swath of them in an instant. A cacophony of shrill insect cries erupted as the remaining creatures retreated, forming a circle 3 meters away from the flames. Paralyzed by fear of the fire, Yao Qingyi frowned at the sight of the green insects, her expression reflecting her displeasure. She had a profound aversion to such creatures, especially ones so perilous. With a flick of her wrist, she conjured a pale fireball and sent it crashing into the mass of insects. Silent and unassuming, as the fireball entered the swarm, it emitted no sound and produced no grand flames. Instead, a wave of white light rippled outward, and upon contact with the green insects, they swiftly turned to char, emitting wisps of smoke. Observing how effortlessly Yao Qingyi obliterated the majority of the green insects with a single spell, Jiang Xing's gaze shifted to her, becoming somewhat evasive. Initially, he had intended to protect her, but now it was she who shielded him. Yao Qingyi seemed to perceive his thoughts, offering a gentle smile as she approached him, wrapping her arms around his, playfully shaking them. Jiang Xing felt his hand enveloped in a warm embrace, causing his heart to flutter. Let us proceed. With Yao Qingyi holding onto his arm, Jiang Xing felt invigorated, striding forward with renewed vigor. However, it was not long before they encountered another stretch of the passage teeming with green insects, seemingly endless. In an attempt to impress Yao Qingyi, Jiang Xing unleashed a barrage of fireballs. Yet they only succeeded in clearing a mere 10 meters. Yao Qingyi refrained from intervening, calmly observing as if Jiang Xing's efforts rendered her free from concern. He took a deep breath and checked his internal energy, realizing that he had depleted 1/10 of it. Understanding that this approach was unsustainable, he promptly instructed Ying Yin to take the lead. With Ying Yin, a human-shaped torch, leading the way, the green insects panicked and retreated, clearing a path for them. After walking for the duration of half an incense stick, they finally emerged from the passage into a spacious cavern. This cave was expansive, filled with knee-high vegetation. Among these plants were some that were dark and devoid of visible leaves, while most branches twisted grotesquely as they grew. This place was predominantly populated by fungi, vibrant and colorful, presenting a rather enchanting sight. Yet, these fungi were also peculiar and varied, creating an illusion of a distorted jungle at first glance. As Jiang Xing and others beheld their surroundings, an inexplicable eeriness enveloped them. "How strange it is," Jiang Xing remarked, bewildered, "that in this place devoid of sunlight and water, such a vast expanse of subterranean flora could thrive." Jiang Xing surveyed the scene and remarked, "This is indeed peculiar. These plants must thrive without sunlight. Observe, most of them are black in hue. Furthermore, the bizarre creatures we previously encountered, such as the strange insects and green worms, all exist within this enclosed space, so we must exercise caution and not regard these phenomena through the lens of conventional wisdom." Yao Qingyi, her brow furrowed in contemplation, nodded in agreement. This thicket was fraught with unknown peril, and Jiang Xing was reluctant to take unnecessary risks. With a swift gesture, he commanded the zombies to leap into the undergrowth. Serving as scouts ahead, as the zombies bounded into the thicket, they trampled the black foliage, causing the plants to sway precariously in response to the disturbance. Billowing clouds of black mist rapidly emerged, exuding an ominous aura and emitting a series of hissing sounds that it was as if a gust of wind had swept through, coalescing the black mist into ominous clouds that drifted ominously towards them. Jiang Xing found this curious. Being deep within a cavern, the presence of wind seemed improbable, yet the mist continued to swirl towards them. Suddenly, a startling turn of events unfolded. The moment a zombie took a step forward, the surrounding black mist began to whirl inexplicably. Suspended in midair, it enveloped the zombies, emanating a dark, ghostly luminescence, eerily silent and profoundly strange. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Xing swiftly hurled 2 fireballs towards the encroaching mist. Upon impact, the fireballs erupted, scattering the mist in disarray. However, it reassembled almost instantaneously, unscathed. A piercing cacophony of insectal shrieks erupted as the black mist transformed into countless tiny, winged black insects, emitting an eerie, furious buzz as they surged toward the horrified Jiang Xing and his companions. With a furious roar, Jiang Xing summoned a torrent of water, invoking the rain spirit technique. A deluge poured down, drenching the multitude of black insects. As the space chilled, he unleashed the ice spell. It was as if a rain of black ice crystals had fallen, causing the black insects to plummet to the ground in a clattering heap. Yao Qingyi cast a glance of astonishment at Jiang Xing. She recognized these insects. Uncertain whether Jiang Xing had fortuitously invoked the ice spell that countered these creatures, she observed with keen interest as the frozen black insects lay scattered on the ground, confirming their identity as the black phantom worms. This peculiar fire elemental insect was ranked 86th among the extraordinary insect species. Not only were these black worms impervious to blades and firearms, but they also resisted the majority of magical assaults. Only water and ice spells, along with select other elemental spells, could inflict harm upon them. They possessed an almost grotesque level of magical defense and, upon reaching a certain threshold of evolution, could even withstand direct attacks from magical artifacts. However, their formidable ranking was not solely due to this. They also held the terrifying ability to amalgamate and transform in swarms. In a certain sense, these black phantom worms functioned as a fire elemental magical artifact, capable of altering their form at will. With their terrifying offensive capabilities, ordinary defensive artifacts and spells were utterly incapable of withstanding their full-force onslaught. Yao Qingyi felt a stirring in her heart. She yearned to refine this swarm of insects. However, as far as she knew, the black phantom insects possessed a fierce temperament and were reluctant to be controlled. Should anyone attempt to subjugate them, they would invariably self-destruct without exception. Although the black phantom insects belonged to a category of spirit insects that had long been extinct, exterminating them made her feel as though she were committing an act of barbarity against nature. Yet, if they could not be refined, they were ultimately useless and could only be obliterated. Indeed, the black crystals that had fallen to the ground began to melt rapidly, evaporating into vapor as if consumed by a raging fire. The black insects took to the air once more. Jiang Xing's expression turned cold as he drew the cloud sky sword, unleashing a beam of sword light towards them. The sword light struck the black mist, cleaving it in two. Yet it appeared to have no effect, as if it were merely slicing through air. They separated and, in an instant, reassembled, flashing with an eerie black light before transforming into a black sword light identical to Jiang Xing's. With a piercing shriek, the sword light surged towards him with tremendous speed. Jiang Xing's forehead beaded with sweat. A flicker of spiritual light beneath his feet signaled his sudden disappearance, along with Yao Qingyi and Jiang Xing. After placing Yao Qingyi and Jiang Xing down, Jiang Xing's expression shifted dramatically as he realized that the black sword light was now aimed at him, poised to strike. It seemed that evasion was futile. Without hesitation, Jiang Xing retrieved a handful of spiritual talismans from his storage pouch and raised his hand, sending forth a torrent of spells towards the black insect's sword light. Despite the overwhelming force of the spell barrage, the insects remained unscathed, their fury igniting into a flame-like sword light that intertwined through the spell torrent, dismantling and shattering it. Yao Qingyi's countenance also changed, having refrained from using any magical artifacts until now. She swiftly retrieved her storage pouch, summoning a green flying sword that radiated spiritual energy. Pointing the sword, she unleashed an astonishing green beam of light that instantly pierced through the black sword light, causing it to disintegrate into ashes. Oblivious to Jiang Xing's dejected expression, Yao Qingyi brushed her hair from her forehead and remarked, "These insects are known as black phantom insects, and they belong to the primal insect category. Should they evolve several times, I would find them insurmountable." After traversing for over half an hour, they finally reached the end of the passageway, which was marked by a heavy stone door. The door was solidly sealed in the center. Yet a whisper of wind still seeped through. Two claw-like mud imprints on the stone door caught Jiang Xing's attention. Could there be a beast lurking within? Lowering his gaze to the ground, he indeed discovered a myriad of chaotic footprints intermingled, from which a massive claw print could be discerned. Turning to Yao Qingyi, he stated, "I will open the door." Yao Qingyi did not nod or speak, yet her expression was grave. Jiang Xing, sensing the danger of their surroundings, grasped Jiang Xing's arm and said, "Father, I will go." Yao Qingyi cast a surprised glance at Jiang Xing, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her eyes. But her gaze soon regained clarity. Jiang Xing shook his head, stepping forward to push against the stone door. The door was exceedingly heavy, even with his physical strength nearing that of a qi refining practitioner. He could not budge it. Jiang Xing stepped in to assist, and with his help, the door slowly creaked open, revealing an inner stone hall. The hall was spacious, supported by 4 stone pillars, and a winding corridor led into the unknown darkness below. As he gazed into the depths, the uncertainty on Jiang Xing's face deepened. He discovered that the stone pillar and the entire stone hall were constructed of crimson gold meteorite. Strangely, he sensed, perhaps due to an illusion, that a faint azure glow seemed to flow over the surface of the stone hall. However, when he activated the 9 nether yin-yang eye to scrutinize it closely, he could discern no peculiarities whatsoever. This was quite enigmatic. He had yet to encounter anything that could elude the 9 nether yin-yang eye. After several attempts, he found himself muttering, could it be that some forbidden technique had been employed here? Yao Qingyi also furrowed her brow in concern, while Jiang Xing's eyes sparkled with intensity as he scanned the surroundings, sensing an unsettling atmosphere. Ignoring Yao Qingyi's peculiar gaze, he extended his corpse fangs and claws, cautiously observing the area. "Come with me to the corridor," Jiang Xing instructed. Chapter 155. The Jade King Serpent. The corridor was enclosed by jade railings, winding left and right around several chilling pools of water, leading to a subterranean passage. The air around these frigid pools was biting cold. As Jiang Xing approached, he felt as though he might freeze solid. Strangely, despite the cold, the water within the pools remained unfrozen. At the entrance of the passage, a set of steps descended steeply underground, continuously exhaling a warm, humid breeze, making it difficult to fathom where it might lead. Could the wind within the cave be emanating from here? Jiang Xing lowered his head, scanning the ground nearby, his eyes narrowing. The ground was marked with unfamiliar animal paw prints, many of which were also imprinted on the jade railing, suggesting that something frequently crawled up from the chilling pools onto the jade barrier. "Be cautious here, Brother Xing," Yao Qingyi gently cautioned Jiang Xing, clearly aware of the unsettling nature of their surroundings. Jiang Xing cast a reassuring glance at Yao Qingyi, recognizing that this girl had matured significantly, her wisdom and insight far surpassing that of the naive girl she once was. As they approached one of the chilling pools, he took a few steps back, prompting Yao Qingyi to halt as well. He noticed something unusual in the pool ahead, as if something lurked within. Jiang Xing squeezed forward from behind, positioning himself protectively in front of Jiang Xing, yet feeling still insufficiently secure. He summoned Ying Yin and her companions to the forefront, placing the zombies in the rear as a safeguard. Suddenly, with a splash, a serpent as thick as a stone pillar, adorned with silver scales, leaped from one of the chilling pools beside them, opening its gaping maw to strike at the group. A clever tactic, indeed. It created a commotion in front of them to divert their attention, then launched a surprise attack from an unguarded flank. However, this Jade King serpent appeared not to have evolved into a Jiao. It seemed to have gained horns and legs due to some fortuitous circumstance, lacking the divine abilities of a true Jiao. After all, a Jiao that had evolved 4 legs would possess at least the cultivation level of Golden Core stage, and would not need to resort to such tactics. Before the strike could land, an overwhelming aura of water spirit energy surged toward them. Jiang Xing felt that, centered around the Jade King Serpent, an incredibly dense water spirit energy solidified the surrounding space, rendering them immobile. Golden light erupted from Jiang Xing's body, allowing him to break free from the shackles of the water spirit energy. Just as he was about to advance with his sword, he heard a delicate voice from behind. This serpent is at the late Qi refinement stage. Stand back. Allow me. With that, a slender, seemingly fragile hand pulled him aside. Yao Qingyi abruptly pulled Jiang Xing behind her. The emerald flying sword in her hand shimmering with verdant brilliance. An astonishing sword pressure surged from her, meeting the water elemental force with a tremendous momentum. The water Jade King Serpent, which had been rushing forward with great ferocity, came to an instantaneous halt, as if it had collided with an invisible wall. At that moment, Yao Qingyi raised her hand, and the green celestial sword unleashed a silver arc, striking directly at the serpent's head. This strike was executed with such swiftness that it seemed as though she had not moved at all, yet the laser-like silver arc had already hurtled towards the serpent's head, leaving everyone present momentarily stunned. The water Jade King Serpent displayed a hint of disdain, its head suddenly blurring as if it had vanished into thin air, reappearing effortlessly on the other side, thus evading the silver arc with ease. Yao Qingyi's expression darkened. This strike had unveiled the serpent's true capabilities. The fact that it could so effortlessly evade her lightning-fast attack indicated that the water Jade King Serpent possessed an astonishing speed. Jiang Xing exchanged glances with Ying Yin and the others, gesturing towards the water Jade King Serpent. In an instant, the 5 zombies charged forward. Simultaneously, Jiang Xing followed closely behind, sword in hand. When he was merely a yard away from the serpent, Ying Yin and the others unleashed their innate spells upon it, while at that moment, Jiang Xing's figure inexplicably vanished. The next instant, he reappeared atop the serpent's head, plunging his sword down with great force. The water Jade King Serpent, taken by surprise that what it deemed a Myriad in the innate realm could move so swiftly, found Jiang Xing hovering above its head in the blink of an eye. It was caught off guard as the ant thrust its sword fiercely into it. How painful! What it had anticipated to be merely a mosquito bite transformed into a shocking agony. It quickly realized that the ant's sword strikes were astonishingly rapid, landing over a dozen thrusts in mere moments at the same spot on its head. It seemed to hear the sound of its scales shattering. It could not allow further strikes to descend. Just as the water Jade King Serpent attempted to move, it discovered it was immobilized, entangled by a peculiar plant, along with some strange flames. The primary reason for its inability to move was the tight grip of the plant. Moreover, the roots of the plant were desperately burrowing into its body. Had it not been for the formidable protective aura surrounding it and its exceptionally hard scales, it would likely have already succumbed to death. Howl! The water Jade King Serpent roared towards the heavens, its aura surging violently, a dazzling gale erupting from its body and rapidly expanding outward, instantly shredding the encumbering plants to pieces. Jiang Xing inwardly lamented the missed opportunity as he performed a somersault in the air, landing beside Yao Qingyi. With a playful smile, Yao Qingyi stepped closer to Jiang Xing and jested. So, how was it? After all that time atop its head, did you manage to catch any lice? The scales of the water Jade King Serpent are too hard. It's quite challenging to breach them, Yao Qingyi responded. Now that the water Jade King Serpent has suffered a setback and retreated, it should not emerge again. Let us proceed. As the group made their way back towards the underground passage, they had scarcely taken a few steps when the surrounding cold pools erupted with an astonishing surge of spiritual energy. Water from each pool soared into the air, coalescing into 8 water-formed water Jade King Serpents, roaring as they charged towards them. At that moment, the original water Jade King Serpent also emerged from one of the cold pools ahead, opening its bloody maw and letting out a fierce roar at Jiang Xing and the others. 8 against 8. As the ordinary zombies stood idly by, Jiang Xing faced off against a water serpent alongside Ying Yin, while Yao Qingyi confronted the true form of the water Jade King Serpent. Leave the true form to me. You deal with the avatars, Yao Qingyi declared, conjuring a sphere of green flame in her hand. With a graceful flick of her wrist, the green flame shot forth like a meteor towards the 4-legged serpent. Heavenly Azure Flame. This was a spell from the forbidden technique that her master had compelled her to cultivate, a technique reputed to belong to the celestial realm, the extent of its power unknown. As the serpent's head dipped, it vanished into thin air, only to reappear 3 zhang away. Just as it believed it had evaded the green flame, the flame circled back, launching itself once more at the four-legged serpent. The creature retaliated, exhaling a chilling light towards the green flame, and then, with a swift flick of its tail, sent a spray of water towards Yao Qingyi. The droplets, upon contact with the air, rapidly crystallized into ice, transforming into countless deadly shards aimed at her. In a sudden, inexplicable motion, Yao Qingyi leaped into the air, landing gracefully on a patch of ground to the side, deftly avoiding the icy daggers that punctured the earth beneath her, revealing a dozen sharp, translucent ice blades. Simultaneously, the clash between the green flame and the icy light ensued, with the former consuming the latter. Jiang Xing's expression darkened. Before him, a water serpent fixated on him with a gaze that belied its magical origin, resembling that of a creature imbued with life and intelligence. At that moment, the water serpent summoned a score of sharp ice spikes, hurtling towards him with lethal intent, enveloping him completely, leaving no avenue for escape. Jiang Xing felt a surge of gravity in his chest. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and his form began to sway oddly, becoming a blur of illusions. Most of the ice spikes were evaded by this strange maneuver. Yet one struck his left shoulder, piercing through and causing blood to seep from the wound, staining his attire. Chapter 156, The Three-Breath Formation. Jiang Xing's countenance grew cold. He lunged forward and instantaneously vanished from his original position. The next moment, he reappeared at a critical point on the water serpent, delivering a powerful strike with his sword that bisected the creature. However, before he could revel in his success, he was taken aback to find that the serpent, which should have been cleaved in two, stood upright, its head unscathed, showing no sign of injury whatsoever. Could it be? Jiang Xing realized that water is formless. No matter the cleaving, it would revert to its original state. Hence, he needed to employ a different tactic, frost technique. Just as the water serpent prepared to launch icy daggers at him, a wave of cold enveloped it, transforming the water serpent into an ice serpent. The ice serpent halted its attack, yet Jiang Xing rushed forward, aiming a punch at it. To his astonishment, he struck nothing but air. He had anticipated that the ice serpent would remain motionless, yet it reacted with remarkable speed, moving with the agility of a living creature. Jiang Xing stood dumbfounded at that moment. He glanced towards Ying Yin and the others, only to find them also besieged by water serpents. Were it not for their extraordinary resilience, they would have already succumbed to the relentless onslaught. Among them, Ying Yin found herself in the direst predicament, severely constrained by the water serpent. Had it not been for Jiang Xing's timely assistance, she would have likely fallen. As Jiang Xing shook the soul-capturing bell, the reanimated corpses surged forth to assist Ying Yin. However, those zombies were immediately pinned to the ground by icy spikes upon their arrival, rendering them immobile. Yao Qingyi faced off against the four-legged serpent with an air of ease, her hands frequently weaving unknown yet immensely powerful sword techniques, engaging in a fierce battle with the creature. At that moment, the ice serpent opposite Jiang Xing unleashed another icy spike, this one even more formidable than the last. Could it be due to the amplification of the freezing spell? Jiang Xing pondered in confusion. In the midst of the chaos, the sound of ice striking against the small shield echoed twice, and it became apparent that Jiang Xing's position was now surrounded by numerous ice spikes. Yet he was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a clear call rang out. Yao Qingyi, her hands performing intricate incantations, conjured a dazzling green flying sword that soared into the air, piercing through the head of the four-legged serpent. Sword control. Wasn't it said that only those who had cultivated spiritual awareness could command a sword? It must be a secret technique. Indeed, as a direct disciple, her mastery of such a powerful secret was impressive. The massive body of the four-legged serpent collapsed with a resounding thud, sinking silently into the cold pool. The water serpents instantly disintegrated, transforming into ordinary pool water that exploded outward like a torrential downpour, drenching the group completely. Brother Xing, how is that? Qingyi is formidable, isn't she? Yao Qingyi exclaimed with a cheerful smile as she approached Jiang Xing, sheathing her flying sword. Jiang Xing replied, Qingyi has grown and her cultivation far surpasses mine now. Yao Qingyi said, Brother Xing, let us go. Let us explore the underground passage. Jiang Xing nodded. All right. He turned and freed the 7 or 8 zombies that had been pinned down, promptly leading Yao Qingyi and Jiang Xing into the underground passage. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, they reached a dead end where a stone door appeared. The door was densely covered in tiny runes, although Jiang Xing could barely see them with the naked eye. It was straining, so he decided to use the 9 nether yin-yang eyes. As he activated this ability, his eyes glowed with red and white light, and the stone door before him transformed from a myriad of minuscule runes into a towering stone mountain. Runes floated and spiraled on the mountain, creating a dazzling yet dizzying spectacle. What did he see? Jiang Xing shook his head, feeling he was on the verge of discerning the runes above. He then retrieved the Yin-I Jade Talisman. Just as he took it out, he noticed the talisman emanating a pale blue light and trembling, as if it longed to fly away. Puzzled, he infused the talisman with true energy, and a stream of energy surged from it, winding its way into his eyes. Jiang Xing's dual-colored eyes radiated brilliance, and the runes on the stone mountain became increasingly clear to him, the previously swirling symbols slowing down to reveal their intricate details. At that moment, in a corner of Liuzhou, a jade talisman identical to the Yin-I Jade Talisman at Su Xingxuan's waist suddenly emitted a fiery red glow and vibrated, as if yearning to soar eastward. Had it not been tethered by a rope, it would have indeed taken flight. Su Xingxuan's expression brightened as he exclaimed, "I've found it." Qingyi observed that the restrictions on the door were intricately designed, with 5 sets of fire runes forming a circular, interlocking rotation at the center. Surrounding the fire runes were 3 sets of wood runes, arranged in a triangular formation, continuously emanating with spiritual energy to assist the fire runes. Below these, 7 sets of earth runes incessantly absorbed the fire's spiritual energy, while simultaneously releasing earth's spiritual energy to facilitate the normal operation of the wood runes. What kind of formation is this? She pondered. This is the Sanqi formation, she explained. This formation is constructed based on the principle of fire generating earth, earth nurturing wood, and wood producing fire. It can operate for an extended duration with minimal consumption, even in an environment devoid of spiritual energy. If the surrounding environment is rich in spiritual energy, the formation will continuously absorb external spiritual energy, which will then be transformed through the formation, ultimately converting entirely into fire elemental energy stored within the fire rune array. In other words, the longer it operates, the more fire elemental energy it accumulates, and when it erupts, the devastation will be immense. This formation evidently bears the marks of over 1,000 years of history. Thus, once it erupts, it is likely to turn the surrounding 10 miles into a sea of flames. Jiang Xing glanced around the cave, noticing the pervasive ice and snow, casting doubt on Qingyi's assertions. Perceiving Jiang Xing's skeptical expression, Qingyi added, "Do not be deceived by the surroundings. The fire elemental energy is not present here." Jiang Xing inquired, "Oh, is it truly the Sanqi formation? Isn't it the earth-generating gold?" Qingyi shot him a disapproving look and replied, "The essence of Tai Chi belongs to earth, and all things in the world are born from it. The 5 elements represent the attributes of all things, classified into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, highlighting the relationships of mutual generation and restriction. While it is true that earth generates gold, earth also possesses the ability to nurture wood. What should we do then? I understand runes, but I am unfamiliar with formations, and you cannot see the runes above," Jiang Xing exclaimed. Qingyi responded, "We must break this formation to ensure our safety. Otherwise, none of us will be able to escape. Although I possess some knowledge of formations, I cannot discern the runes above, so I am relying on you." In truth, dismantling this formation was neither overly challenging nor exceedingly simple. The key lay in disrupting their balance, which would naturally lead to the formation's collapse. However, the accumulated fire elemental energy had been building for a millennium, and once the formation was shattered, the balance would be disrupted, resulting in an uncontrollable eruption of fire elemental energy from which none would survive. Thus, it was imperative to vent that fire elemental energy, Jiang Xing remarked. Yet, this fire elemental energy is so potent, releasing it anywhere would spell disaster. Qingyi pointed toward the dark passage behind them, and Jiang Xing instantly comprehended. It was the cold pond near the passage's entrance. As the saying goes, a solitary yin does not give birth, and a solitary yang does not flourish. This formation had gathered all the surrounding fire elemental energy here, indicating that there must be a location of extreme cold that had accumulated chill for a millennium. Therefore, if we could divert the fire elemental energy to that ancient coldness, it could be neutralized. Chapter 157. Water and Fire Spirits. This task was not insurmountable. All that was needed was to refine a spiritual conduit. Fortunately, my storage bag is filled with ample refining materials, making the creation of a spiritual conduit a trivial matter. Jiang Xing, who had initially worn a serious expression, suddenly relaxed. He had previously crafted spiritual conduits during his work with spiritual gathering formations, finding the process remarkably straightforward, requiring only a substantial amount of secret silver for the refinement. The spiritual conduit is typically employed to connect various runes, serving as a guiding spirit, much like electrical wires. Thus, it is feasible to channel the fire elemental force into the cold pool. After the passage of half an hour, Jiang Xing successfully forged a lengthy spiritual conduit, approximately the thickness of an arm. He affixed one end of the conduit to the focal point of the three-breath formation embedded in the stone door, and then proceeded to carry the other end towards the stone hall. Upon reaching the vicinity of the cold pool, Jiang Xing cast one end of the conduit deep into its depths and began to observe the changes occurring within. Before long, the conduit emitted a radiant red light, indicating that the fire elemental force had been successfully introduced into the cold pool. Jiang Xing silently watched Jiang Xing's crafting of the spiritual conduit, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Deep within, he harbored a keen interest in artifact forging. However, due to his zombie's cold and eerie nature, he was unable to cultivate fire-based techniques for crafting. Thus, he could only envy others that he once contemplated that once he cultivated to the level of a green zombie and could generate corpse fire. He too would learn the art of forging. Yet, corpse fire is exceedingly cold and ominous, likely rendering it unsuitable for crafting purposes. Once Jiang Xing completed the arrangements, the conduit began to emit a dazzling red glow, a clear sign that the fire elemental force was flowing abundantly into the cold pool. Concurrently, the water within the cold pool began to bubble vigorously, releasing billowing clouds of white mist that enveloped the entire stone hall, creating an ethereal atmosphere. The transmission of the fire elemental force was remarkably swift, as if it were engaged in a fierce struggle with something within the cold pool, desperately surging inward. Jiang Xing, along with Yao Qingyi and the others, also recognized this unusual phenomenon. They discerned that unknown entities seemed to be clashing both within the cold pool and behind the stone door. Gradually, the water level of the cold pool began to recede. While the runes on the stone door started to dim, the struggle between the two sides persisted for 2 hours, and ultimately, both the hidden fire spiritual force behind the stone door and the water spiritual force within the cold pool approached exhaustion. At this moment, the stone door began to crack, and the cold pool had run dry. Yao Qingyi, perceiving that the time to break the formation had arrived, urged Jiang Xing, shatter the stone door. Jiang Xing lunged towards the stone door with a swift step, striking it forcefully with a sword. The already cracked stone door splintered further under the impact, and it seemed that with one more strike, it would shatter completely, just as Jiang Xing prepared to thrust his sword at the stone door once more. A brilliant blaze of fire erupted from it, and the radiant light suddenly surged towards the spiritual conduit, as if something luminous had swiftly penetrated into it. The stone door collapsed with a thunderous roar, revealing a pitch-black stone chamber. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Xing was certain he had not imagined it. Indeed, something resembling a fireball had darted into the conduit. Yet, the conduit was solid. As Jiang Xing pondered this perplexity, a series of creaking sounds echoed from the stone hall, prompting him and Yao Qingyi's group to hastily rush towards the source of the noise. Upon arriving in the stone hall, they discovered a water orb and a fire orb engaged in combat, producing adorable creaking sounds as they fought. Upon witnessing this, Yao Qingyi exclaimed with delight, "Heaven and earth spirit beings, the spirit of water and the spirit of fire." With a swift motion, she conjured a vine from thin air, which rapidly elongated, and with a flick of her wrist, she lashed the vine towards the water spirit like a whip. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Jiang Xing immediately employed the art of teleportation, appearing instantaneously before the fire spirit and grasping at it with fervor. His hand passed through the ethereal form of the fire spirit as if traversing mere air, devoid of any tangible sensation. Yet, a sudden searing pain surged through his hand. Jiang Xing glanced downward in shock, realizing that his hand had ignited in fierce flames. In an instant, his figure flickered as he reappeared on the ground. After extinguishing the flames with a water sphere incantation, he regarded the fire spirit with a grave expression, recognizing it as a spectral entity, akin to a ghost, rendering conventional attacks ineffective. Jiang Xing retrieved the exorcism talismans he had previously drawn, and with a swift motion, sent one soaring toward the fire spirit. However, before it could make contact, it was incinerated by a burst of fire from the spirit. The fire spirit, sensing imminent danger, attempted to flee, frantically darting away, but fortunately its speed was insufficient, allowing Jiang Xing to intercept it with a water arrow spell. Although the fire spirit was incorporeal, it appeared to have an aversion to water-based magic. With each shot, it changed direction to avoid a direct confrontation with the exit. Jiang Xing felt a surge of elation, realizing it truly fears icy elements. At that moment, Yao Qingyi had already captured the water spirit, which bore a purple talisman, and seeing Jiang Xing still grappling with the fire spirit, she called out, "Brother Xing, do you require my assistance?" This was indeed fortuitous, as he was at an impasse. Yao Qingyi produced a purple talisman and, with a flourish, sent it forth, transforming it into a streak of luminescence that adhered to the fire spirit. The fire spirit, sensing the peril, attempted to escape, but was ensnared by the talisman, plummeting from the air. Jiang Xing reached out to catch the descending fire spirit, feeling its soft, warm form in his grasp. He gazed curiously at the purple talisman, unable to decipher any information from its runes. Yet it was evident that this talisman had the power to immobilize such an incorporeal entity and even materialize it. Suggesting it was a high-grade talisman, Yao Qingyi inquired, "What do you think? Do you like it? Consider it a gift. It is incompatible with my attributes." Jiang Xing nodded with a beaming smile, thoroughly enchanted as he examined the fire spirit. He found this fireball-like creature quite adorable, with its plump body and delightful elasticity. After satisfying his curiosity, he stored the fire spirit in his spirit beast pouch and suggested to Yao Qingyi, "Let us proceed to the stone chamber to discover what treasures lie within." Upon reaching the entrance of the stone chamber, the group halted, for the interior was shrouded in darkness, obscuring their vision. They hesitated to venture inside. Jiang Xing instructed a nearby zombie to scout ahead. However, it found itself unable to cross the threshold, as if an invisible wall barred the way. Jiang Xing exchanged glances with Yao Qingyi and approached, extending his hand toward the entrance. Indeed, an intangible barrier seemed to obstruct their passage. Yao Qingyi, with a look of puzzlement, sensed something within the stone chamber calling to her, and she stepped closer, reaching out to touch the transparent barrier. As soon as her fingers made contact, Jiang Xing observed a green vine darting forth from the chamber, wrapping around Yao Qingyi and pulling her inward. He seized the vine desperately, straining to pull her back in a bid to rescue her. But the force of the vine was astonishingly strong, dragging both of them into the stone chamber. Chapter 158. The transformation of celestial bodies within a stone chamber measuring approximately 100 cubic meters. There exists a vast pool of water, its surface a vibrant emerald hue, radiating a dazzling spiritual light. Floating motionless upon the water are a man and a woman, entwined in a tight embrace. Their eyes gently closed as if in a deep slumber. Vines, thick as a man's arm, cascade from the ceiling of the chamber, with one particularly robust vine hanging directly above the pool, dripping green liquid drop by drop into the water below. The man and woman are none other than Jiang Xing and Yao Qingyi. This vine appears to harbor a distinct aversion to Jiang Xing's presence in the pool, frequently attempting to pull him away. However, the couple clings to each other resolutely. As the vine attempts to extricate Jiang Xing, it inadvertently drags Yao Qingyi out of the water as well. Simultaneously, Yao Qingyi's form emits a brilliant green spiritual radiance. As if she is performing an extraordinary cultivation technique, the verdant waters, under the influence of her luminescence, surge vigorously towards her, akin to dry kindling meeting a roaring flame. Meanwhile, Jiang Xing's golden essence body technique also activates autonomously, enveloping him in a golden aura as he absorbs the green liquid, though his rate of absorption pales in comparison to Yao Qingyi's, resembling a mere novice in the face of mastery. At that moment, Yao Qingyi's heart begins to beat with fervor, the sound echoing like the resounding beats of a drum. A blood vessel extends from her heart, piercing through her garments, followed by another. Then a third. Gradually, a figure composed entirely of blood vessels begins to materialize above her, voraciously siphoning nourishment from Yao Qingyi's body. As time passes, Yao Qingyi's complexion grows increasingly pallid, her breath more labored, while the floating vessel figure takes on flesh, becoming more corporeal, though still not complete. Yet, from its curvaceous form and alabaster skin, it is evident that this figure is that of a young girl, strikingly resembling Yao Qingyi herself. Slowly, the girl's body becomes more defined, her hair cascading down as she floats freely in the air. At this juncture, the floating Yao Qingyi opens her eyes, descending gracefully to the ground. She reaches for the storage pouch belonging to the submerged Yao Qingyi, effortlessly unfastening it and retrieving a set of garments without the need for refining the pouch, adorned in the attire. Yao Qingyi's demeanor transforms dramatically, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, akin to that of a celestial being. Her visage, reminiscent of an immortal, radiates an air of sanctity and inviolability. After donning her garments, Yao Qingyi inspects her body, murmuring to herself, "The celestial transformation technique has advanced to the third level, and my cultivation has reached the late stage of qi refinement. What is the nature of this green liquid that possesses such remarkable efficacy?" At this moment, she gazes at the submerged Yao Qingyi and Jiang Xing, extending her hand in an attempt to draw the submerged Yao Qingyi forth. However, their embrace is too tight. Jiang Xing moves along with her pull. Releasing her grip, she contemplates for a moment, seemingly resigning to the notion of leaving the submerged Yao Qingyi behind, and strides toward the stone door in preparation to depart. Just then, an ancient voice resonates. "Holy maiden, please wait. Take with you the sacred artifact of our clan, the Wood Sovereign Order, before you leave." Following this, A rustling sound ensues. A tree-like figure with a visage resembling bark begins to emerge from the ceiling, revealing a body akin to thick roots. Before leaping down from the apex of the chamber, it is a tree ant. Yao Qingyi's expression was icy as she inquired, "Who are you? Why do you refer to me as the Saintess?" The tree man responded, "Does the Saintess possess the supreme wood spiritual root?" Yao Qingyi, puzzled, asked, "How do you know that I possess the supreme wood spiritual root?" The tree man replied, "The supreme wood spiritual root is a rare trait unique to my kin. The moment you entered, I sensed your aura." "Nonsense. My master has informed me that while the supreme wood spiritual root is exceedingly rare, there are still individuals who possess it. You cannot deceive me. The Saintess may also verify the man in the pool. He is the true representative of the human race, and his heart will undoubtedly differ from yours. Yours is green." Yao Qingyi was taken aback. This secret was known to no one but her, and a wave of panic washed over her as she questioned, Who exactly are you? How do you know this?" "Ah, you just witnessed it." Yao Qingyi's hand shimmered with ethereal light, and a verdant flying sword materialized in her grasp. She sensed that this creature knew far too much, posing a significant threat to her. After all, no one wishes to have a stranger privy to their innermost secrets. Should that be the case, it would be all too easy for the other party to take her life. Moreover, she had only discovered this secret 6 months prior during her first experience of refining her body. Awakening midway to find out, the tree man gestured for her not to be afraid, saying, "He, there is no need for the Saintess to panic. The green heart is a common trait among our wood clan. And the appearance of the Saintess's heart is indistinguishable from that of a human's, which is why I recognized your identity at a glance." With that, the tree man tore open his own chest, revealing a green, spherical heart within his chest cavity. Yao Qingyi felt somewhat reassured and asked, "Speak, what is it that you seek from me?" The tree man respectfully presented the Wood Emperor's order to Yao Qingyi, stating, "The Saintess need not worry. The path to its spirit mountain is inscribed upon the Wood Emperor's order, and my kin will surely heed the Saintess's command upon seeing it." After a brief silence, the tree man continued, "My physical form has perished. This body is but a remnant of my consciousness, residing parasitically within this dragon bloodvine, incapable of leaving this place. Furthermore, the green liquid that will aid you in breaking through your cultivation is the dragon saliva blood that I have cultivated over many years. And my own powers are now greatly diminished." Yao Qingyi queried, "Is it true that the Wood Clan consists solely of you? Why not send others from the Wood Clan?" The tree man replied, "The Saintess is unaware. Our Wood Emperor fell in the Battle of Dawn 10,000 years ago, and shortly thereafter, our kin perished at the hands of monstrous insects. In order to protect the last bloodline of the Wood Emperor, we sealed the infant heir within the Xianbing coffin to escape the monstrous onslaught, while our Qingtin clan served as guardians, sealing ourselves together with the coffin within this mountain's internal space." At this point, the tree man gestured upward and continued, "This mountain was originally a branch of Wood Spirit Mountain, and it too was a celestial abode of my clan. To evade the monstrous insects, the remaining kin sealed this mountain within the void. However, 3,000 years ago, a group of individuals inadvertently discovered this place, not only shattering the seals but also absconding with the heir from the ice coffin. Since then, the heir has remained missing, and the remaining kin scattered or fled, causing this mountain to fall from the void and become an earthly mountain." Yao Qingyi gazed at the pool and inquired, "So, does this mean that I am a descendant of your young master?" "Indeed." At this juncture, a hint of peculiarity flickered across the tree man's visage as he continued, "I am uncertain whether it is mere coincidence or if fate has orchestrated this. But the cultivation method currently employed by the Saintess should be the Transcendence Celestial Technique." Yao Qingyi, taken aback, exclaimed, "How do you know?" The tree man replied, "This technique is the treasured heirloom of our Wood clan. Regrettably, it was taken to the immortal realm by a predecessor of our clan 100,000 years ago and has since vanished, which is also the reason for our clan's decline to such a state." At that moment, Jiang Xing groaned softly, as if on the verge of awakening. Upon hearing this sound, Yao Qingyi promptly turned and made her way towards the stone chamber, reluctant for Jiang Xing to witness her in her shed form. For the latter was destined to perish, and she was uncertain how he would perceive her. She wished to avoid facing that reality. As she approached the stone door, she passed through it effortlessly. Upon emerging, she beheld Jiang Cheng and Ying Yen waiting at the entrance, particularly Jiang Cheng, whose eyes were red and swollen as if he had been weeping. The moment she stepped out, Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up, and he rushed over, grasping her hand with fervor, eagerly asking, "How is my father? When will he emerge? Why did you come out alone? Where is my father?" Chapter 159. The transformation of Yao Qingyi. Jiang Xing was sleeping soundly, especially relishing the warmth and softness in his embrace. which made it difficult for him to rouse. At that moment, he perceived the person in his arms pushing against him with a sense of urgency. He opened his eyes to find Yao Qingyi struggling to rise from his embrace, prompting him to loosen his hold and assist her in sitting up from the pool. Jiang Xing gasped in shock as he noticed Yao Qingyi's pallid complexion and her exceedingly weak breath. How could she be so gravely injured? He swiftly seized her wrist, discovering that her pulse was exceedingly faint, akin to a dying flame. A pang of sorrow enveloped Jiang Xing, causing tears to stream down his cheeks as he uttered, "Qingyi, what has happened to you? Who has harmed you so? All right, I shall take you at once." Jiang Xing choked back a sob as he lifted Yao Qingyi and made his way towards the stone door. "Wait, leave her behind. Do not defile our clan's saintess," a voice echoed from a corner of the stone chamber. Jiang Xing turned to see a tree speaking. At that moment, he also noted that the walls of the entire chamber were adorned with characters that felt eerily familiar to him, identical to the incantation used during the rituals of Qing Shui village. "You can speak?" Jiang Xing inquired, realizing that the speaker was a most peculiar tree resembling a human, possessing limbs and a face, though one might easily mistake it for an ordinary tree without close inspection. "Pay it no mind, let us depart," Yao Qingyi weakly urged, seemingly disinclined for the tree to converse. Hastening Jiang Xing to leave. He carried Yao Qingyi outward when the tree man's voice resounded once more. "You cannot take her. She is the flawed form that has emerged from our clan's Sanus's metamorphosis. She cannot leave." Jiang Xing, cradling Yao Qingyi, turned to the tree man, perplexed, and inquired, "What Sanus? What flawed form? Who are you? And who is your clan's saintess?" The tree spirit remarked, "Feel her pulse. Is it not already extinguished, her essence entirely depleted? She is a flawed embodiment, a mere remnant of our clan's holy maiden, destined to perish." Jiang Xing was taken aback, recalling the peculiar pulse he had felt when examining Yao Qingyi, which bore a striking resemblance to the symptoms described by the tree spirit. "Hurry, do not heed its nonsensical ramblings," Yao Qingyi urged anxiously, grasping Jiang Xing's garment tightly, imploring him to depart swiftly. Ignoring the tree spirit, Jiang Xing strode directly toward the stone door. Just as he stepped across the threshold, he heard the tree spirit's voice once more. "With each transformation she undergoes, influences such as love, which can affect one's cultivation, will be repelled as flaws, ultimately leading her to cease loving you." Upon emerging, Jiang Xing cradled Yao Qingyi, and Jiang Cheng rushed over joyfully exclaiming, "Father, you have finally come out." "Huh?" His gaze fell upon Yao Qingyi and Jiang Xing's arms, confusion etched across his face. Jiang Xing inquired, "What is it?" Jiang Cheng, puzzled, replied, "But father, she just left. How is she still here?" Jiang Xing recalled the tree spirit's ominous words. A sense of foreboding creeping in. Doubt nodded him regarding the truth of the tree spirit's claims, yet having grown up alongside Yao Qingyi, he could not fathom her being anything other than herself. He resolutely refused to believe she was any sort of holy maiden. As night enveloped the world in darkness, a resplendent starry sky greeted them upon their exit from the cave. "Brother Xing, may we stay here a while? Let us gaze at the stars and watch the sunrise." Yao Qingyi smiled at the breathtaking celestial display, her frail form radiating a delicate beauty. Jiang Xing, lost in the constellation-studded sky, recalled the fireflies from that mid-autumn night long ago. He drew Yao Qingyi closer, saying, "Qingyi, do you remember that mid-autumn night when we planned to elope? The stars shone just as brilliantly then. Had we succeeded, do you think we would now have a multitude of children? How exasperating. Who wants a horde of children with you? You smooth talker." Yao Qingyi playfully punched Jiang Xing, shifting her position to nestling more comfortably in his embrace. "Brother Xing, would you consider marrying me?" She sat up slightly, gazing into his eyes. Jiang Xing was momentarily taken aback by the rosy hue blooming on Yao Qingyi's cheeks. His breath caught, his heart racing as he replied, "I would." Yao Qingyi, upon hearing this, radiated satisfaction, remaining nestled against him in silence. An awkward yet intimate atmosphere enveloped them, so delicate that even the slightest movement seemed daunting. Jiang Xing observed that he had never seen Yao Qingyi appear as stunning as she did now. Her bright eyes shimmering with starlight, illuminating his vision. His heart thudded wildly, a fluttering sensation akin to a startled deer. Yet he found himself unable to quell the tumult within. He knew that even the faintest smile from Yao Qingyi could leave him breathless and flushed. An impulse to transform into a wolf surged within him. Were it not for Yao Qingyi's precarious state, which weighed heavily on his heart, his rationality would surely crumble under the circumstances, swayed by her every expression. His emotions oscillating in tandem with her slightest movements. Yao Qingyi's eyes sparkled with a brilliance akin to shimmering tassels, their elegantly curved corners subtly lifting. As she gazed at Jiang Xing, her heart momentarily halted. The Jiang Xing before her had unknowingly transformed into a poised and refined young man, that tall and slender boy, who once waited for her in the woods, had matured into a radiant angel of sunlight. Quietly descending beside her, Yao Qingyi felt a wave of joy. She awaited the arrival of sunshine, fully aware that in the instant she encountered it, she would turn to ashes. Yet, she willingly embraced this fate. Yearning only to be the purest and most beautiful presence in his heart, she understood that she need not perish by continuously drawing blood from others to replenish the genes siphoned away by her other self. She could persist in existence. However, she despised the thought of becoming a monster in Jiang Xing's eyes. Thus she chose to embrace her demise. The night passed in serene silence. Jiang Xing had succumbed to slumber without her noticing. Yet his arms remained tightly wrapped around Yao Qingyi. She, however, spent the night awake, caressing his face, cherishing the moment over and over, as if attempting to etch it permanently into her memory. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight kissed the mountainside. And bathed in its glow, Yao Qingyi began to radiate glimmers of starlight, making her appear ethereal, as if she were adrift in a dream. Gradually, her hand transformed into a constellation of starlight, vanishing within the sun's embrace. And her body too began to dissipate into shimmering fragments. Suddenly, Jiang Xing, who held her, stumbled as Yao Qingyi vanished from his grasp, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Even in disbelief, tears erupted from him like a fountain. His mouth opened in a silent cry, his heart gripped by profound anguish. Chapter 160, The Pinnacle of Innate Talent. Upon returning to Jiolong City, Jiang Xing found himself enveloped in melancholy. The death of Yao Qingyi's doppelganger weighed heavily on his heart. For reasons unknown, he felt that the Yao Qingyi who had perished in his arms was the true essence of her. A sentiment that echoed the connection he had forged with her on Zhongnan Mountain, an affection that was deeply ingrained, viewing her as his very world. Similarly, while the Yao Qingyi who emerged from Taichumen was undeniably more alluring and astute, he sensed a subtle difference between her and the Yao Qingyi he once knew. In the days that followed, he isolated himself within his chamber, oblivious to the passage of time, consumed by an inexplicable sorrow as if he had lost something of utmost importance. Ultimately, Jiang Cheng could no longer bear the weight of his grief. With tear-filled eyes, he crashed through a wall, stepping into the void. Upon witnessing Jiang Cheng in that moment, Jiang Xing regained his clarity. He recognized that others required his care, and that Yao Qingyi had merely grown stronger, not truly departed from existence. Therefore, he ought to rejoice for her. At that moment, he became aware of the foul odor emanating from himself, his beard unkempt. Yet, it was in this instant that he realized he had transcended the pinnacle of innate talent, his Jin Gong Jin Ti Gong advancing to the third level. Jiang Xing could not recall the exact moment of his breakthrough, but the only plausible explanation lay in the slumber he had taken in that pool. After all, upon awakening, he noted that although the green liquid had nearly transformed into clear water, it still retained potent medicinal properties, far surpassing the efficacy of the elixirs he typically employed in his cultivation. However, this time, his bewildering breakthrough to the pinnacle of innate capabilities could only be attributed to an extraordinary stroke of luck. Yet, when it came to transcending the qi refinement stage, he found himself utterly at a loss for any viable method. For that previous ascent had already stretched the limits of his potential. Observing the foul stench enveloping him, Jiang Xing hurriedly rushed to take a bath, leaving behind the weeping yet smiling Jiang Cheng. After his bath, Jiang Xing playfully manipulated the fire spirit, occasionally squeezing its bouncy, ball-like form, and at other times, submerging it in the bathwater to warm it up. The fire spirit, thoroughly exhausted from his antics, was soon infused with Jiang Xing's spiritual energy through the use of an ancient summoning technique. As this fire spirit had only recently gained its sentience, its intelligence was still rather feeble. Thus, the summoning technique proved to be quite effective despite its classification as a high-level entity. 2 hours later, the fire spirit affectionately perched atop Jiang Xing's head, intermittently releasing small bursts of flame into the bathwater to heat it further. Upon removing the purple talismans from the fire spirit, it reverted to a formless state, only materializing when Jiang Xing sought to interact with it. Through their interactions, he realized that the fire spirit's flames were rather weak, slightly more potent than a standard fireball spell, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. However, 3 days later, an unexpected discovery unveiled the fire spirit's true prowess. While refining a tool, Jiang Xing was employing the southern brightly fire to forge a magical artifact when the fire spirit, upon catching sight of the brilliant flames, emitted an ecstatic cry and lunged forward to devour the fire from Jiang Xing's hands. Astonished yet compelled, he continued to supply the southern brightly fire to the eager spirit until it was thoroughly satiated. Just before his own energy was depleted, once fed, the fire spirit succumbed to slumber, leaving Jiang Xing, who had hoped to test its extraordinary abilities, dismayed as it refused to awaken no matter how he prodded it. The following day, the fire spirit stirred, its spherical body now imbued with a hint of the southern brightly fire's essence. This essence, though minuscule, was remarkably dense and vibrant, almost as if it possessed a life of its own. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xing, this was the essence of the southern brightly fire, and having absorbed a significant quantity of it, the spirit had begun to condense its origin within itself. Should anyone become aware that someone possessed even a trace of this fire's essence, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy, leading to fervent attempts to seize it. The essence of fire was unlike ordinary flames. It not only allowed for the consumption of fire to facilitate evolution but also dramatically amplified the potency of fire-based spells. This led countless fire cultivators to yearn for even a fragment of fire essence, and knowledge of its existence would likely spark relentless competition. Additionally, the fire essence held another invaluable purpose. When utilized in weapon crafting, it would enhance the weapon's power and quality, particularly benefiting fire-based artifacts. As a result, numerous artisans dreamed of possessing a fire spirit to gain access to fire essence. It was said that, upon reaching a certain level of evolution, a fire spirit could separate a fragment of fire essence to merge with a magical artifact, thereby facilitating the birth of a spirit within the weapon, an aspiration fervently sought after by many. With this newfound knowledge, Jiang Xing commenced his crafting endeavors, eagerly seeking to explore the potential of the fire spirit. Without hesitation, he summoned the fire spirit into his right hand, employing the southern brightly fire to commence his forging. The spirit of fire protested with incessant chirps within his right hand, yet Jiang Xing paid it no mind as he continued his crafting. He was untroubled by the spirit's discontent. After all, it was an ethereal entity, and the energy absorbed from his palm posed no threat to it. However, upon unleashing the southern Mingli fire, he discerned a marked difference. It burned with a deeper hue and a higher temperature than before. After forging a magical sword, Jiang Xing was astonished to find its quality alarmingly high, verging on the mid-grade of mortal artifacts. Should he dedicate himself to practice, he could undoubtedly refine a mid-grade mortal artifact. Such a creation would surely attract a greater clientele. Entering the warehouse, he collected the 40-odd magical artifacts crafted by Xiao and the others before turning to leave, making his way towards Qichuan City. This batch of artifacts was intended for Ali, and for safety's sake, he wished to call upon Jiang Xing to accompany him. However, despite searching the entirety of Jiolong City, he found no trace of him. At that moment, a villager informed him that Jiang Xing had ventured into the ancient wilderness forest with Yin and the others to hunt demonic beasts, purportedly to advance in rank. Jiang Xing understood Jiang Xing all too well. He recognized that such a course was inevitable. As Jiang Xing's cultivation progressed, his assistance to Jiang Xing diminished, especially since Jiang Xing had reached the pinnacle of innate cultivation. His prowess was now on par with Jiang Xing's, and the latter's instinctual desire to protect him rendered the situation untenable. Thus, it was only a matter of time before Jiang Xing sought solitude to hone his skills. It was worth noting that Jiang Xing's slow advancement was largely due to his commitment to safeguarding Jiang Xing, for his path of cultivation was not as straightforward as mere meditation. He required blood-rich and spiritual energy, which was unattainable while remaining beside Jiang Xing. Similarly, the cultivation methods of Yin and the others, while distinct from Jiang Xing's, were not conducive to their advancement in Jiang Xing's presence. Jiang Xing felt a pang of guilt towards Jiang Xing and the others. He had long recognized Jiang Xing's need for blood but had failed to address this issue. He had once contemplated purchasing a substantial quantity of demonic beast blood for Jiang Xing to consume. Yet he never followed through. He felt a profound sense of regret for his inaction. Suddenly, he recalled the script on the beast skin scroll, which bore resemblance to the ancient characters found within the Trent's stone chamber. Since the inscriptions on the stone wall had been penned by the Trent, he must surely understand these characters. With this thought in mind, Jiang Xing immediately summoned his sword and set forth towards the Trent. Half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of Qiling Mountain. With a swift movement, he vanished into the cave, inside a stone chamber adorned with creeping vines. Jiang Xing cradled a handwritten manuscript and respectfully addressed the Trent concealed among the foliage above. I humbly seek to inquire about certain matters. Venerable one. I implore you to impart your wisdom, young one. If your intent is to covet my family's saintly maiden, then spare your efforts and depart. The Trent replied. Do you recognize this object? Upon seeing the faith stone, the Trent's eyes widened in surprise. This is indeed a faith stone. It was this very artifact that enabled the Emperor of Ziwei to unify the southern heaven continent. Alas, after his disappearance during the campaign against the Immortals, all faith stones in the southern heaven were utterly destroyed. Who would have thought you possessed one? You seek my guidance and literacy, do you? I can teach you. But you must agree to one condition. What condition? Jiang Xing inquired. In the future, should my saintly maiden find herself in peril, you must protect her at all costs. The aged one cannot venture forth from this place, unable to safeguard her. Thus, it falls to you to protect her. As he spoke, the tree figure began to struggle, emerging from the stone chamber's apex, whereupon he pried apart the densely intertwined vines above, gradually extracting roots as thick as a man's arm from the chamber's ceiling. Subsequently, a humanoid tree leaped down before Jiang Xing. This elder proclaimed, "Even without your words, I shall dedicate my very life to her protection." Humph, do not speak so lightly. My family's saintess is destined to ascend to an imperial status. Were it not for your acquisition of this artifact, I would never permit you to safeguard her. Not everyone possesses the qualifications to protect my family's saintess. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xing was taken aback. He recognized that Yao Qingyi possessed extraordinary talent, yet the notion of her becoming a figure of imperial stature akin to the great Emperor Ziwei seemed rather far-fetched. Sensing Jiang Xing's thoughts, the tree figure elucidated, "As long as our saintess continues to cultivate, she shall undoubtedly become a formidable imperial powerhouse. Initially, I had my doubts, but after our last encounter with her, I am certain she will achieve such greatness. With each level of her cultivation, she evolves, ultimately culminating in the emergence of the primal divine body. At that point, the saintess, having undergone countless transformations, will possess wisdom, divine awareness, and celestial power beyond the reach of ordinary beings." The tree figure cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Xing and remarked, "Thus, not everyone is qualified to protect our saintess, were it not for your inheritance of the great Emperor Ziwei's legacy, which renders your future power formidable. I would not allow you to safeguard her." Jiang Xing felt invigorated, judging by the tree's tone. This divine stone must be an extraordinary treasure. He recalled what village chiefly had said about possessing this divine stone enabling one to tear apart celestial beings. However, do not rejoice prematurely. The techniques of the great Emperor Ziwei do not align with traditional cultivation methods, but rather involve the cultivation of faith's divine power. The more faith one accumulates, the greater their strength becomes. Should countless individuals believe in you, you may ascend to divinity instantly. Conversely, if your believers are vanquished, you may plummet from divinity into the mortal realm. The cataclysm that befell the southern heaven continent a millennium ago was, in fact, instigated by the great Emperor Ziwei, whose failure stemmed from the near extinction of life on that continent. Thus, he said, "Let us set that matter aside for now. Can you teach me to learn these characters?" "Certainly." The tree figure smiled. Jiang Xing's pursuit of the divine power of faith would solely benefit Yao Qingyi, for the stronger Jiang Xing became, the better he could ensure her safety. Moreover, his cultivation of the divine power of faith destined him for both brilliance and potential downfall, leading to his demise. This was a fate even the formidable great Emperor Ziwei, capable of tearing celestial beings asunder, could not alter. The four great heavenly palaces would never permit the emergence of another great Emperor Ziwei on the southern heaven continent. Conversely, Yao Qingyi, training in that technique, could seize the opportunity to rise. Noticing Jiang Xing still clutching the handwritten copy, the tree figure instructed, "Hand it over." Jiang Xing presented the manuscript, which he had randomly transcribed from the 3 scrolls, lacking any discernible order, thus alleviating his fears of the tree figure covertly memorizing it. The tree figure examined the manuscript, instantly discerning Jiang Xing's intentions, yet he chose to remain silent, waving the manuscript before him, saying, "Thank you, esteemed elder." After Jiang Xing departed, the tree figure chuckled, his laughter echoing with an unsettling chill. Chapter 161. The Secret of Li Jingyuan. As Jiang Xing pondered deeply, the great bell in the center of Jiolong City tolled 3 times, signaling the arrival of the hour of Shen. This bell, constructed at Jiang Xing's behest, served the purpose of instilling a sense of time in all, primarily used for announcing the hour and sounding alarms in the event of unforeseen circumstances. The hour of Shun marked the time for him to seek knowledge from the tree spirit within the cave of Qiling Mountain regarding ancient characters. After a considerable period of study, Jiang Xing had mastered approximately 70% of the ancient script, yet he had fully comprehended the contents of the 2 scrolls. However, the necessity for immense faith to facilitate transmission left him feeling despondent, particularly since he currently possessed not a shred of faith's power. Fortuitously, the 2nd scroll offered Jiang Xing a glimmer of hope. It contained a secret method for gathering faith, which precisely addressed his deficiency in this regard. In the future, he could seek an opportunity to disseminate faith among the populace, making this technique exceedingly useful. Yet, a myriad of emotions stirred within him, for it was evident that these 2 scrolls merely contained methods for utilizing divine stones, rather than cultivation techniques. They were clearly not the profound practices associated with the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity, as the tree spirit had envisioned. Jiang Xing, who had initially harbored expectations for the legacy of the Purple Tenuity Emperor, now felt utterly disillusioned. Upon rising early one morning, Jiang Xing received a telepathic message from Sun Qitian. The gravity of Sun Qitian's tone suggested that the matter was of utmost importance, prompting Jiang Xing to hastily gather the people of Jiulong City, provide them with brief instructions, and depart for Taichu Gate. En route, upon passing through Qichuan Market, he specifically purchased some elixirs from the shops under the auspices of the Danqi sect, intending to present them to Sun Qitian and Li Jingyuan. 2 days later, after an uninterrupted journey, Jiang Xing finally arrived at Taichu Gate, just 1 day prior to the regional tributes. Upon his arrival, he was struck by the transformation of Taichu Gate. It was adorned with vibrant lanterns and exquisite red and gold paper cuttings. Exuding an atmosphere of festivity, the clouds floated low, typically only allowing the 9 peaks to pierce the mist. Yet today, every summit of the Panlong mountain range emerged triumphantly from the sea of clouds. Observing from above, these peaks appeared as islands amidst the vast expanse of white, an awe-inspiring spectacle under the midday sun. But that was not all. On the 9 peaks of Taichu Gate, a plethora of extraordinary trees previously shrouded by prohibitions now revealed themselves alongside magnificent edifices. Layers upon layers of ancient, grand palatial structures adorned the landscape. Jiang Xing stood in astonishment, his mouth agape, exclaiming, "The scenery I am accustomed to has transformed into something so magnificent and extraordinary. A true testament to both extraordinary talent and natural beauty." At that moment, Jiang Xing caught sight of a myriad of dazzling lights racing toward Taichu Gate from the distant horizon at an alarming speed. Alarmed, he thought, so many streaks of light, each moving with astonishing swiftness. It is likely that the lowest among them possesses the cultivation of the golden core stage. Sun Qitian's words proved accurate. On the day of tributes, numerous significant figures were indeed arriving at Taichu Gate. No sooner had he finished speaking than a colossal autumn fire lotus descended from the heavens. Upon the fire lotus stood a solitary figure, exuding an unparalleled regal aura that seemed to encompass both heaven and earth. A true monarch among mortals. Behind him stood more than 10 disciples clad in identical attire of the Taichu sect, akin to that of Jiang Xing. Upon landing, they descended from the fire lotus and walked past Jiang Xing. A shiver of apprehension coursed through Jiang Xing. Although these individuals had clearly restrained their aura, their proximity sent a chilling sensation through him, igniting a sharp sense of danger within his very soul. The white cloud patterns embroidered on their sleeves marked them as disciples from the branch sect of Luoyu. Recognizing the insignia on their sleeves, Jiang Xing discerned their identities. Upon arriving at the miscellaneous area, Jiang Xing made his way directly to his dormitory. It was now dusk, and both Li Jingyuan and Sun Qitian were likely inside their quarters. It was rumored that even for the closest 2 branch sects, one would need to fly on their swords day and night for 3 years to reach each other's territories. Was this true? Was the Taichu sect truly that vast? As he approached the entrance, Jiang Xing heard Sun Qitian's boisterous voice. It indeed takes 3 years at the escape speed of a foundation establishment cultivator. A nascent soul cultivator could make the journey in just a month. Moreover, for such long distances, they have always utilized teleportation arrays to directly reach the headquarters, before flying in on their swords. Li Jingyuan's voice, both exasperated and amused, echoed as he seemed to be weary of Sun Qitian's childish inquiries. It was said that the Taichu sect had 11 branch sect masters, and with our headquarters included, there were a total of 12 sections. The 12 sect masters were also referred to as the 12 golden immortals. It was unclear whether they were merely titled as such or if they truly possessed golden immortal cultivation. At this moment, Jiang Xing entered and stated, they indeed possess golden immortal cultivation. Both the headquarters and the branch sect masters wield power surpassing that of golden immortals. This is beyond doubt. Li Jingyuan replied, of course, among the 12 golden immortals of the Taichu sect, any one of them possesses unparalleled strength. Many exceptionally gifted cultivators from external sects harbor skepticism towards this legend. However, anyone who has visited our Taichu sect and witnessed its true visage will no longer dare entertain even a hint of doubt. This is also the reason why countless cultivation sects are under the protection and command of the Taichu sect. Esteemed sects like Kunlun and Shushan are also under the jurisdiction of the Taichu sect. With a mere command, the Taichu sect can mobilize countless cultivation sects, for this is a foundation that others cannot envy. Even with numerous highly skilled disciples, they would not dare to confront it out of respect and fear. Jiang Xing sighed. The world belongs to the 4 heavenly palaces, and no other sect stand a chance of rising. Our human race has been subjugated by the celestial realm, leaving us without any hope of resurgence. Upon hearing this, Li Jingyuan's expression changed dramatically. Brother Jiang, you must never speak such words again. Fortunately, it is just the three of us here. If there were outsiders present, you would have invited great calamity upon yourself. After this exchange, Jiang Xing retrieved 2 bottles of medicinal pills from his storage bag and handed them to Li Jingyuan and Sun Qitian. Sun Qitian, upon receiving the pill bottles from Jiang Xing, beamed with delight and exclaimed, "Brother Jiang, you truly are good to me. These are pills from the Danqi sect." However, upon realizing they were pills from the Danqi sect, Li Jingyuan's countenance shifted dramatically, as if the pill bottle in his hand had become a scalding hot object, and he hastily tossed it away. Witnessing Li Jingyuan's reaction, both Sun Qitian and Jiang Xing exchanged bewildered glances. Sun Qitian asked, "Brotherly, what are you doing? This is indeed a pill crafted by the esteemed Danqi sect, a true gem among elixirs. Why did you discard it?" Li Jingyuan, with tears streaming down his face, sobbed. "Would you believe me if I said these pills might have been made using human lives?" Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Qitian exclaimed, "How could that be possible?" Observing Li Jingyuan's expression, Jiang Xing urged, "Do share your thoughts." After a prolonged bout of quiet weeping, Li Jingyuan managed to regain some composure and said, "When I first entered the sect, you must have heard that I was once an emperor of a nation, who, in pursuit of immortality, resorted to patricide to beseech the divine. But have you ever considered that the one I killed was not my true son? He was merely a puppet conjured by the Danqi sect using lotus roots. On that fateful day, they abducted my child and slaughtered everyone, myself included. Those who perished in the palace were all replaced by these puppets. My real son had long been captured for alchemical purposes." "What?" Jiang Xing and Sun Qitian gasped in unison, while Li Jingyuan broke down in anguished tears. "I killed the puppet that replaced me, only to be tormented daily by the sight of that counterfeit son. Eventually, I could bear it no longer, and so I eliminated all the imposters, including that false son. I seek vengeance against the Danqi sect. Thus, I have depleted the national treasury solely to join the Tianxu sect. I fervently hope that one day, I might enlist in the ranks of the Tianxu sect and personally confront those scoundrels of the Danqi sect." At this point, a fierce hatred blazed in Li Jingyuan's eyes. His teeth clenched in fury. Hearing this, Jiang Xing's mood plummeted. He placed a comforting hand on Li Jingyuan's shoulder and said, "The Tianxu sect and the Danqi sect have always been adversaries, engaging in countless battles. You will have your chance to seek revenge on the battlefield." Sun Qitian, puzzled, remarked, "Even if Brotherly were to enter the battlefield, how could he exact revenge? The power of the Danqi sect is nearly on par with that of our Tianxu sect. We've been at this stalemate for 10 millennia. Today, you might capture a few of my cities, and tomorrow, I might reclaim a few of yours. The situation remains unchanged. Even if Brotherly were to become the commander of the Tianxu sect's legion, he would only be directing hundreds of thousands in battle. How could he truly avenge himself?" Jiang Xing shot an exasperated glance at the simpleton, who seemed oblivious to the fact that his words were meant to console Li Jingyuan. He understood well that Li Jingyuan could not seek revenge through warfare alone. The only feasible avenue would be to encounter those responsible for his plight and eliminate them. Yet, the vast expanse of Tian'an continent rendered such a meeting akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Perhaps this was the very reason Li Jingyuan chose to join the Legion in his quest for vengeance. After all, penetrating the heart of the Danqi sect would significantly increase his chances of confronting those vile individuals. Chapter 162. Tribute. On the following day, golden rays surged into the heavens above Tianxu sect, forming a magnificent staircase of light that ascended step by step into the sky. The entire staircase shimmered with resplendent gold, reminiscent of gilded architecture. The brilliance of the golden staircase radiated mightily, casting a divine glow that daunted all within a 100-mile radius from gazing directly upon it. This staircase of golden light was none other than the renowned ascending immortal stairs. At its pinnacle lay the Zishu celestial palace. "Bow to the immortal stairs," a voice of authority resonated from the heights, prompting 12 golden immortals to bow their heads in unison. "Ascend the immortal stairs." The 12 golden immortals simultaneously lifted their feet, stepping upon the luminous steps. Tribute. The 12 golden immortals each held a tray